And let's go for a 20, start the machine, and let's have a 20-second countdown. Draw. 10 is the first ball. Draw. 2 is the second ball. Draw. 7 is the third ball. Draw. 11 is the fourth ball. You can shut it off. Scott Clark, what saith you?
2, 7, 10, 11, San Jose.
Okay. 2, 7, 10, 11, San Jose. San Jose will have the first pick in the 2024 NHL Draft.
How about that? Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. The Sharkies. The Sharkies. They get the number 1 pick last night in the NHL Draft, and you know what that means. Macklin Celebrini, step on up. The son of Dr. Rick Celebrini and the Golden State Warriors is a potential number 1 draft pick in the NHL Draft. He's been dynamic, and it looks like he may be playing for his hometown team, the San Jose Sharks. And that's how we start this Wednesday, folks. Good morning to everybody out there getting off the graveyard shift. If you're at work, what is happening? If you're in traffic, drive safely, be patient. All the overnight dancers, all the cops, all the highway patrol officers, all the students, teachers, counselors, everybody out there. Shout out to YouTube and Twitch and Twitter. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class Money Market today. And shout out to the Xfinity Mobile Text Line. That's where we start. Number 1 overall pick, San Jose Sharks.
That's fun. Good morning, Bonte. How you doing, man?
Good morning,
you looking dapper. You wearing a nice little button-down shirt and stuff like that. Let's go.
There's meetings after the show.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I'm not mad at that.
Big meetings.
That's good. Hey,
I'm kind of mad at that.
What?
We don't like meetings. We don't like meetings.
On a hump day?
On a hump day? No, don't like meetings on a hump day.
Hey, they could be good meetings.
It's going to be, you see the weather outside?
It's gorgeous.
Crystal clear in the Bay Area.
It's going to be toasty the next couple of days in San Francisco and Oakland.
Skyline looks great.
It's going to, Shasky saying last week it was summer. Well, June 1st, I always say, is the unofficial start date of summer, but it's going to feel like summer the next couple of days. And for the San Jose Sharks, man, it's summer already, and they are feeling themselves. Macklin Celebrini, the pride of North Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada.
There you go.
There you go. 17 years. He's 17.
17 years
Doesn't
old.
turn 18 until June 13th.
Man.
Played at Boston University. BU.
Yeah, they're known for their very good hockey program.
They're known for their hockey, so you got that. Got that going on. Jason Misser, shout out to the overnight dancers in Memphis, Tennessee. Might be struggle out there in Memphis, Tennessee. How are the strip clubs in Memphis? I never hear about strip clubs in Memphis. No, Ja flies to Atlanta.
Oh, really?
45-minute flight.
Do you know that?
I don't know that. But
the King sources.
I'm thinking as if I had a lot of money and I played in Memphis, Tennessee, and they got
talent down there. Come on,
got some talent in Memphis. There's some talent in Tennessee. You got Nashville.
You got Coase there now. You think Coase is hanging out over there?
No, probably not. but look, Coase is all locked out. Listen,
still doing Friedman's ads.
He is still doing Friedman's ads. Stealing money from the Bay Area. Listen, but Memphis is a 45 to 50-minute flight to Atlanta, I should say. So if I'm, balling out, I'm just saying, I'm speaking for me, not anybody else. I may not have a game, the next day or two. I'll take a quick flight to Atlanta for the night.
Okay.
Hang out in Atlanta, coming from Memphis, Tennessee, fly back in the morning.
Hot Atlanta? Yeah, you don't want to stay there for a couple days. Like, it gets hot and sticky out there in the South or in summertime. I'm not about that life. Humidity. Most of us live in the Bay Area because of the climate, and it's just beautiful. You travel anywhere else during the summertime, and you realize how good you have it if you're in San Francisco, Oakland, and the Greater Bay Area. Right. Now, if you get to Oakley and Walnut Creek, it gets a little unbearable. But Oakland, San Francisco,
a little toastier out there,
I'm not
especially
mad
in the creek. Absolutely.
Well, speaking of being comfortable somewhere and having some fun, how about the Giants at Coors Field?
Oh,
they've been having some fun out there. They've been dominant at Coors Field. Dominant has, for the most of their franchise history, Coors Field has been a house of horrors. I mean, I remember when they blew an 8-0 lead late 90s, dropped to the wild card game and lose to the Cubs in the wild card game and Steve Traxel. I mean, that's how far we go back with Coors Field. It's just a nightmare. Bullpen always has to be on alert. But ever since 2020, they've had a nice little run here at Coors Field. And yesterday they start off on a good foot. Kyle Harrison, by the way, we're discussing Farhan Zaidi, one of these draft picks popping. Which pick is going to pop? Which one of these young guys are going to flourish? Well, Kyle Harrison, how about his start to 2024, his first big league season? Hey, he's giving the Giants a chance to win, keeping them in games. I like what the lefty's doing so far, Spadone.
No, it's been very impressive. And listen, we were talking about it yesterday. For as much as we're hammering the offense and the ineptitude at the plate for the Giants as of late, the starting pitching's been great. Like Logan Webb, for the most part, has been awesome. Keaton Wynn, I know he's had some shaky starts here, but he's been solid for what you expected out of him. No Alex Cobb, obviously. Robbie Ray coming down the line, hopefully. I think he's been great. Jordan Hicks, I still think he's the bargain of the year thus far in Major League Baseball. Just what he's getting paid and the output of production that he is giving you. He's been tremendous. And Kyle Harrison, the rookie, I think we were all high on him, Bonte, coming into the season, but his stuff just translates well. And for you to go 7 innings of shutout baseball in Coors Field, I don't scoff at something like that. No. That is very difficult. And the list of Giants to do that, it's very short. It's what? Barry Zito, Jason Schmidt, Matt Cain, and I think one other guy. Like, that's impressive. That's a good list to be a part of.
No, it's a very good list to be a part of. And you keep the ball down at Coors Field. Look, I don't care who's playing in that Rocky uniform.
I was about to say, I can't name a single player.
Right.
Chris Bryant? Oh, wait.
Yeah, he's
Brenton
hurt.
Doyle. Yeah. Ezekiel Tovar. I kind of know that name.
McMahon is
Ryan McMahon. Elias Diaz.
Elias Diaz, All-Star Game MVP last year.
Yeah, I completely forgot about that. Brendan Rodgers.
So did he.
He's a prospect.
Sean Bouchard.
Stallings, Montero, Beck. Yeah, it's a who's who. It's a who's who.
They don't have any who's who of nobody.
And Hudson,
literally,
who's who
is who? I don't know.
Hudson is 0-6 on the season, 6.35 ERA. So if you're going to get right, it's getting right against the Rockies. You can get right against them. And Kyle Harrison got right, 2 strikeouts, 2 walks. But as you mentioned, the 7 shutout innings, he had it all working for him. And then you got the timely hits finally because the Giants were getting runners on base. They didn't crack through until the 4th inning, but they got a couple bloop hits, little C&I singles there.
Sometimes you need that.
Sometimes you need that.
Yeah.
Sometimes you need it. But you get a good night from Jung-Hoo Lee, 3 for 5 last night. Lamont Wade Jr. walking 3 times yesterday.
That's what you need to see.
That's what you need to see from the Giants. That's what you need to see. But it was funny with Brian Sabian being inducted into the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame.
Mm-hmm.
And we're thinking about Farhad's idea. It's just not going to the place where we need to fire Farhad. He should be on the hot seat. But I think about Sabian's tenure with the Giants. And I compare and contrast it to Farhad's first 5 to 6 years. And Sabian right away, like 95 was a rough year. No, 96 wasn't much better. But he made one of the bolder trades in Bay Area sports history. Matt Williams at the time was beloved by Giants fans. He could do no wrong at third base, a perennial all-star. We all know about 1994, on pace to break Roger Maris's single-season home run record. Then baseball goes on strike. They go on strike, and Matt Williams had 43 home runs at the time, early August. Had a shot. He had a shot. He was in the zone. And Brian Sabian got ridiculed, crushed for trading him. And he trades him for Jeff Kent. They bring alongside Darryl Hamilton, Jose Vizcaíno, Julian Tavares, and the rest is history. But if Sabian, I was just thinking, if Sabian had gotten off to this type of start in the first 5 to 6 years, he would have been gone. He would have been ousted, especially making a trade like that. So to think about where he went in his first 6 years, they get the ballpark, they win a division title in 97, they get back to the wild card in 98, and they start making playoff runs here, Spinoni, and they had some of the best teams in San Francisco history. So that's what I think about Farhad. It's like, boy, he's been very fortunate in the first 5 years. And the bold trade, what has been the bold trade for him?
Chris Bryant, kind of, right?
Kind of a trade you had to make, right?
Yeah, but you didn't re-sign him. So it was just like, And then I don't think people were even that upset that they didn't re-sign him, obviously, because they had a great year. And then they're like, okay, well, we saw this awesome year. Let's see what he has in store next season. And then it was And then the season after that, it's been meh.
Right.
And then now we're here, and it's been more of the same, if not even worse than that. But to your point, listening to Brian Sabian, who joined Steiny and Guru yesterday, I'd urge you all to find that interview. Go ahead and search 95.7 The Game on YouTube. Download the Odyssey app. Find it there. Brian Sabian, tremendous stuff. Obviously, you were there, Bonte, when he got inducted to the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame. But it was interesting hearing him talk about the expectations and him being an East Coast guy and coming up with the Yankees. He's no stranger to criticism. Like that being an East Coast sports guy, That is born in your DNA. You're going to be angry, and you're going to get a lot of flack, and you're going to get a lot of. He even said on our airwaves, got a lot of death threats because of that Matt Williams trade.
I bet.
And it was written letters back then, Bonte.
It was riveting.
It wasn't just emails. It was written. They didn't have cell phones to be texting and blowing up voicemails and stuff like that. So it was just fascinating to hear his whole take on what's going on. And he even mentioned, hey, we had a lull, between when we went to the World Series against the Angels up until we got back to that promised land up until 2010. It was a lull period. Yeah, we hit some on draft picks. And maybe the Giants are just in a lull right now, but I'm just trying to see the light at the end of the tunnel. And it's just, I'm having a hard time right now.
Well, how long can Farhan have this lull? And it's not about, again, we're not trying to fire Farhan Zaidi, but when you think about Sabian, he rebuilt this franchise twice. And not many executives, GMs get a chance to do it twice, but Sabian basically rebuilt the Giants 2 times. All right? He got them locked and loaded for 97. He had to retool the roster. Obviously, trading Matt Williams, which is a big centerpiece to everything that happened post-97. And then here's Sabian on having to rebuild the Giants after the 07 and 03 run. 97 to 03 run, I should say. They had a great run from 97 to 03, which welcomed in the new ballpark, a World Series appearance, all the great things Barry Bonds did, the MVP Jeff Kent won, all the great pitching you got from Jason Schmidt, Russ Ortiz, Kirk Reeder. I mean, you had a who's who, Rob Ned having one of the best 5-year stretches for a closer in Giants history. Here's Sabian on what it was like rebuilding the Giants after that great run.
Well, as we know, there are ebbs and flows in sports and as organizations go. It's tough, one, to stay at the top of the heap, let alone competitive and irrelevant. And people forget that after our 8-year run, which was 97 through 2003, we kind of went into a flat line situation until we produced our own players and got back in the saddle with a good 09 season and finished a couple games out of the wild card. And then 10 was the first stepping stone of the 3 and 5. So it's not easy in sports today because it's so competitive. It's not easy in baseball because I believe every year it's a shotgun start. And, our secret sauce became signing and developing our own players, and that was really the core of those teams.
So developing and signing their own core players, player development, obviously with Lincecum and Pablo and Matt Cain and Bumgarner. You develop Jonathan Sanchez, he was serviceable. You develop Brian Wilson. You develop a great bullpen, and you get timely hitting. Who's the guy getting developed right now? Well, so far, Kyle Harrison. He looks like a good player that they've developed. You have to give Farhan Zaidi credit for that. Kyle Harrison, Logan Webb, look like pitchers of the future. I'm not mad at that, Spinoni. Before I played this Kyle Harrison cut, I mean, that's one guy that you could say, you know what? He's popped. Now we need more.
I need guys in the everyday lineup, though. It's great, and I love starting pitching, and you cannot have enough of that, especially depth-wise. And, again, Alex Cobb, hopefully he comes back because he had a great year last year. And then Robbie Ray, obviously a former Cy Young winner, getting him. And if he can contribute this year, I think that would be just a major, major win. But I need some offense.
There's no doubt.
I just watched the World Series last year, and the amount of jacks I saw between the Arizona Diamondbacks, the Texas Rangers, I know they're down right now, but they dominated forever. The Houston Astros, I need that kind of production because just having starting pitching is not going to be enough come playoff time. And you can't even get to the playoffs just with that alone. So, yes, Kyle Harrison has been a very major bright spot this year for the San Francisco Giants.
Start somewhere.
But I need some bats too, some young bats.
Doubt.
And Jung-Hoo Lee, I will say that is an acquisition that yesterday, okay, I'm seeing it. Yes. Thank you.
3 for 5. 3 for 5, Jung-Hoo Lee. He's been solid.
Anime open.
Has he been $100 million solid? You know what? I'm not going to nitpick about the money. You got to do what you got to do.
You have to spend more.
There's a Giants tax.
Yes.
There's a Giants tax. When you are the bridesmaids or you're getting left up to altar.
Sabian knew that.
And you're not getting these players, you're going to have to pay a Giants tax. You have to spend a little more than other teams.
Jeff Samardzija.
You got to overpay by $20 million, and so be it. You're overpaying by $20 million. That's where the Giants are at right now. So I'm not mad at Jung-Hoo Lee. We're obviously waiting for Marco Luciano and Matos and Ramos. And want to see Casey Schmidt if they pop. That's the next wave for Farhan Zaidi. Can he get some bats to pop here for the Giants? But Kyle Harrison, pitching for the first time in altitude. Not easy.
No.
Usually rattles a young pitcher. Here's what Harrison had to say about his performance.
How would you explain the difficulty of pitching here, and how do you think your pitches looked in this altitude?
Yeah, definitely that was probably after the PFP. Had a hard 90 over there, but no, I think just, I played a lot of minor league games in Salt Lake and Reno and all these places, so kind of have no excuse to kind of not show up on this day. So, I felt great out there, and shapes of pitchers were fine, honestly, and anytime you got 2 strikeouts, you got a hell of a defense behind you, so they made some great plays today. Estrada was unbelievable at second, and Jung-Hoo, and I could go off on everyone. They were great today. So
that's Kyle Harrison last night after pitching a gem against the Colorado Rockies. Look, his ERA, it's now down to 3.20. 3.20 is 3-1 on the season. The De La Salle product pitching very well in his first go-around with the San Francisco Giants after being in AAA the last season here. So you're looking at the Giants, and you're looking at how we talk about the Giants. And some people say, man, baseball's boring. But in this region, baseball is huge. And when the Giants are humming, this town starts to hum a little differently. Now, the Warriors have been humming, and they've got things rolling down at Thrive City. There's no doubt. The Niners have been close, and they've got people buzzing. We can't get enough. We got Ayuk sound today. Can't get enough of the 49ers right now. But when the Giants are rolling, it really completes this sports region. And it's a very underrated sports town. Something to which, Spinoni, I want you to react to this. Brian Sabian yesterday was studying guru on what San Francisco is as a sports town.
I always said that I thought San Francisco was a combination of, and I don't know why I think this, of Boston and Chicago. Very vibrant, walkable, different cultures, different neighborhoods, different climates. Very unique place. So I cherish the time here, and this is where we made our bones, and the rest is history.
And so we know Boston is a great sports town, and we know Chicago's a very good sports town.
Passionate.
The Bay Area. Brian Sabian, who knows a little thing or two about sports towns, saying that we're a combination of Chicago and Boston. I'm not mad at that.
Now that's high praise, I would say, from Brian Sabian. Again, a guy who made his bones with the Yankees organization before coming over to the San Francisco Giants. The Yankees are just synonymous with winning at the highest level and always wanting to win. I mean, the guy, his boss was George Steinbrenner. Yeah, look him up. By the way, did you see the new documentary about the Yankees that's going to come out?
1991. I sent it to you guys.
I know you. Oh, you did say. I pulled the Shasky there. You're the one that sent it, Vontae. No, that looks phenomenal.
It does look great.
But to your point, listening to that cut, it just goes to show you that he cared a lot about this region of baseball, and I think that resonated with the fan base. At least if it didn't then, it should now, listening to hear him say that, because he has a tremendous amount of respect for this community as a baseball community. And not just San Francisco. He mentioned Oakland in there as well. Yeah. He mentioned that all of the Bay Area, we are a great sports town. We're a sports town, I believe he said, on steroids. But to your point, Bonte, something about baseball that I think is different than even basketball and football. Those are more, I think you get a lot more of a national audience with those guys. That's just comes with the territory. Mm-hmm. With football in general, because you see Niner fans traveling everywhere. Yep. They're everywhere. Not to say you don't see the Giants doing that, but football's just different. It's the king right now. Right. Everyone's got a team. Hell, I see a Jaguar fan sometimes walking down the street wearing a Blake Bortles jersey. Crazy stuff.
Oh, the Blake Bortles jerseys.
I know. It's crazy. The mustard one, which is disgusting color. Obviously, you got Stephen Curry. He's a brand in and of himself. The brand of basketball for the Golden State Warriors. They're a global entity. And for the San Francisco Giants, when they're playing well, and they have players that resonate, it is, and I think Shasky's used this term before, but it does feel like the soul of the community is based within the Giants in San Francisco. For me, like for baseball, and maybe because I'm getting a little sentimental, it's America's pastime. People like to say it's past its prime.
It is past its prime. Let's be real with baseball. It is past its prime.
Is it?
Yeah,
we don't think we can get back to that?
The new America's pastime is football. And then it's college football.
You don't think it'll always, but it's our unique sport. It's what we came up with, right? Yeah. Like, and I know.
Let's pick it up. Yeah. Let's pick it up on the other side. I don't.
Because there is something about the Giants to me that I think it captures San Francisco more so than those other teams.
Well, let's pick that up on the other side. We can open it up to the audience. 888-957-9570. Are the Giants the soul of this region? Are the Giants the soul of the city? 888-957-9570. That's the phone number, and that is the Xfinity mobile text line. We got a lot coming up here. Brendan Kravitz, 650, works down in Orlando. We'll get a Magic perspective on how they feel about Klay Thompson and their upcoming free agency. That's coming up at 650, but we'll pick up where Spinoni left off here. Are the Giants the soul of the city? Are they the soul? Are they just different? Bob Melvin mentioned that before the season. Let's get into it here on the Morning Roast, brought to you by Express Employment Professionals. up to fill the seat of Joe Shasky from 6 to 10 this week. Spadoni doing a hell of a job. We got Lubman behind the glass alongside Carter. We're talking little Giants. We got some basketball talk coming up here, folks. Don't worry. Mavericks get rolled last night. Game 1 by OKC. Jalen Williams going crazy in the fourth quarter. SGA special. Wiggins off the bench, really stepping up. Not talking about Andrew.
Oh, not Andrew. Okay.
No, not Andrew.
Oh, it's not gonna
not
be.
Andrew.
Come on.
No. So they played really, really well yesterday. That was one of those, to me, keep sleeping on us wins.
Yeah.
You want to keep sleeping on us? We'll just continue to defend at a high level and play high-octane offense and push the pace. Lou Dort all over Luka Doncic. I mean, for Dallas to win this series, Kyrie and Luka have to be great every single game.
Yeah.
Every single game. Like OKC, I don't think they had a great game for SGA last night, and it was still enough.
The depth is unreal on that team, Bonte, and we know that they had a bajillion picks, and they still do, but it's really amazing how well they have hit in this draft. Like, I'm not talking about just, the Chet Holmgrens, which are the top 3 picks, which usually you would think pan out as at least like good NBA players going on, but once you get to like the teens or like the double-digit numbers, it's a crapshoot. It really is. Hell, even within the top 10, it could be a crapshoot at times. But Josh Giddey nailed it. Shai Gilgeous-Trade obviously nailed that. Dort was undrafted. Luguentz Dort was an undrafted player.
Torture chamber.
Developed in their minor league affiliate, basically what I'm calling their G League affiliate, in the torture chamber. Jalen Williams, both of them.
Yeah, Arkansas and Santa Clara.
Yes,
yeah.
Isaiah Joe.
Yep.
Second rounder.
He was from Philadelphia. He played with Philly, and for some reason, Philly gave up on the guy.
Yes.
Philly gave up on him. He's a good shooter.
No, you're totally right. He was a second-round pick out of Philadelphia. But again, these guys that you just don't think of, like household names, like who? But Warriors fans know about Isaiah Joe, by the way. But
they do know about Isaiah Joe. Aaron Wiggins, second-round pick out of Maryland, 55th pick overall, contributing in the second-round playoff game, scored 16 points, 13 in the first half.
And you got Gordon Hayward on the bench just like hanging out as a veteran presence, which I think is nice. Yeah, right? Like, so you just look at the depth of this team. I think it was getting slept on. Oh, yeah. They were the number 1 overall seed in the Western Conference. They were the best team in the regular season in the West. Oh, but the Nuggets, they're the defending champs. Oh, but the Timberwolves, they're good. But so are the Thunder.
I'm kind of here.
The arrogance that Warriors fans had, by the way, that they could have just, the amount of calls we took, Bonte.
Laker fans too.
Yes, but that was also arrogant. That was extreme arrogance.
Yeah, let's go see OKC. I was one of them. Hey, maybe we could go play OKC in the first round.
Do you still feel like that in hindsight?
Well, I think it would have been a lot tougher because of the way the Warriors play up and down. But it would have been very, very tough to slow them down. Yes. Jalen Williams is playing out of his mind. Chet, look, I still think Chet needs to hit the weight room because I do think if they play Minnesota, now, I know you're not counting out Denver.
Not yet.
But Chet yesterday, 19 points, 7 rebounds, 8 of 16. I'm not mad at him. 3 block shots. But I see him. I think his strength in that next series, if they do take out Minnesota, will come to play. Can he stay physical? Can he stay out of foul trouble? You got to go against Naz Reid, Karl-Anthony Towns, and Rudy Gobert.
Those are big guys.
You mentioned Jalen Williams. Jalen Williams from Arkansas, 11-9 last night off the bench. He's going to have to play big for OKC. So how can they hold up physically? Now, this series is a long way from being over against Dallas. Luka will have a response. Kyrie will have a loose response. But the torture chamber, Lou Dort, I think, set the tone. Said, I got Luka. And if I need to switch on to Kyrie, I'll do that as well. The way they defended those 2 guards, they made it tough for him. Kept them out the paint. They held Kyrie down to just 14 field goal attempts. Kyrie's got to get in the 20s in the series.
Yeah.
Kyrie's going to have to score 25 plus to have a chance of winning these basketball games. And so the other help, they did a good job, man. OKC's dangerous. This is the future.
Yeah.
Sam Presti with all those damn picks. Damn. OKC rolling right now.
And you don't think they have all these assets if they wanted to make a big deal elsewhere and swing for another superstar? They have all the assets in the world still. So,
they have 9 guaranteed first-round picks
oh my
through 2030. 9 guaranteed first-round picks.
That's how you stay sustainable. You heard Brian Sabian last segment talking about what was our secret sauce?
Right.
It was drafting and then re-signing those players.
You got to hit on them.
You got to hit on them.
Development's got to be there.
That's what Oklahoma City's done right now. I mean, we were making fun of them for the longest time because they were just collecting all these picks. Are they ever going to do anything with them? And they have.
But you could see, it started to shift.
Yes.
over the last year and a half.
Last year specifically,
You can see it start to shift. We're like, oh, SGA's a problem. Oh, Jalen Williams, Santa Clara. And by the way, his little brother is going to be in the draft. He played at Colorado. I will love him too.
Well,
love him.
They played, was it in that play-in game against the T-Wolves last year? Because the T-Wolves ended up playing the Nuggets.
Yep.
And we were watching it in that game.
Right.
The future of both of those teams where it's like, oh, this is a problem next year. This is going to be a major problem.
In Minnesota, that development, think about it. A couple years ago, they played Memphis in the first round. Warriors were playing the Denver Nuggets.
It was a tight series.
It was a very tight series. Minnesota blew a lot of leads. They didn't have the experience yet. They make the big deal for Rudy Gobert. Last year, they flamed out in the first round, but it was a very competitive 5-game series against Denver. They learned from that. They kept Naz Reid. They kept their core together. They just grew. Bring it in slow-mo. So these teams are the future, and they're relevant in their cities. Now, right now, we keep talking about the Giants and how can they become relevant in this market. You said they were the soul of the city.
I still think
soul
that.
of the city.
I still think
Well, here's Sabian on becoming relevant in the sports town.
Before I got here, this was a sports town, and now it's kind of on steroids because of the history of the teams and their dynasties. First, it was the A's 3 in a row, then the Oakland Raiders, then you had the 49er run, and you had the Warriors kind of concurrent with our situation. I always said that I don't know that anybody in the country really understood or appreciated Bay Area sports. Lord knows when I took over, we weren't very relevant. We had to change that. We really were going to make a conscientious effort to keep up with the Joneses, the other sports teams in the Bay.
So when Sabian basically took over the Giants, they weren't getting no more than 10 to 15,000 in Candlestick Park. We cared about the Giants. We watched the Giants, but they were not good. They were not competitive. And they became competitive. They did. And they became the talk of the town in the late 90s and the early 2000s, especially when that ballpark opened up. Everybody, you had to be at Oracle Park on a Friday night, had to be there on a Saturday night. You wanted to get there for a day game on a Sunday. You wanted to get there during the week. They were selling out every single night. And that's changed over the last 6-7 years after the World Series have worn off. Now it's tough to get folks to the ballpark. Post-pandemic, a lot of people are hurting with their money, right? Yep. Businesses are shut down. Downtown, we walk around downtown every day, Spinoni. How many vacant buildings do we see?
All the time.
All the time. So the money's not being brought in as it once was. But when they're humming, when the Giants are good, there is a different tone to the city. There's a different buzz. Now, they're the soul of the city. It all depends. Because the longest time, the Niners were the soul. And for the last decade, it's been the Golden State Warriors, Spinoni.
The Warriors just got here to San Francisco. I know they were started here. They went back, and now they went. And I know they're the soul. They're the Bays team, so it's a little different because you got Oakland, San Francisco, South Bay, all rooting for them, so it's a little different. But just talking to the city of San Francisco, the fact that the Niners, and I know, and I'm not here to dump on Levi Stadium or anything like that, but it is in Santa Clara. It's not in San Francisco, and I think that matters to guys like you, guys like Shasky, who grew up, were born and bred in this city. There's a sense of pride going into your city and watching your team play. And I see that stadium every time I drive past or on the Bay Bridge, I should say, heading into the city, or when you're leaving it and you see it in your rearview mirror. There is just something special about it when the team is playing well. And I don't think, it's resonating right now because they just don't have a player you care about.
There's no connection.
There's no connection right now.
No connection.
You talk about the city connects. Like there is no city connect. It's funny that that's a thing because you're trying to connect with the city right now.
Right.
How did they do that? Again, the secret sauce, as he mentioned. You need to get guys like Kyle Harrison and keep him. If he keeps developing and becomes that guy, you keep him. Logan Webb, he's the guy right now. He is, I think, fan bases can cling on to a guy like a Logan Webb. He's not the most outspoken guy. He's not, but you know what? We like him because you know what? He showed up in big moments and big games for us.
The Giants, in the way they've run business, they seem like they've lost a connection because when we think about these players, Jung-Hoo Lee, Kyle Harrison, we know they're going to be here for a while, Logan Webb, but who else? You got to have all these players who may be here for 1 or 2 years. How can you connect with those players when they're not signed long-term? You need long-term viability. You need long-term options here with the Giants to connect back with the city and to get some of that soul back. Because right now, to me, Spinoni, that soul is lost when it comes to the Giants. And they're trying to regain it. They're trying. I see the effort. But you need a connection here in the Bay Area. Right now, I don't have the connection. One guy who does is Klay Thompson.
Oh.
And Klay Thompson could be on the move. That connection with the Bay Area fan. How would they feel if he departed and went to a place like Orlando? Well, let's go down to Orlando. Let's talk to Brandon Kravitz. 96.3 The Game in Orlando. Pre and post for the Magic on radio. He knows everything about the Orlando Magic. How are they feeling about this upcoming free agency? Who is on their target list? Is Klay Thompson in their plans for the future? The pair alongside Paulo Banchero and Franz Wagner. We'll talk to Brandon Kravitz here on the other side on the Morning Roast, brought to you by Fremont Bake. Full service baking, no compromises.
This is Klay Thompson, and you are listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. It better not be roasting me if I'm giving them all these intros.
Not.
No, Klay, we're not. I'm not roasting you. You know that would never happen, Klay. Come on, roasters. You know that. Not roasting Klay Thompson, are we? Segment sponsored by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. I love my fans. Here we go. Here we go.
My fams, a.k.a. my family.
My fans. You know what time it is. You know what time it is. We're talking some NBA basketball. We're talking some offseason. And we're following up on this report from Shams Charania, Spinoni.
The Magic can open up in excess of $60 million in cap space this offseason. So there are going to be players, when you think about free agency and other moves that can be made, you look at scoring. In Game 7, obviously struggled a little bit to score the ball, especially in the second half of the game when the Cavs and Donovan Mitchell kept coming for them. So you look at the point guard position, but also shooting and scoring on the wing. And one name to keep an eye on, Klay Thompson. I'm told there is mutual interest between the Magic and Klay Thompson. Thompson, along with several other vets around the league, are looking at the Magic as a situation where if you plug in a guy like Klay Thompson, you plug in another veteran player, whether it be at the point guard position, the shooting guard position, this team can make a real jump around Paolo Banchero and Franz Wagner. Both guys, Paolo Banchero already a star, already a guy that's been a part of Team USA. Franz Wagner has the ability to potentially be an all-star as well. But if you plug in some more shooting and scoring, I think that's what can take this Orlando team to another level.
So how's Orlando feeling this, Spinoni? How are they feeling it? What is the pulse down in Orlando, Florida with the Orlando Magic? You know I love me some Paolo Banchero. Love him.
Oh, are you kidding me?
Melo 2.0.
You saw him at Chase Center. You became infatuated.
Oh, yeah, when he was at Duke University.
Oh, come on.
No doubt. No doubt about that.
Love at first sight.
Love at first sight with Paolo Banchero. I like Wagner as well. A lot of people at the Warriors organization love Wagner. They selected Kaminga ahead of Wagner. But let's go down to Orlando to Brandon Kravitz. 96.3 The Game in Orlando. Also the pre- and post-game show host for the Magic on their radio airwaves. Brandon, good morning, man. Thanks so much for joining us this morning. Bonte Hill, just Spinoni here on the Morning Roast.
How you doing, guys? This is one of a rare appearance for me on the West Coast. So this is feels like a big moment. I love it out there, so it's a pleasure to be on the airwaves.
Yeah, no doubt. I've never been down to Orlando, but I hear great things about it. Harry Potter World, Disney World, of course, I think is in my future with my 3-year-old daughter. Spinoni loves it. Spinoni loves Disney World.
Oh, yeah. Well,
Star
Disneyland,
Wars, everything.
haven't been there yet, but I want to.
Yeah,
there you go.
We'll get down there.
A little hot in Florida, though. A little too hot for me.
Maybe humid, but will it be too hot for Klay Thompson? Now, Klay Thompson, this Orlando thing with Klay Thompson, we've been discussing it, Brandon, all season long because we kind of identified a team with a lot of cap space, and then you see the season play out with the lack of shooting from Orlando. So let's just start here, Brandon. How are Magic fans feeling? What is the pulse down there in Orlando when the name Klay Thompson comes up? Are Magic fans interested? Are they ready to throw him a big bag? What's the pulse down there in Orlando when it comes to Klay Thompson?
Yeah, it is a constant conversation here. It's like a lot of things. I think there's pretty much a divide when it comes to Klay Thompson. I actually threw out a poll yesterday on my personal Twitter account. I was curious what people thought about the player that is being discussed down here that you want the least. So I threw Klay Thompson on there. D'Angelo Russell has a player option that he's probably going to decline. That's a good three-point shooter that's been discussed. Trae Young, maybe the Hawks want to move off of him because it's just not working. And Paul George is a name that's been rumored by Ramona Shelburn, so that's not just plucking a name out of thin air.
Right.
And second place on the voting, if people understood the question properly, which is who do you want the least, was Klay Thompson. It was D'Angelo Russell 1, Klay Thompson 2, and they were pretty neck and neck. So not that that's scientific, but I think it does give us a good idea of it. I think enough fans in this town understand that great name, great legacy, tremendous talent, but is he worth what you would have to pay him given where he is in his career?
Do you see him as a fit for the Magic?
In like a best case scenario, he's the perfect fit for the Magic. He has a championship pedigree. By all accounts, from what I understand on the East Coast, good locker room guy. I mean, he's played second fiddle or third fiddle his entire career, which is what you don't want to bring in somebody that's going to usurp Paolo Banchero and his rise towards an all-NBA star.
Klay Thompson would not get in the way of that. He's still a knockdown three-point shooter. He's better than anybody else that's on the Magic roster in terms of three-point shooting, even in a slightly diminished state. So the answer is yes, but is he to me, it doesn't come down to Klay Thompson, the player. The Klay Thompson, the player right now, is a perfect fit. And Magic fans should be clamoring to add someone like that to their roster. I think he would be a tremendous help. The problem is, does Klay Thompson view himself as a $25 million a year player rather than a $40+ million a year player? To me, it comes down to dollars and cents.
Right.
If you sign Klay Thompson $40+ million a year over 3 or 4 seasons, I think you're tanking your cap in a negative way, and it's ultimately not going to pay off. If you get him on a discount, then great. But come on, I think, and I would love to hear your response on this. I don't think you're getting Klay on a discount.
No. I mean, look, the rumored deal before the season, and we're talking to Brady Kravitz, 96.3 The Game in Orlando, pre- and post-game show host for the Magic on their radio airwaves. Look, he apparently got offered 2 years, $48 million, and it wasn't so much about the $24 million a year. I think it was more so about the long-term, the longevity of the contract. I think he wants 3 years. I think he wants at least 3 years to go out in his NBA career, and if he got $25 million per, I do believe Klay would accept that. Anywhere from 25 to 30. Now, I don't think he's going to be asking for 35, Brandon. I think that's off the table. 40 million off the table. But anywhere from 25 to 28, 29 million, I think is in play. But I think it's the years that he may be seeking. And I have no knowledge. Look, I worked the pre- and post-game show out here on television for the Golden State Warriors, and I have really no idea. But I think 3 years is what he's searching as opposed to the annual value per season.
Yeah, and I mean it's good insight, and it's definitely something I'll take with me today. So I appreciate that. I do wonder too if age is a bit of an issue here because he's already 34 years old. His best days, not only athletically, but also just in terms of his glory days in his career, are behind him. Does he bring the same level of energy and the hunger to win and accomplish something for the first time? That's one of the things that made this Magic team special. You see this across the NBA every single year. Part of what made the Magic good is that they cared night after night. They won a lot of games simply on effort. Now, that's only going to take you so far in the playoffs because everybody's trying hard come the postseason. But they won a lot of games simply because on a random Tuesday in Charlotte, they wanted to win a basketball game. And that's not the case for everybody. Is Klay Thompson going to carry that same sort of mentality and attitude? Because Frank, and I'm not judging him. Look, if I was at his stage in the game, I'd be like, you guys go out there and you try hard on Wednesday night against the Hawks. I'm going to take the night off. And I don't think that adding that recipe to the Magic cauldron, pun intended, would be a positive for the team. Yeah. So there are some question marks there. But if you're just talking about his skill set, he is exactly what the Magic need.
I don't think you'd have to worry about him playing hard every single game. There may be games he just doesn't have it because of the injuries he suffered to his legs and his age and all the games he's played. But I don't think an effort thing. Klay Thompson's going to come out there and try to win a basketball game. And, when on that team that lacks shooting, he's going to get his shots up. No doubt about that. But I think he can play well off of Paulo Paycaro. I'm surprised, though, Brendan, you didn't bring up Malik Monk because he's a free agent as well. And I kind of look at Malik Monk as another good fit down there in Orlando. Another guard who could break down the defense, dribble, drive, penetrate, and go off from the three-point line. Just watching Cole Anthony, he's a nice player. Markelle Fultz, nice player. Jalen Suggs, I loved him coming out of Gonzaga, but he can't stay healthy. A guy like Malik Monk could do wonders in that backcourt for you guys down there.
Yeah, I think, they had their exit interviews at the arena or the practice facility the other day, and I wasn't able to make it down there, but from all accounts, it sort of felt like a goodbye from Markelle Fultz. I think he knows, I think the team knows that they can let him go with no cap penalty, and it just didn't really take the step forward that you thought he was going to take after a pretty productive year last season. So I'd be surprised if he was still on the team. Same thing with Gary Harris. Gary Harris kind of folded down the stretch. Yep. His availability was a major issue and just wasn't the knockdown three-point shooter that you kind of need him. That spot in the starting rotation needs to be a 3-and-D kind of guy, and he wasn't really bringing it there. Jalen Suggs, he is the apple of this city's eye. People love him here. He's every team has their fan favorite that other cities don't realize is the actual fan favorite. Like I've learned it recently in Milwaukee, it's Bobby Portis. You would think it's Giannis,
Right.
For Orlando, that's Jalen Suggs.
Wow.
He is all energy, all defense. His 3-point shot got a whole lot better. They're not moving off of him. If anything, they're going to give him a rookie extension in the offseason. Malik Monk, though, I am with you. And I think you could drop him right into the starting lineup. And just given the age and the energy, the trajectory of his career, I think he aligns better with where the Magic are than a guy like Klay Thompson. Look, if Klay ends up with the Magic, I'm going to do backflips on that. But I don't think it's okay, don't get it twisted. But I don't think it's the best move. I think Malik Monk is closer to that top echelon sort of decision for this team because of all the things that you said.
Talking to Brandon Kravitz, 96.3 The Game in Orlando here, talking Klay Thompson potentially moving off the Warriors and going to the Magic this summer. And, you talked about the price point for Klay, and I wonder the price point for free agents, when they look at the market of Orlando compared to some of these other teams, well, within your state, Miami and stuff like that, is there a tax to be paid, if you will, if you are Orlando and you got these young stars and you want to build around them? Maybe you have to pay a little bit more to entice a guy like a Klay Thompson or something like that, or a Malik Monk, right? Because I'm just trying to think, and you can speak well on this, Brandon, Orlando as a market for free agents, what is it exactly? Because I feel like since maybe Dwight Howard prime years, they really haven't been able to land any big fish there.
No, they haven't, and I think what we don't really know is that a market problem or is that an irrelevance problem? Because since Dwight left, this has been largely an irrelevant franchise. I love them, but let's just call a spade. The Miami Heat are the opposite of that. They've been hyper relevant. They took the LeBron, Dwayne Wade years and were able to parlay that into this new culture, and they brand themselves on that, and then added Jimmy Butler to the mix, and they've created an aura around themselves because of winning and because of Pat Riley and Eric Spoelstra. The Magic haven't done that. So I do think that there probably is a premium you have to pay just because you haven't established yourself as a winning organization. But the flip side to it, because there's an argument to be made that, okay, but why? Okay, the state of Florida, you only have one team in the NBA that competes with you on this front, which is no state income tax, which is huge. When you get salaries as big as these guys, that's a big chunk of your overall pay that you don't have to worry about in the state of Florida. The Magic just this last season upgraded their practice facility. That thing is a palace. I mean, I'm talking hyperbaric chambers, nap rooms. I'm not kidding. There are nap rooms.
I could use a nap right now, Brandon. Don't bring up that word. I can use one right now.
Sorry. I used to do morning shows. I understand. You can't bring up nap rooms for morning show, guys. But the place is immaculate. That by itself is, it's like going on a tour of a new house or a new apartment. When everything is new and crispy, you're a lot more. There's a lot more appeal there, and I think that that's part of it. So the cap space, the state income tax, the Taj Mahal of a practice facility, and young stars. Now there is relevancy. You have an all-star in Paolo Banchero, so you shouldn't need to pay that premium, but because you're not the Miami Heat or the Philadelphia 76ers, you probably do have to pay it.
What's the cap space? What is Orlando working with the total cap space going into this offseason, Brandon?
So the projected cap space is around $32 million, and that's with the assumption that guys like Markelle Fultz, Gary Harris, I think those are the big ones, that Chuma Okeke would be part of this, that they're not going to be on the roster, and so that opens up that space. They could actually increase that significantly if they decide they want to move off of Mo Wagner, which I don't think they're going to. He's got a little brother on the team,
right?
And he's a good player. And then Jonathan Isaac, he has a team option for $17 million. They could actually get to 32 is realistic. That's most likely what they're going to be working with in the summer. They could get up to close to $60 million.
Wow,
if they wanted to.
Wow.
So it just depends, but you got to let go of some good players in order to do that. But they have major flexibility. And here's the other thing that I keep having to remind myself. they kind of already have 2 added free agents on the roster. They had 2 top 11 picks in the draft last year. They haven't used them. Anthony Black was the 6th overall pick. He was barely in the lineup. And you get Jet Howard, who played in the G League all year. He was a knockdown 3-point shooter. At least that was his profile coming into the league. We'll see if he can actually do it. But those guys are probably going to be added to the mix. So between those guys, the draft pick they'll have in June at 18, and the money that they can spend in free agency, the core pieces will be the same, but this could be a completely different sort of lineup.
And a team that could contend in the Eastern Conference. A very good step in the right direction for Orlando this season. I love Paulo Banchero from the minute I laid eyes on him when Duke University came out here to Chase Center to play the NCAA tournament. You guys got a real stud down there. Wagner is a player. And you know what? You may have Klay Thompson. Brendan, since the All-Star break, Klay shot 41% from 3 and 46% from the floor. So he's still got that shot in him. Hopefully he doesn't go down to Orlando. I will miss Klay. But Brandon, good stuff, man. Great insight from down there in Orlando. Really good stuff, man. Have a good day.
Thanks, Brandon.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Anytime. Brandon Kravitz, 96.3 the game in Orlando, pre- and post-game for Orlando on the radio airways. We're going to replay some of that sound there as you're listening to 95.7 the game, KGMZ FM in AC1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app. And don't forget, you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter streams. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class Money Market today. Brandon Kravitz down there in Orlando said he would do backflips for Klay Thompson if the price is right.
Bob Barker, that was it right there.
If the price is right.
And right now, and I think you have to overspend a little. Like, that's just, he said a premium. That's exactly what it is for Orlando. When I think of free agent destinations, Orlando is not top of mind. Places like Sacramento, I'm sorry, Sac fans that are listening, RJ and Fairfield, I love you. It's not top of mind. I'm thinking Miami. If I'm in California, I'm thinking of Los Angeles. I don't know if I'm thinking Golden State, but I'm thinking Golden State more so than maybe in Orlando or other places. So if I'm trying to, get a guy like Klay Thompson, who's all he's known as winning is his whole career in NBA and being at the top of the top, yeah, you might have to overspend a little bit, but I'm not sure, just hearing from Brandon there, if they are willing to overspend for a guy that's a little bit older. Now, for a Malik Monk, okay.
Yeah,
D'Angelo Russell, hell no.
Yeah, don't do that. Don't bring him to your culture.
Oh, no.
Do not bring D'Lo down there.
Did you see his pouting during the playoffs on the bench on the side?
Do not bring D'Lo to Orlando. I don't think they're going to mess with that. I don't even think they're going to mess with Paul George because I believe it's a little redundant with Paulo Banchero. I keep Paul George away. Malik Monk is the number one guy for me when I'm thinking about Orlando. Combo guard who could do a lot of things.
Probably should have been the 6th man if he stayed healthy of the year. I know Naz Reid was awesome, but...
And you know what? You compare him next to Jalen Suggs. You can. Because Jalen Suggs will defend his ass off. We know that for sure. And Brandon mentioned it. They love Jalen Suggs down there in Orlando. He's got that fan base in the palm of his hand. So, you know what? That's cool. But when it comes to Klay Thompson, I do wonder what Klay Thompson's market's going to be overall in this league, not just Orlando. Would Philly want him? Would San Antonio want him? Would Miami want him? Do the Warriors want him back? What's the price point? What is the price point for Klay Thompson?
I'm still looking at the Lakers potentially because maybe it's just because his dad played there and the legacy and he grew up a Laker fan. I know you're rolling your eyes at me. But
no. I'm not rolling your eyes. No, that's the thing.
But that's the thing. I think we kind of slept on that.
I see the photoshops of Klay in the Laker uniform. Looks damn good in the Laker uniform.
AI is scary right now with everything. I saw Darvin Ham AI roasting the entire team, just cussing up a storm. I was like, is that real? No, it's not.
Klay Thompson looks good in a lot of uniforms. I love this. I love this whenever we bring up Klay.
I always like the Magic unis, by the way.
I love Echo Pest Control. By the way, good golf tournament. Heard it was good a couple weeks ago.
That drive wasn't from
$2. Bonte, you sure you're not Clake's agent? Calling him Klay Thompson. And that's the problem I have with Warrior fans.
Come on.
We're going to disrespect one of our Hall of Famers in a 4-time champ. You go ahead and do it.
You're just a fan of the guy and of the player.
He wasn't clicking Game 6 against OKC, huh? He wasn't clicking against Boston, was he?
No.
He wasn't clicking in that 2022 playoff run, was he? He wasn't clicking in Game 6 against Houston in 2019, was he?
Because he didn't make a shot against the play-in Kings. We were all like, no one played well in that game. What are we doing? Like Jonathan Kaminga, it came down to Jonathan Kaminga making shots.
Well, listen, Klay Thompson, a lot of you guys are calling him Klay Thompson, but I'm not going to do that. His mama calls him Klay, so I'm going to call him Klay.
Is that the new Russell Westbrook?
Well, Westbrook. Yeah. You want to call him Klay Thompson, take away that shooting.
Yeah.
And the 41% he shot since the All-Star break, and 39% overall, which is good in this league. How many guys shooting 32, 33%? Begging to shoot 30%. But if you take away Klay, how many Clays are going to have on his roster? I mean, you don't have a lot of shooting on the Warriors as is.
Is there a way the Warriors could move off of Klay and still get better this offseason, Bonte?
Possibly, but what does it look like?
That's what I'm trying to figure out right now. Like, I think at the very least, when you bring him back, that's just, you know what? I think for the culture, first and foremost, I think it's great. And you don't want to lose a guy like that, a statue guy. But even if you try to move off of him and it's not at the price point you want, the playoffs aren't over yet. I'm just trying to figure out who you can replace him with that's going to have that level of production.
So is Moses
beyond
Moody?
The arc.
Moses Moody.
He's not Klay Thompson. Shooting the ball, he's not.
You don't think Moses Moody has the ability to step up his game and take another step?
Do I think he's going to be attempting 9+ 3-pointers a game? No.
Maybe not. Maybe not.
I do not think that.
Brandon Podziemski.
No. Do you want him?
There's a lot of growth there for Brandon Podziemski. How much better can he get?
He's a role player going forward, I think, and he showed a lot of promise this year. Trace Jackson Davis and him they were slam dunk all rookie team picks for me, and Mike Dunleavy just knocked it out of the park. But are you expecting a massive jump from last year to this year? I don't know.
That's the question. I don't know what it looks like.
I mean, we were talking about Bonte when I was hosting with you last year on NBA Free Agency Day. We were talking about Moses Moody and Jonathan Kaminga being those guys for you to make you not worry about not adding anyone in free agency. Could those be your free agency kind of picks, right? If they just take another leap forward, then you know what? I could be okay with it. One of them did. Jonathan Kaminga took a leap. Moses Moody, you didn't get the playing time to do that.
There it is. What is Klay's market? Who could step up in place of Klay? We'll continue to talk.
Brandon was really good.
Brandon was really good.
No relation to Lenny Kravitz, I don't think.
No relation at all. But he's down there in Orlando. Brandon Kravitz has a good radio voice. We'll replay what he thinks about Klay Thompson and what the buzz is down in Orlando in free agency. He's throwing up polls. Are Magic fans all in on Klay? Are they all in on Malik Monk? Are the Warriors all in on Klay Thompson? The offseason. It's going to be a very, very good one when you look at the Western Conference right now and what the Warriors need to compete against the likes of the T-Wolves and the Thunder and the Mavericks and the Nuggets. Very important offseason ahead for the Warriors. We'll continue to talk about it here on The Game, brought to you by Lucky California.
Now back to the morning roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky. Take it away, Bonte.
All right, Steph. Hope you're doing well this all season, getting ready for the Olympics. I miss you, Steph. Miss seeing you play basketball,
I can't
man.
wait for the Olympics.
Gosh,
I'm so excited.
Yeah, I am excited for this dream team. I am.
What is the name going to be for this team, Bonte? We had the dream team. We had the redeem team.
There don't need on Team
Well, there's nothing to redeem because we just
better
been winning.
winner will scream team.
Oh, that's not bad.
Yeah.
The Scream Team?
Better
I think that's a
way to
Disney
work
Channel
Scream
movie.
Team. Jeez. By the way, make sure you're subscribed to the Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys podcast. You guys doing one this week? You guys doing one? You bet not do one.
No, I'm giving Shasky the week off.
Yeah.
He's taking time to be a dad today.
So who's stepping up? Who's stepping up for Shasky this week?
Just taking the week off.
Really?
Oh, you're not going to go solo dolo?
You're not going to go solo? You're not going to bring in Kata? Not going to bring in Evan? Mark Grandy for the Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys podcast? You're not even going to ask me to do it? Wow, I can't talk Giants?
Oh, Bonte, do you want to fill in for Shasky?
No, it's too late now. You didn't ask me. I had to beg for it.
Are you going to go to the Coliseum and talk to Bruce Bochy at all? I'll give you a 3 for that, actually. It's pretty good.
Hear exclusive interviews with players.
It's embarrassing, really.
Like Kyle Harrison, maybe Bruce Bochy. Subscribe today on iTunes and Spotify, wherever you like to listen to your podcast. I'm actually heartbroken now that you didn't ask me to jump on a Garlic Fries and Baseball podcast.
Well, I didn't think you would say no. We've asked you so many times to come on the pod, and you're always like, no, I don't want to come on the pod.
You've never asked me to come on a podcast.
A couple times I've asked.
No, you've never asked me.
I like you letting the beat roll on this, too, by the way.
I do like that.
I kind of like
that.
Yeah,
let it ride. Let it ride.
You guys want to hear a cut from Kyle Harrison?
Sure. 7 innings.
No, I was going to get the basketball here. You're not ready.
Your face. Bonte just looked at him.
Taking this crowd by storm. Helped you out last night with his defense.
Oh, yeah.
What's it been like just kind of getting to know him, and then how fun is it knowing that you got a guy who can cover all that ground out there?
Yeah, he's electric. That's a great way to say it. You know, he's a big clubhouse favorite. He's gets the people going, and obviously he's going to take over the city soon enough.
Yeah,
you know, the whole fan club he's got here and the whole chants, and superstar in the making. So
you guys see the Jungkook Lee chants in the dugout?
Yeah, we do. I'll sit in here and we'll all look around and be like, that's kind of sick, you know. So definitely. But I can't say enough about his work off the field and on the field. You know, I mean, I got it firsthand. You know, last night seeing what he can do, and he's been doing that every game. So he's going to keep it up.
All right, let him finish the answer, Lovin.
I'm not mad at that. It's conversational, though.
I'm kidding.
But anyway, Jungkook Lee is going to take over the city. Is Klay Thompson going to take over Orlando?
I don't know.
Well, you got Paolo there. I don't think this is going to be a little hard.
But Jalen Suggs.
I do think Klay could ingratiate himself very well in the Orlando community, though. Like, could you imagine him hanging out with Mickey Mouse? Bring Rocco there to Disney World. Come hang out. Go to they have like the safari there and stuff like that. Klay would be all about the Orlando lifestyle.
I'm just laughing. I'm just laughing, folks. If you're listening on your car
one of those
radios,
Instagram models.
Stop.
Don't talk about that.
We don't talk about that. But I'm just laughing because I love our YouTube audience, and for everybody listening to their car radios, I love you guys too, and everybody watching on Twitch and Twitter. And you talk about the disrespect, man, of a 4-time legend. I am crying at the names that people are bestowing on to Klay Thompson.
Is he getting roasted? Is he getting morning roasted right now?
He's getting roasted.
Why Klay though? Like, no, let's get into this real quick.
Here's what Brandon Kravitz said.
Yeah.
If Klay ends up with Orlando, I'm going to do backflips. Don't get it twisted. But I don't think it's the best move. I think Malik Monk is closer to that top echelon sort of decision for this team. So he prefers Malik Monk. But he ain't mad at Klay Thompson because Orlando, if they do it right, if they move off some good players, the Jonathan Isaac, they have a team option for $17 million. He's been hurt. I would decline that option. You got $32 million stored up. Orlando could have some major cap space where they can get 2 big-time players.
And they're going to have to overspend a little bit. So I heard Brandon saying, you know what, if it's $25 million a year price point, maybe that's too rich for them, but maybe you have to, dip into that premium, if you will, and overspend to get guys like a Klay or a Malik Monk. So it's going to be very interesting to see how things shake out. June 30th is when the NBA free agency period begins, Bonte, and it's going to be the talk for the next month and a half of Klay Thompson. What will they do? What will the Golden State Warriors do or not do?
Yeah.
Again, we were talking about it yesterday. Is it more likely that Klay moves on from the Warriors with Nick Friedel? We were talking about that. Cousin Nick, Odyssey NBA insider. Is it more likely that Klay moves on or the Warriors move off of him? So that's going to be the name of the game the next month or so. And man, why does he get so much hate right now? That's what's kind of bothering me. And maybe it's just social, but this guy has been nothing but class in the community and within the organization for his entire tenure. I love Klay Thompson. America loves Klay Thompson. They have a guy on the team.
No.
All due respect, he's getting more love, and he punched one of his own teammates in the face. Come on. Throw your arms around a guy you can actually root for and want your daughter to date in Klay Thompson. Come on, man. I just don't get it. I don't.
Here's
From someone that's not a Warriors fan.
Yeah, no, you're preaching to the choir. I'm not even going to get into it. And trust me, I deal with some of these idiots every single day. But it's all good. Brady Kravitz, 96-3 the game in Orlando. Here's what Brady Kravitz had to say about Klay Thompson.
I threw out a poll yesterday on my personal Twitter account. I was curious what people thought about the player that is being discussed down here that you want the least. I threw Klay Thompson on there. D'Angelo Russell has a player option that he's probably going to decline. That's a good three-point shooter that's been discussed. Trae Young, maybe the Hawks want to move off of him because it's just not working. And Paul George is a name that's been rumored by Ramona Shelburn, so that's not just plucking a name out of thin air.
Right.
And second place on the voting, if people understood the question properly, which is who do you want the least, was Klay Thompson. It was D'Angelo Russell 1, Klay Thompson 2, and they were pretty neck and neck. So not that that's scientific, but I think it does give us a good idea of I think enough fans in this town understand that great name, great legacy, tremendous talent, but is he worth what you would have to pay him given where he is in his career?
That's Brandon Kravitz on Klay Thompson. Now, I do wonder if the Warriors and Klay don't meet up on the deal and it doesn't happen. Is Moses Moody ready for that starting spot? I like Moses Moody. But does the nation feel like Moses Moody is ready for a big-time promotion with the Golden State Warriors? Because there's a big void to fill. And those are not easy shoes to fill when it comes to Klay Thompson. I hear Steiny all the time talk about Steph Curry. Who's got to replace Steph Curry? Those won't be easy shoes to fill either.
No.
That's going to be tough.
You can't replace those shoes.
But who's going to replace Klay Thompson? It's an underrated big pair of shoes to fill. Sneaky big, right?
Yes.
So is Moses Moody, from what you see from Moses Moody, Dub Nation, 888-957-9570. Because that's going younger. We keep talking about the NBA playoff motto, right? 2024, out with the old, in with the new. And that's what these playoffs have been about. It's with the new wave of NBA superstars, the new wave of talent in the NBA. The Anthony Edwards, the SGAs, the Lucas. Kyrie's been around for a long time, but there's a lot of newness to this NBA postseason. A lot of things we've seen differently. There's no LeBron. There's no KD. There's no Harden. There's no Paul George. There's no Steph right now in these playoffs.
It really is a changing of the guard right now.
So with the Giants, we're thinking about the Giants, and they got a lot of older players, and we want to see the newness. We want to see the youngsters. We're Warrior fans. Are we ready to see the youngsters? Are we ready for Moses Moody to get the start to see what he has? Because we really don't know who he is quite yet after 3 years of his NBA career.
Well, that all sounds well and good, but you better be ready for some growing pains. Like, he's 21 years old, and I know he's been playing the last couple of years, and he's, in the playoffs last year when he came up and, he had to play in that first-round series at times, spot playing here and there. He showed that, he was up for the challenge, but he's not playing as much now, and he's going to be having a larger role you think he's going to take over for Klay Thompson. That's very difficult. And now the fans, I'm having a hard time figuring out where the fans are on this, because if you want to move off of Klay and you want to bring in Moody, I get it, but you also have to deal with the growing pains of you're probably not going to be a legit contender if you're expecting major minutes all season long from Jonathan Kaminga, Moses Moody, Brandon Pajemski, Trace Jackson-Davis, Steph, Draymond. That's not going to be competitive towards those top teams.
We don't know that, though. We don't know that because there's a process.
I'm seeing the players right now, Bonte, with Oklahoma City.
But we haven't seen Kaminga and Moody get this runway. When we did see Kaminga get the runway, he got you 20. And he became one of your best players on this roster. Here's my thing. And look, they're playing at elite levels, all NBA levels. I get that. Asking Moses Moody to play at an all NBA level is ridiculous. But we haven't seen them yet. There's a process to it. Hell, we all forget there's a process to Steph, Klay, and Dre. They didn't win right away. They had to take their bumps in the road. especially Steph.
Yes.
And then they finally got to the playoffs and they go to the second round, they lose to the Spurs. They go the next year, they lose in the first round to the Clippers. They had to go through their bumps in the road too. They had to go through their bumps.
But I'm saying they have to take their bumps in the road next year probably. And that's probably...
And it's a process.
That is a process. And are Warriors fans okay with that? Because I think a lot of Warriors fans are feeling like if they have the perfect offseason, whatever that looks like, they could be back into title contention. And I just don't know if that's a reasonable, scenario for them.
So what if I told you...
And what is the perfect offseason for the Warriors?
What if I told you, say next season, right? They go with Moody and Kaminga. They elevate their roles. Pajimski and TJD, they're also playing as well as they did last year. They elevate a little bit. They add something to their game. Pajimski becomes a better spot-up shooter. Moses Moody becomes a better spot-up shooter, and he does a lot more things with the ball in his hands or whatnot. He becomes more aggressive. Kaminga adds something to his game, but they lose in the second round. So they lose it into the second round. But okay, Moody popped. Kaminga popped. I think Warrior fans will be okay with that. If they can't win a championship next season, I think Warrior fans would be okay knowing, okay, at least I know I got some ballers in JK, Moody, Pods, and TJD. And maybe they can help Steph out in 2 years because that's the timeline.
Yeah.
You want to maximize Steph's window. We feel like Steph has about three, at least, elite years left, although he did play elite basketball post All-Star break.
Well, that's the thing. Stephen Curry's the name I keep coming up with because that's what fans always pivot to. Oh, it was a wasted Stephen Curry. Or, oh, you wasted this, you wasted that. Well, you know what? He's getting older. This is what age looks like, and this is what happens in the NBA. Guys like LeBron James and Stephen Curry, I think they've been fooling everyone. Hell, Tom Brady, that's the exception. That is not the norm, Bonte. Usually, it looks like how it ended with Kobe's career with the Lakers.
Yeah.
He had a major injury, and you know what? He wasn't the player he used to be. And then they made some bad draft picks. They made bad free agency moves, and that's what happened. So with the Warriors, they actually have some good young players, and that's the thing. I'm willing to go all in on the youth movement next year. I just need Warriors fans to be realistic with where they are at in the rest of the league, whether that be the Western Conference, the Eastern Conference. They are a tier below right now, and not just the Warriors. This is the same for the Lakers, and this is the same for the Phoenix Suns right now. There is a tier level happening right now, and the Warriors are kind of in that middle tier area where they could be good. Listen, they had a good season by record standings. Mm-hmm. It was just that everyone else was great.
Everybody else was better. I mean, they won 46 games, but, how much better were they? They were the smallest team in the league. And you look at these playoffs, you better play big. You better have some size and athleticism. And the Warriors are one of the least athletic teams in the league. So you definitely have to get more athletic. That is number one to me. You have to get more athletic in the backcourt. You have to get more athletic in the front court. Obviously, you need two-way players. You don't have two-way players, you're not going to have a big chance to succeed in the playoffs in today's day and age. You look at Minnesota, you look at OKC, these guys got two-way stars. Lockdown defenders, guys who can hit the open three. You got to get some size up in the front court. How you going to navigate Karl-Anthony Towns, Naz Reid, and Gobert? How you going to navigate around Chet Holmgren, who plays up to his size? How you going to navigate with the young guys in Dallas? Daniel Gafford, Derek Lively III. Like, these dudes are ballers, man. And the Warriors don't have that size and athleticism right now. So how do you do that?
And I'm looking at teams that wouldn't even make the playoffs, like a guy like Şengün over in Houston. I'm looking at a guy like Victor Wembanyama in San Antonio. Like, that's also another layer to this. It's not just the teams in front of you. It's the teams behind you that are trying to move past you right now.
The Grizzlies are going to get John Morant back. They're getting John Morant back. Let's go to Greg at Concord. Wants to discuss the Warriors' future here on the Morning Roast. What's up, Greg?
Hey, Concord, Greg.
Hey, guys. Sorry, I'm just getting ready and just actually pulling into my school to start my day teaching.
There you go.
Nice. Where do you teach at?
Can't say.
Oh, you can't say. No, that's fine. What grade?
Keep it a secret.
What grade or what subject?
I teach high school freshmen and sophomores, and I coach football.
Oh, that's fun. That's awesome. Fun.
Yeah. So anyway, I love the Warriors. I love the string to be on, but the way you guys are laying it out, I feel like the fact is they got one, maybe two of Steph as elite, because even this year you could see where he runs out of gas in the tank. And what it sounds like is we're going to be kind of a perennial second round out. And I don't see that unless we find a superstar, we're going to be able to get over the hump to the place where we're actually contending for titles. Like, I think I love what the Warriors have done. I love Steph, but it's almost like either let him play out the string and we're going to see Kobe where he's sad and somebody gives him a charity 80 at the end of his career, or, we move on and we try a new route. But, and I'm fine. I remember the Warriors when they sucked. I remember Run TMC. I remember sitting in the nosebleeds watching them with my pops back in the 80s. But, I'd rather have a decent team. I don't think we're going to be a contending team. And, you guys have listed all the talent that's coming. And as for John Morant, I think he blew his chance. And, well, thank you guys so much for the morning. Appreciate it.
Anytime, Greg.
Thanks,
How
Greg.
many people are willing to take a step back?
Secretive, Greg.
To give the youngsters a chance to play? How many Warrior fans are willing to take a step back to see if these youngsters could pop? Are you willing to go through that for a season, or are you hell-bent on this offseason improving this roster to maximize Steph Curry's window? And what does that look like? What are the names you're thinking about, Dub Nation? What are the names you're thinking about? Let's go to Tim in Raleigh, North Carolina, Spinode. Tim, our main man. What's happening, Tim?
Timmer.
Bonte, what's up, baby? Hey, 100% I'm ready to take a step back. We always show so much apprehension with our young guys, acting as though these Shea Gilgeous and all these guys we are seeing didn't have to start from somewhere. Like, we listen to Spadoni's apprehension when you talk about Moody and Kaminga.
Yeah.
We completely forgetting about the guy gave you 20 a game with nothing drawn up for him and got another off season where he may be a focal point. But for whatever reason, we can't see Kaminga being an Anthony Edwards or a Shea Gilgeous. We can't see Moody being this or that. Why can't we see our guys growing when they're given opportunity? Why do we not feel we have the talent to let fly? I mean, Bonte, 100% I agree. These old heads, what we gonna do about they old, bro? Like, ain't none. You could put KD, you could put Kawhi, you could put Paul George on this team, Bonte. They are not ready to play 4 7-game series against these teams, bro. Like, they not.
Spadoni's got a question for you, Tim. Hold on, Tim. Spadoni's got a question for you.
Well, Tim, no, I didn't want to cut you off, and thank you for doing it for me, Bonte. Steve Kerr is the guy you should be really getting up in arms about, because he's the guy that really doesn't trust Jonathan Kaminga fully yet and Moses Moody yet. If you've listened to him all throughout the season and after the season, it's not just me being apprehensive. It's the head coach saying basically like, hey, you know what? These guys need to show it more and more.
Spadoni, and that is the problem. There lies the problem from him versus a Mike Malone, versus a Ty Lue, versus the others who empower their young guys. They get in their head and make them think they're actually more than what they are. You are absolutely right. This man has implanted it into the fans in this area that our guys are not ready. He's apprehensive. You got to pull his teeth to give Kaminga a compliment. We all see it, we all know it, and we don't even know why. And Bonte, I don't want to put you in a bad position because you got to kind of work for those guys, but I know you see it. But I mean, the only one thing I respect about you is you will hold their feet to the fire. But you see it. The guy has to be, you got to break his wrist to compliment our gun guy. So look at what our young guys are up against. They're not being empowered mentally to go out there and go ball out. They just got that. They just start getting it from their teammates with the way that they were pumping Kaminga up all year. That didn't happen last year. If it's any apprehension we should have, you are absolutely right, Spadoni, because the mental makeup of what Kerr has done to the fans of this area, he has made us believe our guys are not ready for and on that level to grow. And I'm telling you that the mind, when you play sports, when that is 75% of it, is believing you can do it. And that's why I have so much respect for Jonathan Kaminga, because this guy has taken his career in his own hands, and you damn right he went to meeting. You damn right his camp did some things, because you know what? I'm a father of a kid a little older than JK, and I would have did the same damn thing. Because you recognize the talent. You recognize the talent of your child and understand that somebody is not even empowering them or giving them opportunity. So, yeah, right. You're right, Spadoni. This man has played mental games with the fans of this area, and that's why you guys hear what you hear when people call. They don't think our guys got it, but they ready to go shop and get everybody else's young guys. Guys, they got there because people gave them a shot. So, Spadoni, you absolutely right, man. I love that you brought that up because that's where it starts from.
Great call, Tim.
Thanks,
Hell of a
Tim.
call. He's fired up.
I think he mixed my name with Sabonis. He said Saboni.
It's all good.
I kind of like that.
I love Tim's call. He's fired up because the rhetoric about Jonathan Kaminga, it has been a little disgusting. I mean, this guy, since January 4th, when he got benched for those last 18 minutes against the Denver Nuggets, and they go on the 25-4 run, Jokic hits the bank shot to win the game. We're all thinking, damn, another blown game at Chase Center. Wow, how does that happen? And how you don't play Kaminga for the last 18 minutes? He goes to the media once again, says, that's it, I got to go. Steve Kerr, Kaminga have to sit down. Kaminga goes, gets a haircut. It's just it, all he did in 29 minutes of action was drop 19 points a game, 5.5 rebounds, 3 assists, shooting 35.5% from 3 and 55% from the floor. Now, getting better defensively. At times he gets lost defensively, but damn, when he's engaged defensively, he has the potential to be a lockdown wing defender.
Yes.
When you talk about this team getting easy buckets, well, he gets to the free throw line. He got to the free throw line nearly 5 times a game from that point in January 4th. And guess what, Spadoni? He shot 79% from the free throw line. He got better from the charity stripe. He gets to the lane. He could dunk on your head. This guy's a player. But the nastiness of Jonathan Kaminga was on full display when he was out for 6 games with the knee tendonitis. Because the impatience of some fans, the impatience of some media members, well, see, they're a lot better without Kaminga in the starting lineup. Well, see, we're not so sure about Kaminga. He holds the ball too long. You're not playing Warriors offense with that.
They give Andrew Wiggins every single chance, and he's shown you who he is the last couple seasons. He's a guy you can't count on, and I would much rather count on the future of this team and potentially the franchise and Jonathan Kaminga than a guy I know who's not going to be up every single game, whether it's mentally, whether it's physically. I can't tell you. I just tell you what I see on the basketball floor, and it's a guy that is just not engaged 24/7. And Andrew Wiggins. But I know what I'm getting from Jonathan Kaminga.
You get the dude who wants to play.
Yes,
who wants to be great.
Wants to be great and wants to learn.
Yep.
And the only way he's going to learn is if he has some hiccups here and there and he learns from his mistakes. That's the same with Moses Moody extra. So I'm fine. I'm fine, going into the youth movement, but the head coach has to be. It's great for us to say it, Bonte. Where is Mike Dunleavy and Steve Kerr at with this roster?
Yeah, haircut Kaminga was a baller.
That's right, the haircut.
JK from the haircut on was a baller. But he got lined up when he went down to LA.
Exactly.
They played at Lakers on Saturday night. He got a legit barber. And he got us lined up right. He got his ways going.
He played well against the Lakers in that game.
I mean, dude, this guy's a baller. He's a dog. He's a dog. And the fact that Kaminga, that he's being thrown in all these trade rumors, I personally don't want to trade him. He's one of the guys who've actually popped that you picked in the lottery. Now, Andrew Wiggins, yeah, you're right. Andrew Wiggins, he has the potential to be a good two-way player, but we haven't seen it in the last 2 years. No. It is what it is. If you're asking me right now, moving forward, who do I need to start at that spot? It's Jonathan Kaminga.
Not even close to me.
It's not even close. So it starts with Andrew Wiggins. And Andrew Wiggins is a nice guy. I don't even like throwing these guys into trades because I know these guys personally.
We're talking about the player on the court.
Moving forward with the basketball team, I need to see Kaminga get his 30 minutes a night. And I need to see Moses Moody. What the hell does Moses Moody have? Whenever I see Moses Moody play, sure, there's a couple times he gets beat backdoor. Sure, there's a couple times he commits a turnover. But for the most part, whenever I see Moses Moody play, Spadone, he's in the right place at the right time. He has a high IQ. He's got a good shot. Once he started rolling for the three-point line, it's like, wow, look at Moses Moody. He can shoot it.
Very intelligent, very well-spoken.
I'm not mad at Moses Moody.
Yes.
I'm not mad at Moses Moody. I need to see him more. I need to see a little more of Moses Moody. So what does that mean? That means moving off from Klay Thompson. That means moving off from Andrew Wiggins. And is Dub Nation ready for that combination right there? Is Dub Nation ready for Klay Thompson to move on? Truly. We're talking about one of the big three. We're talking about one of the banner guys. We're talking about a Hall of Famer. We'll see if he's a statue guy, but he's in the conversation for that. But here's how Orlando's feeling it. Brady Kravitz, love it if you can. What is there? Does Klay fit in Orlando? Let me know when you pull it up. Because Brady Kravitz, 36-3 in Orlando, said he would do backflips for the right price. Let's go ahead and play some of these cuts, Lubman. Go ahead and play. Give me Brandon on Klay being the perfect fit down there.
In like a best case scenario, he's the perfect fit for the Magic. He has a championship pedigree, by all accounts, from what I understand on the East Coast. Good locker room guy. I mean, he's played second fiddle or third fiddle his entire career, which is what you don't want to bring in somebody that's going to usurp Paolo Banchero in his rise towards an All NBA star. Klay Thompson would not get in the way of that. He's still a knockdown three-point shooter. He's better than anybody else that's on the Magic roster in terms of three-point shooting, even in a slightly diminished state. So the answer is yes. But at what price point? He talked about the financials as well. What is the right price for Klay Thompson? To me, it doesn't come down to Klay Thompson, the player. The Klay Thompson, the player right now, is a perfect fit. And Magic fans should be clamoring to add someone like that to their roster. I think he would be a tremendous help. The problem is, does Klay Thompson view himself as a $25 million a year player rather than a $40+ million a year player? To me, it comes down to dollars and cents.
Right.
If you sign Klay Thompson $40+ million a year over 3 or 4 seasons, I think you're tanking your cap in a negative way, and it's ultimately not going to pay off. If you get him on a discount, then great, but come on.
I don't think Klay's looking for $40 million a year. I'm not going to speak for him.
I don't think so.
Because I don't think he get $40 million a year in today's landscape with the way last season played out. But 25, 30? What are we talking here? What are we talking with Klay?
25 is realistic for him.
And is it the years? If you're a Warrior fan, you willing to give Klay 25 a year at this point? I think Casey Marin thinks differently. Casey, what's happening? You're on the road, so you're on 95.7 The Game. What up, Casey?
What's up, Casey?
Lovin, wake up. Wake up, Lovin. Casey.
Morning. I appreciate you guys. Good morning, gentlemen. I appreciate you guys starting with Klay. Klay is my GOAT. He's the greatest athlete in my heart of all time. But I never want to see him in a Warriors uniform again until he retires because he is aged out. The problem I see with the Warriors, and I'm sure other cities have this, Bay Area has very romantic fans. They fall in love with a name a little bit more than the team in front. And as a result, those teams can take a dive because the organizations keep those players longer and longer and longer just to appease the fans. And while I love Klay, he's got to go. And while Dre's a GOAT, he needs to go. And I'll throw it out there. I'm of the opinion that this is an interesting summer that Steph is playing in the Olympics because I think if he wasn't representing the Dubs, I think he should be involved in trade talks because the Warriors' future is looking very bleak with a Draymond and Steph team that is taking such a significant portion of their cap space.
So let me hold on, KC. Let's rewind it. I want to make sure you're clear. If Steph wasn't part of the Olympics, and don't forget the All-Star game is coming to Chase Center next season, February 2025. So you need your marquee players there to kind of spotlight that All-Star game.
You'll have Kaminga.
Yeah, hopefully Kaminga in the dunk contest.
Kaczynski.
But if you're saying if Steph wasn't playing in the Olympic Games, that you'd want to entertain trade talks by trading away the franchise's best player they've ever had.
Yeah, everybody can be traded. Wilt was traded.
Yeah.
Mullen was traded.
Wow.
I mean, let's come on, guys. This is a sports franchise. This isn't an individual's team. Mm-hmm. I would love for the Warriors to be powerful in 8, 10, 12 years. If Steph stays on this team long term, he's going to be taking such a cap hit that they will not be able to do anything. And I think that the Warriors fans need to start looking at the front of the jerseys instead of the back of the jerseys. Let's be honest. Podziemski, come on. Do you really see him as a starter in the NBA or a top reserve? No. That dude should be kicked out with any trade immediately. Moses Moody, Kaminga. Come on, guys. Let's look at this franchise.
I'm just listening. Everybody. I value every. Hey, listen, Casey. I'm gonna let you finish. I value everyone's opinion. I may not agree with it. You know, like my guy Sabo, he has an opinion. I respect it. He may be wrong about everything he says, but I don't know. He keeps at me, KC. But I respect your opinion. You just want you want to blow this thing up and start to rebuild right now, then, huh?
We're not a playoff team. We're not even a play-in tournament playoff team. We can't get out of anything. We've got no first-round picks in the future. The ones that we get will be in the mid-20s. What future does this team have with Moses Moody on the starting floor, with Brandon Pajemski as the 6th or 7th man? What future is that team?
Wow.
What future is it?
So you're not high on Moody then? 12? You're not high on Moody, huh?
He's one of the nicest people I've ever had.
That's the worst thing you could say about an athlete, Casey. That's the worst thing you could ever say. Oh, he's a nice guy. Well, then you don't really care for him.
Good call.
Thank you. Look. That was more Casey in Palo Alto doing his best Brian in Palo Alto impression right there.
I thought it was BPA for a second. I thought it was BPA for a second.
But I appreciate the passion. Hey, I think that speaks for a segment of Warriors fans right now. They're ready to rip the Band-Aid off entirely.
So wait,
but Stephen Curry,
hold on.
But Stephen Curry is
but he said,
I said a segment. I didn't say a large segment.
Yeah, but he said if he wasn't playing in the Olympics, he'd want to blow this entire thing up.
Well, isn't that more of the reason? Because he's going to be talking to all these other players and teams. Doing maybe trade talks.
Are some Warrior fans? What's the date? June 30th when free agency, the legal temporary period. Correct. And there's going to be lion season happening all throughout June. And we'll get little tea leaves here and there. Like we're good tea leaves about the NFL schedule coming up.
Next Thursday.
Is it next Thursday?
That's what Adam Schefter reported yesterday.
Damn.
I know.
I think the Niners are playing in Ireland.
Ireland?
Or somewhere in the UK.
Top of the morning to you.
Large Notre Dame presence there. Joe Montana.
Man, I have to get that. I saw Joe Montana at Bayer Sports Hall of Fame.
Oh, did you?
He was in the building.
Oh, there's a flex. Shout out to Flex Moment of the show. That was one from the past.
No, he was just there. I didn't say I was talking to him, but I didn't take a picture with him. No, I'm not flexing at all.
Steve Young there too?
I saw him. Steve Young was not there.
Oh, okay.
Was not there.
Alex Smith?
Alex Smith was not there.
Okay. I'm just going.
They've got another. There's another event happening tomorrow. I think Willard and Dave's going to be broadcasting.
Dwight Clark.
Dwight Clark.
Yes.
Yeah. So a lot of guys will be there down in, I think, the San Jose area.
Okay. And Warren Dids will be live from there.
Yeah. Yes. I'm not going to make that one. That's a little bit of a drive, and
Bougie Bonte. Yeah, he doesn't drive that far.
No, I drive. No. I drive. Okay. I drive.
It's actually nice to drive when you have the kid too already. So it's just to get out of the house.
Yes. I love it.
Yeah, I need to drive.
I need to drive.
That is my cleansing period. To and from this station is driving in my car. Now I'm angry half the time because of Bay Area traffic, but once I get onto the Bay Bridge and there's no traffic, it's nice. It's going to be toasty out there today, ladies and gentlemen.
How many Warrior fans after watching these playoffs right now? We're talking about connections to players and connections to teams and the soul of the city, and Xavier talking about the connection and how you be relevant in the pick market, all that stuff. Can the Warriors remain relevant without making playoff appearances? Will they remain relevant if you did the unthinkable and traded Steph? Now, I'm not entertaining that. But you just heard Casey and Marin saying, let's blow it up.
Well, I tell you how you become irrelevant is trading that guy.
Well, how many Warrior fans are willing to blow it up because of the future? The future's not guaranteed.
We talked about this a little bit last week when we had Scott Osler on. And remember, when we had people calling in, not so much on air, but the people who I was screening, they were really irritated over the notion of getting into this trading Steph Curry idea here. So I think some fans, maybe they are for it. A lot of Warrior fans, I don't think they want to even entertain the thought at all.
Wow.
Well, he's the face of the franchise and one of the faces of the league, both nationally and internationally. He is a massive brand and icon for the sport. I heard Casey, this isn't Chris Mullin. All due respect. I love Chris Mullin. He's not Stephen Curry. Wilt Chamberlain, highlights of him is in black and white. Mm-hmm. He's not different level we're talking about with the eyeballs in today's game. He would be like trading Kobe. LeBron's not the same because he's been to different teams, but he's not LeBron. It's more of the Tim Duncan, Kobe, Dirk. Those guys didn't leave. Even the diminished aspects of themselves. The Buss family knew what Kobe meant to that community and that fan base. Mark Cuban knows what Dirk means. I don't know who the owner is of the San Antonio Spurs. They knew.
And they had some lean years at the end of it.
Yes.
Some lean years. Are we ready for that Dub Nation? Because you didn't make the playoffs this year. We're in the play-in game and lost to Sacramento and got rolled. All right? That's just the reality of it.
Yep.
And now we're watching these young guns in the playoffs kind of give us a dose of reality and a reality check saying, yeah, we may not be that team right now. We may not be that team anymore. So what is the quickest path to becoming that team again? Can one all season get you back to the top of the Western Conference? What players are they? Boy, oh boy, let's go to Sean in Oakland. Sean in Oakland, you're on the roast here on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, Sean.
How you guys doing?
What's up, Sean?
Stupendous.
I just wanted to say that the Warriors are doomed. The moment that all these old players get out of there, we don't have a future. It's over with. We should have traded Steph and Klay back when they had some real value. Draymond, too.
So, wait, they just won a championship 2 seasons ago. You wanted to trade them after the championship season?
Right after that.
Right after that, you would have traded Steph and Klay after a championship.
Sean.
Right after that, I would have built my team.
Come on, man.
I love you, Sean.
God.
After a championship, you want to trade Steph and Klay. After their 4th ring. Come on, man.
What is this?
Come on. All right. Now, Flushing was brought to you by... Where's my read? Shout out to our friends at Floyd Water Plumbing and Trade. If you're going to call it to the roast, you better bring it, because if you don't, you will be flushed like Shaw was. Brought to you by Floyd Water Plumbing and Trade. You're not... Let's just go to the injury report.
He said he didn't have value.
Yeah, let's go to the injury report.
Oh.
Ow! All right, trading Steph. I'll let Casey and Maria go on because I just wanted to hear the end of it. That's what's going to... But when you say...
He said there's no value with Stephen Curry right now.
When you say you would have traded them right after the championship, that's when you got to get flushed.
I'm getting a
You got to get
haul
flushed right there.
for Stephen Curry right now, Bonte.
Come on, man.
I'm getting a haul. And no, I'm not doing it. But if I did, best believe I'm asking for a king's ransom.
All right, we got Brandon Kravitz hits down in Orlando, 96-3 the game in Orlando. Brandon Kravitz joined us at the 6 o'clock hour to discuss Orlando and their thirst for Klay Thompson. Is there a thirst there? Are they all in on Klay? The Klay experience. We'll play some of those cuts, plus take your calls. Are you ready for the youngsters to start? Are you ready to take a step back? Where is Dub Nation at? Plus, we'll talk about the connections to the city. Brian Sabian joined Stridey Guru yesterday. Plus, Brendan Ayuk reports. Got an update with Brendan Ayuk, or was it an update? We'll talk about that. But the injury report, of course, Patrick Bailey is tied on a concussion list. May not last that much longer. He's improving from the concussion he sustained over the weekend, and is expected to start light baseball activities today. Jorge Soler has been absent from the Giants lineup the last few games due to shoulder soreness. He's listed as day-to-day, but has been available to pitch it, so that's good news for Soler. Hopefully he get his bat rolling for the Giants. The injury report brought to you by Boxer Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping get your workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on the game? Brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking. No compromises, Warrior phone calls. Got cuts about Klay Thompson, and Ayuk update, I should say. And Pat Riley, we'll play more of the Pat Riley stuff because I think it is relevant.
I can't get enough
to what
of
we're
that,
talking
man.
about it. Oh man, Pat Riley, the Godfather.
Gordon Gecko.
How many of those guys are left in these leagues? Oh, I love every bit of it. All right, more coming up on the Russ Spinoni in for Shasky. game up here on a Wednesday. Good morning, folks. Everybody out there getting off the graveyard shift, the overnight dancers, the ballet dancers, the hip-hop dancers.
Baby Nora's in ballet.
Baby Nora, I saw that.
So.
Hey,
she's crushing it.
Hey, she's got a good curtsy bow?
She's like, for a 1-year-old, I was very impressed.
Yeah. Have you participated in ballet class yet?
So, yep, I have.
I've run around with the flags.
The little, that you'd be a butterfly and stuff like that.
Yeah. We're on that. We're on that. Shout out to YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal first-class money market. YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, the callers, the Xfinity mobile text line, the cops, the homicide detectives, all the Little League baseball players, high school prom season. Prom season's in full effect.
It is.
Hey, you gentlemen out there, treat the ladies with respect. Get them home by 10 o'clock,
Ladies
will
treat
you?
the gentlemen with respect as well.
Absolutely.
Goes both ways.
It goes both ways. Get these girls home before midnight. No, when my daughter goes to prom in 15 years, better have her ass home by 10:30.
We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see.
Bonte's definitely going to be the guy driving behind the limo, making sure everything's going all right.
I will. I'll be there, pick her up. No, son, you will
He'll
not
be hiding in
jumping
the
her off at
bushes
the
with the
front door.
binoculars.
No, you're going to be there. You're going to be doing a pre- and post-game show of the Warriors in the playoffs then. It would be Jonathan Kaminga's last dance with the Golden State Warriors.
My ass will be fired by then, trust me.
Oh, no.
Oh, the nurses. Hey, I'm sorry, Arizala. Hopefully I'm saying that correctly. The nurses. It was just Nurse Week, right? It was National Nurse Week, I believe.
Sure.
No, it was something like that. Yeah, Nurses Week right now.
No, shout out to
to the nurses. I love you,
pediatrician
nurses.
Shout out to pediatricians. They listen to the morning roast Monday through Friday. The Sutter Health Urgent Care Pediatrician / office over in Berkeley, over off of Milvia Street, I think it is. So shout out them.
I know people.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you know people.
What's up, Brianna? What's she doing? Detroit? Was she hanging out the draft?
I don't know. London. What's Brianna doing, London?
She's getting into the fashion scene lately.
No, she knows people. I want to know what she knows about Klay Thompson. And is he going to be a Golden State Warrior?
She does have
next year?
sources.
She does.
She does have sources. Who is it? Dr. Joy Garg and Mike Rosenthal. Work with my girl Alex. They listen to the show. They're also friends with Mark Willard. Go figure.
Oh.
They're friends with Mark Willard, so they love me and Mark Willard.
That's great company right there.
Yeah, I got the picture right here. They're always listening, so shout out to those guys doing the damn thing, doctors and nurses. But it is Nurses Week, so shout out to all the nurses out there.
My brother is a nurse, Mikey. There you go.
Yeah. Brianna knows people. She does. She's in the fashion hub. She's in the fashion hub.
DMs to say hi.
How do you know that? How do you know that, Lubin?
Uh-oh.
How do you know
She's
that?
been posting all of like her
Where?
fashion stuff on Instagram.
Oh, there you go.
her?
We mutually follow each other. That is true.
There you go. If you call into the roast, you could get a follow by Sam Lubin. Or Joe
I
Spadoni.
think she followed me first.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, wow. Wow, what a
Not
flex.
that stuff matters.
Oh.
It matters to some people. I don't care.
It's the flex moment of the show.
It matters. Oh, it matters. It matters. Carter, by the way, told everybody yesterday in his final thoughts, take the Celtics minus the what, 12.5?
Yeah, it covered.
Yeah, it covered easily.
Good job.
Good job,
Nailed
Carter.
that.
There you go.
Who you got tonight? Knicks, Pacers.
Ooh, that's a tough
You got
one.
Pacers?
What's the line on that game, actually? Knicks, Pacers.
I might go risky tonight and take at the game going to overtime.
Wow. You talk about degenerate.
5.5, I'm seeing here.
You talk about some degenerates
Pacers
here.
plus 5.5. I don't know about that. Although
like
their ball movement, I'm very impressed. I'm just watching the NBA basketball right now in the playoffs. Like teams like the Pacers, man, and I forget who was on the call. The name's blanking me, but they made the reference that their offensive style reminds them of the Warriors, and you're just seeing the blueprint of what Golden State did early on in that run. You're seeing it everywhere in the NBA now. And the league's caught up and moved past them. That's why this is also so hard to watch, Bonte, if you're a Warriors fan. It's like, we started this, and now the league said, oh yeah, bet, we'll be there.
Yeah.
You'll get older one day, and we're going to be the young guys.
Yep.
And they're flexing
And that's
on
where
them.
we're at.
Yep.
That's where we're
They're
at.
flexing on Steph. They're flexing on LeBron and Kevin Durant.
Ricky Guru asked Ricky Henderson the other day at the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame.
If I could be a fly on the
Ricky
wall.
goes, what's up with our Warriors, man? And you know what Ricky said? You can't win all the time. And that's just the nature of sports.
And that's a guy who did a lot of winning.
He did a lot of
Ricky
winning, but he's
Henderson.
right. You can't win all the time. By the way, 510 Xfinity Mobile Text Line, Milpitas High School CPI program. Good morning to you guys. And it is Teacher Appreciation Month. Teacher Appreciation.
I love teachers.
And Teacher Appreciation Month and week. This week, that's from the 925. So nurses, teachers, you get all the flowers. Teachers, treat your teachers with the utmost respect. Like I always say, crack them damn books, kids. Get that education
like
on.
Tony Soprano said, right? That's where
Like
you go.
Tony Soprano
Tony
said.
Soprano
Crack them damn books.
never read a book in his life except for Sun Tzu's The Art of War, because he quotes it all the time
He
throughout the
does quote it
series.
all the time.
And it's also Asian American and Pacific Islander month.
All right.
There
How
you
many
go.
months can we? All right. That's the cap on it. That's enough month.
Well, shout out my lovely mother-in-law Diana from the Philippines. My wife
shout
is
out
half
to her.
Filipino.
Yeah,
There
I
you
love
go.
all the Filipinos. You know I do. I love them all. But I mean, we got weeks for everything now. Let's just give the nurses and teachers.
Well, this is the whole month.
And the Filipinos, their month. Give them their month and their weeks. But damn, do we need a name for every damn day?
Yes. It's
Every
all
day's
inclusive.
something.
This is San Francisco, Bonte. We are inclusive
What is
here.
it? National Pretzel Day with hot cheese?
Well, I'll let you know.
Tomorrow's going to be National Hot Dog Day.
pretzels with hot cheese sounds great.
Somebody's going to, 2 weeks later, it's going to be, Happy National Ice Cream Day. Well, you know what? In my household, we celebrate ice cream every damn day. Because Cesar always wants some strawberry ice cream.
I love strawberry. Hey, that's a great taste in her. I love strawberry ice cream.
I mean, good Lord.
You guys want to know what tomorrow is?
What?
Tomorrow is Hooray for Buttons Day.
See, that's
Buttons,
ridiculous.
yay!
Yeah, that's just ridiculous.
It's also National Children's Mental Health Day.
There you go.
Oh, Chris
It's all
Sims asking. Chris Sims asking, when's Radio Host Week?
Wait, Phil Sims' son? Chris Sims? She's checking in?
No, Chris M.
Oh, Chris M. I thought you said Chris Sims. Sorry.
Chris M.
Yeah.
Chris M.
Well, today's National Coconut Cream Pie Day for those of you
Is
who
it?
care. Yes.
See, that's too much.
I like
That's just too
coconut
much.
cream pie.
Listen, Radio Host Week. What is that? What is Radio Host Week?
Isn't that during
We
the
need to
Super-
have our day.
That's Super Bowl. That's Radio Row.
No,
you guys were out there.
no. We weren't at Radio Row.
No, but you were out in Las
we were-
Vegas.
Yeah,
in the most sad studio I've ever seen in my entire life.
thanks, Matt Nahiga.
It was so
We
depressing.
could have been at the Wynn Hotel, the
You
Blue
guys-
Wire studio.
and you guys were there for 2 days
We coulda-
after.
look, we met with that lady who ran to Vegas, and she did not hide the fact that she was big time MAGA. I brought up Sleepy Joe, and she said, Trump. I said, you're out of your mind, lady. Anyway,
A lot of casinos.
The Wynn Hotel.
Tremendous.
The Wynn Hotel had a great studio, but no, let's go.
The biggest
off the
studios.
strip.
The greatest quality.
Oh, there's really a national something day for every damn thing.
You know what else is today is Free Trade Day.
Oh.
So are we going to be talking about some Warriors free trades this summer?
Not free. It better not be
Well, I guess
free.
they're not going to be free, but
No.
they'll be very pricey trades.
No, we're not going to. No, there's no trades. Where's Radio Week? When's Radio Host Week? So I can take that week off.
I'll let you know. Radio host.
Sounds like a perfect week for vacation. Perfect.
I'll let you know. But
All right, let's go to David Frizzo there while you let me know. Dave, what's happening? What's going on?
I'll let you know.
Boys, man, what is going on? I get in the car and I hear trade Steph Curry. We cannot say that on the airwaves. I'm sorry. That should never be uttered out of anybody's mouth. You know, like, what are you trading for? Picks? Like, this is not the NFL where first-round picks are golden. You can pretty much, get something. In the NBA, it's always a crapshoot. In any given draft, you'll be lucky to get one superstar and a bunch of role players. So if you're trading Steph Curry, I don't care if he's 50. I'm never trading him because the future is going to be a gamble. You can have 30 first-round draft picks, and they can never amount to anything. I'd rather stick with what I know. And, he's playing at still a high level. Now, he just needs some help. Trading him is just out of the question. I don't care how old he gets because you can have all these draft picks and do what with them? It's too much of a gamble. It's not as easy. Oh, yeah, we just have to blow it up and do what? Because the NBA, you better find that star, and it's not a fact, though, that you're going to get in the draft. So I'm holding on to Steph. At least I know what I have. Now, if you want to trade Wiggins or something for some picks, okay, we can entertain that. But Steph, I'm not trading him. I don't care how old he gets. He's gonna be a Warrior as long as he wants to be here.
Yeah, good call, Dave.
He's a
and
Warrior.
I think a lot of Dub fans feel like that. They do not want to trade Steph.
No. National
And
Radio Day,
especially-
by the way, Bonte. It's just a day. It's February 25th. It already passed.
It's just a day.
Yeah.
We don't get a day.
We don't get a week. Or a
We
month.
don't get a week. or a
National
month.
Radio Day was
We
Sunday,
get-
February 25th.
Sunday, February 25th.
So it was on
Great.
Sunday.
Hey, you did
when
get
we
that
were
day
on.
off.
Yeah, you did.
Wow.
Well, he might have worked that day. I don't know.
No,
You have to look
he
at the
knows
Warriors
it radio.
schedule.
Well, that's TV, though. This
That's
is National
true.
Radio Day, not National TV Day. That's a different
That
day.
sucks. That really ticks me off. It really does. We get one day,
We get no
February
respect on
25th.
radio.
Everybody's on vacation February 25th. That's what we're trying to Wow, that just sucks.
You have to have the mindset that every single day you're on air is National Radio Day.
Yeah,
This is the first time people are hearing it, Bonte.
Yeah,
really quick, October 23rd is National TV Host Day. Though,
Oh.
October 23rd?
October
Ooh, I like
23rd.
that. I like
So
that.
there you go. You can have that day off from NBC.
Yeah, because the season doesn't really start until that week in the
Preseason.
NBA.
So there you go.
August 20th apparently is National Radio Day. That's the 925.
Well, I said National Radio Day. You just type it in right there. It says Sunday, February 2024. Just type it into
So we
Google.
get 2 days.
There you go.
Do we get 2 days or 1 day?
We get the 25th of February, then we get the 20th of August.
Is that true, or are you just throwing
That's
that
how
out
I'm
there?
interpreting it. And that's a Tuesday, which is a weekday. So I would rather have that day off than that Sunday, the 25th.
Well, let's hope that the Golden State Warriors are not going to take any days off this summer because they need to be hammering the phones, Bonte.
Well, they'll be locked in on National Free Agency Day.
Well, that's June 30th. And we brought up the name. I want to get in on this conversation real quick because what do you think Andrew Wiggins' value is right now around the league? He's still relatively young, okay? He's shown tremendous promise. He's shown that he could be at the very top of his powers, Bonte, the second best player on a championship team. And that is nothing to scoff at. That was a Scottie Pippen level performance in that playoff run with Andrew Wiggins a couple seasons ago.
Yep.
But he's been inconsistent. He's had to deal with stuff off the court. He's had some injuries. Right. I don't know if he's involved as much as he can be on a day in and day out basis on the floor. Where are you at with Andrew Wiggins in this offseason?
When I look at that contract, 3 years left, Spadoni, and obviously when the final season of the contract is a player option, and I see where Kaminga's at, and I see where Moody's at, and I don't know if Klay's going to be around. I think it is time. It feels like Andrew Wiggins needs a change of scenery. And the personal issues are the personal issues, man. You just got to take care of that. And I respect it and I understand it. But on the team, how many times did we hear Klay, Steph, CP3, Steve Kerr? Andrew Wiggins is important to us. We need Andrew Wiggins to be aggressive. We need him to not go 4 to 5 possessions without touching the basketball. And you know what part of that is? You got to want to have the ball. You got to give me that.
Yes.
Got to be aggressive. Guys who want the ball, get the ball. Guys who want the ball, get the ball, and they shoot.
I just don't think that's his mindset.
It's not his mindset, and maybe it's not his nature. So, you know what? You may have to part ways. If you want to get better, it almost feels like you certainly have to deal Wiggins to either get a player, picks, something that could help you next season and move off that money. It almost feels like it's imperative to move off him. That's where I'm at with Andrew Wiggins. I love Wiggs. I love who he is. But can you count on him to be consistent day in and day out? In the last 2 years have proven that you can't really do that. You can't count on him to be consistent. And so that's why he needs to change a bit. And maybe it's the offense. Maybe it's the evolution of the offense. Maybe you need to go more pick and roll, more ISO. I don't know. But Wiggs, I would start there. I would try to move off of him more so than trying to move off of Klay Thompson. That's for damn sure. Because I can't count on the jumper.
No.
I just can't. Too many inconsistencies, but
And it's always, he'll have that one game and fans are like, oh my God, he's back. If he can just do that the next game, but he doesn't. Or he does it for 2 games and then he's just has one of his Andrew Wiggins stat lines that he had 50 times this year where it's 11 points, 3 of 8, couple boards, an assist, a block, and then it's just like he gets lost out there. You forget he's on the screen half the time. And for a player of his caliber, going number 1 overall out of Kansas and the level of expectations he has had in his career, this was easily his worst season of his basketball career. And I just don't think you could bank on him ever returning to that form consistently for the Golden State Warriors. And you need some consistency. If he's not going to give me a player like Jonathan Kaminga that I know wants the ball and is going to try to score or try to do something, try to be creative. And I keep using that word try, and maybe it's unfair of me to, bestow that on Andrew, not saying he's trying, because I don't know what's going on in his brain. None of us do. And listen, and there's shows and days where I'm off and I'm not doing well, and I would hate for people to be crushing me constantly because I'm quote unquote inconsistent like that. But the Warriors are at an inflection point right now when it comes to their future in this league, being contenders or not, and I just can't count on that guy who is just inconsistent. It just is what it is at this point. Nothing against him as a person or anything like that.
Not at that price point. We're talking basketball.
And I'm looking at a guy, and maybe this team scoffs at it, but I'm looking at a team, and you always say there's a sucker in the NBA, and there's not a lot of suckers right now, I would say.
Well, you don't know that yet.
There's a team, though, that you did business with last year in the Washington Wizards. And I'm looking at a player. I don't know if it's going to be like for like the same thing, and then maybe you have to attach a pick or something else. Does Kyle Kuzma do anything for you?
No, I'd rather have Avia.
Do you think he's a young piece for them, though? Still,
he is, and I just would rather have that.
And he showed a lot of improvement. There's Denny Avdia, obviously out of Israel.
I like him. I like him a lot.
Okay.
That's the guy. If Washington wants to do business, and you're probably not going to get him for Andrew Wiggins, no doubt.
He's 23.
He's 23 years old, but
ninth overall pick back in 2020.
Yep, but he rebounds, he passes, his efficiency. You look at it for the three-point line, shoot 37% from the free throw line, 51% from the floor.
6'9", he's
6'9", 210, can stretch the floor, spacing. I will love him as opposed to Kyle. Kyle Kuzma's a good player, but I don't know how he fits into this offense. 6'9". When he's motivated, he's 28 years old. You are getting younger.
I think he's a better scorer than Wiggins.
I think he would, he compliments Steph.
He does.
I'd listen to Kyle Kuzma.
He could be a little bit of a knucklehead at times on the court, obviously, but...
I mean, what's the money at, though, right now for Kuz?
I'm looking at it right now. So he's signed through 2027, and his annual cap hit is looking 23 million, 21, 19.
That's it?
That's it.
Damn.
I'm not mad at that.
I'm not mad at Kyle Kuzma.
He gives you
for that price point.
He checks. I'm trying to check.
You said no. You're out on the Kyle Kuzma.
I'm trying to check boxes right now, and he's one of the few players that you may be able to have right now that checks length, athleticism, and can score. So, if that's what we're trying to do, that's a perfect candidate for me. I know a lot of people think of him.
Played next to LeBron
he dated
and the Lakers.
Dated a Kardashian. He was a Laker.
Who cares about all that?
Who cares all that?
Who cares about all that? Who cares?
He's got to leave that fashion in Washington.
Oh, who cares about the fashion?
Now, he is a 33% three-point shooter. That's,
style.
He shot 36% with the Lakers one year. Actually shot 36% twice with the Lakers, but he's been down to 34, 33, 33.
Bad team,
no doubt. A lot of spotlight on you. You're going to play easier basketball because of the gravity of Steph Curry. Spinoni, I'm not mad at the Kuzma comp. I would rather have Avia.
Yes.
But I'd settle for Kyle Kuzma. That's not a bad...
I think that's a net positive for the Warriors. If we're looking at trying to get better in ways you can do that, and if you're trying to move off a guy who's inconsistent with Andrew Wiggins, I think that's a move that could be good for both parties, because also you'd be pairing Wiggins with this guy in Jordan Poole, who they were tight, Bonte. I mean, you're close to the team.
Yeah.
That whole Poole situation, I know, bothered Andrew Wiggins.
No doubt.
It did. And
we don't know it, but it had to.
Yes.
It had to. I'm not. Some people say Kuzma's a bigger Nick Young. No, thank you.
No, he is not a bigger Nick Young.
Now, Corey Kispert, Wiggs for Avia and Corey Kispert, that's a hell of a deal.
Well, that's...
Kispert can hit the three. I like that, SC. That's a good proposal. As we talk trades and we talk Warriors offseason here.
Gonzaga Bulldogs.
But we got another call.
Oh.
You're not going to believe this. Not only did we just get another call, we got another call about this subject with Steph and Curry.
Oh, my goodness.
Robert in Fremont. What is happening, Robert? Robert.
Careful, Robert.
Lubman. Let's go.
It's all right.
Lubman, I'm sorry. My bad. I'm so sorry.
You're all good. You're all good, Robert.
Yes, I'm one of those guys. If you guys know basketball history, my biggest fear a couple of years ago, actually, was we were going to turn into the late 80s Boston Celtics, and I never want that. I'm one of those guys who believe in the front of the uniform and not the back. And as much as I love Steph Curry, he's the guy that's going to bring a new infusion of players in here. Not draft picks, who cares about that? But if we can get some nice young mid-level talent, a couple of guys, maybe one good guy who has star potential potentially, we have to be able to make that trade and move forward, man. We can't just... You guys know basketball as much as I do or anybody else do. Can you name me one basketball team in the past, a championship team moving forward, who had a point guard who was damn near 40 years old? A successful team with a point guard who was damn near 40 years old. Name me one team who was successful.
No,
well, the Phoenix Suns with Chris Paul a couple of years ago went to the finals, but he was 38,
36, 36, but he wasn't the guy. Devin
Booker
was the guy.
37, yeah.
Devin Booker was the guy.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So,
I get what you're saying.
Steph Curry, he's getting tired through mid-games, and so that's why he has so many sloppy turnovers, and you can just see it.
Yeah.
Like the level is going down, and so make that move while you can. That's all I'm saying. For the future purposes, you have to.
I hear you. I don't think you have to yet. But Spinoni, we kind of knew with the way the season was playing out that question would pop up more and more and more. And no, I'm not trading 30. I'm going to make that clear before somebody aggregates us and clips us. We're not entertaining Steph and Curry. Those are not our opinions.
We're not trading Steph and
We're not trading Steph, but everybody's allowed to have an opinion. And that's why this offseason is so tenuous for the Golden State Warriors. We don't know what's going to happen here. Do you get younger? Do you get older? Whew. $10 Ion spent here to say,
wow.
I think Pods will make a leap shooting threes. He shot 43.8% at Santa Clara, and he'll have an offseason practicing with the best shooter to walk the earth. I do think Pods, what is Pods' ceiling? Can Pods take that leap? Because if he starts draining some threes, that's a difference.
I think he is at his best. What he could be is maybe a 6th man of the year candidate. Can he be like what a Malik Monk could be for the Sacramento Kings and has been? Different, but skill set wise, I think
he does a little more to Moses Moody. He rebounds better.
Steve Kerr.
Not Moses Moody, Malik Monk. He rebounds better.
He does rebounds better. I think I was very impressed with his passing ability. Now, there was a lot of times where he dribbles, doesn't know what to do with the ball, then hucks it back, and it's just like, okay, you need to have a plan there. But again, for a rookie, Bonte, I think Mike Dunleavy has not gotten enough credit for the offseason he had last year and the draft that he had.
Really good.
We have not brought up his name at all. He knocked it out of the park with Trace Jackson Davis and Brandon Pajemski out of Santa Clara. They're going to make all rookie teams, but I just don't know on a championship team where you would slot a guy like that. I think at best, maybe a 6-man role.
That's not bad.
But
That's an elevator role.
How long is that going to take? Yes.
That's an elevator role. Now, he did shoot, as Ion mentioned, he did shoot to 43.8% from three in his last year at Santa Clara. 36 minutes a game, 20 points a game, 9 rebounds down in the West Coast Conference. Can he hit that shot more consistently with the Golden State Warriors? That was a struggle for him, spot-up shooting. And I think Pods has, he has a work ethic to get better. I think the guy has some dog in him. Now, he's not the most athletic player, no doubt. He's got to work on that. But overall, I'm not mad at Pods and what he did this season. At a 3-point percentage, 38.5% this year. I want to see him just become more fluid with the spot-up shooting.
I think it was Casey Marin called, and he had so much, I feel like, not anger, but he just like disdain for Brandon Pajemski.
Yeah, I don't know why.
Of all the things that happened this year, he was one of the few bright spots, was he not?
Think about how hard it is for a rookie to play with these guys.
In this system.
To play with these championship players.
For that head coach.
I'm not mad at Pods, man. I think Pods had a stellar rookie season. Now, some people say, oh, man, you could add Cam Whitmore. Well, Pods is going to make an all-rookie team.
Well, the guy that got taken right before you could take him was Jaime Jaquez. That was the guy for me that he would have been the perfect fit.
That would have been nice.
Oh, well, the Lakers could have had him. He was right in their backyard. Jalen Hood-Schifino.
By the way, Boss Man sent this Jimmy Butler's contract because Pat Riley said this yesterday about Jimmy Buckets.
For him to say that, I thought, is that Jimmy trolling or is that Jimmy serious? If you're not on the court playing against Boston or on the court playing against the New York Knicks, you should keep your mouth shut in your criticism of those teams.
Well, the reason why Pat Riley said that is because Jimmy Butler said this the previous day.
Video this. You got it? Yep. 1, 2, 3, action. If I was playing, Boston would be at home. New York, damn sure would be at home. Josh Hart. What does that mean to me? Josh Hart. Yo. Stop. Come on, man. Nah. I love Tibbs, but I don't want to. I love Tibbs. I love you, baby. I want to beat you to a pulp. You want me, I don't want you. It's like a one-sided relationship. You in love with me, and I love you, but I'm not in love with you. You know what I'm saying? Love my brother.
So that's Jimmy Butler at the F1 race down in Miami. Now, would we want Jimmy Butler? Because that's a name. Because it sounds like Pat Riley's over him. Pat Riley's over him. That sounds like he's played his last game in Miami. But Jimmy Butler is going to be 35 years old. And he's going to be making $50 million. Let's talk about it on the other side. I'm kind of good off Jimmy Buckets. I'm kind of good. Uncle Gene will get to you on the other side as we're talking offseason here on the Morning Roast, and that's brought to you by Safeway.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Damn, love, is that Eazy-E? What is this?
It's a little gangsta.
Damn, love it.
It's not about the salary. It's all about reality.
Wow. I like this.
I know other words, but they're not radio appropriate.
Who rapped? What song is it?
This is NWA.
It's NWA, right?
Yeah, so Eazy was part of that. There you go. I thought the cops were actually coming in here, but Bonte was a little nervous. I heard the sirens.
Yeah, I always get a little nervous. I love my officers out there. I got a lot of buddies. My cousin Mike Hill. Cousin Mike, I love you. I love everybody at SFPD, but I do get a little nervous when I see the sirens behind my car. I can't help myself. Did I do something wrong, officer? No, I've done nothing wrong. By the way, make sure you subscribe to the Color Fries and Baseball Guys podcast.
I love it.
Sam Lubman, Joe Shasky, out this week because they don't invite anybody else on their podcast. Bringing the best damn Giants talk in the Bay Area, period, all season long, win or lose. And you also get to hear exclusive interviews with players like Kyle Harrison with Sam Lubman. Yeah, Jordan Hicks on. Jordan Hicks, Kyle Harrison. Who's next on the Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys podcast? Subscribe today on iTunes and Spotify or wherever you like to listen to your podcast. We are talking Warriors all season. We got the Sharks number one pick. We got the ping pong balls. It's
probably going to be the son of Rick Celebrini.
Dr. Rick Celebrini. Who is he, Spinotti?
Doctor.
Who is he, Spinotti?
He is the, what's the exact name? Is it like the chief medical person for the Golden State trainer?
Medical,
I know there's a lot of different names. I want to get it right because doctors, all this sort of stuff. But he takes care of all the Golden State Warriors players physically, all of that. So his son, Macklin Celebrini, is the consensus number one overall pick according to most mocks and draft boards in the NHL draft by way of Boston University. He's only 17 years old, but keeping a local kid over here potentially. I know he's from Canada, but his dad obviously lived here now for a better part of 6 years.
Yeah, that's
awesome.
His dad head of sports medicine and science for Vancouver Whitecaps FC and director of sports medicine and performance for the Golden State Warriors. So congrats to the Celebrities.
I went down a little Macklin Celebrini rabbit hole last night.
Let's celebrate for Celebrini.
Yeah, Celebrini, good time.
Celebrini, as you know, Paisan. So he's going to work out.
But yeah, I went down a little rabbit hole just watched some of his highlights and stuff. Very fast, especially with that puck, the way he moves around. Great vision on the ice. He is a special talent. You pair him with William Eklund and Will Smith on the Sharks. They got a nice little
another
core
Will
coming
Smith
up here.
in the Bay.
Oh, yeah, we're getting jiggy with
his
it here.
GM Mike Greer on the number one pick before he get back out to the lines.
Yeah, I mean, there was definitely some nerves there for sure. It's exciting, and to have the opportunity to possibly pick someone like Macklin. It's a big day for the organization, and it was a tough year for the fans and the team and the players and the organization. It was a tough year, so this is almost like a prize for what we went through this year. So, we're excited.
I guess just to remove any doubt, Macklin is the guy you'll take at number one.
I would think so, yeah.
So, yes. There you go.
Let's go.
That's so funny.
Let's go Sharks.
That's so funny that he said it like that because we just went through the mock season of NFL. And what did the Bears finally say that they were going to take that guy? They had workouts with the coach. They had private dinners. You had the playbook given to them. I don't know. We'll see what happens. They knew you were taking Caleb, and I just love the transparency there. Yeah, probably. We're going to take this guy. So
and the Sharks also have the 14th overall pick in the draft acquired from the Pittsburgh Penguins.
Well,
so now Sharks are on the clock at 1-14.
I was just looking at the measurables. 6 foot, 190 for Macklin Celebrini, very similar to Sidney Crosby. Not saying he's going to be that, but just saying.
I was looking at it. So Tankathon has its own little rankings of all the NHL draft prospects. Macklin Celebrini has a tier 2 himself. It is Macklin Celebrini in tier 1, and then there's another tier which is just called the rest.
Here come the Sharks, baby.
There you go.
Here come the Sharks.
Hey, don't say we've never talked hockey on this show. All right,
I talk about hockey. I talk hockey. I try to.
There you go. We just tried, and I think we succeeded.
We've been doing good at sprinkling Sharks nuggets here.
We do. I've been to some big-time Sharks games. I love taking baby Chaz down there. Dude, let's go, Sharks.
Tank?
2 of the top 14 picks, number 1 overall pick. Forget Connor Bedard in Chicago and the Blackhawks. We got Macklin Brady coming to wear teal. Let's go.
And look what he's wearing today, ladies and gentlemen, on YouTube, Twitch, Twitter.
Mean to do that.
He's wearing the teal.
I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean to do that. But you know what, man? Sometimes the universe just knows. It leads me to the right way.
He's climbing up Mount Everest after the show. So.
There you go.
I didn't look at the
Looney with that.
I didn't look at the Shark season tickets a year ago, but I was like, I'm not going to be able to get to Sharks games. Basketball season.
Yeah. I love San Jose, though.
Getting down to San Jose for those games is tough. When I was covering the Sharks for K-Fox, having to make that trek from San Jose to Concord.
I did like it.
Ooh, that was tough.
I did like that. Real quick, before we get to Uncle Gene.
By the way, sick jerseys that get slept on all the time.
Because
the Bay Area's got so many good ones.
Sharks may have the best collection of uniforms. They were up there in the conversation. Sharks got some
That symbol is iconic, too.
Yeah, they got some doozies, man. I've been trying to get a Sharks jersey for a while. Oscar Jimenez, he's a roaster. He's always hit me up on Instagram. I don't want to bring this question to the airways because I think it's pertinent to the conversation we're having right now. We'll get to Anthony and Uncle Gene in just a second here because I want their thoughts on the Dubs and what they should do. Oscar goes, I have a question for you. Do you think Steve Kerr would have had the patience if Curry was a rookie? Now, remember, he was always hurt. Do you see Kerr being patient with them and letting them be who he became? Would Steve Kerr have allowed Steph Curry at a young age? Would he have been patient? I'm not so sure. I think part of the appeal why Steve Kerr came because he saw that he had Curry and knew that he could take him to another level.
Well, that was it, right? It was between him, it was between that team and the Knicks, right? Because Phil Jackson was obviously the president over there. Obviously, Steve Kerr played for him in Chicago. They were very tight, very close. And that was the only other team that was trying to woo him away. I want to say the Knicks were not a contender, but they had pieces there. Was Melo still there, I want to say?
Yeah.
So they had some pieces, but to your point, we'll never know, but I'm interested to see Steve Kerr, and I don't know how long he's going to stay with the Warriors. If he's going to stay, I know he signed a contract extension. If he does have to kind of retinker, retool, and start from scratch, how that is going to look, because that's something that Phil never really did.
Yeah.
Phil didn't do that. He went to win now teams.
Yep.
He got a Pau Gasol in with Kobe late.
Well, he stuck with the Lakers during those tough times with Smush and all them. And I was like, yo, we need a guy.
He left when Tomjanovich.
He did leave.
Tomjanovich came.
Yeah.
So,
he did leave.
And then they made the
Kobe
big trade.
ran everybody out. Yeah.
Correct. So they had that first round series against the Suns. It was awesome. It was one of the great first round series. I think of that Kings one last year at the Warriors. I go back to that Suns Steve Nash team, obviously Raja Bell and co. Stoudemire. That was a fun one too. But Popovich, we're seeing that now, right? He's had to do this new iteration, and it has not looked very pretty. Now, you got Wemby.
It hasn't.
He's got Wemby, but I don't know how long Popovich, he's damn near knocking on 80, I want to feel like. He's in his mid-70s.
Well, Wemby just extended his career.
Let's see, though. And as long as Popovich is there, though, Bonte, there's going to always be that kind of rumor with Steve Kerr.
Yeah.
If Steph leaves, could he take who's played there? So.
You know who's down there as an assistant, not to cut you off, is
no, you're good.
Brett Brown. Former Sixers coach. Obviously, he was a longtime assistant with San Antonio, so they always go back to Popovich there.
Interesting.
Let's see.
Coach Bud out there as well.
There was something I wanted to ask. 510. So the mobile text line. Are these callers that keep calling to say trade Stephen Curry, but who do you trade him for and who's out there? I don't think you can get the value for trading. It's just a conversation I wouldn't entertain right now, especially with everything going on with the Golden State Warriors. You got the All-Star game coming. You want to bring Steph back. He's the main attraction. There's nothing that you could receive for Stephen Curry that would make it worthwhile.
No, you'd be mad. You'd be mad as a fan because the teams that you would probably do and the players you'd get back would be like, I don't know, a Trae Young. That's not doing it. That's like a lightweight Stephen Curry coming over here. That's never going to live up to the expectations. God bless if that ever happened, Bonte. The player that comes back here that is constantly going to be compared to him. Yep. Like it's going to be unfair to that player, that situation. That's why I just don't see it happening. But to your point, you're just never going to get the return on value when it comes to trading Stephen Curry. You're just not.
Yeah.
It's just is what it is. He's also an older player.
No, you're not going to get that. Let's go to Uncle Gene. Uncle Gene, then look to Anthony. Anthony, you're next. Uncle Gene, what's happening?
Hey, fellas. First off, I'm a big Sharks fan, so I'm thrilled about getting the number one. And check me out on this. I believe this is their first number one pick that they've had in their 30-something years.
Yeah, correct. First number one pick in franchise history.
Right?
Yep.
That's right. And they should have had a number one when they came in the league, but they got screwed. Anyways, so turning to the Dubs, listen. I would be totally in favor of, burning it down, starting over, going with youth movement, getting rid of the big contracts, all that, except for the fact that we still got 2 years of Curry. And if you believe, as I do, that winning that 5th ring is paramount to him, that's the most important thing, I believe. I don't think he's willing to stick around if we don't at least make as serious an effort as we can. And that means bringing in a star. Yeah, it'd be nice to get Kuzma. I like Kuzma. Remember, we're losing CP3, so that by itself makes us just marginally better. I think you need to at least make the effort, a serious effort to go after someone like Durant.
Well,
I don't know
quick,
how you're going to bring him here.
Gene, I don't mean to cut you off. You don't think CP3 was a net positive for the Warriors this year?
No, I think he was, but he's likely gone. And
okay, got you. I was just trying to understand. Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, what I'm trying to say is that let's say you bring a Kuzma in, but you're going to be losing CP3, so you get a little bit better, That's not enough.
Okay.
It's not enough to convince Stephen. I mean, if we have another bad year, even if Lacob goes out there and says, I'm willing to spend whatever to try to win another one and make Stephen happy, but we have another year like this one, I think he's going to be screaming for a trade. And, if we, or be let go, once again, I agree with you, Bonte. I don't know what a 38-year-old making $57 million is going to get you.
Right.
But he's going to want out somehow. So that would be disastrous.
That would be disastrous.
I think you got to at least make the attempt. Yep.
Yeah, good stuff,
Thanks,
Uncle Gene. Let's go to Anthony. He's stuck in traffic on the Bay Bridge. Hopefully he's driving safely. What's up, Anthony?
Hey, man. How you guys doing?
Good.
What's up, Tone?
Good. Hey, thanks for taking my call. We've been talking about getting somebody to ride with Steph here, back half of the season, and now that the season is over. But, it's occurred to me the last couple of days, man, I don't think we need a number 2. We need a number 1.
Oh.
Because if you look at it, Steph is not a number 1. Steph is a number 2 at this point. And if we don't swing for the fences here, and if we don't get somebody that is a transitional talent, I don't think it's going to get the job done.
So when you say he's not a number 1, why do you think he's not a number 1 anymore?
I just don't think that he's got the legs. You see how tired he gets at the end of games playing the minutes he's playing, and we've got to have somebody that can take the pressure off of him. And man, there aren't too many of those guys walking around the league right now. Maybe 3, maybe 4. And it's just going to come down to whether or not 1 or 2 of those guys is potentially disgruntled and wants out. Because I don't know how you go get a Joel Embiid and or a Giannis or a Joker, or something like that.
That's interesting, Anthony. It's interesting, Anthony. I'm not sure I disagree with you either. Here's Brian Windhorst last week, Spadoni, on First Take about Steph, KD, and LeBron and whether or not they could carry teams anymore.
Steph played great. He's going to make the All-NBA team. Yeah. KD played great. By the way, most games KD's played since he tore his Achilles. LeBron played great. All 3 of those guys are going to be on the NBA team, on the All-NBA team. That means that they're one of the best 15 guys in the league. All 3 of their teams are gone. So what do we take from that? What does that teach us? It teaches us that they're not good enough anymore to carry their teams by themselves. Yep. That's now guys like Jokic. That's now guys like Doncic. That's now potentially guys like Ant Edwards.
You guys agree with that? 888-957-9570. That's the number. That's the Xfinity mobile text line. And I see a lot of text here, Spadoni. I want you to get in here. 224. My heart says keep Steph. My head says trade him. Warriors on the surface are in the same situation as the Lakers and Phoenix and Miami. Difference is Steph is homegrown and is a bigger brand individually than his team. I kind of with Anthony on the Bay Bridge. I don't know if Steph's the number 1 on the championship team anymore.
Well, the notion, and we just heard from Brian Windhorst there, that they were only the guy that was the reason that they were championship teams. He was the sole. No, that's not true for any championship team. You had help. You always have help. Michael had Scotty. Kobe had Shaq. LeBron had Dwayne Wade. He has Anthony Davis. Steph had the Splash Bro, Klay Thompson. He had Kevin Durant. You always need help. So is he the guy? Can he just be the guy to get you a championship? No, because he was never going to be like that. Even with the championship run, their last one, you had Andrew Wiggins filling that void.
You had Jordan Poole.
You had Jordan Poole.
You had Klay.
You had Klay. Like, it's never always about one guy.
Right.
Even Dirk Nowitzki's run, everyone goes back to that because, who was the other? Well, he had Jason Kidd. I know he was 40 years old, but he was still one of the greatest passers the game has ever seen, one of the greatest point guards we've ever seen. Jason Terry, very good. Tyson Chandler. Like, you need those pieces around you. And when I look at the Western Conference, no, Steph is not good enough by himself to do that. But neither is Anthony Edwards. Who does he have? Karl Anthony Towns.
It does feel like you need tandems, though, right?
Yes,
it does feel like you need
without
a couple
a doubt.
guys.
Yes.
And like SGA's being helped by Jalen Williams and Chet Holmgren in combination, and you got the lockdown defender
Jamal
Luke Dort.
Murray
Jamal
and
Murray,
Jokic.
and that's the reason why Denver's getting blown out here, because Jamal Murray is shackled up.
He's
and so when you
compromised
shackled
a little
up,
bit, too.
you're compromising him with the calf injury, but you're also playing defense on him,
Tatum
and you're
and
just
Brown.
stuffing out the Michael Porter Jr.'s.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, Michael Porter Jr. can't get a clean look because they have Jamal Murray under wraps, and he can't create for others.
Correct.
The gravity is all of a sudden nullified. The gravity that Steph Curry presents, or that he creates, I should say, on the floor, is now compromised because the others are not doing their jobs at a high level. So with Steph, like I look at Anthony Davis, everybody keeps talking about the Warrior. LeBron James, can you make a trade with
Anthony Davis was awesome last year.
To me, Anthony Davis would be the guy I would want from the LA Lakers if it was even possible or realistic because of what he presents. I know you're going to deal with the injuries and he's going to act like he died when you poke him in the eye. I get all that.
Just wear the goggles.
You're going to have to live with
wear
it.
goggles, for God's sake.
But him alongside Steph, wow.
Oh, it'd be special. Are you kidding me? Again, we're talking about checking the boxes, Vontae. He gives you a defensive presence that you have not had since what? Andrew Bogut?
Yeah, you need
and
that
I'm
rim
taking
protection.
Anthony Davis's defense over Bogut's at their both of them at their best all day long. I mean, Anthony Davis should have a DPOY at this point.
He should have been in the conversation.
This year he should have been. It was
good.
kind of a joke. I know we all make fun of him as being Mr. Glass and stuff like that.
He was solid
but he was
this
very
year.
good this year. So I totally agree. But would the Lakers ever do business with the Golden State Warriors and vice versa? Because I do believe, not that they view them as a rival, quote unquote, but they're a presence now and a factor on the West Coast that could affect the Lakers brand, and they're not trying to enhance that in any way. They see the evaluations, or the evaluation, I should say, of the Golden State Warriors, and it's no coincidence that they are balling right now, and then the Lakers don't want to add to that.
Regulator here on YouTube. The number 2 on the Warriors get no respect from opposing teams' defense. And that's where you need another big boy if you want to get back to the level that the Warriors have been playing at for the last decade, right? You need somebody who else is, like, as a number 2, Klay Thompson, whether he was the number 2 or not, he's not going to create for others. He can barely create for himself. He needs guys to create for him. That's the limitations of Klay Thompson, especially at this stage of his career.
And his defense was always the great equalizer.
But you don't have that defense anymore, especially without the rim protection. At least if you have rim protection, you can start to funnel. Like San Antonio, we're able to funnel opponents to Wemby to where they see Wemby and say, boy, I'm not going to shoot this one. Wemby's right here. He's going to alter my shot. So you need some type of sort of rim protection.
Real quick on Wemby, there was multiple scenarios this year where there's like a 3-on-1 scenario where there's just 3 guards going at Wemby and trying to dish it to the paint, and he has such a wingspan that they couldn't figure it out, so they eventually had to kick it out to a 3-point shot that was open. They'd miss it, and it's just crazy how that guy can alter a court in a presence like that. Not to say Anthony Davis is that long, but he alters and changes things.
Right.
Just look at that series last year against the Warriors.
Yep. But you're looking at all these teams that are left. Boston, you got Jaylen Brown, you got Jason Tatum. Minnesota, you got Kaminga, Karl Anthony Towns, you got Naz Reid to go alongside Anthony Edwards. And then you got Mike Conley Jr., who's a veteran. Who's
Gobert there, missing games and still winning.
Right, still winning by 20. You know what I'm saying? Dallas, you got Luka and Kyrie. You know, you at least have to have 2 dudes. You look at the New York Knicks. They've got Brunson dropping 40 every game, but you're getting contributions from Dante DiVincenzo and Josh Hart. Now, they just suffered a big injury. But Mitchell Robinson's going to be out for 6 to 8 weeks. That could alter that entire series against the Indiana Pacers. That's a lot on Hartenstein to step up here and play heavy minutes, and you don't have Obi Toppin now. He's playing on the other side. So having these tandems, having 2 big boys like Cleveland, you're looking at the Cavaliers, you have Donovan Mitchell, but you have an inconsistent Darius Garland right now.
Correct.
That's going to hinder the Cavaliers from advancing to the Eastern Conference Finals. So you need at least 2 big boys. We got to start right there. And right now, do the Warriors have 2 bona fide guys? And I was talking to Bully about this probably last week. In the playoffs, on your team, you need at least 2 20-point per game scorers. It's like the minimum. You have to have it. Whether or not You can say he's not a star or whatever, but you got to have at least 2 dudes who can get you at least 20 a night.
And Andrew Wiggins was that guy for the Warriors a couple years ago when he was an all-star and he made that incredible run. He was going up against the likes of, Ja Morant at times, Luka Doncic, all these stars in the West. Hell, and then in the finals, whether you're switching on to Jaylen Brown or Jason Tatum, he was handling those guys. And it was incredible. But it also kind of, after that run, he was so good. Right. I think it clouded the fact that team didn't have a true number 2. He was in that time frame. I just think you caught lightning in a bottle, and you just can't have that again.
Well, and that's the thing, and I'm with B's knees. You need a dude also getting 15. There's no doubt. You need a couple 20-point-per-game scorers. You need a dude getting 15. You need your defender, and you need some rim protection. That's today's NBA.
And that's why Jonathan Kaminga is so important for the future of this team, because he can be that guy. Now, I don't know if he could be a number 2 right now. That's why I feel like missing that. Just missing the playoffs, it hurt because you didn't get Jonathan Kaminga those valuable minutes. It hurts that you didn't get Moses Moody that value. Even if you did lose in the first round, Bonte, that kind of learning experience for those guys, and Kaminga specifically, who did not get a lot of run last year against the Kings and Lakers, going up against a team like Oklahoma City would have been massive because you're measuring yourself against the best in the West, and he could have been even that much better this offseason. And they missed out on that.
A lot of people are bringing up what Wiggins did in the playoffs in 2022. He averaged 16.5 points a game. But look what else you got. You got Steph with his 27.5. You had Klay Thompson during that postseason run, 19 points per game. I know it's not the 20, the magic number, but you get 19 from him.
That's pretty good.
You get 17 from Jordan Poole, and you get 16.5 from Andrew Wiggins. That ain't bad. No. If you can get that type of production, that ain't bad. It's not bad at all here, but it was a little clunky this year when it comes to averages. These are the playoffs, of course. Draymond gave you 8. Looney gave you about 6. GP2 gave you about 6.5 there. But you got the scoring punches there. But you got more consistency during that run. That was the thing. You got a consistent. Like this year with Klay Thompson averaging his 18, it wasn't consistent. Kaminga became consistent with his 19 plus since January 4th when they played the Denver Nuggets, and he got benched for the last 18 games. So you need 2 big boys, though.
So
definitely need 2 big boys.
Having said that, and we started off the last segment, leading into this one with that sound from Pat Riley and Jimmy Butler, who could potentially be on the move, and I know he's old. Again, if you're trying to maximize this 2-year window, and if you're just saying, you know what, let's go balls to the wall, try to win one for Steph, as Gene in Oakland was saying, Jimmy Butler's 34 right now. He's going to be 35. You go and try to get that guy, because he would be a number 2, Bonte. Playoff Jimmy is a thing. He's been a 6-time All-Star, 5-time All-NBA, 5-time All-Defensive. He's a problem. Yeah. But he could also be a problem in the locker room, with other teammates, with your head coach. But are you willing to roll the dice on a player of that caliber who just took his team to the NBA Finals last year, took him to the NBA Finals a couple seasons prior, obviously in the bubble? Well, he is one of the best in the business.
Well, that's the problem right there. That's the problem. Everything off the court. Jimmy is high maintenance. We know what happened in Minnesota. For some reason, Philadelphia wanted to move off from him. I'm out on Jimmy Butler. It's going to be 35. Yeah, he's going to. No, I'm out on Jimmy. I can't do the Jimmy Butler.
You don't think you could, if Jimmy Butler was on the Warriors next year, you don't think they're a legit threat in the West? Even then?
No, I don't think he gets them. I mean, he's in the Eastern Conference, which is the weaker
6'7",
conference.
230. He's big.
They're in the Eastern Conference, the weaker conference.
It's true.
They've been a play-in team. They've been a play-in team.
It's true.
And I'm looking at Jimmy Butler's numbers here. He's not shooting the 3 as much as he used to. A couple of years ago, he's shooting 24% from 3, 24.5% from 3, 23.5% from 3. Last year, he got up to 35% from 3. In the 60 games this year, he actually shot 41% from 3. So he got better from that department. He's going to give you the 20. He's going to give you great defense, but he's also going to be 35 years old.
I mean, you've been saying they are playing teams, but
he's going to be 35 September 14th.
At the same time, though, Bonte, we got to be fair. There were a lot of people saying if they matched up against the number 1 seeded Boston Celtics that the Heat could win that series.
Yeah, because they buck it up.
But because of Jimmy Butler, though. A major...
Well, bam, Jimmy Butler, no doubt.
It's Jimmy,
though. It's Heat culture.
Yes.
It's Heat culture. But when you hear Pat Riley say the things that he says, and you got Jimmy Butler, I don't know. Jimmy Butler doesn't do it for me.
He'd be fun to watch. He'd be interesting. He'd be fun to cover, I think. He's polarizing. You heard that little comment? He was talking about Tom Thibodeau, like the ego that he has maybe it doesn't fit in Golden State, but you know what? I'm willing to give it a roll of the dice. I'm willing to try. It's a lot of money, though. It is a lot of money. I don't know.
50.
I don't know how you even.
I mean, come on.
Yeah. I mean, can you imagine him and Draymond together, Bonte?
No, I can't imagine.
No?
That's the problem.
I don't think Jimmy would put up with a bunch of Draymond stuff and vice versa.
Well, I'm looking here at his contract.
Is Jimmy going to be on Team USA, by the way?
No, he's not. Okay. He's going to make $48 million next year. $48.7 million.
That's a lot of cash.
And then he has a player option for $52.4 million.
Good for him.
Come on. That's
Fantasyland? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I think that's Fantasyland. That's Fantasyland. Is it Fantasyland for Orlando? Brady Kravitz, 96-3, the game in Orlando.
The other Florida team.
Since we're talking Florida, Klay Thompson. Would he be a perfect fit in Orlando? This is what Brady Kravitz had to say about that. Go ahead, roll it, Lovin.
In like a best case scenario, he's the perfect fit for the Magic. He has a championship pedigree, by all accounts, from what I understand on the East Coast. Good locker room guy. I mean, he's played second fiddle or third fiddle his entire career, which is what you don't want to bring in somebody that's going to usurp Paolo Banchero in his rise towards an All-NBA star. Klay Thompson would not get in the way of that. He's still a knockdown three-point shooter. He's better than anybody else that's on the Magic roster in terms of three-point shooting, even in a slightly diminished state. So the answer is yes.
Yes. He believes he's the perfect fit. He would do backflips over Klay Thompson. I don't know what's going on.
He said, don't get it twisted.
Don't get it twisted.
Don't twist your ankle doing the backflip is what I would say.
Don't get it twisted.
Don't do
get
that.
it twisted.
Look, if Klay ends up with the Magic, I'm going to do backflips on that. But I don't think it's okay, don't get it twisted. But I don't think it's the best move. I think Malik Monk is closer to that top echelon sort of decision for this team because of all the things that you said.
Cousin Nick, does Orlando make sense for Klay Thompson?
It's not even like, it's not the same Klay Thompson. He's just not a very consistent player at this stage. You just don't know what you're going to get. There's still very high highs, but there are too many low lows. On a basketball level, though, for a young team that needs shooting, that needs leadership, that needs a guy to come in, that all those younger guys are going to look at and respect, it does make sense.
It does make sense. He also added this.
The thing that makes me laugh as a true Orlando native is knowing Klay the little bit that I know him, having covered that team for a few years. I think he would love Orlando on a personal level. And as we know with Klay, like, that's part of his persona. Like, let me hop in my boat. I don't think he's not taking that boat down to practice like he does with the Warriors in the Bay, but he can leave practice, be at his house in 15 minutes on a lake somewhere and just drive around and live the dream out there.
So does this Warriors offseason start? What's the number one priority in your mind, Spadoni, when it comes to the Warriors? Because Klay Thompson obviously is going to be an unrestricted free agent. You had the team option on Chris Paul for $30 million a year. All signs point to Chris Paul not wearing a Warriors uniform next season. What's happening with Andrew Wiggins? What is the first priority for the Golden State Warriors this all season? 888-957-9570. What is the first decision they need to make for this roster moving forward?
It's figuring out what you're doing with Klay Thompson.
That's it,
it's
number one?
It's not Andrew Wiggins. No. Because I'm going, the hierarchy here is the guy that's going to be a Hall of Famer and the guy that's meant so much to your organization. And I think you owe it to him and his party and his family and whatever to figure out what his future is, whether it's here or elsewhere. So you need to get that squared away immediately. Klay, we want you at this number. If that's not happening, we wish you well. We love you. You're always going to be a member of us. But you have our blessing. Go ahead and move on, move elsewhere. Stuff like that is what needs to happen.
That's your number one priority?
Correct.
Dub Nation, 888-957-9570. We've got a lot of good calls today about the development, about Kaminga, Moody, what to do with Klay Thompson. But what is the number one priority? I don't think we've asked a question on this show, per se. What is the number one decision they got to make to start this offseason off? Is it the decision on Klay Thompson? Is it the decision on CP3? Is it the decision on whether or not to use Kaminga and Pajimski and TJD and Moses Moody as trade chips to get a veteran player or a bigger star, whatever name that is? Is it moving off of Andrew Wiggins? Is it having a conversation with Steph Curry saying, hey, Steph, what do you want to do? What is what's the first thing the Warriors going to do this offseason to get this thing rolling?
I think
I'm kind of with you with the Klay decision.
Yeah.
You got to figure out what to do with Klay.
Yeah.
Are you committed to Klay Thompson, and at what number?
And then after that, then the Andrew Wiggins stuff, then the Chris Paul, and then ultimately, I know the question is, can you get a number 2 here? I think you've been talking about that all offseason already with Steph Curry. I don't know if Draymond's a part of those discussions or what, because I feel like he's going to be sticking around here. I just don't see them moving off of him. Maybe some fans call and say they should move off of Draymond Green, if that means bringing in another defensive guy. I don't know. But Klay Thompson, because of what he has meant to this organization, I think you owe it to him to figure that out first. And I know it's a business,
no doubt. To play devil's advocate, Spinodi, I could make the argument that figuring out what to do with Andrew Wiggins could be the top priority. Now, maybe people disagree with that, but what do you do with Wiggins? He's got the 3 years and $70+ million left on the table. All right. Oh, legal. I was just about to do it. I thought you were going to play football, Mike Lubin. Look at you. You're paying attention, baby.
Look at us. Just, it's so simpatico right
He's locked in. He's feeling great about that Sharks number 1 overall pick.
He is feeling
Celebrini,
He's
come
got
on
the
down.
jersey on. I'm actually looking for jerseys. Mitchell and Ness. I need a throwback Sharks jersey. I need one bad.
Patrick Marleau.
I went to the team store when I was at the last time I was at the Sharks game. I didn't go last season, the season before, and the team store was just packed. I couldn't get anywhere. And I wanted to buy one of those black authentic ones. Then I wanted to go teal. They got so many good uniforms.
The black jerseys, especially one with like the threads at the top.
Hey,
those are so hard.
Those 90s starter jackets with the Sharks. Because they were an expansion team, so everyone had them.
Ryan Leong still running around with one out there.
Yeah,
he's got all the star jackets. They're fresh.
Yeah, he's got the satin ones. We're talking about the ones with the hood and the zip up, like my Giants and Niners one.
All the Raiders one have an A's one like that.
Those are nice. Those are nice. Oh, man. We get to Austin and San Jose in just a second. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM and AC1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station, always live on the free Odyssey app. Don't forget that you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter streams, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class Money Market today. Austin and San Jose, what is the top priority for the Golden State Warriors this all season, Austin?
Hey, what's up, Bonte? What's up,
baby?
Listen, disagreeing a little bit, guys. Listen, I don't believe Klay Thompson is the biggest priority. Because I think that you can almost park Klay to the side. You got to reset the roster around what's going on today. I mean, we look at the playoffs. You guys have been saying it, but the Warriors, and Dunleavy's already said, the Warriors weren't good enough.
Yeah.
And even if you love the guys, you hate the guys, you want to move guys, it doesn't matter, guys. It's about how does the roster get better. And to me, it's about bringing in some youth, the right youth, though, not just because they're young. You got to go get somebody, a big boy, a number 2. Somebody said earlier that Steph wasn't a number 1. I still think he's a number 1, but he may be a 1A.
1A, yeah.
Got a 2.
Yep.
Yeah, if you got a 2, Bonte, then you can still kind of run Klay. You just can't run Steph on the ground. So I think the Klay thing for me, I know this is going to sound bad. We all love Klay and appreciate what he's done. But the reality is that if they re-sign Klay, Bonte, does that really improve the roster? They're still going to have to go get another big boy, even if they sign. The last thing is, okay, you re-sign Klay. Now you're committed to that contract. Klay is going to be harder to move the older he gets. So that's why I would be against signing Klay for any length of time. You can get him for 2 years maybe, but anything beyond that, man, I'm not down for. Go get a big boy. And by the way, I like the guy Kyle Kuzma. I like Ingram. I think Brandon Ingram would be good.
Yeah.
And DeJounte Murray. Don't sleep on DeJounte Murray, Bonte. I think he'd be a good addition to the team, too, guys. That's all I got. Thanks,
I like DeJounte. And maybe Austin is onto something here, Spinodi. It's not necessarily that Steph's the number 1, but he's a 1A, 1B type of guy.
Yes.
Kind of like KD and Steph.
He's part of the tandem.
Both of them could have been a top dog.
Yes.
Both of them could have sacrificed a little bit and be 1A and 1B. That happens.
There's a lot of times I think Jaylen Brown looks better than Jason Tatum.
Right. LeBron doesn't want to be the true number 1 on the LA Lakers. He tries to go through AD, but he kind of has to.
He has to be half the time.
He has to.
God, the guy's 40 years old and he's still carrying the team on his back. And Steph, for the first time in a long time, kind of had to do the same thing. He had to carry this team, and you saw the wear and tear. It's no joke, man. It's no joke. Jimmy Butler, real quick, we were just talking about him, and we'll get back on the Warriors. I'm looking, he's from Houston. That's a team that's interesting to me.
He can't go back to Houston, though. He's got a lot of personal issues there.
Really?
Yeah.
High school? Okay, that's it.
There were some things where
okay, never mind then.
There's a backstory.
I need to do some deep dive on Jimmy Butler's backstory. I just saw Houston.
It was a couple years ago. Few years ago, maybe it was rumors.
I don't know
if it was rumors about him going to Houston, but Houston was off the table because of some of the personal stuff there.
Okay, never mind that. Hey,
so that one might be off the table.
I take that off the table. I'm still in on Jimmy to the Warriors, though, just for the chaos alone.
Oh,
but I still think Klay Thompson, I know what Austin's saying there. I think what he means, I think the organization views it that way, though.
Yep.
I think they view, and Joe Lacob specifically, he sat down last year in studio, Bonte, with you and Shasky, talking about how much he meant to this organization and how much it means for those three guys.
Well, remember
Dre
Joe Lacob
and Steph staying there for life.
Remember Joe Lacob said everybody needs to chill. Everybody needs to chill when it comes to Klay Thompson. Yep. It will get figured out. I remember 4 years ago or 3 years ago, he came in the studio of the championship season. He came in at right at the beginning of the year, and he goes, "Look, Klay's going to be a Warrior for life. I have to make it my priority to make that happen." And usually Joe Lacob, what he says is what usually happens, right? He's a man of his word when it comes to signing these big boys and re-signing players. But is that the right move? Is it the right move for this team? You got to get under the second apron. You know, the cap is fickle. You got to get under the second apron somehow. You can't go into the season with a $430+ million payroll and all of a sudden think you can run it back with this payroll that got you 10th place in the Western Conference. You had to slash the payroll while trying to be competitive. It is what it is.
God, this is such a difficult offseason for I'm going through all the Western Conference teams and all the teams that are trying to compete with the likes of Denver, Minnesota, and now Oklahoma City and Dallas. God, the Warriors and the Lakers, specifically, I don't know if there's moves out there that vault them into that conversation next year. I don't envy Mike Dunleavy or Rob Pelinka and guys like that right now, because you're dealing with superstars that you are trying to maximize right now in markets that are used to winning at the highest level. And you're looking at these young teams being like, I don't know if there's a move out there, but you're going to have to try. That's dabbing into the second apron. I don't know if that's something that Joe Lacob wants to do, but if Steph Curry goes to him, Bonte, and says, you know what? I think we need to go all in and double down because I truly believe that we can win a title in this next year or two.
Let's see. Let's hear from Antonio in Oakland. Antonio.
Oh, Antonio. What's going on, man?
Hey, what's up, you guys? Yeah, I think the most important thing is asking Stephen Curry what he wants to do, And I love Klay. You know what I'm saying? I got him ranked as the 6th best 2-guard of all time, and I know he's very important to the core. You know what I'm saying? But, Steph Curry, he's the main guy, man. He's Mount Rushmore basketball player of all time to me. So that's number one. Even number two, I think you got to trade Wiggins. For a start, I got to be the number 2, and then Klay's probably 3 to me. But hey, man, we're all Warrior fans. We all want the best for the team.
Exactly. Well said, Antonio. What is the number one priority for the Golden State Warriors, Dub Nation? Gave you some options. Thanks for the call, Antonio. We're up against it here. This is a good point. Is priority number one re-signing Klay Thompson, or is priority number one to figure out what to do with Andrew Wiggins? And it may be Klay's priority number 4. Maybe you got to figure out what to do with the youngsters in priority number 2. That's Moses Moody, Jonathan Kaminga, Pods, and TJD.
If I'm Klay Thompson in those negotiations and I feel like I'm the 4th or 3rd thing, I'm leaving this team then.
Oh, wow.
Because that shows where you really you don't care.
You
don't care.
Then you're thinking Klay Thompson mentally, he feels like he should be the number one priority.
Yes.
You think so?
Yes. What I have sacrificed, both of these brutal injuries, my body for this team, for this organization, getting back to the level that, I helped contribute for a 4th title. I am one of the greatest, if not the 2nd greatest shooter in the history of the sport. I have poured my blood, sweat, and tears in this organization. And you think I'm a 3rd option when it comes to negotiations behind Andrew Wiggins and Chris Paul? Yes.
Well,
then yes, I'm going to Orlando. Kick rocks.
How does Dub Nation feel about that?
And I know that's not how negotiations always work and stuff like that. I know we're up against it. Well, other side. We'll get into it.
How does Dub Nation feel about it? What's the number one priority for the Dubs moving forward here as we get closer and closer to the beginning of the offseason? Tapering period is not until June 30th, but we're starting to see these teams play in the Western Conference and saying, oh boy, can the Warriors compete with them at a high level? They need to make some moves here, but what's the number one priority for them entering this offseason? Is it Klay? Is it Wiggins? Is it the youngsters? 888-957-9570. That's coming up, brought to you by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
What are we doing? Lucky us.
Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Little remix right there. I like that. Little Kanye.
Carter's learning how to work the board. Trial by fire.
DJ Carter?
DJ Carter. He was named after Lil Wayne, his mom. Hey, Carter, I think he got everybody too. I'm not sure.
Your name
He's
is...
got more houses, him or Shasky.
All due respect, and I love me some Carter. Top 5 most pretentious white people names of all time. Carter might be in the top 5.
Really? Why
Preston
Carter?
Also, and Benjamin as well.
I'm not going to touch that. I'm going to leave that one alone.
No, you just think of you.
I'm just going to shout out my guys.
I heard the name Carter and heard him speak to me in that nice like kind of beach vibe that I like.
Right.
The guy comes from money. That's what I assume. I'm not saying he does.
He does.
I'm just assuming that because of his name and because of his voice.
When you're 19 years old, you got the full enchilada at the Olympic Club. Yeah, you're doing something right. Doing something right.
Well, can't teach size. I mean, the guy's 6'8".
Size.
That's nice. Helps. You think I'm 19?
That's nice. Yeah, I think
the pride of Stuart Hall.
I think he's like 30. I think he's like my age.
He just graduated. He's the smartest guy on the show. He just graduated from USF Sports Management School.
Oh, that's nothing. SF State, baby.
I mean, he's got nothing out of Gators. No doubt. But he is a Don. I got a love for the Hilltop.
Yeah.
By the way, shout out to our friends at Floyd Water Plumbing and Drain. If you're going to call it to the roast, you better bring it, because if you don't, you will be flushed. Brought to you by Floyd Water Plumbing and Drain. All right, lines are lit up right now because we asked what should be the number one priority for the Golden State Warriors this offseason. And there's a bevy of options here. Is it Klay Thompson? Is he priority number one? What to do with Klay? Is it Andrew Wiggins? And what to do with him? Is it Kaminga and Moody? And the youngsters and the trade chips that they could probably, or the players that they could possibly bring in? Is it Stephen Curry? Is it Draymond? What is the number one priority for the Golden State Warriors this offseason? You said it's Klay Thompson, Spadoni.
I think
it's hard to disagree with that.
I think it's Klay Thompson because what he has meant to this organization, and you need to get a grip on what you are trying to do in the future. And if that future has Klay Thompson in it, you better get it done. If it doesn't, you got to let him know so he can start talking to somewhere else. That's just good business. That's called being a good person. And I think that's what Joe Lacob does with the Golden State Warriors. That is who he is at his core. He is a shrewd businessman, yes, but he's also a romantic when it comes to this team and this franchise and what a guy like Klay Thompson has met and what he's meant to Stephen Curry, who's also your face. You want to keep Stephen Curry happy. Yeah. You don't want to do anything and mess around with Klay Thompson's negotiations.
And by the way, Steph and Andre Iguodala and Klay Thompson just became owners of this soccer team. I will pull it up in just a second here, but you know what? Let's go to the lines. We got the lines. Let's go. Let's start off with our main. I haven't talked to him in a while. My boy Shaka in Berkeley. Shaka, what's happening, man? Good morning to you, brother.
What's up, big time? How you doing, man?
I can't complain, Shaka. Absolutely,
Two of my favorite guys.
Oh, what's up, Shaka?
Hey, man, I think Klay has earned a chance to go out on his own if he wants to get a reduced role and stay with the team. We could do that. If he wants to go out and get some money before it's real, he has earned the right to do that. But Wiggins is another thing. I think that he had 2 breaks in 2 years in a row. So that's I think it's time for us to move off him. I would be greatly if we could get the guy Ingram from New Orleans and a trade for him. That would be great because he's a tough guy. He's a dog. He's real tough. And that could let Draymond do his defensive stuff. And later on in his career, it could be a defensive stopper like Oakley. I see Draymond in that position.
Shaka, where are you at right now? Shaka, where are you? At a construction site? What are you doing?
Seattle Airport.
Oh, Seattle Airport. There you go.
Flying out of Seattle. What you doing up in Seattle, big dog? You be all over the world, man.
Man, I ain't rich like y'all. I got to catch a plane from Houston to Seattle to get back to San Francisco.
Gotta connect.
Hey, Shaka, we all balling on the budget, man. We balling on the budget. It's all good.
Hey, man, Bonte, you my favorite, man. I am so proud of you, man. I am so proud of you.
I appreciate you, Shaka. Good to hear your voice, brother. And so he's saying Andrew Wiggins. Figure out what to do with Andrew Wiggins. That's priority number one. Okay. Let's go to Krishna in Cupertino. Krishna, what is the number one priority for the Golden State Warriors this offseason, or what should it be?
Yeah, thanks, guys. I think it's got to be Steve Kerr figuring out our identity on offense and defense, how we're going to play, how we got to adapt, because something's got to change. I think that's going to affect the rest of the roster, like whether we bring back Klay as a 2 or a 6-man or the Wiggins, Kaminga. yeah, we got to figure out how we're going to adapt. I think part of the big issue, like earlier in the season, was Kerr just kept trying to go back to 2022, kept trying to run plays, things that worked for us in the last championship. And, I think we got to figure out what's next. So I think that's got to be our number one priority.
No doubt. Hey, Jason Messler, you're on it on YouTube. He said Ponte thought it was a BPA on the burner.
I thought it was too.
Yeah, I mean, we got 2 fake BPA. I wouldn't surprise me if BPA tried to call the show once an hour.
Tiago.
Him and Milton in Burlingame.
Milton.
And you guys trying to make him the roaster of the year. That was not happening on my watch.
No, he didn't. I mean, the amount of drops I got from the guy.
No, he didn't. Oh, by the way, speaking of BPA.
Tweeted you?
He tweeted at both of us.
We're streaming live on Twitter, by the way.
Yeah, he tweeted at both of us.
Okay, let me pull it up. I've been trying to stay off the phone during this.
So here you go, BPA, 23 minutes ago. The Magic ain't paying Klay like a star because he isn't one. And then 20 minutes ago, getting a number 2 trumps all other things. That's from BPA. If he wants to call in, give us his thoughts. Call in Friday, BPA.
Love you, Brian.
Ramani in San Jose. Ramani in San Jose, what's happening? Hopefully I'm saying that correctly. What's up, man?
Good morning, guys. Thanks for taking my call. So my priority would be, I initially thought Wiggins followed by Klay, but after listening to your comments about Klay's contributions and what he's done for the organization, it's a tie for me, Wiggins and Klay. And I think, hopefully Lecoq would be a bit more generous this year. This would be the last hurrah for this group of Warriors. So what I would have is, I'm willing to give up on Chris and maybe even trade Kaminga. I think one of your earlier shows you mentioned how somebody has got to get the ball to be able to score and be motivated. I think Wiggins is probably in that category. So hopefully if Kaminga not in the lineup, Wiggins will probably get the ball more often. He'll be a lot better. I'm looking at Curry, Draymond, Wiggins, along with Klay possibly, and maybe one of the youngsters, Pajemski or anybody else as a fifth person. And if Klay doesn't perform well, you can always get him off the bench and he'll still be very good. And the defense will still look good, I think. Give them one last chance, one last hurrah. And hopefully, the Lecoq will worry about it maybe next year in terms of, fixing up the salary caps and things like that.
Good call, Ramani. Hey, look, and there's a lot of fans like Ramani. Keeping the core together. Let's see this thing. Let's ride it out. They don't want to see change. Change is hard. We see it here in radio. You change the lineup up in radio, you change the lineups, people for 2 months are going to be crying and bitching in the moment. Why'd you do this? Why'd you do that? And then after a while, you stop hearing about it. But people don't like change.
We fear it.
This will be the biggest change in Warriors, man, probably in franchise history. Not having Klay, Steph, and Draymond, the most winningest trio. Like, look at what they've done as members of the Golden State Warriors. Like, this is a hard decision for Dub Nation. Look at what they've done as trios, all right? NBA championships, decade of dominance since 2014-15. They're first in rings, first in conference championships, first in regular season win percentage, first in playoff win percentage, first in points per game, first in field goal percentage. I mean, they've done some dynamic things, not to mention not losing a first-round series in the Western Conference or a series in the Western Conference until last season when they lost to the LA Lakers.
It's pretty incredible what they have accomplished here. And to me, it's so fascinating to hear other markets and other teams and compare it to this one because what is it, Bontaine? We've been talking about San Francisco as a sports market. We started off our show today listening to Brian Sabian, obviously former general manager of the San Francisco Giants, won 3 World Series. And he says this is a sports market on steroids. That was his quote yesterday with Steiny and Guru. He said this is a massive sports market. It has a lot of history and rich history. But 2 teams in particular, they get so sentimental about the past. And I'm talking about the fan bases of the San Francisco Giants and the Golden State Warriors.
See, I don't know about the Warriors.
You're not sure yet?
Because before Steph, Klay, and Dre,
but
we had nobody to get sentimental about.
Yeah. But now we are. But now we're there.
We this is new.
It was the Sleepy Floyd game, and we believe.
Right, yeah. Giants fans have always had this when it comes to don't trade this guy, don't trade that guy. We love him. This is kind of new for Warrior fans because we haven't had the longevity from a lot of players. We haven't had a lot of long tenure players.
But now we're here, and a lot of the same fans for the Warriors are talking like the fans of the Giants when the writing was kind of on the wall for a lot of those guys, whether it was Lincecum, whether it was Bumgarner, and that was hard to, do you trade him? Do you not trade him and stuff like that? Do you let it ride there back in 2019? So you got to rip the Band-Aid off at some point with this crew.
Is now the time to rip the Band-Aid off?
It might be, but it's easier said than done.
Right.
It really is, because you're putting up a guy like Mike Dunleavy. This is his second year, second off season.
You put him on the hot seat, right?
And you're going to be talking about, I think we got to move off of Klay Thompson. All right, well, you do that. How's it going to look next year? The young guys better be balling out, or then your job might be on the line potentially, because you moved off of a fan favorite. And if Klay goes elsewhere and balls out for the Orlando Magic and they're a second or a conference finals team, then you're going to have some problems. Now, do I think that's going to happen? That sounds a little far-fetched, but you know what? Crazy things have been happening all around the league. Minnesota could win the title this year.
They could win
I didn't think that was going to happen in my lifetime.
Yeah, they could win the title. They got a great shot. Let's go to Coach Vallejo. I always love Coach's takes on the Golden State Warriors. Coach, for you, I know you're tapped in on everything with the Dubs. What should be the number one priority for the Warriors this offseason?
Okay, I got 2 points, and I'll address the first one. The number one priority, the Warriors' number one priority is change their mindset. They are playing with like a beeper stealing style, and the game now is iPhone 15, okay? all these guys are long, lean, the McDaniels and Joneses, and these guys, they're all Tyrese Halliburton clones. The Warriors need to go to that type of player. That's why Kaminga is so important. The league is full of Kamingas. These guys are playing way above the rim. I mean, it's just awesome. So they need that mindset. Number 2, to make you both laugh, I want you to think about the movie The Five Heartbeats.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, and Eric Pascal.
Yeah.
Eric Pascal's part of that Villanova team with Hard and Brunson and Bridges. Just think of those guys leaving the Knicks parking lot, and Eric Pascal shows up in a Villanova uniform. And what about me, fellas?
Why are you going to do that, Pascal, man? Why? I don't know if you've ever seen Five Heartbeats, Spinoni.
I have not. I'm looking at it right now.
You got him intoxicated and drunk and depressed and looking bad. Oh, don't do that to him, Coach.
Coming in on the tail end of a rhythm and blues singing group explosion, the Five Heartbeats rise and fall within the space of 7 years.
Yeah.
Along the way, the group deals with all manner of fame, fortune, distractions, jealousy, greed, too much womanizing, and drugs all take a toll.
Yeah, I mean,
that sounds great.
It sounds like another band, right? Whether it's rock and roll, hip hop,
That's
whatever.
Everything.
It's usually how it happens.
What's the saying? Sex, drugs, and rock and roll? That's what it is for everything. Yeah.
Let's go to Jay in the city. Jay, what's happening? What is the Warriors' number one priority in the offseason? You still want to get in? 888-957-9570. We'll play the cuts for Brandon Kravitz in Orlando. But what should the Warriors...
I think you called him Lenny. It's Brandon Kravitz.
Did I call him Lenny earlier?
I just
said Brandon. No, I said Brandon. I said Brandon. Double check that. Recheck the tape. You heard Lenny. I said Brandon. Jay, what's happening?
What's up, y'all? I go with Klay Thompson, number 1. We got to keep JK, Klay, Steph, Draymond, and then we got to get a long defender instead of like Dario Saric. We need somebody who can shoot and defend. This year we saw when we lost the games, we lost because of the defense. That's my take.
All right, that's your take. Look, I'm seeing some interesting stuff there. Matthew on YouTube. LaMelo Ball doesn't sound so crazy right now. Towards the end of the year, Dubs had trouble getting the ball over half court. Not going to get any easier. Now, I'm out on LaMelo Ball, but Matthew, to your point about getting the ball over half court, when teams do press the Warriors, they have a tough time getting into their offense. And you get a team like you're watching Minnesota right now. Look how difficult it is for Denver, not only to get the ball past half court, but getting a quality shot. They can't get any shots up, and the shot clock is winding down to 6, 5, 4. And a lot of that we saw with the Warriors against Sacramento in that play-in game. You just could not get any quality shots. They were getting suffocated. They were getting pressed full court. What does that tell me? You need athleticism. You need some more ball handlers. You need some more playmakers.
And the deficiencies of a Nikola Jokic are the lack of athleticism. He's a very big guy, but he's very slow and burly. And as much as we love that, because he's an elite passer and he can get shots when he's close to the rim, they force that lack of athleticism against him in these situations because of how big and strong and long they are in Minnesota. And you're seeing a lot of deficiencies right now, the Joker and Jamal Murray, and it's been tough for them. And for the Golden State Warriors, for a team that's already small, you'd see that against a team like Minnesota. So, yes, to your point, you got to get big.
By the way, I'm just going to read this real quick.
Uh-oh.
As we light up the calls here, 888-957-9570.
You're scaring me with this cadence in which you're talking.
I'm scaring myself, and I'm scaring my stomach.
Oh, no.
Bonte, Lubman, Shasky, whoever's there. This is Marvin from Izzy's Cheesesteaks.
Oh.
My truck is going to be at Spark Social today from 11:30 to 2. If you guys are hungry after the show this morning, swing through. I've been meaning to stop over to the studio to drop off, but I've been so busy. I'm a roast lifer. Carter?
Is that over near Chase, Spark Social?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a little ways away from me. That sounds like a great opportunity, though. The missus, unfortunately, Bonte's in a 4.5-hour meeting, so right when I get home, I'm on dad duty with 2 children.
You're screwed.
We'll go to the park.
Marvin, you may or may not see me today. Shout out to Soda, SOTAweightloss.com, state of the yard.
Shout out Cheesecakes and then shout out Soda. There you go.
Man.
Not Soda with the D.
Damn. It's been a while since I had a good cheesesteak. Duke is there, Bruno. Duke, what's happening?
I can go for a cheesesteak.
Hey, guys.
You're really good.
Thanks for taking my call.
What's up, Duke?
I don't know if anybody's been watching the NBA playoffs, but the Warriors are light years away from being contenders because this youth movement. I mean, look at Minnesota. Minnesota's making Denver look like decrepit old men.
Mm-hmm.
The Warriors are so far away. You got to go young. You got to get explosive. You got to be fast. You got to be athletic. You got to be young. That's all there is to it.
So what do you do? So you're saying blow it up?
I'm saying Steph has still got something in him, but Steph is going to be a year older. He's a guy that he can't work so hard. He's got to be a guy that can sit back and pop the three. You see how hard this guy works. He gives it 200%. It's got to be Kaminga and Moody and the young guys. You got to get them in there. They're the only guys that are going to be able to compete with these younger teams. I mean, look what Minnesota's doing to Denver.
I know.
It's
unbelievable. It is.
I mean, who knew? I mean, these young guys, these young cats, they're up and down that floor so fast. They're like lightning. It's unbelievable.
It is.
Well, we knew they were good in the regular season. We just didn't know how it was going to translate to the playoffs because the Warriors saw firsthand losing to the T-Wolves, losing to the Thunder. We saw how good they were going to be. We just didn't know if it was going to translate. What do we keep saying? Oh, give me a LeBron Lakers team. Oh, you know what? The Golden State Warriors, Stephen A. kept talking about it. They're dangerous. I think if they play one of these young teams, but you know what? I think we're all just learning that those teams are here now. They've arrived. They're not going anywhere.
I picked Minnesota to beat Phoenix in the first round, but I did it in 7 games because I was really worried about Minnesota, especially the last regular season game of the season. Phoenix went up there to Minnesota and kicked their butts. Just wasn't even close. And I'm thinking, they could be in trouble. And they completely undressed the Phoenix Suns and exposed all their issues. It didn't lose a game in that series. They haven't lost a game yet in the playoffs. Their number one defense is real, Spadoni.
It's real. Not to cut you off there, sorry. There's a saying that goes, when someone shows you who they are, believe them.
Yep.
And I think the Lakers this past year, the Suns, and the Warriors showed us who they are. And juxtapose that with the Minnesota Timberwolves and the Oklahoma City Thunder, they showed us all season long, Bonte, whether they had injuries or not, who they are. I mean, Karl-Anthony Towns tore his meniscus. Yeah. Do we forget that? And we all just thought,
let's play Minnesota.
That was a conversation we had here.
No, we were like lined up for Minnesota. That's the team. That's the target. Well, they smoked Phoenix in 4 games. They're up 2-0 on the Denver Nuggets. I have a hard time seeing Denver win 4 games in 5 games, 4 times in 5 games against this team. Yes, I would be, even though they're champs, even though Denver's the champs, I would be shocked if they came back and won this series. That's how well Minnesota's
they're looking like
playing.
Chumps right now.
No, they are. Well, Minnesota has a little bit of everything. They got guards who are hungry, who are dogs. When Anthony Edwards is checking Jamal Murray at tip-off, and Murray's looking up, it's like, you guard me? And AE's like, yep, I got you.
Yep.
And then you get McDaniels. You get Nickeil Walker-Alexander. And you got the bigs with Cat and Nas Reed. We've been loving Nas Reed for years. He's a warrior killer. He's not just a warrior killer, though. He's just a killer.
He is.
He is a problem.
He's a wolf, man.
So they're
hungry.
And
you got Chris Finch, gutsy on the sideline, torn patella, everything.
You know what's funny?
Let's go.
You know what's funny, too? I remember that crossover with Willard, Dibbs, and Shasky. I say, guys, the Minnesotas and OKCs are not too far away.
What was it, 9:20 when Willard got that takeoff, 20 minutes after the top of the hour?
Yeah, maybe. And they were like, really? They were like, oh, that's when the whole League Pass Bonte, they started making fun of me for being the League Pass guy. It's like, well, better watch some other basketball.
They just like taking that full first segment away from their show. That's what they like to do.
Oh, yeah, well, they hold you hostage. Well, I'm trying to go, dude. Been here since.
You kept trying to throw to the break every time, and he just wouldn't let you.
Well, because Shasky don't know how to shut his mouth. Shasky would be the first one.
Mark, let me ask you this. No. Shasky, it's 9:22. We got to go.
No, Shasky is, hey, guys, I got to leave early. I got to get out the crossover, so let us know at 9:05. And then 9:15 comes around to Shasky. So, Willard, what do you think about this? Like, yeah, that's
and then you have to take it to 9:25 at that point. They just make you because he just start their show on the other side of the break.
One time I left early because I had to take a poopy. And it was really it's like, guys, I got to go.
What are you, 3 or 4 years old?
That's how I say it.
I'm trying to be PG here. Kaka, PG.
Shasky left one of those early one time.
There you go.
There you go. Sometimes it happens.
PG-13.
Sometimes it happens.
It was for different reasons, but.
Brendan Kravitz. You got the Brendan Kravitz up.
Not Lenny.
Not Lenny. Brendan. I said Brendan last time. I didn't say Lenny.
We were talking about rock and roll. I think you got it confused a little bit with Lenny Kravitz. That's all right.
Lenny.
He's a great artist.
Well, Brendan acted like Lenny. He was bringing us nothing but nuggets. Classics.
Not bad.
Nothing but hits.
Give you a 3 for that.
And when it came to Klay Thompson, it's like, guys, I got to go.
Oh.
What was that?
I don't know what that was.
What is going on back there? Brendan Kravitz, Orlando, 96.3 The Game in Orlando, pre- and post-game show host on the radio airways. Klay Thompson, perfect fit in Orlando? What do you think, Brandon?
It's all right.
In like a best case scenario, he's the perfect fit for the Magic. He has a championship pedigree, by all accounts, from what I understand on the East Coast. Good locker room guy. I mean, he's played second fiddle or third fiddle his entire career, which is what you don't want to bring in somebody that's going to usurp Paolo Banchero in his rise towards an All-NBA star. Klay Thompson would not get in the way of that. He's still a knockdown three-point shooter. He's better than anybody else that's on the Magic roster in terms of three-point shooting, even in a slightly diminished state. So the answer is yes.
So that's how they feel down in Orlando. Although Malik Monk would be the top priority, what is the price tag for Klay Thompson down in Orlando? It feels like a natural fit. I hope Klay retires as a member of the Golden State Warriors, but who the hell knows what's going to happen this wacky offseason. Speaking of wacky offseasons, how about Brandon Ayuk's offseason?
Ooh.
Got another update.
Oh.
Ian Rappaport.
Rap sheet.
Are the Niners going to move forward with Ayuk? What's going to happen here? Here's Rap Sheet from NFL Network.
Yeah, the Pearsall pick really made everyone scratch their heads and go, maybe they really are trading Brandon Ayuk. It doesn't seem like that is in the cards, at least right now. My understanding on the situation, really something that has been consistent since the draft, is that the 49ers are moving forward with Brandon Ayuk on their roster. Now, how much will he make next year? That's really the big question. They have been in contract negotiations, trying to get him to a long-term deal, trying to get to a point where he will accept their offer. And the fact that the receiver market for the really, really good receivers has been more defined over the last month or so helps. You had Devontae Smith with the Philadelphia Eagles, about $25 a year. You had Amon-Ra St. Brown, a little more than that, say about $28 million over the first 3 years. Figure that Brandon Ayuk will be somewhere in there. Exactly where remains to be seen. But again, my understanding is the focus is on bringing him back next season. They view him as a key part of their offense.
Duh.
Key.
Are you with me? Duh. I mean, it's post-draft. What sense would it make to trade Brandon Ayuk now?
Makes 0 sense. They're going to roll with Brandon Ayuk, Ricky Pearsall, Deebo Samuel, and that unit. Now, next year, one of those guys is gone. And I don't know if the Brandon Ayuk said as much. I know he doesn't want to play on that 5th year. No one wants to play on that 5th year, right? Because it just doesn't give you the security that you need going forward. NFL stands for not for long. This guy can get hurt in a second, and it's not like the NBA and guaranteed money with Klay Thompson, right? Where he got hurt and he was able to rehab and come back and he got paid and stuff like that. It's not the same. Brandon Ayuk, his career could be over if he gets hurt again. So you know what? It's incumbent on him and his agent and his crew to get paid now. Yeah, I think the guy that's going to be the odd man out, Bonte, is probably Deebo after this next year. But that's next season.
Yeah, next season.
So that's.
I mean,
so
really,
what are you doing?
Really, that was an update on no update. It was a report on a non-report. Like,
well, it's May.
John Lynch just told us this on the Pat McAfee show the other day. John Lynch. They're doing everything they could do to keep this roster together, and they're past trading them for this season. Now,
how did you feel about the Pearsall pick, real quick? How did you feel about that? Now that we're talking about it.
I was shocked initially, but I see the vision.
Okay.
I see the vision. And you can't have – I thought in that Super Bowl the offense looked slower in terms of like just complete burners and fast, quick twitch guys who get in and out their breaks, in and out their routes. I thought they really struggled with that in the Super Bowl. It was on full display. Like when I watched the Lions in person at Levi Stadium in the NFC Championship game, Spadone, they look fast. I was like, damn, they got speed. They got explosion. The Niners are more grinders, more physical. They needed a burner or two. And they got two. I don't want to sleep on Jacob Cowing with Arizona.
Yeah.
This guy gets in and out of his route so fast. I'm like, wow, this guy's going to be sick in the slot. Ricky Pearsall, the same thing. I'm warming up to it.
So we had Terrell Owens on a couple days ago, and if you missed that, Hall of Famer Terrell Owens, San Francisco 49ers Hall of Fame as well. Find it on YouTube, Odyssey app, download that bad boy. It is free. He was talking about the scheme. He was saying Kyle Shanahan and their inability to get open receivers or get receivers open on third down was the difference in that game. So if Ricky Pearsall could help that in the intermediate routes and stuff like that, and just have another presence. I look at a guy that played a year in Oakland, but then went to Vegas, a guy like a Hunter Renfrow. And I think Pearsall has way more intangibles as far as the physicals go than Hunter Renfrow ever did. But third and Renfrow was a thing. He was a guy in the slot, a guy like a Julian Edelman, smaller guys that have that quick burst that can just get open. And you need that every single down. And Brock Purdy, what does he do best, Bonte? He extends plays. And to have a guy like that could just be open for you and dump it off. You already have McCaffrey out there that just has gravity in and of himself when he's attracting linebackers or defensive ends and stuff like that. So having a guy like Ricky Pearsall, so huge against the sticky man defense, and like you see with Steve Spagnuolo in the Kansas City Chiefs.
That's well said, Spadoni, because that's been a missing ingredient for this offense, in my opinion. Having that quick twitch slot guy. They've tried it with Trent Taylor. They've tried it with James Jr. They've tried it. Danny Gray hasn't even cracked the field. You see a little vision with Ronnie Bell, but that has been a missing ingredient, I think, in this offense. They addressed one element in getting Christian McCaffrey and having a running back who can catch the ball out the backfield to be a threat in the pass game. They didn't have that for a long time. He finally addressed that a couple seasons ago, and we saw what Christian McCaffrey did last season. Now getting that in the slot. Because Jennings is a bigger guy in the slot, even though he makes plays, but he's not your quintessential slot wide receiver. You need your Brandon Stokley's. You need your Danny Woodhead, or it's going to be Danny Amendola's, your Julian Edelman's. You need your quick Wes Welkers. Pearsall looks like he could be that and much, much more. Speaking of Brock, Shasky brought this up during vacation. He sent it to our thread. Rich J. Madrid on Twitter, big Niner guy. He posted all of Brock Purdy's pass attempts from 25-plus yards. There was 29 complete plays here, 29 plays of 25-plus yards. Whether or not they were completed or not is another thing. But what I took away from this video, it was like 5 minutes long or whatnot, is that a lot of those deep shots was going to number 11, Brandon Ayuk. So that's why in my head it never made sense to trade Brandon Ayuk, because you're not throwing deep to Debo. You may do it a couple times a year, but you're going to Ayuk for those deep routes. And you even go to George Kittle for those deep shots.
Are you banking on that chemistry clicking immediately with a rookie in Ricky Pearsall? That's unfair to him as well as it is to Brock. And for Kyle Shanahan, we know about his system on wide receivers and how hard Brandon Ayuk had to even get to this stage to even get out of the doghouse that he was in for a hot second. So, you need to keep Brandon Ayuk. You need to keep Debo Samuel at least for this season, because Brock also has said in the past that he doesn't feel as confident in himself without Debo in that huddle.
He said it makes him feel comfortable. Puts him at ease. Puts him at ease. So you got a non-report about Brandon Ayuk. They're going to try to work that out.
Well, I think it is something where he says it's going to be in between Amon-Ra St. Brown and Devontae Smith. If we knew that already, and we kind of do because we're in the know, Bonte, but for the average person, maybe they didn't know that, and that sounds about right for Brandon Ayuk. I don't see him quite at Amon-Ra St. Brown's level, but I think he's better than Devontae Smith. Yes. Second team All-Pro. He's one of the 4 or 5 best wide receivers in the league last year.
I think he could do more on the football field than Devontae Smith. A lot more.
And Devontae's obviously really he's the number 2 on that team anyways, because A.J. Brown's the number 1. So.
Right, and I like Devontae Smith a lot.
Me too.
I love
People
Devontae.
didn't think he could hang because of his frame, but I think he can.
He's legit. He's solid.
By the way, speaking of wide receivers, you see what's going on with Rashee Rice in Kansas City.
Not good.
Now he's getting investigated about a potential
photographer.
charge.
I guess they smacked the photographer or whatnot.
I can't be doing that. That's not looking good. Obviously, he had the hit and run, and he has to deal with that. He's already done with the suspension. Yeah, so lots of messy stuff. But they got Xavier Worthy.
Yeah,
and he'll probably be a baller for them because that's just what Kansas City does.
Kansas City will be fine. I'm with Burkity Creek here. I'm with Burke. Cannot trade Ayuk. Pay him or play hard. But the Niners cannot let him go. Main target for Brock. I'm with you, Burkity Creek. You cannot trade Brandon Ayuk. Always felt like that from day number one. Keep this guy. Why would you trade him? You've developed him. We're talking about development. Well, this is a player you developed, and you turned him into a second-team All-Pro wide receiver. Second-team All-Pro, the team that run first. That's their philosophy. Run first. Let's get the 30 carries. Yeah, you had a wide receiver pop and make the All-Pro team, second team. And that's the second wide receiver on the Shanahan has done it. Deebo Samuel did it in 2021.
It's a run-first team with a running back that catches the ball a lot, too.
Yep.
Like that. So that's even taking more targets away from him. And he's still second-team All-Pro.
Real quick, before we get to Fast Five, watch Edie Saka yesterday.
Ooh, Dortmund.
PSG.
Oh,
disappointing. Didn't score one goal in both games.
It's very disappointing. I mean, for the guy that's the face of international soccer, Kylian Mbappe, we've all seen him with France, obviously winning the World Cup 2 cycles ago, and then coming up just short against Argentina and Lionel Messi and his swan song there. For them not to score a goal, it's a bad look for PSG, and it's not a great look for Kylian Mbappe. Not taking anything away from the talent, but they make their bones in those things. And for those of you who don't know what the Champions League is, it's the tournament of all the greatest soccer clubs in Europe together. So you got the German league, the Bundesliga, and Dortmund, who's one of the top there, going to the final, and they're going to await potentially another Bundesliga. I think they got second this year. I think it was Leverkusen who got first in the league, but Bayern Munich potentially.
Yeah, Bayern Munich today against Real Madrid in Real Madrid at that new stadium. Check out that new stadium.
I'm going to check it out. I can't wait.
It is sick.
Could Harry Kane finally get that trophy? That's what he's been pursuing.
Well, he scored the penalty goal, or he scored a goal last time out.
Yep.
So they're up, but Real Madrid. Actually, they drew. It was 2-2. Yep. 2-2. So right there, I got Real Madrid winning today. Real Madrid against Dortmund.
Jude Bellingham, right? He's the other young face.
All the German teams, they got the big flags in the crowd.
It's awesome. Well, it's just different over there, man.
It's different. I don't know. I'm a flat guy, Carter. Why are you laughing at me, man? I'm older, man. I find beauty in the little things.
Bonte, when Team USA comes to Levi's Stadium, whenever that is, and if they do in the next World Cup cycle, I will get you an American flag, and you can wave that bad boy to face paint, and Baby Ches can be right there with you.
I can't wait till my Brazil.
Every country's going to be
my
for
Belgium,
Bonte.
my
France.
Netherlands, my France. Who else? My Argentina.
You're Italy, or you not claim Italy?
I'm not claiming Italy.
There you go. He's not.
This is all part of his future presidential speech too.
Yeah, my who else?
Well,
my
how about
Canada.
He can have his fast 5 teams. How about that? He can
fast
do that.
5 teams. Here we go. Bonte's favorite World Cup teams. Number 5, Team USA. Number 4, Belgium. Number 3, England.
You can't put England over USA.
They're number 3.
They're rivals. Well, and Mexico.
They're number 3 for me. France number 2, Brazil number 1. Let's go.
What a front runner. No Argentina.
Oh, no, Argentina. No, you know what? I'll bump Team USA. I'm bumping Team USA for Argentina.
Oh, my God. Well, we have the Euro Cup this summer. I think we have Copa America, which is kind of like the Euro Cup, but it's for the Americas, North versus South. So I can't wait. And we have the Olympics. I think Team USA for the Olympics, the men's side, they're in the same group as the host country, France.
Oh, yeah.
That's going to be interesting.
They're in trouble.
Well, our young guys are actually good in comparison to the rest of the world, not our...
But our young guys ain't France. Mbappe.
The number 1 prospect, the 15-year-old wonder kid, they're calling him, from America, just signed with Man City, Bonte. So don't sleep on the youth movement coming for Team USA. My final thought, though, you got to make Klay Thompson a priority for the Golden State Warriors. Whether that's keeping him or telling him to look elsewhere, just tell him right at the start, man. Just tell him right at the start.
All right, Carter, what you got? What you got, Carter?
I saw Bob Myers biking home yesterday on my way home from here, and he had a little baby seat in the back, no baby, looked happy as a clam. And my final thought is I'm glad he's not going through this, having to make this decision for Klay Thompson.
No, I have questions. Did you stop and honk? Did you say hello?
Yeah, I gave him a little wave out the window. It wasn't much.
Did he wave back?
No. You got to say, hey, Bob, I know Bonte Hill.
No. You got to say, Joe Shasky.
No, he wants to get a response back.
Oh,
no,
yeah, that's true.
well, no, you don't go those two us. You say, I know Daryl the Guru Johnson because Bob constantly says, I need a guru in my life.
We all do.
We all need
a guru. Guru had a great time debating Sports Hall of Fame.
He was so
He's
happy.
buzzing up. Was he happy?
Yeah. Well, the bow tie. I mean, that guy had the biggest smile on his face.
He was smiling.
Whenever he's here, but that one especially.
Ricky Henderson, John Taylor.
That is, meeting Ricky, honestly, though, that would be pretty sick.
That was pretty sick.
Of all the guys there.
And then the cameraman like, hey, you guys get together for a photo. It was like, oh, we got one with Ricky.
Ricky doesn't take pictures.
Ricky. All right, Lubman. I almost call him Spinoni. Lubman. What's up, Lubman?
Ever talk about priorities? What I need, my priority, what I need. It's all Macklin Celebrini. That's all that's on my mind today. I've let my Sharks fandom kind of lapse the last few years.
You have.
This is going to get me back into it. I'm very excited to see the Sharks be relevant in the Bay Area again. And when you look at the next few years, Niners, their window closed in a few years. Giants, I don't know where they're at. Warriors, I don't know where they're going to be at. Sharks could have the floor.
Our Teal Report coming to you here from 95.7 The Game. Teal Report, Lubman and Bonds. Hey, let's go from the rink.
There you go.
Garlic fries and hockey guys.
From the garlic fries and hockey guys. By the way, I'm still butthurt. You never invited me out to the podcast, man.
You've had numerous invites.
It's unbelievable.
The season
hey, Bonds, you want to come on the podcast next week?
I got to check my schedule.
He's thinking about it.
I got to check my schedule.
Oh, that's a big jump from earlier in the show when it was a hard no.
I got to check my schedule.
He's out.
Things are getting a little busy.
So bad.
He's out.
We're going to talk a lot of Mike Yastrzemski on the next pod.
Are you really?
Well, if you're on it, yeah.
I'm not the Yastrzemski guy. I'll just give him credit. He was the only one hit. Now nobody's hit except for Jung-Hoo Lee. Damn, can we get some hits, Giants? Win another game at Coors Field. You win tonight, you win the series. Jordan Hicks on the mound, who was a previous guest on the Garlic Fries and Baseball guys. Check that podcast out wherever you subscribe to your podcast. But Dallas Fast 5, brought to you by Xfinity at home or on the go. You get the fastest internet to all your devices. Another fast show. This show went by fast. Maybe we don't miss Joe Shasky. No, we're kidding.
Whoa!
We're kidding. We love you, Shasky. Spinoni, good job, though. You're doing a hell of a job. Love it. Carter, see you guys in the morning. Up next, Tight Guru. What are they talking about? Some Warriors all season?
Kuzma.
Ooh.
want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point.
Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
What is going on here?
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
I'll tell you what. We got a great story brewing in the Bay. And that's where I'm starting today because what we're on the verge of is pretty cool. There's no doubt about it. So the San Jose Sharks have the number 1 pick in the NHL draft. That was determined last night. And all indications are they're going to take a player named Macklin Celebrini.
Oh.
His dad works for the Warriors. He's their strength and conditioning director of everything athletic. And I got to tell you, this is the kind of thing that can transform a franchise. I'm not here to tell you I know hockey.
Scar.
You know that. But the idea that the San Jose Sharks have the number 1 pick and they're going to pick a homegrown kid.
Man.
I mean, I don't think it gets any better than that. And Macklin Celebrini has a chance to elevate the Sharks and hockey in the Bay Area to where it's never been before.
Because it's down right now, Steiny. And I walked in this morning and you and Evan were talking and I'm like, what's going on? So I won't front. I turn on the Sharks, Steiny, but they are down. I've been to the tank, but this is a beautiful story, especially if you allow me to kind of apply it to the NBA where we talk about draft picks and saviors and what LeBron was. The Sharks are embarking on their LeBron James, and his daddy is one of the GOATs on keeping the guys healthy with the Golden State Warriors. I mean, seriously, man, I was like, and I ain't gonna front. I hadn't heard anything about the kid. Yeah. And they got the number 1 pick. I'm going to get a black jersey.
So,
because they got some good merch.
Yeah. About midway through the hoop season, somebody said to me, or I overheard, or I don't know, they said, oh, yeah, Rick Celebrini's got a kid that plays hockey who's really good.
Oh, so you knew.
Well, I didn't know he was this good.
Right.
But the reality of the situation is that, you know, as the draft came up, I saw that this guy was better than just good. Guru, he's 17 years old.
Why do I like that?
He's 17 years old.
Go ahead.
You know, and look, all right, don't be a stickler for homegrown. I'll say he's from the Bay. He's been here for the last 6 years. His dad,
Willow Glen,
yeah. I mean, that's where he's been living.
All right.
But nevertheless, the 17 years old,
the savior. And they need it, though. They've earned it, Steiny.
It's so cool in a way.
It's big.
Imagine the possibilities. I mean, seriously.
I already know where I'm going.
Is it possible the Sharks could rise up the pecking order?
If this dude is... Now, I got to be careful.
No, you don't have to be, you don't
Mario
have to be
Lemieux, Lindros, Steiny, Gordie Howe. What? I mean, he's going to be who he is, but what if he has that impact? And I'm telling you, hell yeah, they would vault. They've been down. They had the worst attendance last year in the NHL, Steiny. So it's been, I mean, coaches come and going, but the fact that this kid got Bay Area ties, I'm serious, man. I'm excited. Then what did I ask you and Evan? When's the draft? Like,
right.
When's it going to happen? It's in June. So, gosh, I'm excited, man.
The number 1 pick in the NHL draft is going to be a guy who's living in California.
I don't even know the noise they make. You know, the NFL's ding-ding-ding.
Oh.
What is it? I don't know what hockey uses. Anyway.
No, it's just, this is such a cool story.
17 and he could be the savior.
Listen, I'm not saying I'm going to become a Sharks fan.
Offsides.
But I'm more interested in the Sharks. And I will absolutely, positively keep an eye on this kid.
And you had a great question. You said, is he going to start in AAA or AA? We had one of our, Ethan, one of our hockey experts, he was like, the kid's so good, he should be on the big club to start next year, Stoney, once they draft him. That's going to be a sellout.
Oh, I guess somebody's coming down my road for, you know how I always say, young guys need to develop? 408 says, if Steiny thinks he will take a couple of years because he's young, take a seat on this one, Steiny. NHL #1 overalls almost always play on the team that season.
Now, there we go. All more reason to be excited.
Hey, 408. When I say guys need time to develop, I'm talking NBA. I wouldn't know in hockey. Come on, man. Don't be killing me like that.
Yeah.
Well, unlike Kaminga, he does have college experience.
That's true.
That
1
thing
year.
stood with me yesterday.
Yeah, it's just a great story, and I figured we'd start.
And we
there.
might have some hockey guests. Mike,
who? I'm trying to think of players who were drafted by their hometown, and obviously LeBron. But
that makes it more incredible.
I mean, he's from Akron. I guess you could say close enough.
Oh, good God, Steiny.
But what are I can't think of some other athletes that were drafted by their hometown teams, essentially, and went on to just elevate everything.
Ricky Henderson, drafted by the Oakland A's from the town.
Yeah.
I'll call him a friend. But yeah. And you said you were excited and I didn't know why. I know because of this, but then you said there was another piece of it.
Yeah.
You gonna tell me?
Yeah, I'll tell you. So let's listen to Dave in Fremont. What's going on, Dave? How you doing? You can jump in here right away, start us off.
Good morning, fellas. Good morning, fellas. It's a good day. Happy that the #1 pick didn't go to Chicago.
Yes.
Wow.
And it's kind of the running joke. Everybody was joking that the #1 pick was going to go to Chicago. And Guru, it's actually, you know how you were mentioning before how you didn't really hear about him.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, it's because the Sharks had the best odds to get the #1 pick. And if it would have been like Chicago or one of the bigger market teams, you would have been hearing all about him.
Okay, gotcha.
A little bit. I watched a little bit of them. In the Frozen Four. Now they lost to Denver in the national championship game. But here's something that we got to look forward to as Sharks fans. 2 years ago, #1 pick, William Eklund. Last year, #1 pick, Will Smith. This year, we're going to take Celebrini. We got some young kids for the future.
Let me ask you this, Dave.
Smart.
Let me ask you this,
Go
because
for it.
this is kind of, I find this very fascinating. So you just mentioned their first picks from the last 2 years. Isn't there something extra special about a kid like this who's been out here for 5 or 6 years?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You just hit the nail right on the head. I mean, especially in out here in the Bay Area where, hockey isn't like, huge. But hockey is actually becoming a very, very popular, especially like viewing sport out here. And yeah, especially since the kid, I mean, he played on the junior Sharks for a little bit. He's been out here. He mentioned his time out here. And the other thing that I really like about this kid is, yeah, he's young, but he's super mature. The way he plays on the ice, he's got, eyes in the back of his head. He's smart. He's 6'1", but he's tough for a younger, smaller kind of a center. But again, he's got the goods, and it's so just kind of exciting because it's like you do have a kid who's like the homegrown guy who he grew up a lot in Vancouver as well. Sure. Too. He mentioned that he was a Vancouver Canucks fan, but just the fact that, again, he has the ties to, the city, the Bay Area, and it's really cool because, again, the Sharks have been kind of on the, they haven't been good.
No.
We'll just put it that way.
No.
But this gives us some excitement as Sharks fans and just, the Bay Area in general. That's the one good thing about, or I shouldn't say the one good thing, but one of the best things about the Bay Area is that, we support our teams. We love our team. So we got a lot to look forward to, fellas.
Good stuff, Dave. Yeah. I'm happy for Sharks fans. Happy for Sharks fans.
Man, Stoney. And maybe all the disgruntled Bay Area baseball fans, not that they're not hockey fans, if this kid hits the ground running. My guy Lee Hubbard, our guy, texted in Derrick Rose, and then I got 20 Derrick Rose on the text messages.
Yes, Derrick Rose.
The Shy. Yeah. He didn't deliver a chip, though.
Evan had a great one, too.
Uh-oh.
Pete Rose.
Oh, man.
Pete Rose was from
guy.
Cincinnati.
Yeah.
I do think if a guy's got local ties, it takes it to the next level.
There's
really
no doubt.
do.
That would,
and this is going to be fun. I also I love watching a guy who, and he's not going to be this in the NHL, but just love watching a guy grow.
Yeah,
we
were talking about Steph Curry and Dre.
He's going to be
homegrown, but they ain't really homegrown. This is really homegrown.
I mean, the thing, this guy's 17, 18 years old. Can't believe it.
Yeah. Ticket sales are going to go through the roof, right?
You would
can
think.
imagine. Yep.
How much pressure do you think there is on him?
By the way, they have not drafted him yet.
Oh,
that's part of the allure. That's part of the stardom is that they just won the draft lottery.
Yes.
And everyone's excited about this kid. The draft doesn't happen until June 28th.
I mean, the only thing they didn't do was hold up a Sharks jersey with Celebrini's name on it.
I got you.
Remember when the New York Knicks won the lottery, I think in 85, the Knicks won the lottery, and I want to say Dave DeBusschere was the GM at the time. They had a Knicks jersey with Patrick Ewing's name on it.
That was
they
the
were
rig one.
We're taking him number one, and we've got no...
Rest in peace, David Stern.
Yeah, we've got no qualms about it. I mean... Very rarely do things fall into play. There's no chance that the Sharks don't take Macklin Celebrini.
Don't butcher it. Shout out Shasky.
Put in the cap.
Yeah.
Put in the cap.
This is a game changer, man.
I mean, the fact that he's got ties here just is icing on the cake. It's gravy, and I'm just happy for Sharks fans. Yeah. I mean, they got to be excited.
And maybe there'll be more out there if this kid hits the ground running, Sonny. Yeah, and he becomes their Steph Curry.
So I heard this story before the show. It's kind of interesting. And it gives you a little insight on Draymond Green, too.
The
really, the real good part. So I guess a couple years ago or last year, Draymond was in Chicago. And he says to Rick Celebrini, "Well, yeah, I want to see your son play. Look at the schedule. And do we have it? Do we have it?
This is dope already. I don't even know.
Listen to this. This is many things going on, but just take a listen and we'll talk about it."
So I'm laying on the table. Rick's working on me, and I'm like, "Hey, Rick, when we go to Chicago, any chance Matt got a game?" He starts checking the schedule. He's like, "Oh, actually, he does." I'm like, "Great, I'm going." Mac didn't have his best game. But I'm an athlete. When somebody got it. You can look at how someone moved, their swagger, what they're doing, how people react to them on the ice. Who got it. And he just had it. You got a chance to see a generational talent play before everybody else of the generation even realized he's generational.
That was Draymond Green who watched him. I mean, I'll be honest with you.
Yeah, he got it. He didn't have to score 30.
I'll be honest with you. How cool is it that Draymond Green goes to see the son of a guy on the staff play? That's
dope.
That's one of the things that stood out to me.
And that's the part of Draymond we don't get to see a lot of. That's why Steph has his back probably in the Warriors at every turn, Stoney. We see the monster and what it takes, the junkyard dog, but we don't see the behind-the-scenes stuff. So that was tight. He said he wanted to. That's like me coming to see one of your girls get down.
Well, yeah, exactly. Well, the other thing, I'm thinking of the pressure on this kid. Like Draymond Green. And I'll bet you Draymond Green knows hockey.
Well, he knew his mannerisms to say he didn't have his best game, but you could tell he had the swag.
But Draymond Green uses the term generational talent.
Gretzky.
I mean,
Mario.
Is there a downside to be drafted by your hometown team?
Well, some say a lot, there's a lot of distractions.
Right.
Like if Jay Kidd or Gary Payton were a Warrior, I'm sure there's a lot more stuff you got to deal with. But I wouldn't know, Stoney. I guess I work for the hometown, the radio station where I'm from. You both? Yeah. Well, you'd be on 93.7 The Fan in Pennsylvania.
I guess so. I just, it's a great story. And,
I appreciate you sharing. I had no idea.
It's where I wanted to start because it's so cool.
And what do you think his dad's feeling?
Oh my God.
That's as a father. Well,
his dad, I guess, is doing a press conference at 10:30. We'll have some sound from that later on.
He's also got an older brother that was a 6th-round pick before. So,
oh wow.
Yeah, this ain't the first Celebrini that's going to be taking the ice in the pros.
But this is a number 1 picky. Just shout out to the Aiden. Yeah,
this is
number 1.
This is one of those things where
we think.
This is one of those things where it's hard to describe, but it feels like everything's fallen into place. And again, you don't have to be a hockey fan to realize the importance of this. The Sharks haven't made the postseason in 5 years.
Good God.
And here's the other thing that's great about this. The kid has a great name. Macklin Celebrini.
Yeah.
Little things like that.
What did Evan say?
Add up to give you the possibility that this could be the start of something extra special.
And the Bay, the home of the Mac, shout out Max Julian, too short. But Evan said when he scores a goal, Stoney, I'm adding this. When he scores a goal, they play the song, Return of the Mac. Yeah.
You might be doing a lot more of that.
No, I'm
Scar.
I've been to just real quick.
When's the last Sharks game you've been to?
5 years ago where Rick Tittle was playoffs.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
And the place was booming like that. I don't like beer pong, but Rick took me all over to play. People were playing adults beer pong. After.
What are you talking?
The streets were on fire.
Oh.
It was like a carnival. But beer pong's so stupid.
You didn't have to mention the beer pong.
Well, just drink and talk. That's right. It's for ping pong. The ball. Well, I had to walk off. It was a party.
I thought you were going to talk about the atmosphere there.
No, that was on full display. And I think E40 came out. You know how they always have
Yeah,
I love that. The guest guy, come on.
You know what I'm wondering? This is one of the things I wonder.
I wonder if there's a name for the guest guy.
You know that there are a lot of Sharks fans out there.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, we don't talk hockey here. There's no doubt about that. And there's some hardcore Sharks fans.
Yep.
And I actually wonder if the fact that you and me are excited about this, and if I say, you know what, I'll definitely go down and check out a game. If you're a hardcore Sharks fan, are you all for everybody on the bandwagon?
You have to. The bandwagon is symbolic of good. Why do you gotta, I like them more? When the people come, some business is good. The bandwagon is symbolic of business is booming.
Some hardcore fans, they get proprietary about their teams.
Like you with the T-Wolves. You don't like everybody jumping on the
exactly.
Why? Celebrate it.
Because
Not everyone can be friends with the head coach,
Well,
Steiny.
there you go, too. We need some
quit
gear.
gatekeeping.
You need some mini gear. Give me his number. I'll text him.
Who?
Finch.
Why?
Because you need some T-Wolf gear. You had everything. Atlanta, D.C.
I got rules with him.
Oh.
I don't text him during a series.
They don't play again until Friday.
I know.
That's a little too long for me.
I don't know. I could see.
I'm excited. How many others? Evan, and I know Spadoni, they watch, but this is what they needed. That's the other part we're bearing. Steiny, they're down right now. 5 years since making the playoffs. Worse attendance.
You don't think there's some Sharks fans out there that are like, oh boy, here we go. Now, Steinmetz and Guru are going to talk hockey.
Oh, no.
Oh, here we go. Now they're fans. Now they're fans.
Bother me.
Now they're fans. We've been around for 20 plus years, and now they're fans. Okay.
Wow.
Okay.
As opposed to what? Drinking by yourself and your team not making the playoffs? That what you want? Nobody to talk to?
Like, what if tickets are going to be harder to come by?
The more the merrier, man. How about that?
I'm just saying.
How much does Draymond Green and his vote of confidence for this kid make you feel more invested? Because it's something to hear about how great a player is and how much success they're expected to have at first. But when you hear someone that is a Bay Area icon or is a fixture in the area that they're going to be playing in, giving them that pump up, I think that means something.
I do too.
Oh my God.
And I'm going to assume that Draymond knows a little bit about hockey, having grown up in Flint.
And the fact that he said he didn't have his best game, Stoney, and knew he still had it, and what that's like coming to see the big man on campus.
Okay, here's the 408. See, somebody I think's being honest here.
Oh, boy.
As long as you all, I guess he means me, as long as you all don't pretend you know what's happening, it's all good. Don't be on here criticizing players once the season starts, but go all in on the hyping. Well, let me tell you something about hockey.
Offsides.
I may not know a lot about hockey, but there are all kinds of similarities to basketball.
Except the power play.
Well, I'm just saying, they move without the puck, move without the ball, passing.
Offsides. They don't have that in the
That's
NBA.
true.
Yeah.
650, better late than never.
Man.
We love your show, but always have to go to other outlets to hear about our beloved Sharks. Hopefully this is the beginning of a new era.
That's dope, man.
Well,
we'll see.
Well, no, that's the hope, though, Evan.
I mean,
all the number one picks throughout
you may think
that have been transcendent guys that have hit.
You may think I'm kidding, but we never. This is kind of what I mean about the opportunity this kid has. He actually does have the opportunity to put the Sharks on the sports radio
national.
No, I'm talking us.
Oh.
If this kid is a generational talent and the Sharks all of a sudden start running the table, I'll bet we talk some hockey. If he's the best athlete in the Bay Area,
I'm not mad
absolutely. And the thing that's cool, here's to me what the best part is about this. And I just wanted to start with this because I just think it's so cool. A guy like me, I'm going to get a chance to kind of watch hockey, learn more about hockey, get a little more interested in hockey through this kid.
Yeah, no doubt.
So
through this kid, there it is. That's the connection.
It's going to be fun.
But just back to the number one pick, Stein, LeBron James has to be the greatest number one pick of all time.
You mean from his hometown?
Yeah. Or just in general. I mean, good God. And he delivered a chip to his hometown. And I know it's close enough. Ohio. Like, that is incredible, man. Just think, that's what you want this kid to be. And I know that's a lot of pressure, but good God, LeBron has delivered.
Yeah, I think some sticklers would say
Ken Griffey Jr. was the number one pick, but he had his stuff.
Was Magic the number one pick? Magic Johnson? I mean, winning the MVP in the NBA Finals your first year, that's a pretty good.
Peyton Manning was a number one pick, I believe. Yeah, Peyton Manning.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm not going to be here tomorrow or Friday
or Monday
and
not that I'm.
So this is my getaway day.
Evan and I
was just like, I got it.
Yeah.
I'm in a good mood, and I got to start. I just wanted to start the show on an upbeat.
I love it, man.
Level.
I love it.
And believe it or not, we're going to get into some Warriors here. I know you're going to think this is a shtick, but they got a shot. They can do this.
Telling you that.
They can do this, but they're not. No, but not your way. It's not the Kevin Durant way.
What is that? Well, I told you, and I meant it. I know we're up against it. What if they stand pat and guys act right and don't get suspended? What are the Warriors really? If nothing pops off and there's not those big trades or moves that we think are coming.
Yeah. Well, I'm telling you, I got some ideas. 888-957-9570 is the number. You want to jump in on the Macklin Celebrini thing, feel free. Sharks fans should be feeling great today. Sharks fans, how you feeling that your team's now the most popular team, at least for now, in the Bay Area? That segment was brought to you by the Order of Malta Clinic.
Losing your health insurance is no reason to lose hope. The Order of Malta Clinic in downtown Oakland offers
Yeah.
With Big D at the hospital. What are we having today for lunch, Big D?
Give me some salami, baby.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
God, I hate to make mistakes.
And Evan and I let you down. Evan might have been talking.
408. Yeah. You're right.
I know.
Draymond's from Saginaw, not Flint.
Yeah. Dang. Hopefully Dre ain't listening.
Son of a gun.
Oh, no.
I tell you what, your boy is in a good mood today. Really good mood. This Sharks thing's got me upbeat. The Sharks get the number 1 pick in the draft. All indications are they're going to take this guy, Macklin Celebrini, with hometown ties.
I wish the draft was tomorrow.
Sharks in need of a boost, and man, I mean, I'm telling you, it's the kind of thing that can transform a franchise.
Watch ticket sales. Oh, way to go out on a limb, Goo. Watch them go through the roof if they follow through and do this. Draft this young man.
I'm sorry, Goo. My bad.
It's your last day.
Yes, it is. I'm going out of town tomorrow.
People want to know where.
I'm going.
Don't be vague.
I'm going on a golf trip.
I'm out.
I'm going on a golf trip to Washington, the state of Washington.
And you're driving, so you need tunes.
I'm flying.
Oh, okay.
Flying to Spokane.
Southwest?
Yes. And going to play golf for 3 or 4 days.
Even with your injury last at the cafeteria, you okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think I'm okay. I think I'm okay. All right. And I'm going to get to these calls in a sec. But so I brought up, like, if you're a Sharks fan, how do you feel about all these fair weather? I'm a fair weather fan. How do you feel about all the fair weather fans coming out of the woodwork? And you said, they're going to love it.
No
doubt. Love it. I'm like, I don't know. And here's what I mean. Like, when I say, man, Goo, I'm in a great mood today, you might say, oh, now you are. Oh, now you're in a good mood. What about yesterday?
Now you've been okay.
No, but my point is that there could be some Sharks fans. Oh, now you're coming out of the woodwork.
Well, I always thought because they've been bad here for the last 5 years, Stoney, misery loves company. So, man, whoever's mad that you're happy and I'm happy, man, we'll see how, Stoney, I will watch this young man on the ice. How about that?
I will absolutely keep an eye on him. Let's go to Matt in Napa. What's going on, Matt? How you doing?
Not too bad, man. Thanks for taking my call.
Yes,
Glad you were called out by the Saginaw and not the Flint, Michigan with Draymond Green. I'm from Michigan. But I'm actually disappointed that there will be bandwagon fans because, honestly, I took my son to the Shark Tank last year, $50, 20 rows up from the ice. Unbelievable price. You go to Detroit, you're looking at $200, 5 rows from the top of the ice.
But did you win that game, though?
Oh, yeah, we won it.
Oh, okay.
Oh, we won it. My son was walking out of that stadium with his Red Wing jersey on. Really proud of being a Red Wing fan out of the Shark Tank. But I will say this, living out in the Bay Area for the last 10 years, my 2014 Halloween costume was a Bay Area bandwagon fan. Because there's so many bandwagon fans in this state, or this area, it's unbelievable. I don't think you're going to get a bunch of bandwagoners for the Sharks because they probably don't know who Thornton is, number 1 pick of all time, by Boston, but played for the Sharks. But besides all that Shark talk, I would pick Kareem as the number 1 draft pick.
Good call.
Best draft pick.
Good call.
All right, Matt. I told you, Goo. Thanks, Matt. I told you.
Yeah.
I told you.
But how many of him are there? You know what I mean?
Well, how about this? What about this? And God, I wanted to keep it positive. What about if you're a Shark season ticket holder? Don't you think the price of your seat just went up?
I want to win, bud. We'll deal with all the inflation. However, I just want to win, Matt. I'm not worried about, like I said, misery loves company, and you're going to have a bunch now for all the fans that are turned off that, the things that they had luxuries of may, be interfered with. But, Stoney, I'm going out on a limb here. That's right. Joe Thornton, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
All right.
Hey, you didn't ask me why I'm in such a good mood. You think you know, but you don't. Actually.
I did last block, and you said, "Hold on," and I'll tell you. Why are you in a good mood, Stoney?
Okay, 3
reasons. You don't see your boy for 3 days. That's the top.
There's 3 reasons. 3 reasons.
Evidently,
one. This is my Friday, so this is my getaway day. I'm excited to go on this trip, this golf trip. Number 2, the Celebrini thing has just got me giddy. It's just so cool. It really is.
It's affected me too, Stoddy. I'm juiced. I swear I am, man.
But here's number 3. This is the big one, Goo, believe it or not. You know what I did today already?
Worked out.
Yep.
Wow. Where? At the house?
I got up at 6 o'clock.
All right.
And I walked Lake Merritt.
Are you kidding me?
Nope. Took me about 45, 50 minutes. Got back to the house at about 7:10. Had plenty of time to get here. And I got to tell you, I feel different.
This is the norm now?
Wouldn't that be unbelievable? I wouldn't go that far.
No wonder when I text you on the thread, it felt like you were Johnny Lightfoot. I felt like you were, I was like, he's happy. And I put it on the Vine fire emoji that you're off, but you were walking. Maybe that did something to you to where you release. You know what I mean?
How about me texting you, drive safe?
I saw that was the other one, Evan. I'm like, who is this guy?
Yeah, that was an upset.
Yeah, it was. And I thought it was because of your trip. But how many times, honestly, do you think when you get back, you can incorporate, because that's good stuff. I got to commute, so that's my exercise. That's not good. But for you to do that and get the blood going,
I think, start with maybe once or twice a week.
Yeah.
Just it's not easy getting up at 6. But anyway.
Well, what time you get up normally?
6:15. Yeah. No, I usually get up at
up with the chickens.
You know what's weird is I've been coming in really early lately, and I don't know why.
Well, you and the boss got something going on. Besties.
That's not true.
As soon as I got the elevator, there go the two. They're the best friends. It's all good. He likes you.
Yeah.
I said what I said.
Thank you. There's one last thing I wanted to I get up about 7. What time you get up?
About 5:45.
Oh, my God.
Wife, when she works, it starts at 5:30. I'm like, damn. I'm hearing Potts work from home with the coffee and all that. I'm asleep.
Ouch.
Hey, I got to be negative, though. All this excitement has me watching the Minnesota Timberwolves, too, with young Ant-Man. Their pick panned out. Stoney, I'm jealous and envious of other teams like the Sharks that have a pick like this to get that new Steph Curry, if that makes any sense. So you said you were going to cheer us up with your Warrior takes. I'm here for it. But darn it, I wish the Warriors had. Like, I'm hoping they upset somehow in the lottery and get a top 4 pick and keep it, even if we know that the draft is not deep.
Yeah. So I was watching one of the things with the Warriors that, as we look to what they're going to do in the future, the one thing that I've struggled to account for and how it's going to look and how it's really going to go is, what is Steph Curry's role as the team moves into next year and the year after?
Got to be the best player.
See, that's where I think,
oh my gosh,
we got to. I'm looking at Minnesota last night, right? I'm looking at Minnesota, and I get it. They're different. But who's their point guard?
Conley.
Right. And what do they have around Mike Conley?
Youngsters.
Right. Well, they've got
shooters.
Yes, and they've got 2 wings, who are unbelievably athletic, and then they've got Cat and Cat's 28, and they've got Gobert's 31. So I get it. They have Anthony Edwards. But the bigger issue for me was, how is Steph Curry going to get older and the team get better?
Get more better supporting cast.
Well, yes, but also in that would be for Steph to kind of, he's going to have to be Mike Conley. You're not going to go get Kevin Durant and bring in, what do you mean, oh man? This is the thing I don't get.
No, when I hear Mike Conley and Steph Curry, it's like just the shock value. Like, what are we?
Hold on. I don't look. Steph's always going to score more.
Right.
I'm not saying he should average 9 a game.
Pencil him down for 25 next year at minimum.
Yeah, I'm just saying the role. Like, look at Mike Conley. He's 36 years old, and he's on a team with 2 guys who are 31 and 28, and a lot of young guys. And look how they're getting it done.
Gotcha.
So maybe not in a year, maybe in 2 years, Steph Curry isn't the player he is today or 2 years ago, but he's a really good player on a team with a bunch of weapons. And that's what the Warriors have to do. They've got to.
They don't have that luxury right now, Stein.
What do you mean?
They like LeBron went to LA and has said it. Anthony Davis, you can be the guy. I'll do my role. It'll still be spectacular, but we go through you. Steph doesn't have a guy right now that can make getting older easier. And it's actually affecting them to where it's wearing them down. My 2 cents.
Like, and this is what I was talking about with Dunleavy. And let's say the Warriors are going to try to move Wiggins. So the Timberwolves have Nickeil Alexander-Walker.
I like him.
So do I. And they've got Jaden McDaniels.
Oh, man.
Okay, those are 2 vital pieces to the Minnesota Timberwolves.
Let's preach.
They were part of 3-team trades in the past couple years. Nobody knew who they were. They were just players in a 3-team trade with Beasley and Westbrook and Conley was involved. They got Jaden McDaniels on a 3-team trade. It was Rubio and James Johnson. The trades barely made a ripple when they were made. Well, they did make a ripple because everybody was saying, it was about Westbrook.
Not these guys.
My point is you can get better by moving a guy like Wiggins, and I'm telling you, the move might be something that looks like Nickeil Alexander-Walker and Jaden McDaniels, but we're not going to know because they might be a year or 2 away from really popping, but those are the kind of players that you're going to need in 2 or 3 years. So, like, I don't know if it gives me hope, but I look at how many wings can you?
What if Moody is Alex? I'm looking at Looney. What if Looney ended up in a year or 2 being Alexander or giving you contributions like that? Like, I wouldn't rule that out. What I hear what you're saying, and you are right, but Steiny, it's almost like me telling you, hey, my car's not running well. I need a carburetor and spark plugs. Well, what's more important? The carburetor. And the carburetor in this instance, to me, is a bona fide number 2 score for the Warriors before we get to the Alexander guys.
But that's unrealistic right now with where the Warriors are. You've got 4 young players on this team. Maybe you move Wiggins for another young player or 2. And then you might not be able to get the number 2 guy this offseason. But here's what I think's a joke. Whenever I ask people, how long do you think Steph will play? How long do you think Steph will play?
I'm being honest with you, Steiny, at least 4 more years.
Okay, well then what's the rush this year? What is the rush to make it all happen this year? I get it. He's getting older. But if you're telling me he's going to play,
run him in the ground next year because you got no waiting on that.
You're not going to run him into the ground anymore.
All right.
You're not going to run him into the ground anymore. You can't. So if you think Steph can play 3 or 4 more years,
which I do,
it gives you, to me, 2 off seasons. It gives you this off season to do something, and then it gives you all next year to try to do something too. Now, again, it's going to be tough, but
so that has you feeling a little better. If going for the wing, guys, like you said, when that trade happened, we didn't
Exactly. And that's what Mike Dunleavy's going to have to do. Can he turn Wiggins into 2 players who are rotation guys who really help you?
Now, what if you can't? Let's say you move Wiggins and the guy, it's apparent whoever you get don't even equal Wiggins. It's just a bad fit. Then what are we left with?
Well, I'm going to assume that he's not going to bring a player in here who can't. I got to believe Mike Dunleavy looks at the Warriors and says, if we move Wiggins, we need a this and a that to get it. But we had Geltzeiler on yesterday.
Man, he was positive.
And we'll see what happens. But again, I looked at Minnesota, and they got two key components off trades that nobody thought anything of at the time. And that's, I think that's the way the Warriors are going to have to go about it. And I also think if they give themselves, if they don't constrain themselves to thinking they have to do something this summer, then it looks a lot better. Like if you don't put this constraint on the Warriors that we got to try to win a championship next year, that's when things look bright to me. But when you start talking about championship or bust, and we got to get a championship with Curry next year, that's unrealistic.
What do you think the killer in Joe Lacob is going to strive for? You think he can be put in a straitjacket and Dunleavy and his son Kirk tell him, hey, Dad, it ain't about next year? Kind of is, but the year after, is he one of those go-getters to where he's like, you know what? I see that vision. I'll kind of not sit it out, Steiny, but I'll be patient. I don't know.
I mean, I would, but that's me. 888-957-9570 is the number. Jocko's in San Francisco. What's up, Jocko? How you doing?
I'm doing all right, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Just listening to you guys. First off, I agree with you, Steiny, that I don't think there's a championship in the near future, especially next season. But some of the things they should have moved off of this core last year. So if I was running the team, my first order of business would be renouncing the rights to Klay, as much as it would hurt. They have to get the salaries under control. And then secondly, I would trade Draymond. It's just they're kind of trapped playing the way they play with him. And I think that they could trade him potentially to like the Lakers and get Rui and Vando, get some young, long, athletic guys in here for him and let Draymond go play with LeBron. Or potentially to a team like the Bucks for like a Bobby Portis and a Pat Connaughton. Just get some role players for him so they can turn the page. And then, they would have to, they would have Moody and they would have Kaminga and they would have Pods and they would have TJD and they would have some role players and some longer, more athletic guys and just start rebuilding for the future and get them under the salary cap if they let Chris Paul walk. They would have the mid-level exemption and the vet min contracts to round out the roster. So that's kind of how I think they should have ripped the Band-Aid off last year.
Right.
Kind of disappointed that Lacob, he's supposed to be like a poker player, but you got to know when to hold him and you got to know when to fold him. And I think he held on a year too long.
Yeah,
Kenny Rogers. That's right.
I'm kind of with you there, Jocko. Thank you. It's hit me like a ton of bricks. It has hit me like a ton of bricks. I'll say it again. It's hit me like a ton of bricks.
We're all waiting. What's hit
here
you?
It is. The reason that people perceive that I'm down on the Warriors is because you're making me look at it through a lens of we've got to win a title next year. And I can't get behind that. I can't. I don't see it, Bob.
Wow.
I don't. Like, I've got to be realistic and say, you guys are crazy. But when I look at the Warriors' future in 2 or 3 years, then I'm like, they got some stuff to work with here. They got some stuff to work with. We're at the end of Curry almost. Okay, we are. Yeah. I get it. We're at the end of Curry, but if he's going to play 4 more years, then he's got 4 more years. And who cares if he wins it his last year as a Warrior, even if he's coming off the bench at that point. But I finally got it.
Now, what is Joe going to look at it as? We know where you stand, and that's the now, what was he disappointed in Joe's approach last year? Because when you talk about the Warriors and youth, and you do the TJD and the Pods and the Moody and Kaminga, Steiny, good God, I get it. I get why people are excited. But I guess, Donnie, I'm looking at it through the prism of a chip or getting as close to it as possible because of what's possibly left for Steph. What if my 4 is wrong and it's 3? You know?
Well, then he's going to probably just win 4 titles. Just.
Yeah.
Tommy on the YouTube text, but look around the league. In 2 years, are you competing with OKC, Boston, or Minnie?
Ah, man.
Hold on, though.
OKC won
2 years.
last night.
2 years is a long time. When we look to next, like there's one off season between now and next year.
Yeah.
There's too much to get done. There's too much improving you have to do. You can't cram it into one off season, I don't think. I just don't. And I wouldn't make a decision based on that all or nothing philosophy. I just wouldn't. I gotta trust Steph Curry's gonna play for a few more years and things are gonna change. But the bottom line is you'll have this offseason, you'll have all of next season in the trade deadline, and then you'll have next offseason. I'm not saying tank or anything like that. I'm saying you might be able to get better next year.
Yeah.
Maybe you get a couple new guys in here and you win 49 games. And now all of a sudden you can start talking serious run way more with more credibility than thinking you're going to go from a 10 seed to a championship team. So
will you give me this, though, just from a fan standpoint? Yeah. It is weird not having the Warriors in the playoffs, right? I mean, Stein, this is really. For me, it is. Every day is just a reminder.
Well,
I hit guide.
They've missed the postseason three of the last 5 years.
But one of those was guys were hurt, and you kind of understood it. You could process it better. This was a fail.
To me, it's like if you get injured or not. I mean, if you don't make the playoffs, you don't make the playoffs.
Well.
So, 888-957-9570 is the number. I got you feeling more optimistic, Warrior fans?
Oh, boy.
I'm telling you. It's not all or nothing this offseason. It's too unrealistic. Let's work on this thing over the next 2 years.
And what's the real reason that it's unrealistic? Like, what if they were able to get a LeBron? What if Joe went big game hunting like that?
It's not the way I would go.
Okay.
And I would also say, looking at these teams,
that's not the way you would go.
I don't think that's going to get it done. I think the best way to get it done is to put maybe younger guys around whoever's here.
So you're over the Wiggins thing, like guys like that, you would move.
I would try to move Wiggins, absolutely. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Also, on the other side, Evan told me something.
Freshly shaved, Evan.
Evan told me something that is really compelling. It's not a hypothetical at all.
You're smiling. I can't wait
to hear it. It is a caper. It is very difficult to answer. And I can't wait to run it by Warrior fans. That segment, 888-957-9570 if you want to jump in. That segment was brought to you by Lucky California.
Lucky knows that moms have a special kind of magic. They just make everything better. So this Mother's Day, they'll help you put some magic.
So I'm laying on the table, Rick's working on me, and I'm like, hey, Rick, when we go to Chicago, any chance Matt got a game? He starts checking the schedule. He's like, oh, actually, he does. I'm like, great, I'm going. Mac didn't have his best game, but I'm an athlete. Like, you know when somebody got it. You know, you can look at how someone moved, their swagger, what they're doing, how people react to them on the ice. Like, you know who got it. And he just had it. You got a chance to see a generational talent play before everybody else of the generation even realized he's generational.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I mean, that is cool when you get to do that.
Can I tell you I heard?
Let me set it up. That was Draymond Green. He was talking about Macklin Celebrini. The San Jose Sharks have won the lottery, and they have the number 1 pick. And they're expected to take Macklin Celebrini, who's the son of the Warriors, who's on the Warriors staff in their strength and conditioning. He's the head of it. And he's got Bay Area ties. And Draymond went to see him play when the team was in Chicago and said the kid is a generational talent, Goo.
Yeah, and I just felt like that's Draymond was you saying, hey, Goo, does Donovan or Lil Durrell got a game? That's how I took that, man. I'm like, that. Give me more of that Draymond all day, every day, man.
Yeah.
That's why his teammates love him.
Absolutely. I mean, I don't think I saw a generational talent, but there's nothing better than seeing a kid in high school who you know is going to the NBA, and he just dominates at
Chasing
that level.
kid.
Yeah. Sam Bowie was like that for me. I mean,
J.R. Ryder.
Who else? Billy Owens. I saw Billy Owens play in high school.
What high school did he go to?
Carlisle.
Was it? So he was the man.
Well, he was on a team that was incredible. He was on a team with Jeff Lebo, who went to North Carolina.
Okay.
He was also on a team with a guy who ended up playing for the San Francisco 49ers, Lee Woodall.
Oh, come on, Steiny.
Dead serious.
Linebacker.
Yep. Billy Owens and Lee Woodall played high school basketball together.
That's dope.
Let's go to Joel in Berkeley. Start us off, man, because I got something to tell you.
Yeah, people are waiting.
Oh, let's go to Taco. Oh, Taco wants to go Sharks. Let's go Sharks, Taco.
Right. Hey, what's up, guys? Good afternoon. So I want to kind of reminisce on the Sharks. I'm glad you guys are talking about them right now. But, I grew up in the Bay Area. I grew up in Los Gatos. I live in Montana now. But, I remember catching my first puck off of Archer's Herbe and then getting a signed puck from Jeff Friesen, a signed puck from Patrick Marleau, signed puck from Alex Koryuk. I wear the number 15 when I play in my rec league because of Alex Koryuk right now. He's my favorite player. But I think the influx of all the new fans is incredibly important because that rink, that ice, that's starting to get old. We need a new stadium down there. You can see what a new stadium drives to a community, drives to the development of a team, attracting new practice facility. I know that's already built over, on the South Bay. So, let's go. Let's bring the new people in. Let's bring the money in. I think that's important for this team right now. And, let's go.
Appreciate it, Crazy Taco.
I didn't know the tank needed. Some people want a new tank.
Maybe
water's getting stale.
Celebrini will be like Curry, and he'll get a new building built,
privately funded. Yeah, algae. Got a man.
Yeah, so just a great story there with Macklin Celebrini,
and you got one to pay off too. You left us hanging.
Yeah,
and Evan doesn't even remember.
Let's take. We got a couple calls. Let's go to Trucker George in Oakland. What's up, Trucker George?
So forced.
Hey, how you guys doing, man?
Talk to us, baby.
Talking to you, gentlemen.
Yes, sir.
Hey, I just wanted to swing it on back. Good move, and I love the positive San Jose Sharks, the Scalabrini Jr. Take. That's some good stuff. Draymond dropped the lug there. I like that. But what I really wanted to talk about was the culpability and the of Dunleavy Jr. is well, at least most of us, we tend to notice that he drafted pretty well this year, but is he going to take some responsibility to be the bad guy, something maybe Bob Myers wasn't capable of doing? And is Joe Lightyears, one second, guys, and is Joe Lightyears, is he going to be the bold executive, or is he going to fall back on what he knows? I just would love to hear you guys' opinion on the subject.
Well, Trucker, I think that's a great question. I don't think we know what kind of GM Mike Dunleavy's going to be.
Right.
Like,
we're about to find out.
I mean, it's going to go on his ledger. Re-signing Draymond is going to go on Mike Dunleavy's ledger. But I'm not certain that was Mike Dunleavy's decision.
Oh, wow.
I'm not at this point. So, and I actually do think Dunleavy has a little killer in him in the front office. I do. Yeah. Because he's at least at this point, he's more removed than Bob Myers. Bob Myers was entrenched. You want to hear it?
Yeah.
So Evan says to me, and I guess I knew it, but I never thought about it.
Huh?
And then it got my mind racing. He said, oh, yeah, next year, Steph Curry is extension eligible.
Okay.
So what I'm getting at here is, so he's going to make 55 next year and 59 the year after that.
My goodness. Yep.
So damn. Like that's the other thing why I'm getting a little more positive about the Warriors is because they're going to have an opportunity. So we got to trade Curry. We got to trade Curry. You know what? If you need to trade Curry, you can do it next offseason when he's extension eligible. So but this is what's confounding to me. He made 55. He's going to make 55 next year.
That's amazing.
59 the year after that. What do you pay him?
I mean, at that point,
what do you pay him?
We'd have a conversation.
Would you pay him 60 plus at 38 just to keep it elevating?
He's going nowhere, and I don't even know. And you're going to laugh.
But how much do you pay him?
It would be predicated off the conversation we would have. He may not try to bring the house down because he knows what time it is, Donnie. So he's not going anywhere. And I think at that point, after the 5-9 and double nickel, he would not hometown discount, but Donnie, you know what I mean? Like he would leave something on the bone. No, I really believe.
But of all the big three, he's the one that's never left.
And that's why this would be the perfect timing. Good God, Curry's about to get paid.
It's all kind of locking in. I kind of see the timeline forming with the Golden State Warriors.
How so?
I'm starting to think they are not, and I completely agree with them. They are not saying championship or bust next year. They're saying let's try to get better. And let's make sure we keep the long term intact. And let's make sure that all the moves we make continue to give us more flexibility, which allows us to change the team faster. That's what I think they're doing. And I don't think they can bring a big boy in here
this offseason.
And I'm not sure they want to. I'm not sure they want to.
Well.
Joel, 888-957-9570 is the number. I think Joe Lacob is like Nahigian. Nahigian before the show said, okay, let's say Durant is here or LeBron is here. You ain't beating Oklahoma City.
Well, you're not beating them without him.
That's right. But you're going all in with a guy like Durant. And you can't... what I'm saying is the way to beat those teams is not to get older. I just don't think it's to get older.
But you're saying wait.
Like we're
waiting on a lot of guys to grow and they're operating.
That's right.
That's why he called Jenny Bust down here. I just feel like to the caller's point, the last caller we had, Joe Lacob is going to be a killer. Those lanes and what you're describing, I get it, but I feel like he's going big game hunting and let the chips fall where they may, man. That's how I feel like what we're going to see. Yeah, and that's why I'm going old school video rental Blockbuster. I feel like something, if it can be done, he's going to try to do it.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe, we got to allow for the possibility that Joe Lacob maybe has changed his view since calling the Lakers. And now he says, We're going nowhere with LeBron James. 888-957-9570 is the number. Man, and what do you do next year when Steph's extension eligible? Man, that's going to be tricky, right?
What is it, 59 next year?
That's going to be tricky. Well, he's going to get that 59 no matter what.
God,
but it's the year after. It's the year after the 59. How much do you pay him?
He built this and delivered 4 chips.
I know, but you haven't given me a number.
Yeah,
888-957-9570 is the number. 925. Anyone saying to trade Curry should be immediately exiled from the 9 Bay Area counties? Well,
damn.
That's been brought up. That's been already brought up.
It'll never happen.
Not by me.
Yeah.
You know how this aligns, right, Stoney? One legend leaves, another legend begins. Macklin Celebrini.
Yeah, I guess so. That might.
Does he have sneakers?
But
yeah, Curry's a lifer. I know you're not saying that.
Well, no, I don't know that he's a lifer.
I mean, if you're giving him 59, at this point, you just ride it out, right? Like
no. And listen, if the Golden State Warriors, they don't have a great year next year, and Curry's got one more year left on his deal,
yeah.
I think at that point you'd have to think about moving him to a team.
I just thought of Scott Osler's piece. Yeah.
I mean, I'm not saying now, I'm not saying for sure next year, but if he's got 1 year left on his deal, but I got to believe you could almost rebuild through one trade with the right team.
Yeah, but what you just said hit me, Stoney, like a bag of bricks is the pain that would go in a season that got off the rails again after what we just witnessed and no playoffs. That would, I don't even think we could survive if you just nobody got hurt. And just from a basketball standpoint, Steph played 68 games of the big three, and it ended like it did this year.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Well, at that point,
everything would be on the table then.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, all hell would have broken loose then.
$1.99 from the great Rich Mitchman on the YouTube chat. Trade everyone but 30 and Trace Jackson Davis. And trade Jonathan Kaminga. Nope, not me. Not trading Kaminga.
Rich Mitchman.
Not trading Kaminga. But let's go to Joel. Joel's in Berkeley. What's up, Joel? How you doing, man?
Oh, doing well. Just thought I'd chime in on the Warriors talk here.
Yeah.
I think trading any of the youth for some, what do you call them, big boy, no. There's no future in that. You watch the people who had all their big boys just get it handed to them by a bunch of kids. I mean, they got manhandled by boys. They're old, they're slow. We don't need that. We need young and fast. And I think, too, if you moved a couple of our guys, Wiggins, whatever, I don't know, whoever's money you can get off of, but there's dudes out there that are riding the pine on teams with big boys because those teams haven't realized their big boys ain't getting it yet. So, like, this is an example, and I don't know anything about this dude as a locker room presence. Maybe he's a prima donna, diva, whatever. But Bones Highland, in a game where the L.A. Clippers are getting blown out by 30, Bones Highland comes in garbage time, 7 minutes of garbage time, 11 points, 3 assists in 7 minutes. And none of that looked hard for him. It looked easy for him. If you put him in Westbrook minutes, they might have won that game.
Right.
You know? That kid is slick and fast and a microwave scorer, and he's riding the pine for the Clippers. And there's dudes like that on every team that haven't been discovered yet. Remember when Rui Hachimura wasn't a thing? Remember when they traded him for a song?
Yep.
They're out there, man.
They are.
And I'm not, like I said, I don't know that this guy is the best fit for the Warriors, but damn, man, 11 points in 7 minutes with 3 assists and 1 rebound. You remember when he just...
Well, I'm a fan of his.
Joel,
yeah.
I couldn't
believe Denver gave up on him.
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Joel.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's just... I see dudes like that out there, just riding the pine. And I'm like, man, maybe they don't know what they got. Well, maybe somebody should go get that kid and give him a chance.
Gotcha, Joel. Good stuff. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Not necessarily Bones Highland, although the Warriors could use a backup point guard if it's not Podziemski.
Well,
but that's kind of what I'm talking. Like, there's got to be some guys on Oklahoma City who, I mean, they got a million players. You like, this is where I think basketball's different than any other sport. I think you could get a 7th or 8th man off another team and replace Wiggins with him, and you get better. I believe that's possible. I really do. You get somebody who's a better fit. You get somebody who defends. You get an athlete in there. You get maybe a guy who's here getting better. Though here's the one thing, and I'm interested to, and I'm kind of impressed. I'm starting to get the feeling, Goo, that like you're kind of in the minority. I think the Warrior fan base doesn't want to go after a Durant or a LeBron. Like I'm starting to get the sense that Warrior fans feel like it's too quick of a fix, and if it doesn't work, it's going to be a disaster. And I would rather try to take an incremental step to go from 46 wins to 49 or 50 wins.
You know what? I'm torn.
Yeah.
And I don't want to say it's one way or the other, but just let me add this. What do you think Steph wants to do? If you're Steph Curry right now, would Bones Highland of the world be suffice? Or would you be like, I'd rather keep Wiggins and hope that Wiggins can be what he was in 2022? Because it ain't an age thing with Wiggins. It's mental. But I'm not saying that's the wrong way to go. I'm just thinking Steiny Steph is watching his prime just wilter away, and now he's doing it from the sofa. I don't know if that would suffice, and maybe the organization could say, "Hey, Steph, we're giving you this. We're pulling our weight. You're going to get paid, but man, we're going this way if you like it or not." Like, I feel like we're headed that way. If it's not about Steph, what do you want to do? What would you prefer?
888-957-9570. Am I right in assuming that most Warrior fans don't want to go the big boy route because it's fraught with issues? I'm starting to get the sense that is the case, but 888-957-9570. But, this is where I think fans don't have any idea what Steph Curry's thinking. Like, Steph's not dumb. And sure, he wants to win a title, but he's also been in the NBA 15 years, and he knows what a championship team looks like. I think it's very possible that the first step for Steph Curry is to get back into the top 6. Because when we get back into the top 6, now we have a playoff team, and anything can happen.
And you could have been there if you go with me with the Draymond thing. So I could be wrong. You may not need a big boy. Had he been available and not suspended, we've talked about this, they might have been a top 6 seed.
Right, but what's Steph going to say to Joe Lacob? You need to put a championship team around me. Yes, Steph, that's what we're trying to do. Like, what would Steph say to the Warriors? I mean, Mike Dunleavy, like if I'm Mike Dunleavy, I'm saying to Steph, dude, we're going to try to get better. We're going to try to get better around you.
And I would say,
and every position's open.
And I would ask Mike, Steiny, when? And if you
in the off season, I mean, what do you mean? Like now,
well, you're preaching patience,
right?
2-3 years. You didn't say Steph might that's what I'm saying. A guy of his caliber and where he's at, that might be too long.
But like, if you you're thinking of it like I don't know, like
he called LeBron James, and I'm just saying that because you think he's backed off of that. That was an insight to at that moment he called LeBron for LeBron. So I would be leaning, unless you got some inside info, Steiny, he's going big game hunting.
Well, I would tell you that Joe Lacob may have changed his mind after watching the playoffs. It's very possible. It's very possible. And again, it doesn't doesn't mean, like, you can get a young player in here. Mm-hmm. He might not be a superstar, in waiting, but he's a good role player and he helps you win. The first step for the Warriors is to get better. Like, this, and I can't stand that people think Curry's going to play 4 years, but we absolutely must go for it all next year. It might take longer than that. Like, Steph may have to bite the bullet. And I'm not saying take a step back either. I'm not punting on next year. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying I got to believe Steph's realistic enough to know that they might not be able to turn it around in 1 year.
And that's why I'm on record, Stoney. If they end up and they decide they want to run it back, I'm not sitting here telling you the play. Like, I would, and Dre acts right, I'd be like, okay, you definitely are going to make the playoffs. Well, if that's what it is, I'll just forget championship.
I would never say that with a team that old. I would never say that.
Well, are they that old now? Really? Well, we don't know what's up with Klay, but we just talked about 4 youngsters. You got 4 youngsters that can play. Pods, Moody, TJD, and Kaminga.
Okay.
And so you ain't old. You know what I mean? Like, okay, now what are we going to do with Klay Thompson? What are they going to do? But
Klay's got to walk under this scenario. He's got to walk. You got to bite the bullet.
I'm not so sure. I hear you. And that's why I don't know if he's staying or going, man.
888-957-9570 is the number. Am I right, Warrior fans, in thinking, you know what? You're I don't want to say smart enough to know, but after watching the playoffs, you might be out on a big boy, an older big boy, and we got to try to do this another way. Maybe it takes a year, maybe it takes an extra year or so. 888-957-9570. I see Derek, I see Bill, I see Cody. We'll get to all your calls on the other side. And, no, I know. We'll get to all your calls on the other side. So, I don't know. I just think it's a fascinating topic.
Yeah, and you know what I hate, and I'm being impatient, is we got all the next round, the finals time. Like, it's like the young kid with the Sharks. I want the draft to be tomorrow, so, we can Celebrini, so we could find out. But we got to wait for our team, for moves to start happening. I know patience is virtue, but we got, June, July? Like, we're talking about Klay Thompson and nothing's going to pop.
You don't know that.
Well,
we now know Orlando has interest, and he has interest in Orlando. And that's a big deal. That's a big deal. We had a guy from Orlando saying he'd be a perfect fit. And, like, the guy in Orlando was talking, and we'll play some of that 25 would get it done. So, I don't know. 888-957-9570 is the number. Macklin Celebrini. What a day for the Celebrini family. If you haven't heard, the Sharks have the #1 pick in the draft. And they're all indications are they're going to take Macklin Celebrini, a 17-year-old with Bay Area ties, could be a phenom, may get the Sharks back on the map, and it's just an incredible story, and it's got me upbeat. That segment was brought to you by Lucky California.
Hey, it's Willard
and Tibbs.
I'm sort of built for this.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. In case you don't know, I'm upbeat today. I'm upbeat Actually, I'm upbeat now for 4 reasons.
Oh, boy.
4. 1, I got up and walked before work this morning.
I love that.
2, this is my last day this week. I'm taking a little guys trip.
That's the leader in the clubhouse.
3, Macklin Celebrini, a 17-year-old with Bay Area ties, looks like he's going to be drafted by the San Jose Sharks, which is such a cool story. His dad works for the Warriors. And then 4, when I look at the Warriors, outside the prism of having to win a title next year, I kind of like it. If you give yourself a little more time instead of making it all or nothing next year, I think the Warriors' future looks a lot brighter that way instead of when we say they gotta win it next year. That's all.
Yeah,
so that's why
I'm not mad at that.
That's why I'm upbeat.
Yeah, and it's got you're upbeat, I'm upbeat, we're upbeat.
Oh, cool.
But that's why the way you sound has a lot of, like, if they just ran it back, that might not be the wrong way to do it. And I know you're like, Goo, if you could move Wiggins, what if they try and they can't? I do get Warrior fans saying, Goo, you ain't got to have a heart transplant. You could do something else. I'm like, okay, I'm here to watch it because I do know and believe, and I know we've done this ad nauseum, I could get 6 or 7 more wins from Draymond not missing those games for that suspension, and that would have put you in the top 6.
I'm not saying run it back. That is not what I'm saying.
Well, you want to move Wiggins, but what if you can't?
Like, here's my thought. Like, do you want Zach LaVine? Do you want Caruso? Could you get a Jeremy Grant? I'm not crazy about him, but DeJounte Murray. Does Clint Capella change the dynamic of this team?
I would love him on the Warriors.
A guy like DeAndre Hunter needs a change of scenery in Atlanta. Could you get Mikal Bridges in Brooklyn? Like, that's Nick Claxton's another guy. Could you do that? Could you use Wiggins
for
something like that? And those are just I don't love all those players, but
you don't have to deal with the wandering if he's in or not upstairs.
Yeah, and
I get that.
And those guys, a guy like that can change the dynamic.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go to Derek in Bangkok.
We need proof.
Bangkok, Thailand?
Wow.
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
What are you doing out there?
Wow.
I moved back. I normally used to call you guys from Richmond.
Okay.
Wow.
But I'm back in Bangkok. Just living life, man.
Wow. Is there action? There action there?
Yeah, Bangkok.
Yes, sir. It's the number 1 most appropriately named city on the earth.
Oh, boy.
That's all I can say.
Let's go to Warriors.
But after looking at Minnesota, man, woo, those boys are fire.
Yeah.
LeBron can stay in L.A. because I don't think they would help the Warriors one bit. Because, man, it's time to retool. That's all I can say. If they, man, I don't know how they're going to beat Minnesota. I really haven't seen.
That's too much.
Yeah. No, I got you.
I mean, there's a lot of good. Man, it's just as Guru said, there's a new sheriff in town. Man.
Yeah.
Everyone thought it was a joke with them getting Rudy Gobert. And they said Rudy made everyone sit back and say, we got to play Big D. And let me tell you, they handled the Joker like he was in grade school the other day.
Yeah, Derek, I appreciate the call.
Yeah, be
hope
careful,
everything's
baby.
good in Bangkok, and series isn't over.
No, I was just
Minnesota series is not over.
But you want to know from a Warrior standpoint what's so sobering about that series. If Minnesota wins, the team that they beat owns you. So you got both problems. You know what I mean? Like, I
don't want to think that way.
Yeah, I hear you.
Like, you don't have to beat Minnesota right now.
No.
You don't have to worry about that right now.
So you're saying Operation Playoffs?
I'm in. I like the word Derek used. That's where I'm at. Let's retool a little bit. Let's retool and see if we can get
some
couple guys in here who are maybe 27, 28.
I got you.
Athletic. See what that does. 888-957-9570. I started this by saying it doesn't, it's starting to feel like most Warrior fans don't want to go the Kevin Durant, Paul George, kind of the old guy route.
I wonder if that's because their team's kind of flamed out early, just watching them not, KD got swept. I'm not saying it was all his fault. Paul George had a couple good games, but Steiny, I'm with whatever, man. This can't happen again. Not making the playoffs. And maybe I need to stop. Of course, I want Steph to get number 5 and the Warriors. But I understand what you're saying, but I just can't get over that phone call from Joe Lacob that shocked everybody. Yeah. And I know you don't know. Well, you may because you got his number. But, Steiny, I think if we're calling this man Joey Light Years, what if I were to tell you this is the first time he's really got to prove it?
That'd be,
and technically you don't got to prove anything. You got 4, but you know what I mean.
This is
Kenny. He's a gambler. He's a risk taker.
No,
this is the first most uncomfortable time that we're going to see what route he chooses.
Fair. No doubt. And I don't want to minimize what's happened here for 12 years because it's incredible.
Right.
But where they go next is infinitely harder, than where they were. And winning titles. 888-957-9570 is the number. Bill's in San Jose. What's up, Bill? How you doing, man?
Billy.
Hi, guys. Really agree with Steiny. There's not a pathway to bring an old guy in here and win a title. And retooling with a few guys is also barely going to get you in the playoffs. You've got rising teams behind you. They really have to ask some serious, hard questions. What do you want to do, Steph? Do you want to stay? Because right now, they got value that they can trade, but they won't in a year or two. They won't have that value. So what do they do then? Eventually, they're going to face this.
Yeah. Thanks, Bill, for the call. And that's part of my plan. Is we face it we face it this off season, and then we face it next season with Steph.
So in increments,
So what I'm trying to do right now is probably move Wiggins, but if we have to move another guy, we can move another guy, preferably not one of the young guys. Can we move a guy for a player or two that fits this team, and we get back into the playoffs as a 6 seed, maybe a 5 seed? Maybe we win a round, and at that point, you go to Steph Curry, who's got 1 more year left in his deal.
And what do you do?
And you say, what do you think, buddy? What do you think? How you feeling about this team? How you feeling about next year? And if he wants to retire a Warrior, done. If he wants to go somewhere else for a better chance to win, then you got to trade him. We're not there yet, though.
And I know we're just throwing names out, but good God, Steiny, when you said Mikal Bridges, and I don't know,
doubt.
Oh my God, he would be perfect.
I mean, on paper, he would be perfect.
His team didn't make the playoffs either.
Man.
You're right. You're absolutely right. 888-957-9570 is the number.
Let me ask you something about what Evan just said.
Sure.
And Evan, you answer too. So you said his team didn't make the playoffs. And I'm just wondering, how much of that, and Kevin Durant's on that too, they got swept. How much of that do you leave at Bridges' doorstep? Is it a team thing? Do we take a step back and really watch how the games played out? Phoenix didn't have a point guard. Like, how much has your view of Mikal Bridges changed, Evan, because his team didn't make the playoffs?
No, I just don't think he's a number one.
All right. That was your.
I mean, he is their number one, and they're not in the postseason.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm kind of with Evan there.
Although the Timberwolves series, at least the first 2 games, I know that KD got swept, but in a way, I think it almost makes those guys look.
Yeah,
and Durant averaged 30 in the series on a pretty impressive shooting percentage. Devin Booker had a 49-point game against that defense.
Yeah,
pretty
I saw
impressive.
it, and I told you that study about Durant. He showed me he still got it.
No doubt. I mean,
But Bridges would be 2 here if he came to get with a guy like Steph or 2A with.
God, he'd be such a good two-way player.
Oh,
too.
man. And that's what they need.
Cody's in Portland. What's up, Cody? How you doing?
I'm doing well, guys. How are you?
Hey.
Good.
Hey, just want to say, firstly, appreciate you reading my roast on Monday. That was a lot of fun. You guys are good sports.
Thank
but
you.
I absolutely agree with what you're saying. I don't think we should mortgage our future for someone like Katie or Paul George. I think that would put us in the hole for the next 10 years. And I think we need to round out our roster with competent two-way players. You mentioned a couple names that I'm a big fan of, Bridges, DeJounte Murray. I think having athletic, long, two-way guards who can also handle the ball is going to take a lot of pressure off Steph as he continues to age. I'm looking at, some free agent lists. Nick Claxton, I think, can be gettable. Could you imagine someone like Isaiah Hartenstein if the Knicks don't want to pay him and his energy alongside somebody like Draymond Green and having a combo approach with him and TJD? I think that looks pretty good. And I also like that trade that was floated by Bleacher Report, flipping Wiggins for Malcolm Brogdon and Robert Williams. I think we got to go back to strength in numbers. I think it's got to be, competent two-way players who know what they're doing, who don't necessarily have to prove themselves at this stage in their career. And, I don't think we need to swing big on another number one. We've got our guy. Let's build around him. Let's just get back in the playoffs and see what happens.
Well said, Cody.
2 years, no, good call, Stoney. I wish you'd have told us what he said on the roast.
I can't remember.
2 years ago, I'd have been in on Robert Williams, but he scares me now, Stoney. It's like he can't last the whole season,
That Brogdon scares me a little, but you're going to have to probably take a chance on a guy who's not a perfect player. Just keeping with the positivity, we had Brian Geltzeiler on yesterday of Sirius XM Radio. He thinks the Warriors are fine.
My view of what is important in the league hasn't really changed at all. We look at the regular season and understand it's really important. Here's what I will say regarding the Warriors in that vein. The Warriors are unique, and they're very different than the Lakers, and they're very different than the Suns in this way. They actually have a promising young core of players. Okay, Jonathan Kaminga is going to be a really good player, and they will make an enormous mistake if they trade him. Okay, how many teams started a rookie and made the play-in tournament this year in Brandon Pajemski? Right? That looks good. Guy plays multi-positions in the backcourt. He can shoot, he can guard, he can pass. He plays hard all the time. What a revelation Trace Jackson-Davis was. What a nice compliment next to Draymond in the front court, doing all the little things, athletic as hell. Another really good young player. And I still think there's a future with Moody. My point is this. You don't want to totally panic based upon the results of this year.
Brian Geltzeiler, Sirius XM Radio. Now, if you say that makes a lot of sense, that's what I'm down for. The problem is you're also saying to Steph, probably not going to happen next year.
That's where
it's probably going to take longer than that.
And what can he do besides be pissed off? Or do you don't touch the king guys of royalty like that. You don't want to do that.
I mean,
I do wonder, man.
If he realizes, or the Warriors realize there's no pathway to a superstar or to even a star, even an aging star, then what can Curry do? I mean, I'm sure the Warriors will keep him abreast of stuff, but go ahead.
No, I always tell you, the essence of sports is we think we know what's going to happen and we don't. Steve Kerr's first year, they shocked the world and they become Minnesota and they reel off 4 titles. Nobody can say we saw it coming. They got experience under Mark Jackson in the playoffs, and I'll say that for Minnesota. Stoney, there's not how many people really said Minnesota is a threat for the title like they are this year? I kind of felt like, you got your hand up, this was your line, the year before the year, but they haven't won it yet. But here we go. It looks like it's happening. And I say all that to say is, how do we know the Warriors, if they know Draymond suspension, guys mature, Kaminga has an all-star year, Curry's fine, How do we we think next year's off the table if you try to run it back per se, but we really don't know.
We don't, but I think it's, you think you could run it back and win a title?
Well, I do understand that's the bridge I was trying to get over is the one where Curry would be opposed to that.
I got you.
Where Curry would be like, you know what? Okay, I know what it is. I know we ain't got it all. Like when your parents, hey, we're on a budget. I ain't got money. You're kind of okay. What can you really do but be somewhat disappointed? But I just tell you, Stoney, I just want a facelift for this offense. And here in BG, they do need a point guard to take that duty out. You know how tiring that is for Steph to bring it up? And it was more difficult this year than ever. So I'm thinking to myself, if you just take that off of the to-do list, how much energy is that going to save them?
No doubt.
You know, something like, man, them young bucks were picking him up, and it's like CYO drill. Over here, I'm going over here. I'm going, like, good God.
I got to make something clear here. I must make something clear here.
I'm looking at Lubman's Shark jersey. He ain't a front runner.
I'm sorry. You said, who saw the Minnesota Timberwolves?
But for the title,
Guru, you don't remember the show.
Go ahead.
I think it was in December, January. I said, hey, we need to add another team to the championship contender group.
I'm going to give you that.
The Minnesota Timberwolves.
I vaguely remember, but you're in such a good mood.
Evan remembers. Evan, I'm going to punch you. I swear to God.
Oh, boy.
You remember.
Sorry you're in a good mood today.
Yeah.
I am.
Just don't throw a brick through your radar.
I got to be careful.
What?
We all do. Denver's not dead, but they're on life support. But good God. You get past here, and okay, see, I think I owe you a soda. It was one game. I thought Dallas has to win tomorrow, but
Mavs are in trouble.
You think, Evan, you picked Dallas with me too. Yesterday, you said, I think Dallas wins. You weren't banging your chest, but I said, I felt good. You didn't know it. You said, I think Dallas wins that series, Goop.
I mean, I thought it'd be more competitive than last night.
Well, it was for a bit. That game got away from them, but it ain't over.
Yeah. Dallas is.
Luka's got a little Debo in him. When it's
Luka
going
can
bad,
be guarded.
Yeah.
What?
No, hey, Evan, I ain't going there.
That's the trouble.
He's hurt, Evan.
So is Jamal Murray, but they're down 2-0.
Every time something goes bad for Luka, he's reaching for something. Reminds me of Debo a little bit, Steiny.
What do you mean?
Miss a ball, hit him in the hands, and then he's clutching at something, but he's okay. Gets up, walks off the field, there for the next play. But I've been watching Luka like, dude, he's so dramatic with when it ain't going well. And I'm not, he's got a little Debo in him.
There's a couple good texts here.
Oh, boy.
510 saying, it was a Thursday in December. No wonder Goo doesn't remember.
The roast is over, but that's I'll give you a 3.
Somebody else has a good one. They said,
I didn't go to med school.
Yeah, that was a good one.
I have no patience.
Yeah, that was a good one.
We love playing with words on this show.
650's taking exception.
Oh.
Guru saying the Warriors would win another 7 games had Draymond not been suspended is a ridiculous statement.
Out of 22?
Not based on any fact at all. That sounds way high to me.
It's based on their record with Draymond.
No, that's too high.
You really think that's too high?
You really think this is a 53-win team?
Well, they went 14-4. That was their best stretch. So I guess with that, he missed 26 games. Give me a 19-7. Okay, you got 17-9.
I just don't think you can do that and count.
Wow, that's shocking to me.
7 games?
All right, 5. We're 5th, 6th seed.
I mean,
easy.
3 or 4 probably helps. But
so I do get let's try it again.
Let me ask you a question. When you look at next year, what can you count on?
Now that's an excellent question. And before I answer, I want to do something I'm stealing from our guys in the morning. They had a great conversation, Bonte and Spadoni. What's your number one priority this offseason? And I guess that's what I was about to come out.
Well, my number one is a little bit different than I think what most people.
Okay, before I answer, you give me your number one.
My number one would be to move Draymond.
Now that is heavy.
Would be let Klay go. That's just going to happen naturally.
But Dre's gone?
And then see if you can move Draymond.
Well, that's the wild card because you could get something. Mine is getting a bona fide, no questions asked, number 2 best player on this team, not named Andrew Wiggins. And if that's just, I'll listen to Trade and Kaminga. We have to get a bona fide. Look at the teams that are playing. They got a Batman and Robin, good or bad. Ours fluctuates. And I don't think that helps bring out the best Steph Curry. I know you're not going to say who's the best.
No, who's Anthony Edwards, Robin?
Oh, Karl Anthony Towns.
Yeah, they got 4 guys.
It could be Gobert some nights.
Well, that's my point.
It could be McDaniel, Nas Reed.
Right, but when the Warriors were doing that last year, nobody liked it. In terms of getting contributions from different players.
Oh.
All I'm saying is, I guess if you could get the number, I need to know who the player is.
All right, okay.
But I'm not.
But you are officially done with Andrew Wiggins. The experiment and everything that comes with it, okay.
Yes.
I don't know if I am, man.
I think you could, I don't know what you can get, but I got to believe there's another team out there, and I believe this, that looks at Wiggins and says he needs a change of scenery.
The Pelicans, what if they were to flip Ingram and somehow you could swap, or I know it would take more than that, but they need that type of guy, Wiggins, on that team. Wow, for Ingram?
I mean, in a crazy way, I could see that. I mean, it felt like the Pelicans found a little something without Ingram, and then when he came back, and I get it, it was late in the season.
Yeah, it did, though.
You know, the pecking order had changed a little. I mean, Zion's the man down there. Would they be interested in Wiggins for Brandon Ingram or
but that Bones Highland guy, Stoney, I don't know why he's a good player. I couldn't believe Denver said night to him, but I guess they didn't have any room. But he's rotting on the Clipper bench. Fast as all outdoors, can shoot.
510-GOO.
Oh, boy. Give it to me.
Are you trying to trade Kaminga, Guru? Disgraceful. That's a little strong. It's just, he's just open to a superstar.
Well, it's not. If I'm trying to do it, it's Joe Lacob. And if he were to do it, he would hate to do it. But people, to get something, you got to give something up.
No doubt. No doubt. That's the last possible option.
My Uncle Lynn used to have a saying from Texas, my dad's brother.
Everything's bigger in Texas.
Well, what's up, nephew? Where can I get something for nothing? Nowhere. The world, he always wanted, that's where he wanted to go. Where can I get something for nothing? It doesn't work that way. You got to give it. Well, I guess some people, but you know what I mean, Stoney?
No, I know what
that's
you mean.
That's a hustle.
I know what
Where
you mean.
can I get something, nephew, for nothing? Not too many places, and not in the NBA.
Draymond, go bye-bye.
I hear you. 888-957-9570 is the number. If you ran the Warriors, what would be your first priority this offseason? What's your first priority in terms of your existing roster? Not necessarily a guy you're going to get, but the decisions. Who would you try to trade? Who would you try to retain? And I can tell you what, Goo, I saw something this morning.
Oh, boy. On your walk?
Yes.
All right.
That I was shocked. And I want to know how common it is. I'll tell you that on the other side. What's coming up next on the game is presented by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
For all contest rules, go to...
I can't see it. It's bothering me.
It is funny.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Remind me to tell you this little anecdote from this morning.
And remind me to tell you, Fillmore Mike, I saw on KTVU, guess what he was discussing?
I have no idea.
Kendrick and the Drake beef. They had him on KTVU. He was a correspondent. Did you get into any of that? Had you heard any song? No. Okay, they were coming out back to back. Well, you didn't hear.
That buzzer's a little too fast.
KTVU, Fillmore Mike. And they put out a tweet.
What's the beef about?
They don't like each other, Kendrick, and it got personal.
There's a lot of people I don't like.
Yeah, but imagine doing it on record.
Oh, actually,
you got a daughter, you don't take care of that stuff.
I did know that.
Yeah. It took over the weekend. Some say Kendrick won, but I'm a Drake stan.
Multiple weekends.
You're right. KTVU, real quick, put out a tweet.
Okay.
I'm not mad at anybody, Sal, Mark, I love you. But when I saw the tweet saying Kendrick responds to Drake, it was a KTVU tweet. I go, no, you guys don't do that.
Well,
but
KTVU,
they do. Hip.
They have a show called The Nine.
Well, okay.
And that show is a little bit more informal than their regular news show.
You get some street stuff.
Exactly.
All right. Okay.
I'm gonna get to the calls in a sec, but we're having a great day. I'm having a great day.
You're right. When you leave?
Early tomorrow.
Okay, gotcha.
Early tomorrow.
Yeah. Get a good night's sleep, or you'll go hard tonight.
Probably get a good night's sleep.
Yeah, there you go. Or you sleep on the plane.
I'm going on a little golf trip. By the way,
so you're taking your clubs?
Oh yeah.
How much that cost you?
I don't know.
Oh, you never traveled with?
I think I don't think they cost anything.
Oh, okay. I didn't know. I think you. Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. Oh boy.
No, you're balling to where you don't care. Hey, sir, $150. I got it. Go ahead.
Yeah. What was I going to say?
I said Gobert won his fourth DPO. So he's a Hall of Famer.
Hall of Famer.
I'm not hating on him, but if you got 4, you're there.
Yeah.
Best defensive player you've ever watched in the NBA. Mine, I'm being real, people, is Michael Jordan. I'm sorry. That is the best defender I've ever seen in the league.
Yeah, he wasn't even the best defender on his team.
Wow.
That would be Scottie Pippen.
I'll get that.
I'll tell you what, the best guy I've seen in the last 15 years is Draymond.
Now that's wow.
I mean, at his peak, he's unbelievable.
You just floored me with that, man. I'm thinking of Barnett. Remember he said he thinks it's the greatest defensive player he's ever seen. Damn.
The thing about Draymond that makes him great is he's great on the ball and he's great in help.
That is wow.
Let's go to Aaron in Livermore.
Aaron.
What's going on, man?
Hey guys, heading into the city, and I think you guys are kind of missing it. So there's a shift right now going on in the NBA, and we were focused on Europe and Jokic, and now all of a sudden we're looking at young talent that's 22 years old and plays defense, and how are we going to compete with the Edwards and the Bancheros? So what I'm asking isn't are we going to go get an old veteran, but how are we going to slow those guys down? So I want to take it off of offense and get back to defense and get back to getting an Iguodala type and make this team a competitor again.
I'm not hating on that. I'm not hating on that at all.
He said there's a shift. We're watching it. You just saw a clip of who was it, SGA going coast to coast, and you were like, boy.
Well, like I said, I know a guy who knows the game, and he wanted this lineup this past year for the Warriors. He wanted Steph at 1, Wiggins at 2, Kaminga at 3, Dre at 4, and Trace Jackson-Davis at 5. Get as much length outside of Steph as you can possibly get. Get the most athletic players on the roster. Go as big as you can with those athletes and just see what happens. And I'm not sure how that would have worked, but I think that's the idea. I think the caller's right. I think that's the idea.
Wow. Now you got to go find that Iguodala, that young one.
Yeah, 888-957-9570 is the number. We're talking about the Warriors, and what would your highest priority be for the Golden State Warriors? What's the biggest issue that you're going to address?
Spadoni's was Klay Thompson.
Yeah, see,
see, not to me, because even if you bring Klay, and I love you, Spadoni, if you bring Klay back, I don't know if that still that's a feelings type of, he could still shoot, but as far as the moves to get you back into what that caller's talking about, Stoney, that ain't enough.
No.
And that's nothing, no shade at Klay.
I think there's two things with Klay. As it relates just to a basketball decision, it's not the biggest deal in the world. However, it's Klay Thompson.
Yeah, no doubt.
So it's impossible to view this without an emotional component. Without an emotional component. And do the Warriors do that? Can the Warriors do that? And would that impact their decision making? But if you ran the Warriors or you were Joe Lacob, what's the one priority you would have regarding this team and what you would do and who you would use to do it? 888-957-9570. Let's go to Mike. Mike is in Oakland. What's up, Mike? How you doing, man?
Hey, thanks for having me, man. I'm great.
Cool.
With me, it's development, Steiny and Goo. I would like to see, like, Pajinski needs to work on his dribbling, his three-point shot. Kaminga needs to work on his dribbling. Trace Jackson needs a mid-range. So I would have these guys in classes right now being trained to work on where they're weak. Wherever you're weak at, that's where you got to develop what you have. Because you're not going to get a lot this year. You're not going to get a lot. So you might as well kind of run it back, but make the players that you have better by working on their weaknesses. And make sure that Steph Curry does not carry the ball down, because he's not good when he has the ball. You put the ball in somebody else's hand, you dish it to Steph, and Steph knocks it down. The team is good like it is, man. If you think about it, all the games they lost last year by last seconds, and then not having Draymond, those are a lot of games. You're talking about possibly 10 games extra, which puts them in a higher spot.
All right.
Power they just had a play-in game. That's my opinion.
All right.
Thanks, fellas.
Then you're not alone. I think there's a lot of sentiment there of we're closer than a lot of people think.
Yeah.
Brian Geltzeiler, Sirius XM Radio, he is absolutely still bullish. Bullish is the good one. Bear is the bad one, right? He's still bullish on the Warriors. That's the good one.
Listen, you have risk as it is. You turn around and pony up some of your young players for vets that you think have star power and can carry you to win in the playoffs. You already have guys that can win in the playoffs. What you need are guys to get you to the playoffs and be in an advantageous situation. And I do think, when you look at Kaminga and Pajemski in particular, I think both of these kids are not, they both can get better next year. They're not going to be the same players next year. They're both hardworking kids. They both improve. Kaminga's got a crap ton of confidence. And I love that about him. I really do. I think in some ways you have to be patient. Do you want to tweak things around the margins a little bit? You want to tell me you can use CP3's contract and a future first to bring in an extra rotation guy, an extra salaried guy that'll help you, maybe a little more size? I wouldn't argue with that. You want to tell me use CP3's contract to bring in a guy like Clint Capella and give you a little bit of a different dimension inside with a veteran player? No argument.
Right.
But it cannot cost you, any of your four young guys right now, including Moses Moody.
Wow.
Ding, 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 ding,
Yeah.
ding, ding, ding.
You're ringing the bell.
I'm with that. And the thing he said to me that resonated is you don't need a guy like Durant for the postseason. You need young guys who can get you to the 5th seed in the regular season without wearing down the big three. And that's where the young guys, I completely agree with that.
And can we admit what Curry wore down? We can admit that.
Yeah, he did. Struggled in the second half.
No doubt.
He did.
So is that on, if the young players take another step, maybe it's easier for him?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, if all those four guys,
it's four.
To me, the way I look at it, and it's goofy, but can the four young guys get better than the three old guys decline?
I'm not mad at that.
Because if they do, then you might be better. So This is from the 408. I think he said Klay is a priority in terms of figuring out if he's staying or going. Yeah, I mean, Klay, it's going to be.
This is crazy, man.
If he leaves, emotional.
No, what a word.
It is. It is. It's going to be.
No matter what they do, I'm sorry to interrupt. This will be the big, just because of who he is and what he's meant, this will be the biggest move of the offseason.
Yeah. Well,
just because now the Warriors will take the floor. Exactly. In November, you're right. In November, where one of the big three is gone.
By the way, our good friend R.C. Davis, who works for the Warriors, we were talking about this a little while ago.
I told him you said you didn't like his PG skills, his point guard skills.
He knows that. I've told him that already. I can't stand his game. Yeah. He said, not for nothing, but just don't forget, Tony Parker. He retired in Charlotte.
No, oh my
God! He played in Charlotte. At the end.
Wow. Remember that? I didn't. Damn.
I keep hearing too statues. There's going to be only one statue outside Chase. It's going to be Steph. You can't have 3 or 4 statues. There's only one. It's Steph. And then on the inside of the building, you obviously retire the other guys.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah. That's what I think. That's what I would do.
Would Durant get one? He wouldn't get one for me because he left.
I don't know. I don't know what you do with Durant. But there's something, if you had statues, I don't know, just came up, so I'm talking about it.
They need to start building it now.
If you had 3 statues out front of Draymond, Steph, and Klay, I kind of wouldn't like it if they were all the same size.
Well,
I really wouldn't.
You going Allen Iverson on me because his was very tiny.
Yeah, no, I just mean, I think Curry deserves a little more.
Pippen wasn't out there with Mike.
Exactly.
I hear you.
So,
Pippen was top 50 player.
Could they do something where Steph's statue is, 15 feet and the other 2 guys are 10, and he's in the middle?
Well, there's just one outside, though.
Well,
Curry's got to be by himself to me.
That's what I think,
and then
too.
inside is what you're talking about.
Well, no, what I'm saying is
Iguodala have one then. Looney too.
God, no chance. Please. There isn't enough masonry for all these guys.
Dude,
that might have been
you ain't into the loyalty thing at all.
Not even a little. It's
inside, Steiny, they have to be recognized. Those guys NBA Finals MVP. Looney gave you everything. I wouldn't scoff at that now.
But we're talking statues. Statues.
Well, for being real, the only statue is the one that's outside, right? Rocky's outside.
Yeah.
Jordan's outside.
Exactly. And the ones in LA are outside.
Now, what about Boston? I see Bird's tennis shoes.
There's not a statue of Bird.
They're dropping. He didn't come back and say hello to Tatum and Brown. Maybe that's it. How does he not have one?
Because they don't do that in Boston. Bill Russell doesn't have one.
Oh, my gosh, that's a fail. Hey, I'm going to see the Celtic game.
Okay.
Where's the Bird statue? Oh, we don't have one.
You don't go to the Celtics game to see a statue.
No, but you want to. Oh, my gosh.
There's
Kobe and Shaq have one.
There's a Larry Bird statue at Indiana State.
Well, I'm talking about the Garden or the TJ, do whatever they call it now.
Uncle Looney.
He's been on one today.
Guru's handing out statues like Oprah.
Oh, boy, I'm going to give you a 3.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
That's pretty funny. Yeah. Let's go out to City Boy.
Ask him what he's having for lunch.
Okay. City Boy, how you doing, man?
What up, fellas? Oh, I'm good. Just working. How about y'all?
Same.
Just enjoying the day.
There you go.
Beautiful. And I don't eat lunch, Goose. You gotta.
There you go.
As you get a little older, you gotta dial the intake back. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do.
Anyway, this Dubs off season is intriguing, and I think really the hardest thing the Warriors have to deal with is Klay, because if they re-sign Klay, to me, not only does it hamstring them financially, it hamstrings them in a lot of ways, but it also kind of signifies that they're happy riding this thing out, and they want the big three to retire Warriors and probably not win another chip, unless Kaminga evolves into Anthony Edwards. I mean, I suppose,
right?
But, I mean, at the end of the day, I think you have to keep Kaminga no matter what. Ride it out with him at all costs, and really develop him. And I hate to say, I hope they let Klay go. I freaking love Klay.
I know.
I mean, he's just, but I do. If I want my team to be better sooner, you just can't re-sign him. But I have a feeling that Steph has already made it clear. He wants Klay here. The interesting thing is Steve signing that 2-year deal because it lines up with Steph, and
right.
And there's a little bit of weirdness going on there as far as did they have a conversation and say, look, 2 more years together, and then that might be it. So but I think we keep Kaminga. His potential is just too great for what you would get in return. I don't want any old sort of star to come over here and give up on a guy like Kaminga. I mean, if you tell me we're getting Giannis, okay. Right. I mean, I'd listen to that, obviously.
Sure.
But outside of that, forget about it. And, we've had such a good run. And by the way, does anybody care that Tim Duncan was basically a role player when he got his 5th chip? It's still a 5th chip. So exactly. I think if the Warriors could pull one off in 2 or 3 years, Matt, you kind of alluded to this earlier, let's get better. And maybe Steph wins one in sort of that Tony Parker role when Parker won his last. Hey. Anyway.
Appreciate it. Take it easy, man.
Appreciate it, City Boy.
Tim Duncan, also a number 1 pick, right? Yep.
You know what I was thinking? And I'm serious here on this one. I'm not trolling. But if I'm Steph Curry, and I am serious here.
I'm all ears.
If I'm Steph Curry, and I'm starting to sense that they're going to let Klay walk, I'm sorry. I'm saying you cannot leave me here with just Draymond. Like you
even if you were an advocate for that 4-100, if we don't know.
No, I'm talking about.
I hear you.
You can't take Klay from me.
No.
And I need Klay as a buffer.
But you kind of did that when you benched him. I know he was still there.
No, this is more of a dynamic.
Yeah, man.
This is more of a dynamic. It's got nothing to do with.
What about when Klay was gone away for 2 years as far as on the court? I think that buffer was also gone.
Yeah.
And I would say they they were okay.
Yeah, I
hope he don't leave, Stoney, but part of me almost wants him to get a fresh start.
I mean, I think City Boy asked a good question of Warrior fans, and it was if the Warriors let Klay walk, what does it mean? And then if you hear the news that the Golden State Warriors have re-signed Klay Thompson for 2 or 3 years at $20+ million, what would that tell you?
If he walks, Joe Lacob's a killer that I've been hearing about. Because that's what it would take, Steiny. That would be my first, he's a killer. It was business first over feelings.
Yeah, I think.
Is that fair?
Sure. Oh, yeah. Yeah,
because that's what category it would fall under, Steiny.
Yeah, I was looking at it from the other way, where if he re-signs Klay,
it's FOE, family over everything.
Well, then it's also that's. I guess that would be considered running it back, and that's what I don't want to do. I mean, I guess you could. 38%. I guess you could re-sign Klay and trade Draymond and Wiggins, and that the team would be different then. But,
So I got a question for you guys. You re-sign Klay.
Okay.
You bring in KD and you give up Kaminga and some other resources. Wouldn't you want Klay there to duplicate or replicate what you guys did with the big four? I think you bringing in Durant and losing Klay in that shooting or that threat, it kind of minimizes getting Durant in a crazy way. I want Klay to be here if you go get a big boy, and now the Splash Brothers, that threat's still there as a whole, and now you got it. Man, that's just me. And I love Kaminga. I got to say that, but I'm not waiting, man.
Can I need you to be clear on something.
Okay.
So you're telling me, and this is for Warrior fans too, if the Warriors trot out next year, Steph, Klay, Durant, Draymond Green, and Trace Jackson Davis.
My gosh.
But they have no Kaminga. Obviously, Wiggins is off the team. And I don't know, a couple of the other guys are off the team. You really think that team has championship action?
And Evan, you can I swear to God, I do.
I don't.
And I would sleep good at night trotting that out there, thinking I had a better chance than running it back. And Moody steps up. We still got
we might not have Moody.
Gary Payton. Okay. Whoever we like
that's the thing. Whoever. So I
think they deserve that.
So
that's all, man.
You're gonna run out 4 old guys with no bench because your bench is going to be depleted. And even if you get some good guys, I want to know, Warrior fans, if you trot out next year, and I know it's a long shot, Steph, Klay, Durant, Draymond, and Trace Jackson Davis, or even Looney. Yeah. Let's say Trace Jackson Davis had to go. So it's Looney. You still doing it?
Yeah. And now we're getting to Klay Thompson upstairs. I just got my deal. I'm still in love. They love me. We haven't even talked about that. He's always talked about the darkness, his future. Now he's coming out. I got a deal. I'm here. I think they've earned that. That's all. Guru would be bankrupt. No, that's loyalty.
I don't think that's a championship team. Not now. Not after what I've been watching.
But you already are telling me if they run it back. I know there's other things that give you hope, but you're saying that probably ain't a championship team either. So I guess
but I'm not going to decimate my team. In the meantime, I'm with the 925. If that's the starting, they get run off the court.
Oh, guys.
888-957-9570 is the number. Steph, Klay, Durant, Draymond, and Looney. And you think is that championship action if you're a Golden State Warrior
5 is
fan?
better than Kevin Durant's 5 in Phoenix. In the regular season, they made it through without a bench.
Okay.
Now you're playing the Warrior way, and you got Curry and Klay and Dre. Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, believe it or not,
I get excited.
I'm out on that. What about you, Warrior fans? Is that something that you'd be interested in? 888-957-9570. I also got to tell you that thing that I saw this morning that that I got a kick out of. It was just kind of wild. Just kind of wild. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Is that a championship team? Steph, Klay, Durant, Draymond, Looney.
That lineup would win over 60 games early already on the text line. That lineup that you just said.
888-957-9570. We'll be right back to talk about the Warriors championship season coming up on 95.7 The Game. Goo. 95.7 of The Game.
I'm what you might call very good at hide and seek. This one time, my parents had to round up the whole neighborhood.
And this is why I'm such a loser. Now, do I know how to milk a cow? No. Have I ever milked a cow? No. But you put a cow in front of me and it's ready, I could milk it.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
We're just counting people's money here.
Well, boy, you don't snitch on me, Steiny. Because I don't play how much they make, but I did during the break. Saw somebody on TV, and I was off. Oh, my goodness.
We just started batting around.
Wow. I lowballed him.
Adrian Wojnarowski.
Yeah.
So did I.
Adrian Wojnarowski.
Oh, did you eat?
Oh, did you? It's available?
It is public.
Oh, really?
Tell him what you guessed.
Hold on.
This is
so I said to Goo, what do you think Woj makes? Adrian Wojnarowski of ESPN. And I think he's making in the millions.
Question is how many?
Wow. 2 or 3 sounds right.
Yeah.
North.
7?
He just signed in 2022 a 5-year, $35 million deal.
Good Lord, Steiny! Evan, you got a little cop to you.
Oh, my God.
That is incredible.
Oh, my God.
That's more than the one you gave me on who will remain anonymous.
Oh my God.
$7 million to report the news.
Adam Schefter makes 45 over that same time span.
Oh my God.
Woj. You need to do your anybody need a loan. Oh my gosh. You got to tell us what you saw too. And real quick, I got to put the house in order, Steiny.
Yeah.
I love that lineup. 415 texted in and said they would win 60 games. I'm not saying they would win 60. And for the people in the back, the Warriors don't got to play like Minnesota. They're going to play their way. And that's what would excite me. It's not keeping up with the Joneses. Yeah, you got to keep up with the youngsters to a degree, but you play your style of basketball. I can't get over $7 million. Wow. You should have kept going. You were on the sideline. Boy.
Guru thinks if the Warriors essentially get Durant and keep Klay, that this team can that's a championship lineup.
I think that's the way. I owe that to the big three.
Man.
I just do, man. That's how I run my business. I would.
But what do you owe them?
A chance.
Well, what if
Kevin Durant's not a fossil.
No chance.
On paper, he is. We just talked about it. All three of us that he did well for himself. You put him here again?
I guess this is where I would say, have you been watching the playoffs?
Right.
I mean, that team won. That team didn't even win 60 their last year together.
I've been watching them so much, the playoffs, Donnie. That's why I would do this. I can't do it your way and wait and hope. I don't think we have the rat on the table is Steph Curry. We don't have that time.
Oh, my God. Do you realize that if you do that
and fail
and the season goes awry, now what do you do?
Okay, now that I believe is so far-fetched.
Guru, they have 4 guys who are 34 or older.
Well, they had 3 last year. How'd that work out? They all hit it. Draymond had a vacation, but
and he didn't make the playoffs.
Yeah, injuries were not a problem.
But I mean, the way I look at it is that means they're more likely to be a problem this year.
Wow!
Oh my gosh, I can't get over Woj.
That is wow.
Adrian Wojnarowski,
big bang take little bang. More than Adam for the NFL.
Why do you think he starts every sentence with Greeny?
That's another.
That is a 5.
Evan.
That is a 5.
He'll be on tomorrow 10 to 2.
Rom. Yeah, good call. Rom's in Orinda. Hey, Rom, how you doing, man?
Doing well, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
In modern Warriors history, the 2 greatest eras were when they were young and exciting. They had a great product with We Believe. They had a great product when this big 3 was young. Championship or not, those are the teams that were most beloved. You added Durant to this team, they're going to replace Phoenix as a 6 seed at best. They're not a championship team. So what do? You go back to your core DNA, which what got you here in the first place. You get young. You let Klay walk. You trade Draymond and increase Steph's happiness quotient, to your point, Steiny, of just not having to deal with him without a buffer. You get rid of CP3 and you get young. The West is insanely hard. You're not going to be a 50 or 55 win team if you run it back or any small derivation of running it back. Get young and get exciting. That's the best hope for this team right now without delaying gratification of a championship by an extra 3, 4, 5 years.
Hey.
Now, that's a lot of change. Draymond and Klay not in the Warrior uniform. I just think that's unrealistic. That will never happen.
Well, I also, I mean, it's realistic, but I think it's unrealistic that Klay's going to be the first one gone. I find it tough to swallow that Klay is going to be the guy who's out, but that's the way it's worked.
Now, understand, it could be his choice. They could put some change in front of him. Hopefully, our guy's type of money, Woj, and he could still say, I'm out of here.
You know, the one thing we're forgetting about Durant, and this was brought up on the YouTube chat, like Durant wasn't crazy about playing with Steve Kerr.
No,
Steve Kerr.
I understand. But that's the growth part. Like, you know, absence makes the heart grow fonder.
For somebody else.
Does he look at what happened in Brooklyn and all the stuff he dealt with there, Phoenix, and maybe he's ready.
Yeah. I shudder to think of the bot, like the, you know, I look at the upside of a team and what the downside would be, and oh my God, the downside of doing that 3 years down the road, I think you'd be kicking yourself. I think you'd be kicking yourself. Somebody brought up a hypothetical on the text line, and I'm kind of with them. He said some Warrior fans would rather, how'd they put this? They would rather ride it out with the championship core than set the table to win a title the year after Steph leaves.
Oh, my gosh. That's not surprising at all. And that goes to your, I think we have Curry fans over Warrior fans. Like, I totally get that. Like, that doesn't surprise me.
I'm flabbergasted.
I'm being real. No,
Are you
I'm
serious?
Being real, yeah. I'm being real as hell.
I can't imagine people feel that way.
You just saw it in print.
Where?
You said somebody texted you?
Oh, yeah.
How about you read it?
No, I can't believe it.
Oh, Steiny, come on, man. Tomorrow is not promised, man. And a lot of what excites you, and I get it.
I'm promising you a championship the year after Steph leaves.
Right there, stop there. See, yeah. I mean, Steiny, there'll be a parade, but you know what I mean, man.
Oh, my God. So you have just put an individual over the team.
No, you're talking about an era. You're talking about an era, man. Just come to a head. It's over. The sad goodbyes. And the realistic part of that is there's no chip coming after he's done. You missed out with Wiseman.
I can't believe that I can't believe that you're in the majority. That's all.
We'll find out. And I am watching the playoffs, which makes me think I want to go Kevin Durant lane. I want to go that route and take a chance. It may not work. But all this, Stein's going to go through puberty. So is Evan. I'm not saying that can't work, but it ain't working right away.
888-957-9570 is the number. I'm surprised at what I just heard from Goo. But he may be right. He may be right on the money.
And that's 4 years, 28? Oh, my gosh.
If I told you, he said he would rather ride out the big three and not win a title than win a title after Steph retires.
Oh, man. I mean it.
Oh, my gosh. Wow.
What's killing you on that?
That you're going to forsake a title within the next 5 years from where they're at now just because Steph's like it's somebody like it's the Golden State Warriors.
But shouldn't the movie end with these guys in Warrior uniforms? And I know things change and it may not happen. Klay may be the first one, but Steiny, Trey's not getting traded. If you could get something and shock the world, maybe I'm wrong. I don't believe he's getting traded.
But what I'm saying is if you were to start setting the table and then Steph retires and then a year or two later you win a title, that would be among the most impressive feats that an organization could pull off.
And you know what? And the reason I answer the way I did and you're on record as saying this, people are going to be scared to come. And somebody else said that the other day. I can't forget who we had on. And I disagreed because I think it would be a compliment to try to come after Jordan or Steph, knowing you'll never be that, but you're a part of the family. I guess the way I'm answering this, Steiny, is because I know that's so improbable. Because there is going to be a downtime once the chef is out. The thing is, you don't want it to happen on his watch. And I want Joe Lacob and company to operate and do, and I know we go back and forth on this. Here I go, last dance. I want them to do everything that the Bulls didn't.
Man.
And you saw how that worked out for the Bulls, life after, Jordan.
So I got a hypothetical for you. You're the best, by the way. You're simply
well, you say
the
that
best.
on the day you're not going to see me for 8 days, but go ahead.
So let's say hypothetically the Warriors, whatever they do this year or next year, who knows? But let's say next year goes awry. Okay, it goes awry.
Okay, I'm being honest.
But Steph has a good year, but they just don't, just don't get it done. Maybe they lose in the first round. No, they don't lose in the first round because the season went awry.
So
somebody got hurt.
All right,
not Steph. Steph was pretty good. He didn't get hurt. Maybe played 68 games. And you get the number 1 pick in the draft. You win the lottery. And the draft is supposed to be unbelievable.
Yeah. All right.
Okay? So you weren't a play. Steph's still here. You got the number 1 pick in the draft, and there's 2 or 3 guys that we love. Would you trade that for a bona fide star?
No, I wouldn't.
Okay.
All right. That's where I got to stay. If a Wendy's in there or Anthony Edwards or something like that, that's where I'm like, Steph,
but hold on. They might not be able to help you till Steph's gone.
No, see, that guy's got to be rookie of the year, man. That's how I'm looking. We look at life so differently, Steiny.
You ain't kidding.
I'm looking at that rookie pick. You got to hit the ground. You got to be ready to ball right away. And if you're not, then we would trade the pick.
Well, what year's Anthony Edwards?
I want to say 4.
Okay, and
however long Wiseman's been in it, yeah.
Like if you, so in theory, Edwards has taken 3 years to blow up. Is that too long?
Well, he played in year 1.
I know he played.
Okay,
but
we don't need we got who we think our Anthony Edwards is year 4 is with Steph.
Right.
So we just need you to be able to be a positive, not a superstar. Like, you're asking questions that
hypotheticals.
No doubt, and I love them, but
in a vacuum, they're
Steiny. At that point, I couldn't trade the pick with what's left. You're talking about 2 years left of the chef.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I'm answering these questions too. They're not easy ones.
And 10 years from now, when I'm 40, I'm never going to forget the miss of James Wiseman. That thing is growing inside my body at an alarming rate. And I think a lot of times we don't want to talk about it. We act like it didn't happen. But a lot of where we are now with this team is because of that miss. And I know how you're going to, Goo, who was in there? Just imagine if they were getting any type of contribution. If it were, Goo, it wasn't going to. Just imagine if that guy was coming off the bench or maybe even the starting lineup, man. This thing we would feel totally different. And they probably would have made the playoffs without having to play in the play-in. That miss is going to hurt.
I don't know if there's a player. I don't know that there's a player outside Halliburton in that draft that would elevate the Warriors.
LaMelo Ball, man. Well, he's an all-star.
But I'm going to assume he has the same career here as he's had in Charlotte, which is hurt. He's been hurt.
On that. But wouldn't you rather have, he made an all-star when he was healthy. He's hurt. He'll be back. Yeah, hit the ground running next year. Still a puppy. Wouldn't you feel better?
Of course.
So you messed that pick up. Why did you think James could hit the ground running?
In fairness, they had 3 guards, Steph, Klay, and Poole. But here you go. I'm not coming down your road. I'm with Goo. I'm with Goo. Loyalty. You ride with the big three and pay them. And when this run is officially over, then we know they did right by the guys.
And maybe the last dance, which we've argued, and a lot of people feel like I do, Steiny, I hated the way management said that this is over. These dudes have earned this. And if Magic didn't get HIV and all that stuff, the Lakers probably would have let that play out till he couldn't go anymore.
Yeah, I don't know. 888-957-9570 is the number. And, man, we're talking Warriors and whether it's become like kind of whether you try to do something in 1 year or take a longer view. But
think of Joe Lacob. He called for LeBron. I know that was months ago.
He also tanked this season. His third year, he tanked.
No.
Just FYI.
But that was different.
How?
Now he's been to the mountaintop 4 times.
And if he's smart, he knows how to get back to the mountaintop, not by staying in the middle. Mark Cuban.
Well, let's be honest. Are they really in the middle? Making the play-in ain't the...
I would put them in the middle. I know they were 10th in the West, but 46 wins.
Right.
That's a little above the
middle. Had a better record than they did last year.
Well, even if they had a pick this year, I think their best odds are for 13 or 14. That would be right in the middle of the NBA.
Yeah. By the way, they have a 4% chance of moving on. I'll explain this. Eric's in San Francisco. What's up, Eric? How you doing, man?
Hey, guys. Good afternoon. So I kind of want to just weigh in on my 2 cents on kind of the potential moves. And, the thing I look at is that Kevin Durant played 75 games last year. Klay played 77. Steph played 74. And Draymond was healthy, basically. He just missed games because he got suspended.
Right.
If you think 4 guys over the age of 33 are really going to play that many games healthy next year when Steph hasn't played this many games since 2018, Klay hasn't since 2019, KD hasn't since he tore his Achilles. It's just, I personally believe that is a misguided belief. But, I don't want to become the Pacers. The Pacers, Herb, I think their owner is Herb
Simon. Yeah.
He never wants to tank. And so they never picked inside the top 10 until last year for like 20 years. And they were in the vaunted, as you said, Mark Cuban zone, which is the death zone in the NBA, which is between 10 and 20. You're never bad enough to get a good player, or unless you're lucky, and you're not good enough to really do anything in the playoffs, and you're just kind of stuck in the middle.
Right.
And I'm worried that if the Warriors trade let's say they trade 3 first-round picks plus some assets for Kevin Durant, what happens if we're the Clippers or the Suns next year? Then you have no assets, and you have an old team, and you're stuck in limbo for 5-8 years. So I personally just don't think going the veteran route is the preferred route. If the Warriors really want to just play it out, I think it's okay to keep the assets and dignified send-off, but I just really would be worried about sending out any future assets for any player over the age of 34 who has injury history. That's just my 2 cents.
Eric, I couldn't agree with you more.
Appreciate the call.
I couldn't agree with you more.
That's a lot. 3 for I get you, but if Kaminga was a part of the package, I would tell that team, what else do you effing want? You know what I mean? Like, you're not getting over, but good God, you got a guy that's already looking like he might be the dude. It's just about win. Steiny, would you have to put that much more in regard to future picks with that?
Hold on. Hey, Evan, are you what? You knew this. You knew this. You knew this off the top of your head. How many picks did Utah get for Mitchell?
It was 4 firsts. I believe 4 unprotected firsts and 4 first-round pick swaps.
Now he's a young star,
and he's a bona fide star already. Okay,
so but you're giving up 2.
Yeah.
See, wow. I'm with him. Like I'm not. I'm with him. I can't imagine. I can't bring Durant in here and assume that everybody's going to play 75.
Well, you know what? I'm not mad at any of that, but what's bothering me, and I'm being nosy because I am by nature, I've been in a sales environment where the top salesman had an effect on the boss's opinion. They would call him in. We're going to do this with Steiny or Evan. What do you think? They had clout. Steiny, I do wonder how much of this pie is Curry have, Mike, Dunleavy, and Joe.
Yeah, I do too.
You know, I don't think I'm an idiot to think Steph has a louder voice. Maybe that's Wayne. Like, how do you tell your superstar that you're about to get 59-50? Oh, we're not listening to you anymore. Or how much of Joe, you're making billions because of me, dog. I built this. You know, he'll never say that, but it's true. How much do you say, you know what? It's going to hurt when it happens. We won't do a full reboot until this thing we know is cooked.
See, we're operating under the assumption that Steph wants to be on a team like this next year.
Like he wants Durant or somebody, a Donovan Mitchell.
No, like I think what I'm saying is, yeah, exactly.
To hell with waiting.
Yeah, he wants to kind of run it back. We're assuming he wants to run it back and get Kevin Durant.
Right.
But, you know, there's a basketball side of Steph Curry that could agree with a lot of fans and say, that's too old. I mean, we're too old. We got to get a younger guy. And that's the thing about Steph. We have no idea.
Well,
he's watching the playoffs, though. So is Draymond. Even someone like Draymond has got to be looking around saying, huh.
And he hasn't brought that up on the podcast. It bothers me on Dre. But to that point, Steph did say, and again, guys, I know you could say, oh, Guru, what are you supposed to say? He did say, without a few absences, our season would have been different when he got that clutch award on TNT.
Well, he said different as far as the seeding, not different as far as, well, you know, we could rattle off 4 straight playoff series victories.
So what are you guys telling me about the 2024-25 Warriors? Be prepared for
them being better. They're going to be better. Our goal is to be better next year.
That's fine, but show me.
That's what I'm going to try to do. I'm going to try to get better. Using some pieces, maybe moving Wiggins. Seeing if we can I get it. If we trade Draymond, nobody thinks we can be better. Who knows? Who knows? Maybe we'll get a guy who plays 82 games a year.
Like, I ain't down on Wiggins. I'm talking about trade whomever, but if you're getting me Donovan Mitchell, and obviously Wiggins had to be a part of that package, I'm all in, or Durant. But just be careful about running old Wiggins out of here and getting something, you know, like, man, the guy can play. He's in his prime.
He stinks.
It's upstairs.
He stinks.
And he's going to shoot 40% from 3.
He stinks right now.
Upstairs.
Guru, can you count on Andrew Wiggins next year?
I wouldn't. I'll give you that.
So he does not stink. People
but I get upstairs. He stinks because you don't know.
Like you cannot. You cannot.
But what if he ended up an all-star next year? If you ran it back and that's attainable
how did we
for
do?
him.
How did we do? How did we, the Warriors, do?
I would think if he was an all-star, you're a top 5, 6 seed.
No. How did the Warriors do? They traded him. He became an all-star. But how did we do?
Oh, well, I was saying
that's all that matters to me.
Wow. I was saying he'd be an all-star with you. You kept him, and next year he was an all-star for the Western Conference.
Yeah,
But I get it. I get you're tired of it, and a lot of people are.
No, I'm tired of it, but it's about what we can count on. And
outside of Steph Curry, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I hear you. I still didn't tell you that thing I saw at the this morning.
Oh, you got to tell us.
That was on that made me say, "Wow, geez. Oh my God,
yeah."
I didn't know that.
I'll tell you the next break. We got a text from Squirt. So
okay, yeah. And then we got some other stuff to talk about. I'll tell you why, sports-wise, I was in a great mood this morning. That's brought to you by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for Mother's Day deals for members.
We suck. We no good. I don't have nothing to say.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, my goodness. I'm in absolutely a terrific mood today.
Oh.
And it doesn't all have to do with I'm taking a guy's trip.
There you go.
Tomorrow, Friday, and Monday. That's a small part of it.
We led with hockey.
And that's what I wanted to run down the list of what's going on. We got a great story brewing in the Bay Area with the San Jose Sharks. They got the number 1 pick in the NHL draft, and all indications are they're going to take a player named Macklin Celebrini, who's the son of Rick Celebrini, who is on the Warriors athletic and training staff. So the Sharks are going to draft a kid with local ties, and I've been talking to my hockey people, Derek from Detroit,
Red Wings,
and other people have chimed in that in hockey, this pick usually plays right away or very quickly. So what if this kid's a phenom?
It could happen. The great one.
That would be incredible. That would be incredible. So congratulations to the Sharks.
You ever see the Flyers in person growing up? The Spectrum?
Well, I've been to the Spectrum, but
hockey.
No, I don't think so.
All right.
I don't think so. I've seen a couple Sharks
Me
games.
too.
They're a lot of fun.
I saw a playoff game. Beer pong.
People think when you say beer pong that you were playing beer pong in the arena.
It was outside.
Okay.
It was popping outside. And afterwards, and I was with Rick Tittle, the great Rick Tittle, and people were having a ball. It's dead down there. They earned this pick. You know, it's bad. But, dude, if this dude is the next Mario Lemieux man, his dad's got to be proud.
Oh, my God.
So what was the presser for with his dad today? Oh, strictly about his kid?
Yeah.
Okay, that's dope.
I would think so. Well, I don't know. The Warriors have did anybody go into the offseason hurt for the Warriors? Maybe you could ask him about that.
Feelings were hurt, but other than that,
yeah. So anyway, I'm in a good mood. The other reason I would encourage all our listeners to do this. I took a walk. I took a walk before.
And you walked there too. You didn't drive.
I drove.
Okay, gotcha.
But I drove to Lake Merritt, walked around Lake Merritt, 3 miles.
Look at him.
Got up at 6. And I got to tell you, I just feel different today.
Did you eat?
Haven't eaten yet.
You're ready.
So, I mean, there's...
Metabolism on 1,000
Don't sleep on exercise.
No, that's our thing.
Okay?
Lifting our hands.
Here's the other thing that has cheered me up today. And I'm convinced if I can sell this to Warrior fans, you'll feel better too. If you look at the Warriors' future, and you look at next year and the year after, Goo, and you don't put the constraint on your expectations that you must win a title this year or next year, that you must, and you've got to push all your chips into the middle to win a title next year, it looks pretty bleak.
No,
but if you start thinking about a couple years down the road and making moves this offseason that will lead into a better team the following offseason, and you look at it 2 or 3 years, you're much more optimistic. You're much more optimistic about the future.
Right.
Now, I'm not saying...
But you got an elephant or a rat on the table, and his name is Steph Curry. Is that good? So you're trying to please is that good enough for him? That's all I keep. I'm keeping it real with that. Like, I'm not saying what you're saying is wrong, but if you were the Spurs and you had nobody, a substance in the back, like this he's done it all. He's built this. And now, like this, real quick, this text, Donnie Guru, you're all over the place talking nonsense. I'll take a chip after Curry. It's all about the Warriors. Damn it, you're right, but that's not reality. That would never happen.
What?
Winning a chip year 1 after Curry.
Well, it was a hypothetical.
I no doubt, but they're taking it for, I would take that. That would never happen.
But your answer was telling. You said what you said.
Yeah, no
You
doubt.
said what you said.
Right. But it was make-believe.
You said you would rather ride it out with a big three and not win any more titles than start setting the table now.
And that's who I am, man.
And you win a title 2 years after Steph leaves.
That's just who I am.
And Guru says, no thanks.
I'm out.
Okay.
I think Klay Thompson's coming back, Steiny.
As Gary Radnich would say, you feel how you feel.
Yeah, no doubt.
No.
Hey, you got to pay off the tees. You saw something. Oh, yeah. Here we go.
So let me take a call first.
This is how we'll never get to it. But
let's go to and darn it if I don't.
What is going on?
Text us tomorrow when you're in the air about you're almost there. Yeah.
Flea in Oakland.
Flea.
Let's go to Flea in Oakland. What's up, Flea?
What's up, guys? I haven't called since we lost that play-in, man.
Flea, I'm down too.
I'm not even down because I feel like when I'm looking at Minnesota, even Denver, even though they losing, them some big teams.
Wow.
If Warriors go into the season and go into next season with the same squad and thinking, it's going to be different, they crazy.
Wow.
They out their mind. If you look at Minnesota, how big and fast they look, Warriors look like a JV team at this point. Draymond Green's face look gray as my grandfather's.
Wow.
So not to get on him
we got you.
My thing is, if you look at these guys, they 22 and 24, running fast, 6'9", 6'10", jumping out the gym, and we going into next season, think we finna go in with some old guys. No disrespect to Klay and Steph and Draymond. But at the same time, we don't have any young, big athletics. Because Kaminga game, I'm sorry to say, and I know this is probably his third year going into the fourth, I believe. His game look like it's not going to evolve really that much. He's going to put his head down when things get worried. He looked at because Anthony Edwards and Kaminga, he ain't nothing but a year behind Kaminga, and his game looked Ant-Man game looked way better than Kaminga's. And we was hyping Kaminga up like, he's going to be our next player for the next generation of the Warriors. And come on, man. He's far removed. It's bad. It's bad, man. It ain't going to get better, I believe, for a while.
And let me leave you with this, Flea. Let me leave you with this about Kaminga, because I know the potential is there. But when I heard Coach Kerr say we need him to play the three, or that's what we're aiming for, the fact that we're going into the fourth or fifth year and you don't know that and the handles are not there, that's what scares me about waiting, man. Like, that's what scares me, Steiny.
Thank you. We know that he cannot guard Ant-Man. We know that.
Well, there's not too many Flea out there that can one-on-one. But, yeah, my thing is offensively, man. He's got to get to the lab, man.
I want to end it like this. We had a good 10-year run.
Wow.
We got some championships. We had parades. But we might as well come to the conclusion, hey, this is the end. If we make a playoff, cool, but this is it. It's over. We had a good run. And I love Steph and Klay, Draymond, what they did for the Bay Area. But this is it. It's over.
Thanks, Flea.
I think I need tissues, Steiny. I'm getting the ball. It's not over, but if it is, as far as winning and them having parades, Steiny, and right now it looks like, man, that's a long, far way off. Boy, but Kaminga, Steiny, that comment about him being the three, that scared me. And he's got that spin move, and when he's on in this open gym, Steiny, coast to coast, he's incredible. But you know what I'm saying.
Feels like he's soured on Kaminga just a tad.
Well, I don't know how long we're talking about before he can bring the ball up confidently and go to his left, and the handle is there, and the pull-up. I see the midi sometimes, and he's got a Magic Johnson-type jump shot, Steiny, where he lets go at the tippy top, and I don't know. But I understand if a team or a GM said this kid's got all the potential. My thing is, how long is Potential City last? Because they need him to be up and running and fast and in a hurry. Like if you told me he was going to be their second best player next year, and it could be, but right. I doubt it because I don't think his handle and the polish is there.
Right.
I would be like, oh, we got action. I don't think that's ready to that egg is ready to hatch.
Well, I kind of disagree with you. And the reason I disagree with you is because I thought there were stretches this year where he was their second best player. But I do think that if he's your second best player all of next year, I don't see how you're a really good team.
Why?
Because he's not good enough yet to be the second best player
to get others involved.
Not consistently. That's me. I mean, I think I'd like to have another hell of a player in here and bump him down to like a third option.
All right.
And I know this is like the Lakers. Like he would be, to me, he'd be worthy. Kaminga would be worthy with Kareem and with Magic.
Okay,
like the third guy who when the big boys are being guarded, now he can exploit you.
Almost Derek White on the Spurs. I mean, different sides, obviously. Derek White is eating.
I guess.
Oh, he's eating.
He's like their fourth option, though.
Dude, who is he?
Came from San Antonio.
I know where
Sometimes they're fifth.
Dude.
Porzingis ever sees the court
Oh,
again.
good God.
What?
Playoffs, he's hurt.
Everybody's hurt.
Zion.
Well, he's not in the playoffs.
Well,
huh?
He was hurt.
So, by the way, I have a piece of great news.
And pay off your damn thing what you saw.
I will. But I have great news that affects us all in this room right now.
Oh, you got to go now then.
I mean, I'm dead serious.
Parking?
This is the best news. This is the best internal company news that I've heard in 3 months.
New restroom.
A new water machine is coming. We're getting a new
How did you get
water
that in?
dispenser.
For real, Evan? Come on.
The great Tim Jordan has said there's a new one on the way. The old one stinks.
Wow.
Let me know when the shovel's in the ground.
There you go. Shout out the A's.
So I wake up this morning. Really, really.
Let me guess. You go for a walk.
I went.
Go ahead. Start up playing.
And I'm up early, and I'm at a coffee shop, walking to the lake. It's about 6. It's about 6:06. It's about 6:06 in the morning, and I'm down by Lake Merritt, and there's a dispensary there, Okana.
Okay.
It was open.
There's no way.
It was open at 6 a.m.
Oh,
and I'm not going to tell you, I'm not going to sit here and fib and say there was a line, but there were 3 people in there at the counter.
You got to get it when you can.
6 o'clock in the morning?
That's their exercise. You walk in, they smoking. Dude, wow.
Who's going into a dispensary at 6?
Somebody that might work at 7.
That's true.
Yeah. No, I'm just, wow. They had the security outside, huh?
Or somebody that got off at 4.
Well, there you go, too.
I was in shock.
I just graduated from the lettuce,
Some coffee shops aren't even open at 6.
You know how many guys are in prison, their lives, here I go, have been ruined because of marijuana? And now you can walk into a dispensary like it's Walgreens. I'll take 2 of this, a brownie, and see you later. What are we doing? I get it, though.
It's actually good to know.
that
pardon the guys and gals that lives have been, you know what I mean, Stoney?
No, it
makes you wonder.
No, that's a fair point, and that does stink. Hey, a couple other things, a couple little things that I wanted to get to, and you did too. Steiny, did you stop in the dispensary? No. I was on a strict time.
Look at this.
I was on a timeline. I needed to get back to the house by 7.
People saying we wake and bake in the Bay.
Please. Well, not this show.
Well, I didn't graduate.
I couldn't do that.
I'm a drinker. But
2
not
o'clock.
doing that. Right, not to.
I couldn't do that. I think you know what I'm talking about. I know what you wanted to talk about. The last 2-minute report.
Dude, what?
In the
We got to bring Gripes back. I keep forgetting. It's me.
I have the open.
Nobody asked for it, but
can you do one right now?
Yeah, I can do one.
Okay.
Yo, I want to hear from Steph. Do we got Steph?
Wait.
Time for Guru's Grapes.
Yeah.
Fire away, Guru.
I remember that picture we got.
I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not going to take this anymore.
You're starting to piss me off.
It makes me so mad.
Oh, please don't make me angry, pal.
You wouldn't like me when I'm angry. King Kong ain't got on me.
It's time for Guru's Crops.
Mother sucker. You know how I feel about how the Knicks and the Pacers game one ended with the BS call on Miles Turner. But I just want to talk to the NBA and the powers to be. Why do you publicly go to tell the world how many calls you missed on the 2-minute report? There were 4 missed calls that would have affected that game one. And my thing is, who grows from that? Who learns? What you need to do, the refs that missed a call, you build a file. And then you grade the refs. We don't have to know what's in the file. You can say, you know what, referee Steinmetz, he's a 70. Referee Evan Giddings is an 85. And then that way we can know, okay, who's really doing their job effectively. But to release the report and admit that there were more errors than the one that were glaring, how does that make your game look good? It gives me a sense of wrestling. It gives me a sense of like fakeness. What good is the 2-minute report if the team that lost, you're rubbing salt in the wound? It doesn't fix or rectify anything. How about you do it or use it behind closed doors and demerit to take stuff away from the refs? Quit giving us what we already know because it doesn't change the outcome. Why almost embarrass your sport by saying the guys with the whistle or girls with the whistle are blowing it? Why do we need to know?
I think it's the very first thing you said is why. Because I think I know they do use those reports along with a lot of other stuff to rate officials. Absolutely. Absolutely. Whoever was working that game, it's noted that there were 4 missed calls in the last 2 minutes. And I'm sure
that I didn't know.
Yeah, and the officials do get rated. Coaches get to rate officials, players get to rate officials, and other officials get to rate other officials. And
now I don't want to stand up for the officials, but nothing can change the outcome. You think the Pacers care that you went publicly and said you missed a call or 3 other calls? That's a stain on the game to me.
Is it not a stain if you know it was a bad call, but they didn't admit it? You know what I mean? In other words, if they don't put out that report,
nothing's changing about the Pacers are still pissed off.
Right.
But now you're going to tell me, oh, Guru, by the way, there are 3 other missed calls. I don't think that helps the league. I get the grading system and accountability.
I hear you.
But why are you going public when it doesn't change any? That I just find it odd. And I thought if I'm a Pacer player, fan, or coach, I would rip that thing up like, what the hell? And I feel like the NBA is sending it out like, look at us.
The interesting thing is,
what are you doing?
Well, the interesting thing you said is when they do that, it seems like it's fake, like wrestling.
Almost like it's okay.
Well, I can just tell you the reason they implemented it was because of transparency. They actually wanted fans, and this was in the wake of the Tim Donaghy.
Oh, boy, man.
So they wanted to show more accountability, and so that's why the 2-minute report came in, so that the NBA and its officials acknowledge when they made mistakes. So they'll tell you that that's why they're doing it.
If it went away, you would be okay as a basketball fan, right? All of us here.
Of course.
Yeah. I just don't. I think it's a tool that kind of puts a spotlight in a bad way on the NBA and the officiating and the said outcome of a game that you can't go back and change.
I mean, I've got what was I going to say? I got a problem with replay. I mean, replay.
Oh, you're about to never go full Jeff.
No, but
when you go look for something and then you find something else.
And that's part of it.
Wow.
But, once you start using replay, you can't go back, kind of. And what's going to happen is they're going to continue to implement replay more and more and more, and there's going to be more situations where they'll look, and it's just going to slow the game up
Pandora's box.
Too much. You cannot stop the game and look at a replay
I can't stand it,
for a take foul at half court. I mean,
you talk about stopping the party. And what about this, NBA? Add this to the gripe. The Laker-Denver series. The Lakers won a challenge. You should never lose a timeout for winning a challenge. Watch an NFL game. That's a bonus. But don't take my timeout for something that you missed. That is whack.
510. Don't go there.
Uh-oh.
He says wrestling's not fake. Watch your mouth, Stein. I know it's not fake. Guru thinks it is.
No, right.
I don't.
No, your era was real.
That's why when Guru said fake and wrestling in the same sentence, it struck a nerve with me.
I'm in WWE. Give me one of your guys growing up you used to watch. Just one. Give me one name.
Haystacks Calhoun.
That was the real wrestling.
Oh yeah, he was absolutely real.
Yes.
Oh boy, how you doing, buddy?
I'm good. It's me and Evan tomorrow. You gonna be listening?
No, I'm gonna be on the plane.
Well, it's on the Odyssey app. You can go back.
That's right.
I always listen to how you say how I'm out. We don't know where Guru is. Hey, Evan. Or when you're in a good mood, you build me up. You know, I love that Guru. He's out taking care of family. That makes it. But when you're down, we don't know where he's at. Evan, I'm like, come on. The boss knows my whereabouts. But we'll be fine without you tomorrow.
It's a wrap.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. I'll get to Barry. Barry wants to talk about the refs. We can get that. We can quick get that on the other
Dibs
side.
hear this, huh? But see, that's what I'm saying. Dibs should be open, even though we know he's a ref. Your dad, rest in peace, was official. You still got to take in, when people want to. You can't close both ears.
Yeah. What's coming up next on the game is presented by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
Move on, Joe.
I'm what you might call very good at hide and seek.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
The word scripted. Wrestling's scripted. It's not fake. Scripted. Yeah. Stein, do you remember Bobo Brazil? Oh, of course. Absolutely.
Is he a brother?
Yes. Yeah. Let's go to Barry in Richmond. He wants a real quick talk about this last 2-minute report. Hey, Barry, what's going on, man?
Hey, what's going on there, fellas?
Not much.
This is what I have. It's not the referees, actually. Although nobody dislikes the refereeing more than myself, who's been watching since the middle 70s. It's really about Adam Silver and what they've kind of trained them to do. So the biggest issue to me is the flopping is the reason the ratings aren't so great. Right? They developed a superstar league many years ago with Stern, which is all good. The issue is those watching just watch a bunch of crybabies, and now they're flopping all over the court. And here we have, I think, by far the greatest basketball players of all time currently on the court. But now they've developed this, you're a veteran if you know how to draw a foul, which is horrible to watch. And you can watch every game. It starts off with every game they're playing. They're having fun. We're watching hoop. And then it starts turning into a foul fest. And then it's about the superstar getting the foul. And I think Klay Thompson is a great example. He didn't train himself to draw fouls. He doesn't even know how to do it.
Well, neither did Steph Curry, really, Barry.
Yeah, exactly. So this year, Klay started doing it, and all of a sudden, I hear the commentator saying, Klay finally learned how to do the veteran move, and he's playing smart. But in reality, he just said, you know what, I'm just going to join everybody. And I'm going to try to do it. Although he looks awkward doing it, he's still attempting, and he started drawing fouls. But easy cure, and then I'll let you guys go, is they can control it easily. If you exaggerate a foul, you don't get the call. And if you do it too many times, it's a technical, or you get a 5-minute suspension. I don't know if all that's correct.
Look at Dante DiVincenzo on that play.
Appreciate it, Barry.
And we love Dante in the Bay.
Yeah,
that was gross.
They were supposed to penalize.
No doubt. He deserved. I don't know. I was like, oh my goodness. Come on, Dante. It worked though.
It did.
Boy, I'm getting hate mail.
Why?
Remember Reg Basie? You met him at Norris Party. His uncle, Wendell. My uncle Wendell, texted me and said, you're delusional if you think the Warriors, who are going to be a year older and slower, they can't hang with these younger top teams. Where's the hope? And you got 4 youngsters right now.
Go young.
Okay, but how's that? Are we going to make the playoffs?
Maybe.
But see, that I don't want to make.
Well, you didn't make them last year.
Well,
you didn't even make it last year. Hey, real quick, YouTube chat.
The sales is behind the wave. Yeah, that's how. Come on, Stoddy. Close the deal now.
I didn't recognize that guy. Anyway, hey, Mother's Day's on Sunday, and I'm not going to be here.
You get more outs east. Not that I'm envious, but we're going to brunch at 11.
Don't give me just get her flowers. What should I do?
Stay home.
No chance.
Okay.
All right. Anybody got any good ideas? I'm all ears. I'm not going to be there.
How many guys with you that'll be away from their spouse?
16 total.
Wow.
It's a guy's
Father's Day.
It's a guy's 30th birthday, and we're celebrating.
Enjoy, man.
Yeah.
Take some sunblock.
Thank you. Oh, absolutely. Hey, here's a little piece of news that I bet you didn't know.
I saw the boss in the control room.
I'll bet you didn't know this.
Yeah.
The San Francisco 49ers have just gotten 2 extra draft picks. Compensatory draft picks.
Not that
Evan, you didn't know that.
This way.
You didn't know that.
What?
That the 49ers have 2 additional draft picks.
What minority coaches got hired?
Oh, yeah.
It's for their free agents, Sam Darnold and Charlie Warner leaving.
Okay.
Well, former first round.
So they could use them next year. Soon as next year, you got to wait.
The end of the 5th round and the 7th.
All right.
And those are big because remember John Lynch was like, yeah, the back of the draft stinks now.
Yeah.
Yeah, Brock Purdy ruined it for everybody.
John Taylor, Bonte and I had a real study. I wish I could tell you what he said. There was a good 50 minutes.
That really is bad form.
You know what? It felt like it too.
It's kind of like earlier today. There's something that was on your mind. We could tell was bothering you, and you just said,
oh, yeah. No,
I just don't want to tell you.
You know what? I'm glad I kept that in. They don't know any. I came in, said there was a story, something happened, and then they were all ready like my brothers. And then I said, you know what, I ain't going to tell you.
407, I'm going to a place called Gamble Sands.
I keep hearing about that. Gamble Sands. I've heard that before.
Dibley's been there.
That's where I heard it. It was the other day.
Yeah.
Is he going?
No.
Ah.
Hate to see it. I have a couple other things.
Why are you laughing?
Because I got a couple other things on my list.
But the way you said it.
Here's the other reason the league's a joke at times. How can you not suspend Jamal Murray?
I'm telling you, man.
I mean, come on.
If that were Draymond, we'd be at Santa Rita somewhere. Somebody be saying, come on, that was weak. You can't throw that. You guys acting like spoiled brats.
You know what? You're right. If Draymond would have done that.
Oh, my God.
But the league has acknowledged that they take into account past incidents.
Oh, wow.
So I don't think you're wrong at all. I think if Draymond would have done that, he might have gotten two games. I don't know.
And thrown from the game. And
Probably.
The ref sitting there like, oh, what was that? Who threw it?
They said they gave him a significant fine. Like, let's say they fined him $1.5 million. That's kind of a lot.
That is a lot.
I'm not saying they did, but
I thought it was $100K.
Oh, is that all? That doesn't sound significant.
I thought it was $100K too.
Which is nothing to him or these guys.
Yeah. I mean, it's
a lot to Mike Malone.
It's as my dad would say.
Not to Woj.
It's pin money.
Yeah, it ain't to Woj.
Would you guys really be talking about the Sharks today? First of all,
go to the first hour.
We talked about Macklin Celebrini.
You can check him out on the free Odyssey app.
Yep. What a great name.
Hey, one more thing about my Uncle Wendell Stein.
Okay.
8th grade, I played the A team for St. Anne's. He had a vision. I was Magic Johnson. He put me on the B team and I ran point. So I was tall, went to the chip, and we lost in Fremont. But Steiny, he had the vision to put me in point. So I didn't play on the A team.
Yeah, B team sounds about right.
Evan, I was running point. He had a vision. Coach, I should have stuck with it. Steiny, I'm telling you, I ran point. St. Anne's.
This might be bad form, but why do a lot of your stories end with defeats?
I'm a little upset with that, Evan. I'm trying to give me a second.
Sorry.
Well, he's going knockout. What else have you guys seen?
No, you
just heard about your high school career.
That's
one thing.
What about it? I lettered.
It didn't end well.
I lettered.
Lettered?
Yeah.
Like, you always get to the title game,
Well, all right.
Which is an accomplishment.
Dude, everybody letters in high school. Come on.
Not true.
The ones that don't play, you don't get anything.
Please.
There's a story I never told you guys.
Can you do it in a minute 20?
We went to the state finals, and I didn't make it because of grades. Rutherford, Silk Basie, everybody went. I had to stay back.
Are you serious?
Oh, Norm gave me the worst whooping ever.
Goo, what happened?
I wasn't getting the work done.
You got to hit the books.
Dude.
You got to hit the books.
They went to the Coliseum, my dream, and ran out and warmed up. And that was the game. They said, Johnson, you got to stay back.
Did they win?
No. Now, I was rooting for him. I always say if I were, what's our boy in Philly, Stoney? What's the backup QB? That won the Super Bowl, Nick Foles. If I were Wentz, I would be like, I don't want them to win.
Goo was a winner at Lucky Break, and it changed his life.
Well, you know
so
what?
There you go.
I needed that.
Now, I got to bring you down a minute.
Oh,
he said your coach should have had a vision of Guru being Oliver Miller.
I was in shape.
I know. It's a fun name.
Now we got a problem. Oliver's a big,
Yeah, Oliver's heavy.
Yeah.
More like Darren Oliver.
Pitcher for the Texas Rangers. Lefty.
Fells gas.
Yo, face.
What nationality? He's a brother.
Black.
Yep.
All right. It's time for Willard and Dibs. It really is. That segment was brought to you by Lucky, California.
Lucky knows that moms have a special kind of magic. They just make everything better. So this Mother's Day...
Now, the one thing that was great about Saturday was met a lot of guys.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, time for the crossover. Willard and Dibbs in the house.
Yes.
What's up, gents?
Come on, boys. How we doing?
Dynamite.
Yeah?
You know the rat on the table, right?
I don't.
This is last day of the week.
Yeah. Man, he's got 4 reasons why he's in a good mood.
Look at Dibbs.
4 reasons, yeah. And one of them is he's going on a guy's trip.
Yay!
Going to Gamble Sands.
Look at him smiling.
Wonderful golf resort in northeastern Washington.
Oh, wow.
Wonderful course, really in the middle of nowhere. They got a full 18.
Mm-hmm.
They got a short course, which is 14-hole, like pitch and putt. It's up and down in a quarry. They got a fun putting course.
Northeast Washington?
Yeah.
Hour and a half from Spokane.
You're not heading over to Coeur d'Alene, are you? Okay.
No, but you can go. Normally you fly into Spokane, which is about 45 away from Coeur d'Alene, and it's also about an hour from Gamble Sands, the place where I last broke 80.
That's where I told him. I heard you say that.
On my birthday, yeah. 8/15/2021.
Dibbers.
Finished a birdie par birdie to break 80. A little bit of a flurry on the back from your boy. You're going to like it. The fairways are so wide.
Oh, nice.
Wide open. The fairways are really wide and friendly. Tough green complexes. Beautiful landscape. Hello, friends.
Thank you. I appreciate it. It's supposed to be like 85, 90 degrees, too.
Yeah, except for it's supposed to be that here, too.
I know. I heard
it's
that.
Okay.
Is that true?
I heard that.
It depends on where you are. East Bay, hell yeah.
Sac, how about Sac?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That was one of the reasons I'm happy.
Okay.
Ted.
Yeah.
The other reason is
you're hot today. Look at your face.
Even a cynic.
Your eyes are flying out of your head right now. What's going on?
Even a cynic like me can't downplay the Macklin Celebrini.
That is dope, man.
Probably going to the Sharks.
Not probably.
Well, he's going.
You know what? Every time I said he's going, Evan's like, well, they haven't had the draft yet.
Exactly.
But Dibbs, this is
but
the
like
Sharks.
that is,
And I love your enthusiasm, but
cool.
To characterize him as from here is inaccurate.
I said local ties.
Willow Glen.
You did correct it to local ties, but you realize that he's lived out his life
He moved here with his dad in 18.
Yep.
In 2018. And then he promptly went to boarding school where he played.
But he was at home a lot.
One year, but he went to a hockey academy out here.
Right. And then he realized, I'm pretty good. I better get out of California.
I've been to Miami twice. Does that mean I'm from there? Like,
Exactly.
I mean,
Hey, don't ruin a great
This
story,
old man
guys.
works for the Warriors.
Yeah, what's
Come
going on here?
As a man who is Captain Semantics and he's put every
Local
human
ties.
being
Well, there
in
you
check,
go.
he needs to be put in check.
Local ties.
You use the phrase from here. And while we're burying you, I need to get the audio proof of you and your Minnesota take because you're not known for your strong takes.
And that Dibbs, I didn't want to break it to him.
Normally you put things in the cap.
You saying the T-Wolves were going to win is not on record, is what Dibbs
I didn't say they were going to win. I never said they were going to win.
You would never say something so bold.
Exactly. Back in December, Mark.
Yes. Hi.
I said, I came in one day and I said, I'll tell you what, we got to add another team to the championship contender list because this team can win it. Minnesota.
I have a question for you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
How come you only said it once?
In December.
If you really felt it, you probably would have stuck with that.
We're in the
take.
Bay Area.
Yeah.
We don't do Minnesota radio here.
You would have tweeted it too.
I'm not on Twitter.
He's not on Twitter.
Yeah, I saw that.
Evan put, I don't like, who am I working with today? It's the little Steinmetz. What happened to, get back on there. You can if you wanted to.
Why'd you leave?
He won't.
Why'd you leave?
I got
This
hacked.
is his story, Willard.
No, I got hacked.
So why don't you reboot?
Because when I tried it, it says my account no longer
The
exists.
boss
So make
tried
a
to
new
help
one.
him.
I don't want to make a new one with
Why
all new.
not?
You're killing us, Smalls. Yeah, you gotta have a Twitter
Get
account.
back on Twitter with 0 followers?
I mean, you have a platform. You probably could have built it up. In fact, you could have ended up with more followers if you made a big old deal about it.
Yeah.
Wow,
You know
look
what
at
I mean?
Will.
You could make a big old deal about it.
That's it. No. That's not who I am. It's not who I am.
Well, you're missing out. Every time you tweet, you get 14 people going, link in bio if you want to see me naked. It's really fun on there. It's super fun.
boy.
Yeah.
Oh, I got a little breaking news. Guru breaking news. I found a baseball team.
Oh.
The Pirates called up Paul Skeens. I'm back.
Oh, gosh.
Their hotshot pitcher. I'm back to him. That's all I needed.
I had a discussion with a guy over the weekend named Derek Petrak, and he was reminding me what I said to you about your faux free agency.
They called him up.
You know what?
If you would have gotten rid of your jerseys, I would have respected it a little bit more.
You know what, Goo?
It just happened. I'm sorry.
Getting old. It's getting old now.
Yeah, to say it rubs me the wrong way would probably be
I was hurting then. Willard, I was hurting. But they pull, just when you think you're out, they pull you back in.
You were never out.
I was out.
None of us
they won 3 in a row, and then I was like,
you were never out. And when they win 2 or 3 more in a row, you're going to put the jersey back on and start huffing and puffing again about the Buccos.
Oh, boy. Yeah.
I don't think any of us are surprised that
he's speechless.
You repicked the
Don't
Pirates.
rip me, Willard.
I do remember the show where you were like, all right, everybody, let's have some candidates. Who should be my next team?
Giants were in
By the way, it has to be the Giants, but who should be our next team? The Giants are the only candidate. But what? Yeah, of course. You were never gone. You're not. By the way, I get your frustration. It was warranted. It still is. But I sort of feel this way about that subject. You're not allowed to change.
Yeah, I know.
You don't get to change.
I know.
You do. You don't get to
don't.
tell people how to fan.
No, I'm not telling anyone how to fan.
Real ones don't, Dibs.
I'm not telling you how to fan, but like the idea, I guess maybe put it this way. If you can change, you never were a fan to begin with.
And you know me.
Like that's
that's unfair judgment.
What about if you're a Raider? What about if you're a Raider fan?
Now, I hate when
what about if your team leaves?
You can do whatever you want.
That's different.
That's a little bit different.
A's fans and Raider fans.
It's a little bit different.
You get an injunction to go do it.
I'm not telling you can't do it. You're obviously allowed the same way I'm allowed to judge. I think it's hilarious when people go, I don't judge. Yes, you do.
Wow.
We all do. What the hell are we doing here right now?
What's
our job?
Would this be acceptable?
Yeah, okay.
A Browns fan says, I no longer root for the Browns after the Deshaun Watson sign.
Oh, I thought you were going to talk about when they became the Raiders.
I just knew he was going there.
Yeah.
What about a Bengal fan who doesn't want to be a Bengal fan because they draft Joe Mixon?
So you could do that. Wow. Ooh.
I mean, does that not work?
Steiny's friend is Joe Mixon's agent.
No, you can.
No, I'm just saying, if Deshaun Watson.
Fine. I don't.
Where do you?
I'm not judging.
Where do you draw the line?
But you are judging.
So the conversation we're having right now is between your heart and your head.
Yeah.
So what you're saying is basically what fans can do in their head, which of course you can do whatever the hell you want. You can leave. You can come back. You can do all of those things. My contention is not so much about like an opinion. I'm saying if that team is actually in your heart.
No,
you can't leave.
Yeah.
You absolutely can.
Dale Bear on line one, Johnny Ray, Marvell Wynn.
So what if you had been victimized by a certain assault and then your team signs Deshaun Watson? Then you probably can't stomach the affiliation with somebody who is alleged to have done the same thing that happened to you.
So we're getting a little bit.
We're getting a little deep.
We're getting into some extenuating circumstances.
You can make whatever judgment you want.
You can
and decide.
How many Niner fans quit for Reuben Foster, Dibs? I don't think not many.
If you love a team, I
get it, Willard. Ride or die.
You can fall out of love.
You can.
Exactly.
I mean, in this room, we've all fallen in and out of love. I mean, I can look around the room and see that. That's happened to all of us.
Real quick, you're a diehard Warrior fan. If you came in here and said, whatever pissed you off, I'm a Clipper fan, we couldn't take you serious because we know you're not a Clipper. You don't have the history and the blood, sweat, and tears with that team.
If Joe Lacob sells the team to an individual who I revile, let's just say John Fisher buys the Warriors. They decide to do a team swap. Lacob gets the A's, Fisher gets the Warriors. I'm out on the Golden State Warriors.
That's different because you deserve to be out.
And I'd argue no, you're not.
Okay?
I'd argue
Try
no,
me.
you're not.
I don't think it's going to happen.
I mean, you are.
Fisher can barely afford the A's.
You are different because you can hold a grudge with the best of them.
No doubt.
But I can't argue with what you're saying, but I also think you can't argue with what I'm saying. If you truly love a team, yes, they can offend you, but even that's human beings. We're not actually, that's not the relationship with a sports team.
It's all encompassing.
Do you know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
it's just that's what you do. If you like, I don't like the owner of the Giants at all. Good God! Like
I don't feel like I don't even know him.
Well, part of the problem.
Okay. All right.
I don't know him. I don't like a lot of the things that he's done. I also don't like a lot of the things that they've done baseball-wise. But what am I going to do? Pirates?
Well, you can get to a breaking point if it was painful enough, like any relationship. Guru was ready to dump Pittsburgh off a losing streak.
But he wasn't.
It was bigger than that.
But he wasn't.
Oh, God.
Yeah. No, it was finances, ownership.
But now the phenom's up, so we're all back in.
Yeah,
See,
Randy, I'm back.
But here, even that's kind of the point. Like if you had an owner who's like, we're really just here to make money, we don't care if we win, and you're like, I'm never going to root for this team again, and then that owner sells the team the next year, you're like, we're back.
Yeah,
we're back.
Exactly.
Like you can't.
You get to do that as a fan.
You get to.
Right.
I'm just saying.
And you can judge it if you want. It doesn't mean you're a better fan because you decided to.
I don't believe I said that.
No,
my point is if you've really got a relationship with a team, I think a lot of you are acting if you just are like, and I can walk away whenever I want. No, you can't.
No doubt.
Like you're allowed to, but that's a lot. Yeah. Like if you really love a team, just being like, I do. It's what I do every year. I go to 7 games. I watch all the games on TV. It's how me and my family connect with one another. We do it together. My dad took me to my first game. All of that, and someone ticks you off, and you're just like, so I'm done now. Good luck. That's what you do.
This is the Cleveland Browns of baseball. Yeah.
To 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM, and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal first-class money market today. Okay, I got 2 more reasons why I'm in a good mood.
Take your time.
Go ahead. Cheers.
And Dibbs will like this one because he's svelte. He's svelte right now.
I heard this earlier. I was proud of it.
Yeah, I got up at 6 and walked Lake Merritt.
You walked the lake. Did you go from your house, walk to the lake, around and back?
I asked him. He drove.
It's 3 miles.
It's okay, though.
It's a 3 mile
He's
walk.
working off a new hip. I'm proud that you're getting up and getting after it.
Yeah, and I felt better today.
Yeah. When did you say, what time last night where you said, you know what, I'm getting up and I'm going for a walk?
I had a partner. We decided to do it together.
All right, gotcha.
Motivate each other.
A duo.
Yeah.
Good.
So that's the 3rd. And then here's the 4th, sports related.
Man, you got a lot of stuff.
Yeah, this one I'm having a hard time buying, but go ahead.
It's because he's out of here. He's such in a good mood.
If you view the Warriors as we've got to win a title next year, it's bleak. It's just bleak.
Totally.
But if you view the Warriors as let's talk about the future, the next 2 or 3 years, and what we can do, it seems a lot better. It looks a lot better to me.
What do you mean?
What I mean is, let me ask you this. How long do you think Steph's going to play?
I gave him the answer, Willard.
More than 2 more years.
Okay.
I said 4.
Then why everything and anything into next year? Like if you get Durant and it fails, well, now what do you do with Steph? Because you got nothing. But if 46 wins this year, you try to move Wiggins maybe, and you get a player in that fits, you sign a free agent who works, you win 50 games next year. Okay, he's playing the next year, Steph is. Mm-hmm. So, like the all or nothing of next year limits you so much in terms of not only what you can do, but how you view things.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
I'm not.
If you're Matt Steinmetz, but what if you're Steph Curry?
Depends on what those moves are.
Even if you're Steph Curry, I don't know that. Okay, how's he view it? Right?
Exactly.
A star wants help.
Oh my gosh!
But a star also puts it on themselves. They also put it on themselves. I mean, I always think that Joel Embiid is an example of this. There's a weakness there. And it may be showing in his results, which is every year, if the star gets to the end of the year and it doesn't go well, and then that star holds a press conference to tell everybody that it didn't go well because of all the people around him, that's weak sauce. You're right. You're heading into a bad spot. You're heading into a bad spot. So, like, if it doesn't go well for Steph next year, who does Steph look at?
Depends on why it doesn't go well. If they bring back everybody, Chris walks, Klay walks, and you replace him with not much, and you don't win 50 games, maybe you win 40, and he feels like they did nothing to improve the roster, then he might be in a spot of, well, these guys don't even really want to maximize my window.
That's real.
I'm out.
But the Warriors have never done that.
They never had to under this regime.
Okay, let's go backwards. How does Steph feel now? Why did it not work?
This past year?
You had the line of the Warrior season. The answer was not in the building.
Does he feel that way?
I got to believe he has to.
He thinks that they were 3 wins away from being a 6 seed.
Right. Well,
those are his words.
We talked about that, but what were you supposed to say?
No, but he also...
Those are his words. They came out of his mouth.
He did.
The way those people think is if you had put me in the 6th seed and given me a shot, I could have done it. Even though none of us really believe him. But that's not the way...
He needs a bona fide number 2 star.
Agreed. Yeah, but that's now. He didn't think that at the beginning of the year. Because at the beginning of the year, there were candidates who the thought process was could be the two. And now it looks like they can't. From a Wiggins to a Klay to a Jonathan's not ready type of a thing.
Well, Donnie, I do like what you said, though, because it's not about this year or bust in terms of still winning the chip. I don't know about 4 years. I think 3, maybe it's 4, and you can build to it. But I do think you have to do something to start that build this year. It can't just be, even if it's Wiggins out and 2, like you said, like Nickel is some guy you mentioned, and other like up-and-coming wings. And you were throwing names out. I'm like, okay, I like what you're saying. Like 2 guys who are making about 12, guys who might be at their best in 2 years.
But be careful what you wish for, because Wiggins, I told Stein, he's still in his prime. He's a head case. So if you get something back, it's got to shoot 40% from the 3 and be able to guard the team's best player.
I don't think he's in his prime anymore. Based on how he played last year, he averaged a career low in points and a career high in disinterest.
You don't think I get what your vision of Wiggins is, but do you think it'll really be tough to get a player in here who has a better season than Wiggins had last year?
No.
So then that's the practicality of it. You want a player who's better than Wiggins. Who better than Wiggins was last year. My point with so I'm watching the Timberwolves, and they got Jaden McDaniels and Walker Alexander. And they were part of these 3-team trades involving Westbrook, and like nobody knew who they were. And the trades were only 2 years ago. I'm convinced if they move Wiggins, it's going to be like that, and we're going to say, I don't know. But it's going to be a fit. It's going to be somebody that has a chance to make them better, I think.
It'll have to be.
Right.
That's probably all that they can get for Andrew Wiggins. And those players are of value. Like, that word fit is an interesting one when it, for example, comes to Jonathan Kaminga. I'm not convinced, I'm convinced he's a good player. I'm not convinced of his perfect fit.
Kerr said we need him to be a 3. You don't know that by now. That's scary.
Yeah.
That is scary.
And then just go back to the championship years and the players that are not core players, but wow, you know what I mean? It ended up being such a fit. I don't know why this is the name that's popping in my head, right? Sean Livingston.
Oh, my perfect.
Sean Livingston. That was never a core piece, never a starter, never somebody you worried about, game plan for, nothing. But if you watched Warrior basketball during that era, you're like, damn. That guy had an effect on how this thing all played out. So maybe it's pieces like that, for sure. That's probably all you're going to get. I get fascinated, though. Dibs, you just said something. Steph Curry, if he feels like after this year, the organization isn't all in or doesn't have his back or doesn't like the moves, ... I'm out. I really want to dive into this today on our show.
Yeah.
This idea, and I hear it there. I heard it with some callers earlier today on both of the other shows. The idea that if something isn't perfect next year, there's fear that Steph is going to ask to leave. And I really think it is a delusion of our minds. I think it's a fear that would never happen. It's not because I'm romantic about his relationship with the organization. I think it's because he will be 37 years old at that time.
Right.
And when you're 37, I could count on less than one hand how many players can sort of like go out and be like, I demand you move me, and other organizations will die to have you and build around you. 37-year-old 6'2" guy?
Yeah. Who right now is one of the 15 best players in the association. He'll be an all-NBA player.
Won't happen.
I think you're delusional to think that he's going to be happy just standing pat if this team shows no real appreciable movement or improvement. And he's only under contract for 2 years.
But that's actually the beauty of it. And the more I think about it, I think this is a blessing in disguise. He's got 2 more. He's extension eligible next summer.
Right. Yep.
So you try to get better. You either do or you don't. And at that point, like if things go south next year, then I do think, Steph, what do you think? You got 1 more year left. We can sign you to retire here, and then you cooperate with each other. And in theory, you could trade him at that point for a year.
Worst case scenario. He's a lifer.
I really think when you hear Steph talk, you guys are acting like the Warriors are operating in a separate space than Steph. He's in on these conversations. If what they do doesn't work, Steph's not LeBron. He's not the guy that can be like, fire the coach again. Not my fault. Like, Steph's going to be a part of what the Warriors do. His opinion is going to completely be in the room.
No doubt.
So if it goes south, he's not going to be like, bleep you, organization.
We tried it all.
Yeah, I mean, plus, I don't think at that moment. So imagine it goes south. That means what? They miss the playoffs again?
A year from now, they go 41-41.
All right, so in 3 years running, you would have a second-round exit, a play-in loss, and then an
11 seed.
And you think the league is going to be like, damn, someone needs to get our hands on Steph Curry at age 37 in 3 consecutive flops to make him our centerpiece of our organization.
Not a centerpiece, but
then why would you do it?
Because he's still going to be one of the elite scorers in the association.
I just think to trade Steph Curry, this fan base is like, you better get something amazing.
It would never happen.
You better get something amazing.
But you may not have a choice if he gets to a spot where they're continuing on a trajectory. Steiny mentioned it earlier. 3 of the last 5 years, you've not been a playoff team. It's not like this last year was a little blip on the radar.
I feel like there is another Hall of Fame, once upon a time, not too long ago, 37-year-old point guard who used to be able to run a show and freak everybody out if he was open on the market. He played for the Warriors this year. His name's Chris Paul.
Steph is leagues above where Chris Paul is right now.
Again, we're talking about this being another year or 2 down the road.
Right.
Chris Paul, a year and a half ago, was a 37-year-old, highly paid point guard, and the Suns were like, go away. And then the Wizards handed him off for the least efficient player in the NBA. You don't get to decide when you're 37, I'm running the show, and this is where I'm going.
You do when you're playing as well as he is.
I don't. Again,
we can get into it.
Again,
the bag is on the shoulder. The vacation's in the on-deck circle.
We'll be listening.
We're projecting forward, though.
Yeah.
We're putting ourselves in his mind. I'll save it for the next 4 hours because I don't want to keep my man. He's got a full itinerary.
I do. Yes, I do. He's not working the next 2 days.
The bag is on the shoulder.
Next 3 work days. All right. It's 95.7 The Game. You know who we are.
Monday, too? Yeah. Jeez.
Mm-hmm. They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these 2 homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
There's something that is really percolating on social media today that we want to play for you in just a second because, Dibs, it has a little something to do with the conversation that we were just having.
You know what that is, right?
The percolation sensation?
That's exactly what that is.
Or the conversation sensation?
I was thinking about the percolating because you were talking about percolating, and I don't think you were talking about Kendrick percolating, so I thought we could get that out right away.
He'd been doing plenty of percolating the last couple of weeks. So anyway, it gave me feels that I didn't want to get, and it came from Anthony Edwards. And this is a stray, if you will. I got to kind of go around the bend to get to where I'm going, but all I can do is share with you how it felt to me when I heard it. So check this out. Anthony Edwards is sitting there getting ready for Game 3. The Nuggets are transferring to Minnesota. The Timberwolves have a stranglehold on the series. For those of you who don't know, in the last round when Minnesota swept the Phoenix Suns, you got to move that monitor down. I need to see that beautiful full face.
All right, we're gonna
what happened over there? Well,
seat's a little lower.
Yeah,
Guru's a tall man.
Put your seat up. I'm like, are you so light that you're just disappearing?
There we go.
Good Lord. Anyway, so in the last round against Minnesota or against Phoenix, Anthony Edwards talked about how, like, man, I look up to Kevin Durant. So this means a lot to me, this matchup, to go against Kevin Durant. Sam Amick, who is one of the top NBA reporters out there, gets into a conversation with him in terms of, like, is there anybody on the Denver Nuggets that sort of evokes that feeling for you? Here is the conversation.
Hey, you talked in that Phoenix series a lot about the way you saw Kevin and how that motivated you. And at your age, it's got to be fun to see all these OGs right in front of you. Is there anything like that in this series? Like what's your...
Nah, these guys 3-4 years older than me, man, yeah.
I mean, Jamal been around for a minute. Is that a guy that you've been tracking at all?
Nah, hell no. Like I said, what is he, 27? I'm finna turn 23, dog. Yeah. KD 36, 35. Yeah. Come on, man. There's no disrespect to Jamal. I don't know what you're trying to start, but no, not at all.
Versus, it's great audio. I'm finna turn 23.
Yeah.
What you trying to start, man? And Sam Amick is great. And so I don't know if Anthony was actually, like, bothered by the line of questioning or whatever. But anyway, Jamal Murray, the Nuggets, they're largely built by people who are still in their 20s. And it just hit a certain way that Anthony Edwards, who right now, he looks like he might be about to make the jump from stardom to superstardom. It's a maybe. There are other candidates out there. The Celtics are fantastic, and I'd like everyone, I should have said to Steiny when he was pumping himself up about his Minnesota call in December, I told you all year that OKC I thought was going to go to the NBA Finals this year, and those young pups haven't lost a game yet. Very impressive performance last night, but I digress. Anthony Edwards has a shot to go from star to superstar. He has a shot to be talked about this offseason as the new one in the NBA, and he hasn't turned 23 yet.
Right.
And when he speaks about Kevin Durant, man, he's 35, 36. I grew up watching that guy. That's my guy. I look up to him. It's a compliment to Kevin Durant. As a Warrior fan, it felt different. It felt like Anthony Edwards is playing a game of dads versus kids over at the park, and the kids have finally grown up, and the kids are going to run circles around the dads, and the Warriors are made up of a bunch of dads. The Warriors are made up of the same type of people that Anthony Edwards was talking about in terms of Kevin Durant. And so we started thinking about this, and I wonder what your answer would be. If I'm Anthony Edwards, let's say I do win the NBA title this year. For the next 5 years of my career, I look around the league. Who am I worried about?
You're worried about a 25-year-old Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
Okay.
A 25-year-old Luka Doncic.
Okay.
And a 26-year-old Jason Tatum.
Okay.
And Giannis is probably 30, so I'll keep him out of the group. Nikola Jokic is probably 26, 27 himself, although he looks like he's 35.
29.
Okay, so 29. He is a little bit older, but when you talk about the group of superstars who are 26 and under, that's who you're worried about. It's Tatum, Edwards, and Doncic as the big three, and Gilgeous-Alexander, the big four, all under the age of 26. You're not looking at Steph and Draymond and thinking, oh boy, the next 5 years. Now, the Warriors might still have a one-off in them.
Maybe.
But it's not going to be one of those things where you're worried about them in 2030. No. None of these guys will probably be playing then.
Well, even if they do have a one-off in them, do we all agree it needs to have somebody else on the team with them?
Probably some youth and speed.
Don't you think?
You think about, forget Luka for this conversation, but Edwards is a blur. Gilgeous-Alexander is super quick.
Yep.
Tatum is very athletic, more athletic than anybody on the Warriors. So, yeah, it's not only age, it's also athleticism.
I mean, we've said it a bunch last few weeks, last few months. For me, the number this offseason is 2. It's 2. The Warriors need a 2. By the way, that 2 better moonlight sometimes as a 1.
Yeah.
But they need a 2, and that needs to be the first number in his age. 2.
Yeah.
2.
And I would also argue that they need 2. They need 2 players. And assuming Chris is gone and also assuming that Klay signs elsewhere, probably Orlando, it would be great to get 2 players in. And the other piece of this, which makes me have to swallow hard and come to terms with the reality, one of your best athletes is a guy who I really, really want traded. So do you get more athletic when you trade Andrew Wiggins? You're probably not going to trade Wiggins and get 2 really good athletes for the price of 1. So
I don't know. I
getting
don't know.
rid of Wiggins makes you less athletic almost automatically, and that becomes hard for me to take because
I don't know. It depends. If
he is one of your best athletes.
Yeah, but if you're getting 20-somethings back, I get what you're saying.
Possibly.
The skill set for Andrew Wiggins is elite. He's the number 1 overall draft pick. That's the skill set. But what is athleticism that is used at 70% speed? It's not the same level of athleticism. But anyway, this is not, I'm not drafting a point of like me being out on the idea of the Warriors' future or me being out on the idea of Steph Curry still being the centerpiece of a good team. That's not what I'm saying at all. What I am saying, though, is that, and a lot of people have felt this in a number of different directions, but when Anthony Edwards sits there and talks about all of these guys, Kevin Durant, Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, Draymond Green, anybody else, you could throw LeBron into this conversation, Jimmy Butler, all of these stars who are either at or close to their 35th birthday or beyond, like they're talking about them like the dads at the park. And when the kids, when they come out of puberty, Dibs, they beat the dads because they're faster and they're better and they're stronger and they're more limber and athletic and all of these things. So that's kind of what got me thinking about the conversation we were just having on the changeover. Like, I hear it in a few spots, certainly not all of you, but I do hear it places. There seems to be this fear that if we don't freak out and do the right thing, Steph's going to get mad. And then he will demand a trade. And we know in the NBA, when the star says trade me, the star's in total control. And I was thinking about it today. I'm like, that person's never 37. That doesn't happen. There are a lot of guys in the NBA right now that the younger stars are not worried about anymore. They're not worried so much, even about LeBron. They're not worried about Kevin Durant. Anthony flicked them off. They're not worried as much about Steph, Klay, and Dre. They're not worried about Kawhi Leonard. They're not worried about Paul George. Is there a group that you could put together where those guys are part of a phenomenal team? Absolutely, I believe that. But none of them are that dude anymore. None of them are that dude.
It doesn't mean that he necessarily wants to play out his days here if things aren't going the way that he wants from a roster structure standpoint.
But what does that even look like? The Warriors will be in control. He's under contract for 2 more years.
Right.
I don't think...
we're talking about at the end of next year.
Right. So now...
So he would have 1 year left and
37.
If they're talking extension... And he can make it be known that he's not going to sign an extension and that he wants to play elsewhere.
And give me the NBA team that looks at that scenario and goes, all right, we are moving the house to acquire Steph Curry.
For 1 year, an expiring Steph Curry, the greatest shooter in the history of the game?
Yeah.
I would imagine there will be a team. or more than one team who would be willing to part with whatever assets they need to part with. Probably not a lot of picks, but some players, maybe a pick to bring a guy in who could get you over the top.
I see you're sort of presenting that a little bit differently. The Warriors are not trading Steph for you get some pieces. I mean, this is
again, if he wants to be elsewhere,
he's the greatest person that's ever put a jersey on.
And I'm not saying that this is a wild hypothetical, but if you play another season and you're not a playoff team again, and he gets to the point where he's got 1 year left in his deal, he might have a different perspective, especially if Klay's already gone and, who knows where Draymond is and who knows what the team is doing. He might be in a spot where he wants to go somewhere and compete for a championship.
Right, but again, what does that even look like? No one's going to acquire Steph to be their one. So if he says, I want out of here, you're completely now headed in, if you're Steph, you're headed in a direction of, as you said it, you're going to be like the piece that puts somebody over the top, potentially.
As opposed to the guy who's carrying the water for a 41-11 seed, a 41-win-11 seed.
I think he wants to carry the water. That's the point.
Yeah, we don't know what it'll be like in a year.
I mean, if Steph Curry would like to fade into the background of a roster, he can go tell the Warriors that. And they'll gladly start moving things around and have Steph play 26 minutes a game.
I would guess he doesn't want to have another year like he had this year, where his number one running mate was unavailable for a third of the season, and his other running mate was out there hunting his own shot.
Agreed.
And his other running mate was seldomly, consistently out there, and then the rest of the guys are 15 years his junior. I don't think that this was his idea of fun this year.
I agree with you. But I don't think that again, what I'm trying to play out here in my mind is the reality that if it got to that, what does that even look like? Steph would be relinquishing basically everything. He would be relinquishing the keys to the car, the kingdom, the desire to never put on another jersey. He'd be leaving Draymond Green, who he has said he never wants to play without. Draymond has said it too. Steve Kerr has signed up for 2 more years. They're all kumbaya. They want to do this together. To me, the reason he's doing that is not only because it's been an incredibly enjoyable experience, but this is the only place left. It's the only place where Steph can play this role. He is not like acquiring Giannis right now. He's not like acquiring Joel Embiid. There's not going to be an organization that's like, okay, Steph's available. We're redoing the organization and building around him as our one. He's 37 years old and 185 pounds. Like that,
I don't think that matters.
Of course,
all that matters is what kind of a player is he. And you look at his fall off; it has been very, very slight this year to the previous years. He's still one of the 15 best players in the league.
Statistically, but he's not affecting winning like the top players do.
I would say that he is affecting winning at the same level, but he
Edwards?
He didn't have the same amount of help. Anthony Edwards has a better team than Steph does.
Right, but he's also
without a doubt.
He's also affecting winning. But you can't argue that Steph Curry is affecting winning the same way that he used to. They're the 10 seed.
Right.
I mean,
with 2 rookies and a couple of third-year guys, and that's about it.
All right, we're sponsored by Pacific Coast Termite. Would love to hear all of you weigh in on this. Do some of you feel that? Do you have like a fear or even an opinion that Steph is going to get to the point where he wants to leave? We can get into this. 888-957-9570. We'd love to take your calls. Jack, GPD, the rest of you on hold. We're coming straight to you. This is Willard and Dibbs.
Americans pay about $5 billion to control termites and repair their damage every year. Many people underestimate exactly how much damage they do. Call Pacific Coast.
He just has a Curry-gasm.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I mean, somehow, some way, I feel like something surrounding this idea keeps coming up. I'll reiterate what I said a week and a half ago. I'd rather watch the Warriors stink out loud than have Steph Curry ever get traded. And so, like, this for me, from an opinion standpoint, is a non-starter. But that also comes from a place of, my gosh, we love this guy so much that I do hear some people almost have like a fear, or there's a timing conversation of like, boy, if you don't do this now, it could go bad. And then Steph is not going to want to like finish his career here. I just don't. I don't see that scenario because, A, he's never sounded or felt like that before. That's number one.
Right.
But number two, I just started thinking about it this way. I think Steph Curry's days, same as LeBron. Like, LeBron's a free agent right now. Do you hear the world losing its mind like it has in the past when LeBron was actually going to go somewhere else? Like, the name comes up, but we're not going to do a TV show. The days of
it's
LeBron.
May 8th, though.
I know, but we're not doing that in July
and
either.
He hasn't even opted out.
He's going to.
Correct, but until he opts out and until it actually starts, there will be chatter. I don't think we're doing a TV show.
Yeah.
There's going to be a market. There'll be teams that try to make a play for him. The Warriors tried to trade for him in February.
I'm not arguing that there wouldn't be another team that would want Steph on their team. I'm arguing that this idea that if Steph Curry went, trade me, the league stops. Wow. Like, our fortunes for the future ride on if we can acquire him. No. Like, he's not in that kind of control anymore. Neither is LeBron. Neither is Kevin Durant. These other two players are actually potentially on the market this year. You do not hear the NBA world going, oh, let's get our hands on KD and it's ring time. Or if LeBron opts out, get our hands on LeBron and we're the favorite to win the title anymore. That's not who they are anymore.
But it's May 8th, so I don't think that it's fair to judge the chatter right now. The majority of teams are either early in the offseason mode or still playing. You have 8 teams that are still playing. And when we get to the actual offseason, I do think that there'll be more buzz. And heck, we did multiple shows on Kevin Durant.
Buzz.
And also interest.
But not power. Like, in other words, compare if the Suns tomorrow were like, yeah, we're putting KD on the market. And the very next day, the Bucks were like, we're putting Giannis on the market. What's the bigger freak out?
Giannis is the bigger freak out.
Of course, that's all I'm saying.
Well, all I'm saying is that I don't think you can look at the Steph situation and automatically assume that he'll want to be here as the ship is sinking.
Well, that's not what I'm doing. First of all, I do feel that way, but that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is he was not going to have the power. If it got to that, he's not going to have the power that it seems like many people think he does. And it's because we love the guy so much, we still see him through the lens of Anthony Edwards. We see him like that right now. And he's not.
I don't see him through that lens. I see him as a guy who is probably third team All-NBA, which is to say you're one of the 15 best players in the league. And that's where he will probably land. He'll probably land on that third team. I saw some voters putting him on the second team. Some won't have him on any of the 3 teams. I would bet he's a third team All-NBA selection when that comes out in the next week or so. He's still one of the better players in the NBA.
Sure.
And I don't think that after one more season of Steph Curry, he's going to go from where he is to, oh, geez, no team's going to want you. I think that, and again, I'm not saying you're saying
that's that.
It's not about power. If he's entering the final year of his contract and he doesn't want to sign an extension here, but he does want to keep playing, he does have a lot of power.
It's all about power.
And he would have the ability, if he wanted to force his way out of here and go play for another team. And that's power.
Not in the form that we're all talking about. Of course he's allowed to go put a different jersey on, but the guys that make the league stop, therefore the reason for, in fact, I'll give you an example. You know who tried this but waited a little too long? His name's Dame Lillard. He waited too long. If he had done what he did last offseason, if he had done that 3 years ago, it would have been completely different. But what did Dame end up doing? First of all, he's like, I'm going to Miami. No, you're not. You're going to Wisconsin, and you're going to be a 2. And you're going to be out in the first round. He waited until well after his 30th birthday, and the price goes down because the league does not see you as someone who they can acquire, turnkey, win it all. Jimmy Butler this week. Reports come out. Ooh, he might want out. Everyone's like, cool. Kevin Durant. Oh, they could trade him. All right. LeBron's going to opt out. Okay. Like, people are waiting for the people who are still playing. Like, it would have been so different if Minnesota gets now, if they lose the next 4 in a row, and Minnesota's like, we're trading Karl Anthony Towns. That has a way bigger ripple effect through the league because you're talking about somebody who is A, still winning, and B, is in their 20s. So my point is not that Steph wouldn't have desire and teams wouldn't want him on their team. My point is Steph Curry doesn't have the juice anymore that you would think he does based on this conversation.
Well, he's got more juice than you're giving him credit for.
You don't want to put the right people around me? Fine. Put me on another team that's going to put the right people around me. I don't think the rest of the league sees him as someone who you're going to just put at the core of your team
he can go somewhere and be there too. That's the
But he could do
point.
that here.
But you could go to another team and be the 2 on a team that actually has a chance to win a championship.
Well, that's different. That's a different conversation. And
I think it's the same conversation because it plays off of what the Warriors would possibly be next year. If they're 41-41 and they're the 11th seed and he's got to play 33 minutes a night again and give you 26 a game for a team that really isn't that good and they're actually worse than they've been, and now you miss the playoffs 4 out of 6 years with one chip now in the distant past, that I think at that point it's plausible for him to think that maybe, and it doesn't matter about be a 1 or be a 2.
It does. It
maybe
totally
it doesn't
does.
to him.
It does to me. And
I don't know if it does to him.
It does to this conversation because, again, if you're talking about him being a 2, that's a lot less power. And Steph could easily go to the Warriors right now and be like, I want to be a 2. I think that's what would help us win the most. Do you feel like that's what's happening? I don't feel like that's what's happening.
No, you can't be a 2 when you're the highest paid player in the league and your owner is in the second apron.
Well,
so they're not going to be able to bring in a better player than him and make him the 2.
But that's 2 more years at that salary. So
well, maybe it's one more year and then it's him saying, get me somewhere else where I can. Maybe he goes somewhere and he's just the 1 in Charlotte.
But it's
play out his days in North Carolina.
I thought the whole idea was that we weren't just playing out our days. He wanted to win another ring. That's
I don't
what he
know
said.
what his motivation is.
He said that. He's already said
he wants to do that here, but things change.
No, he wants to win.
Right.
He just said, I want to win.
Well,
you're going to win in Charlotte?
You're probably not going to win here. So what are we doing then?
You got a better shot than Charlotte.
And if you get to a spot after another year where your team isn't as good and they don't do anything in the offseason or at the next deadline to build around you, maybe your tune changes.
Let's go to Jack in Berkeley. Hey, Jack, you're on with Willard and Dibbs. What's up?
Hey, hi guys. I called a couple weeks ago about a fun scenario with drafting Bronny James and then signing LeBron. Looks like the Lakers are going to beat us to that. But I have another good one, and this is how I think Steph is going to win his 5th ring. So what I think is going to happen is he's going to play 2 more years with the Warriors. If they don't get the 5th ring, then, and I'm sorry, go through a car. If they don't get the 5th ring, then Popovich is going to gift wrap the San Antonio head coaching job to Steve Kerr, and Steve Kerr is going to bring Steph, and all Steph's fans are going to basically love it that at least he'll get a 5th, a la Jason Kidd when Jason Kidd went to Dallas.
All right, so Jack, you're saying that in 2 years, Steve Kerr is the coach, and the combination of Victor Wembanyama and Steph Curry, right through the car wash, just like you win a championship.
Boom. It's that easy, Mark.
You win at least one championship.
Yeah.
At least one.
At least one. I don't see it. Sorry, Jack. Enjoy the car wash. I'm not saying that there are scenarios out there where these guys end up with different teams. Steve Kerr, too. And yes, I've heard that one before, the idea, right? Pop retires, Wembanyama's ready to roll. Steve Kerr is up on out of here. But, like, again, what are we talking about at that point? 2 years from now Steph's not 37. Now he's 38. What kind of juice do you have? We just watched it.
Depends on how he's playing. I don't think you can automatically say that Steph Curry isn't going to still be a great player. He is.
Chris Paul's still a really good player.
Chris Paul has had way, way, way more of an injury issue, and he doesn't have the same fitness level that Steph has.
Okay.
And I do think that's a big part of it.
Even if I grant you that, let's not forget that Steph Curry had unbelievable injury problems early in his career.
Ankles, yeah.
And in the middle of his career.
Some knees.
Missed a year.
But he's.
Hashtag James Wiseman.
His body is stronger and fitter than it's ever been.
Granted, I don't even know how that guarantees this, that, or the other.
Doesn't guarantee anything.
Or like, my point is this. Like, think of Chris Paul when he arrived here. This is a conversation lovely Christy and I still have to this day. She still hates the question that Malika Andrews asked. Like, good God, this future Hall of Famer walks into town and the first thing you look at him and say is, how you like the bench? And I'm like, she's right to ask that question. That was the question we all wanted asked. It's not her job to be the welcome mat for Chris Paul.
You coaching?
It's her job to ask the relevant question. And she did. And Chris flippin' Paul came in here and did what? Came off the bench.
Started 18 games.
Yes, for injury reasons. Right. He came off the bench
40 times.
That's what you do when you're a 38-year-old star. And that, by the way, he came off the bench after getting bought out by one team and shipped out for Mr. Inefficiency by another team. He's not in control anymore.
Just turned 39 on Monday,
right.
by the way.
Happy birthday, Chris.
Yep. I think we shouted it out on Monday.
Hold on a second. Let's go live to Grandy for this San Francisco Giants update.
Yeah,
hello, Grandy.
Oh, yeah, what's up? Jorge Soler, he's been put on the IL, which means there's a roster spot open. The Giants have recalled Elliot Ramos from AAA, and we have a lineup for tonight in Colorado. Ramos is DHing and batting 7th.
All right.
Okay.
Let's do this.
Are they facing a lefty? Who's starting for the Rockies?
Let me confirm that for you.
Who's starting for the Rockies? I'll try to look it up, too. I didn't mean to put you on the spot like that.
No, that's great news, though. I'm not for Soler, but great
Peter
news.
Lambert, he is a righty.
Oh.
It is Jung-Hoo Lee, Tyro Estrada, Lamont Wade, then Conforto, Chapman, Yastrzemski, Ramos, Sable, and Ahmed. Jordan Hicks pitching.
Okay. I like it because of what we've all talked about is if you're going to bring up a youngster, and Ramos is not as young as we think anymore, but you bring up a minor leaguer, you let the kid play. Ramos has got to be 25.
24.
Okay.
He's still only 24.
Birthday coming up, though, I think.
I don't know what it is about the Giants prospects feel like they've been frozen in time for 5 years.
Well, Luciano started when he was 18.
Right.
So,
but 8 years later, he's 21. Like, I don't know how it works. Doesn't it feel like and I actually know this. Right? I came home 5 years ago. We've been talking about Luciano the whole time.
Exactly.
And is he even?
He's probably 23.
He's 22.
Yeah. Fair enough.
He's 22.
Okay.
How the hell have we been talking about him for 5 years and he's only 22? Were we really getting all crazy off of a 17-year-old minor leaguer 5 years ago?
Yeah, he was 18, and then he had the COVID year that nobody played, and that set all of them back. But good for Ramos. Yep. Gonna get some ABs. I would imagine he's going to play every day, which is what you want when you bring a youngster up from the minors. Let him play.
This is an easy way for them to dip their toe in the water without having to have a tough conversation with Slate.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Right? I mean,
although this is a little bit of a backhanded shot across the bow because Slates could have stepped in and been the everyday DH.
Right, but Slates is literally here to hit lefties. And
right.
There's not a lefty tonight.
Yet this young pup can come up and hit righties.
Well,
and
maybe
you can't.
Maybe his splits are better. I have no idea. Yeah. I have no idea. But he's hitting the ball, and boy, getting called up for a series in Denver. What a perfect time to get a call up. And yeah, if he puts a few out there in the outfield, then that's the real tell. Is the next time they face a lefty, and I'll look ahead here in a second. The next time they face a lefty, does Ramos get right field over Slater? That's what people are looking for.
I would bet that Slater gets right field and Ramos DHs still. Because isn't Slater a pretty good outfielder?
Well, now Flores, would in theory, would be...
You play him at first.
You can play him at first, right? Yeah.
This year in AAA, Ramos is hitting .247 versus righties, .412 off of lefties.
Okay. Those are some Slater splits right there.
5 homers off of righties and 91 plate appearances, 3 homers off lefties and 43 plate appearances.
All right. The Giants face Quantrill tomorrow. That is a does he throw right-handed? Cal Quantrill's right-handed, yes. Okay, so they face Quantrill tomorrow. Then they face someone named Abbott. There you go.
Jim Abbott? He was a lefty.
They face a lefty on Friday night back here at Oracle Park.
Okay.
So
there you have it.
Who DHs on Friday night?
Stay tuned.
Yeah.
It's exciting.
That's a great question.
Let's go to GPD in Hayward. What up, Grandpa?
Hey, how you guys doing, man?
Oh, you're kind of muted today. What are you, in the library or something?
You know what? I'm in the office doing paperwork.
I didn't know you had one.
Yeah, man. Right over here, right across the street from the Oakland Coliseum, right there by Lexus, down the street from Lexus, Coliseum Lexus. Yeah, our office space is across the street over there from the Oracle, man.
Yeah.
Those guys, the Warriors, man. But I wanted to say, I think one thing that no one has really considered is domestication. Steph Curry. Man, he's been living in the Bay Area for how many years now? 10, 12?
More, yeah.
Been living in Appleton with his family, his kids, his wife. Do they love it here? I mean, like the Bay Area's got some of the best weather in the world. I mean, do you think that he might just say, you know what? Man, I got all these rings. I got all this money. I love living where I live. My kids love it. My wife love it. You know what? I'm just going to ride it out, retire here, become part of the organization. They might even want him to be a GM one day. I mean, like, we don't even think about that. Like, I know he's a great athlete and he's a competitor, but he's getting older and he can just say, you know what, bro? I've done my duty, baby. And guess what? I love the Bay. I love where I'm at. Hey, I'm just going to ride it out with my folks.
Well, you never know, GPD, thanks for calling. You never know what makes a guy tick, okay? And we've seen that repeatedly in sports. I could have my guess. If I were Steph, and I'm not, and I would never criticize if someone wants to go somewhere else, if you're a free agent, whatever floats your boat, man. I feel the same way about Klay right now. You like Florida and you like Paolo, dude, if that floats your boat, then float your boat.
Literally floats his boat.
Float your boat, dude. Yeah. But if I were Steph, yeah, sure, there's all the, right, we're going to have 4 kids. Do you really want to, like, either uproot that or just not see dad nearly as much and
that's not happening.
Based
on the way he is portrayed as a dad, the way I think he is as a dad, I don't think that he's gonna. I'll play there and you stay here, kind of dad.
Well, if it's for 1 year,
see that.
if it's I'm playing from October to, like, it's the school year.
I get it.
I'm gonna do the school year, and by the way, I make $60 million a year. I can fly home.
Sure.
I don't know. I doubt it. I'm with you.
Yeah.
But so there's that aspect to it. But don't forget, I've always felt this way. I think that there is a financial cost when you are one of these, like, potential lifetime guys, one jersey guys. If Kobe Bryant had put on a Clipper jersey for the final year of his career, he didn't even have to move homes. There would have been a cost to that.
To the legacy, sure.
Yeah, there's a cost there, emotionally and financially, I believe. So what do you want to chase when you get to the end? Is it a ring or is it a one jersey legacy?
I think Steph is above the financial ramifications of that, but it's more the perception. I think Steph has the ability financially to rise above that stain on his legacy, so to speak, as Kobe would have, based on what Kobe ended up doing with the end of his days here on Earth and, you know, the impact he made on the women's game just by way of his daughter and by being a supporter of the game. I think Steph is going to have the same sort of ability, but It's more the perception of Steph Curry if he becomes a Phoenix Sun, for example. If Phoenix decides, you know what, we're going to take a 1-year shot at Steph. We're going to send the Warriors Bradley Beal and a couple of first-round picks. And the Warriors are like, you know what? Steph doesn't want to be here anymore. We get it. We love you, Steph. Go play with Booker in Phoenix. We'll take Beal and 2 firsts, and we'll turn the page. Boom.
It's such a funny conversation because, like, it keeps coming up, and it's coming up without even the slightest shred of evidence whatsoever that it could ever even be considered.
Sure.
From either side. And that's part of what I'm getting at. And then even if it did, let's say all of a sudden, yep, Steph's like, boy, this isn't feeling right anymore. Okay, what does the league do about that? 38-year-old point guard, we're going to move mountains because we feel like that's going to offer us what? Like
25 a night and 40, a guy who can probably still go 50, 40, 90.
And get you what?
Maybe over the hump,
the
Mark.
10 seed.
No, maybe it gets you from where you are to being a 4 seed, and maybe your team is good enough to win a chip because you got the chef.
If you didn't hear the Anthony Edwards sound that got us started on that, we will have that for you momentarily. We definitely have some Giant stuff today. Is a star born? We'll get to that. We presented by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. Your phone calls welcome. Is there a fear deep in you that Steph Curry may ask to leave, may wear another jersey someday? 888-957-957 is the number on Willard and Dibs.
I have a fear in me, Mark, and it's a fear that I won't be able to bank where I want to bank. Luckily, I can.
Now, back to
Dillard and Wibbs
on 95.7 The Game.
I like that. I'm down with that. We're moving toward a few things. I don't want to promise, but I think I'm going to go ahead and promise.
Don't overpromise and underdeliver. You never would do that.
Boy, you're right. I would totally do that. I know you're not. Be careful. I know you're not supposed to do that.
Yeah.
And I really, really try not to do that. I'm going to take a chance here in that I won't be doing that and say that within the next hour and 15 minutes, we'll have Ramona Shelburn on the show.
Momo.
Yeah. We'll do some Momo.
All right.
And then there's some things to say about the Giants. And then a curveball, because I just encountered this, and today's the day to do it.
Okay.
Because the Sharks have never been uttered more on this show since I came to 95.7 The Game almost 3 years ago. The Sharks have never been uttered on this show more than they have in the last 24 hours.
Yeah.
Sam Lubman came to work today in a Sharks jersey.
Not bandwagony at all.
Not at all.
Yeah, I'm not judging.
He wears it every Wednesday.
No judgment.
That's right. It's Wacky Wednesday at Sam Lubman's house. He's wearing a Sharks jersey.
Totally.
So, Tim Kawakami's name is going to come up. I'm going to have his back on something. Not that he needs that at all, but just want I want every fan out there to understand how this all works. Okay? How and why we talk about what we talk about.
Yeah.
I'll explain.
Okay.
I know you know.
Yeah.
But I'm saying you probably don't know where this story is coming from.
I'm a little bit baffled right now. I'm flummoxed.
Okay.
I'm a little confused as to what you're talking about. I think I know where you're going, but I'm standing by. I'm here for it.
But first.
Until 6.
Yeah, until then.
And you're dead to me until tomorrow, too.
Exactly. Then you won't even walk with me back to the car.
That was a little awkward yesterday.
Yeah, well, look, at least we have it out in the open.
Yep.
If we end up on the same elevator down, we get down to the bottom, we say our goodbyes as quickly as possible, and then we will literally, someone will just walk slow, and then so that we're one of us is 5 feet behind the other one.
Yeah.
Because we're just I'm done with you.
Quick aside.
I'm talking to you for 4 hours. I don't want to talk to you anymore.
Just a real quick aside.
Yeah.
I usually go right and I go the long way because whatever, I don't really care, and you walk a little faster than me anyway.
I can explain.
I got back before you yesterday. I almost called you because
I figured you were worried about me.
You should have beaten me to the cars. It's about a mile walk.
I would have.
You didn't.
I would have.
I pulled out of the garage and I looked down the street and I didn't see you, and I actually thought about calling you.
The second we parted, I realized I left my bag up here.
You left your bag?
I left my food bag up here.
Oh, okay.
I left my food bag up here. And I'm like, I need my food bag.
Okay.
So I turned around and came back.
Just so you know, I was a little concerned.
I thought you would. And then I was offended that you didn't call because I'm like, he didn't even care. I totally should have been there by now.
Totally.
Anyway, let's go to Tony in San Jose on with Dillard and Wibby. Hi, Tony. What are you doing?
Hey, guys. Just stuck in traffic on the 85.
Already?
You guys. Oh, yeah.
It's the West Valley Freeway. It's underrated.
Lord. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. Hey, I just wanted to comment real quick. I think, I know it must be What If Wednesdays, but I think there's a overreaction to where the Warriors are at. I mean, what were we in, 20-something crunch time games, close games last year? A couple of those go our direction, and that makes up a 3-game difference. You couple that with, the Draymond stuff and Klay having the worst stretch of his career. Listen, I think you move Wiggins and you get rid of, you get a little bit younger with some of these ancillary pieces that are around the league that you guys have been talking about all day. I don't think the Warriors are that far off, man. I really don't. Now, the athleticism that's on display in the playoffs the last couple games, no doubt, right? The Warriors, I think the Warriors have to get some of that. I don't think you need an Ant Edwards to get to that point, though. I just think that they just need a little bit of just some little tweaks, and they'll be able to get to where we need them to be.
Hey, Tony. Tony, can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
All right. That's a good call, and I really appreciate you calling. Do you believe what you're saying right now?
I absolutely do.
Okay.
Here's why. Look at the game. Look at some of the competitive games that they had this year.
Yeah.
I know they're one-off games. That Boston game that they have, where Curry saved our asses. I know Phoenix wasn't the greatest team in the playoffs, still playoff team. You look what we did against Phoenix this year, a couple of those games. The Denver games, I think some of them were close. I know they swept us. They were close in those games, too. I don't think they're that far off.
So I guess this is my question for you, Tony, because it's not that you're not making sense. You're making plenty of it, and I think you speak for many. But close games in the NBA are largely the way it works. And when you don't win a bunch of those, I don't know that you get to say, well, we're right there because we lost them, but we were close. Like, the difference between a good team and a bad team in the NBA is those close games, or are those close games. That is what separates. So I just find when my brain kind of goes where you are, I feel like that's and Tony, thank you. I feel like it's a little bit of a dangerous spot. It's a little bit of a dangerous mental spot to be in the, you know what, we're actually pretty good. But there was this, and there was this,
right.
And there was this, and there was this, and that's why we weren't the 6th seed. I would argue two things. All of those things are why. They are the definition of why you're not good enough. And oh, by the way, if you do get to the 6th seed, what do you get? You get ushered the hell out in the first round. That's what this year's 6th seed did. This year's 6th seed embarrassed themselves. I don't even know if I wanted the 6th seed. Because I think there's a healthy chance that Warrior fans would have really gotten a healthy dose of reality. If the Warriors had played the Minnesota Timberwolves,
yeah,
you might have really gotten a look at how, air quotes, close the Warriors are right now.
Yeah, which is to say, not very close, in my humble opinion. And if you look at the teams that are remaining, the 8 teams, I believe you were a combined 5-18 against those 8 teams, 4 in the East and 4 in the West. I'll double check my math, but I think I'm right. So you could say that you were close, and you could say you played more clutch games than anyone else. You could look at Draymond's absence and, like Guru say, you could have won 7 more games if you had Draymond the whole time, which puts you at 53, which puts you as a top 2 seed, top 3 seed in the West. I don't know if all those things, for me, can be true when you look at a season. And you know me, Bill Parcells, you are what your record says you are, and you are what happened over those 82 games. No matter what led you to those 82, that's the way it played out.
And you know that I hate that quote, yet there's also a piece of it that A, I can't argue with, and B, there's a healthy characteristic in there. Now, forget sports for a second. Let's just talk about life. If things don't go your way, even if they're like, ooh, I finished 2nd for that job. Oh, and it keeps happening. I keep coming in 2nd. I make the final round. I went on 3 different interviews.
Oh.
They pick someone else. Or do you golf with someone when every time they hit a bad shot, they've got a reason? There's a gust of wind.
Yeah.
Or, man, that bird started chirping right in my back swing.
I hate that bird.
Okay, you can see what I'm building here.
You're reminding me of prom season where I was, I'd love to go with you, Danny, but, geez, I already have a date.
Yeah.
With who? I don't know yet.
Yeah.
But I have another date.
Your clutch stats aren't that good.
Dude, couldn't score.
So I worry about that.
Yeah.
I worry about that with people when every time you fall short, you blaming something else, someone else, something else. Like the Warriors, just for me, they don't get to do that. We don't get to do, hey, the Warriors are actually awesome and just need a little tightening of the screws because lost a lot of close games. Draymond got himself suspended. Even Tony just said, well, Klay had has a worst stretch of his career. He been doing this off and on for a while, and I think it's called your 30s.
Yeah.
I think that's what it's called. So why do we have the delusion of when we come back next year, none of those things will happen?
When they're all a year older.
It could get worse.
And
you know what didn't happen to any of them this year?
I was just going to say that.
None of them had a major injury.
That's right. Klay played 77 games. Chris Paul broke his hand and missed about 20 games, but that's about it. Steph missed just a small handful. You were healthy, and next year you're a year older. And these teams with all those 24 and 25-year-olds, they're still going to be not even at their athletic peak yet.
We're sponsored by the Alameda County Probation Department. We'll keep going with this, but
I have some breaking news before you go to break.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's Lucas.
Milwaukee Bucks forward Antetokounmpo has sustained a torn Achilles tendon.
What?
And will undergo. Thanasis Antetokounmpo has sustained a torn Achilles and will undergo surgery.
You're better than that, Lucas.
That was brutal.
Did I say anything incorrect?
I think the Bucks GM is the one that went in there and tore it for him.
Okay.
It's not about factual or not factual. It's about the spirit of what we're doing here.
Thanasis Antetokounmpo has sustained a torn Achilles.
It's about the spirit of the bit.
I know. If it had been Giannis, Grandy would have hit the thingamabob.
That's exactly right.
Yeah, you would have hit the.
That's correct. And we even talked about it. Like,
know the show.
That's too me.
Good thing you squeezed that in before we went to break.
Appreciate you, Lucas. All right, we're sponsored by the Alameda County Probation Department. I want to let's do something funky here and see how long it goes. Coming up next, I want to have Tim Kawakami's back about something, but also throw out the question. Call in if you want to weigh in on this. Do we talk about the right stuff on this show? Is there stuff that you want us to talk about that you don't hear us talk about? And what is it? We would love to hear from you on this. 888-957-9570. Willard and Dibs.
Want a career with purpose?
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
So, Timmy K does not need me or you or us to have his back. As he once stated on this show, I make a lot of money.
Yeah, that's a little out of context, but...
Cash me out one time!
Yeah. He was kind of joking,
it's
but...
extremely out of context. Yeah. But I'm sure he does well.
Yeah.
He's very, very accomplished.
He's a big deal in this market.
Yeah. Tim
and abroad.
Tim knows what's going on. He dialed in. And Tim, if you follow him, is known on social media for taking no stuff, man. Taking no stuff. You want to get into an argument with Tim?
Oh.
Bye-bye.
Pack a lunch.
That's right. You gone. He has Blocktober 12 months a year. All right. So the only reason I'm bringing him up is he got into it with some people on X, Twitter, last night about the Sharks. And the Sharks got run yesterday because they've got the number 1 pick in the draft. And Rick Celebrini's son, Macklin Celebrini, is going to be the number 1 overall pick, and the Sharks won the lottery. And so Celebrini stays home, and here's all this Sharks content. In many cases, from people who haven't uttered the word Sharks off of the beach in 5 years. Like, they were in the playoffs. When I got back home and I was doing shows, they were in the playoffs. They were exciting. We had a big sounder during my show. Anytime a goal was scored, like, we did stuff about the Sharks. I don't think we've mentioned them since, partially because their record has made them irrelevant, and partially because of what we know. We live in a warm weather California city and hockey. So, like, we get what drives the bus. All right. So anyway, Tim takes some, I don't want to say take shots. He made some comments about Sharks ownership. The conversation ends up in the whole, like, sort of like, what do you know about the Sharks? You didn't even say a damn thing about the Sharks. And so Tim tweeted this out. It's the only reason I'm comfortable saying it, because he put it on social media. He said, I am instructed not to comment about The Athletic, his employer, in these mailbags. If you're infuriated with me about the lack of Sharks coverage, just be happy that you're infuriated. In other words, that's not on Tim's watch.
Right.
Like, who they cover, what we say. All right. So that's where this comes from. The whole idea of, oh my gosh, it's Warriors left, Warriors right, the Giants, the 49ers, Ayuk, Steph. Okay, is there anything else in this world? You've lived this in these hallways for years, back when you guys had the A's, and then you didn't.
Well,
and I know
it cost me my job, Mark.
Yeah, A's and Raiders fans went through this for years. Why don't you talk about our team? You lived this.
We had a midday host for about 11 months who was a employee of the Silver and Black, and we went wall to wall in that portion of the show. And the ratings were not great. Mm-hmm. The audience was the smallest audience we've ever had in the history of the station.
Okay.
And I happened to really like the guy who had that show. And
he's a nice guy.
I actually was doing updates at the time on my way back up the ladder on that show. So I kind of lived it firsthand. But yeah, our job here is to talk about the things that the most people want to talk about. If you had an Italian restaurant and you had a couple of customers who really wanted a tuna sandwich, and you didn't sell a tuna sandwich, and they kept coming in and saying, I want a tuna sandwich. Well, we do pasta here. Yep. I got a nice lasagna and a calzone. I want tuna. Serve me tuna. It's not going to happen.
Wow.
I don't know why I chose tuna, but I did.
Listen, and if everybody was doing that, yeah, you might have a problem
selling sandwiches.
Well, the other side to this is I don't, and you know this, we always talk about authenticity. I don't want to be disingenuous, okay? Do I know a thing or two about hockey? Have I covered hockey before? A thing or two. It's not my number 1 or 2 or 3 or 4. It's not.
Not 5, not 6.
Like, I'm not going to sit here and act like I'm a pimp for the puck. I'm not going to do this. Okay? Shout out Rome. We're not going to do this. Okay? And so that's a secondary piece about it. I think that all content is better from people when it's coming from a place of their passion, their expertise, their experience, what have you. I don't go to very many Sharks games. I haven't gone to very many Sharks games in my life.
Right.
And so that's what brings us to here. I wanted to throw this out to the audience and have this conversation for a second and see if some of you in particular were inspired by this conversation to have it with regard to our show or our shows here at 95.7 The Game. Dean in Fremont. Hey, Dean, what's going on? What's up?
Hey, guys. Love your show in general. Two things. One, I would like to hear a little more hockey news because I am a Sharks fan, and I mainline you guys mostly rather than the other station. And one thing I could do definitely less of, and I think you guys are doing that, is I don't want to hear anything about the former Oakland A's, but the Giants, the Warriors, the Sharks, the Niners, WNBA, I'm all for.
Okay.
And I would like a little more hockey.
Well, right. But Dean,
Thanks, Dean.
Do you differentiate between and this is for all individuals. Thank you, Dean. Do you differentiate between the idea of this is what I'd like to hear versus this is what should be out there for consumption?
You have to differentiate, and it becomes a differentiation sensation.
That's a buck.
I think about my own love, and you just talked about your top 5, your top 6, whatever. The sports that I find myself watching a lot of, for one, soccer. We had the Champions League on earlier. We're not going to break down that unbelievably thrilling finish today.
Although I could leave and the three of you could.
Right.
And I love soccer, but I will gladly admit to the audience that the 4 people on our show, there's 3 of you who...
Right.
The
two of them, Grandy and Lucas, would blow me away, but I could hang for a while.
You guys think he was offside at the end there?
I actually did.
What was this match, Lucas, when I got here today, 3 hours ago, 4 hours ago?
Second leg of the Champions League semifinal, meaning you will find a winner, and the winner of this match goes on to the Champions League final, the biggest match in European soccer.
But that's
really world soccer.
Yeah, but you're selling the match. It's not even what I want to tell the audience. These 2 schmoops here in the other room, these 2 schmoops are sitting here. This game is not even started. Their tongues are hanging on the ground, staring at pictures of the stadium.
Yeah.
Where the match is going to be held.
So pretty.
And we get the outside view, and then the camera does the inside view, and they're sitting there having a conversation about what collar people are wearing, what boards they're holding up as they spell words out for the cameras, and the soccer players, right, they're coming, all the pomp and circumstance would come out on the field, and we do the this, that, the other, we dance, we shake hands, we maneuver. They're enthralled.
Yeah.
Enthralled.
Real Madrid, Bayern Munich, 2 of the biggest sides in Europe.
Okay. And how often has that come up on our show?
Not at all.
Okay.
And the point that I'm trying to make is, as much as I, Lucas, and Grandy, and many people are all in on this European Champions League semi.
It's phenomenal.
It still is a sliver of the audience. It's not a chunk. It's not a majority. So when it comes to you and I and doing a show and trying to broadcast, it's not called narrowcasting for a reason. It's called broadcasting. So when we broadcast, we don't talk about the plucky little Oakland A's with their 1,100 fans. Tickets sold, not butts and seats. We don't talk about my beloved LPGA that I would love to get into, all kinds of Lydia Ko, but people don't care about that.
It's getting a little creepy, by the way. I just want you to, you're my friend. I want you to know.
Niche sports.
I know.
We don't talk about competitive tag that I will watch or cornhole because that's narrowcasting.
I know.
Which is why, by proxy, we don't talk about a Sharks team that has been completely irrelevant until yesterday.
Hey, Grandy, tell us about every one of the last 25 seasons of Oregon football. Go.
Oh, I don't know where to begin.
I know, not much to tell.
Exactly.
Such a storied history.
I can tell you where to end, though.
Yeah.
Now.
Not
Bro Nick.
Not in the national
Two national championship losses.
Oh,
quack it up.
Lucas, how many Heisman Trophy winners does USC have?
I think 6 now.
Add Reggie back.
Add Reggie back.
There we go.
Add Reggie back.
Bring in Reggie back.
Welcome
back, baby.
Let's go to Max in the city. Hi, Max. What are you doing?
What's going on?
What's up?
Look, so here's my thing. I think that, talking about sometimes European soccer leagues and the Champions League and, the Sharks, a lot of people are not interested in that stuff. I'm more interested in hearing about, I love hearing about basketball. I want to hear current playoffs, what's going on right now. I think we spend so much time talking about coulda, woulda, shoulda, Warriors last season, close minute games. Another guy earlier was talking about that. I want to talk about Anthony Edwards' dominance. I want to talk about if Cleveland even has a chance against the Celtics. I want to talk about, just current events, what's going on, NBA playoffs. I think a lot of people want to hear about that. I know I definitely do.
Well, Max, I would say this. I think we do talk about it some, but it always comes back to what that means for the Warriors. And I will completely back that. I think right now this is how we started the show today. Listen to Anthony Edwards.
Hey, you talked in that Phoenix series a lot about the way you saw Kevin and how that motivated you. And at your age, it's got to be fun to see all these OGs right in front of you. Is there anything like that in this series? What's your...
Nah, these guys 3-4 years older than me, man, yeah.
I mean, Jamal been around for a minute. Is that a guy that you've been tracking at all?
Nah, hell no. Like I said, what is he, 27? I'm finna turn 23, dog. Yeah. KD 36, 35. Yeah. Come on, man. There's no disrespect to Jamal. I don't know what you're trying to start, but he's not at all.
It's funny that Anthony
a little bit
Edwards,
of the guru sniff in there, too.
There was absolutely
I don't know what you're trying to talk about. One of Guru's go-to,
This guy, I don't even know how many of us know this. He goes, there's no disrespect to Jamal. If I were standing next to him, I go, that didn't sound like disrespect to Jamal. It sounded like you were flirting with disrespect to Kevin, but not disrespect. In other words, you just swept Kevin Durant. You just made the point that you looked up to Kevin Durant when you were a kid.
Right.
And then you were like, dude, he's 36. The way you said that number.
Yeah.
He's 36. I'm finna be 23, which means I'm not even 23 yet.
Right.
And I'm running this show. And here's our city, one of a few cities in America right now that's on the rat wheel freaking out about how we can get our 36-year-old another ring. And I'm here for the journey, but also willing to admit it is very likely not going to happen.
Right.
He is 20 flipping 2.
Yeah.
And he flies.
Yeah.
How are you going to beat that?
It's going to take a village, Mark. It takes a village to stop these kids.
It's a good answer.
Not to raise these kids, but to put these kids down. It takes a village. And, I'm here for the general NBA conversation, but it does lead back to the local angle of how the heck are you going to beat these guys? Currently, Boston is minus 130 to win the NBA championship. Minnesota plus 320. So it's about 3-1 odds on Minnesota. Denver, Mark, 16-1, down 2 games to none. It's going to be a tall order to get by Minnesota, but how the mighty have fallen fast.
No doubt about it.
They're now the 5th team on the board.
Yep.
Of the 8.
Yep. 888-957-9570. Yeah, because they're going to lose. They're going to lose.
Yeah, well.
They're going to lose.
I think that they're going to lose, but if you win game 3, all of a sudden that price will go down.
Of course. The price is going to move no matter what.
I would be stunned if they won more than one game in this series, just based on not only the way it's gone, but the way they've acted about the way it's gone. Throwing heating pads and blowing up at refs, and the poor Joker can't get free, and Murray's got the hammy, and this team looks like they're in real turmoil.
They're going to lose.
I agree with you.
Yeah, they're going to lose.
Cleveland 200-1 in case you want to sprinkle.
They're also going to lose.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're also going to lose. Telmo, 101. Hey, Telmo, you're on with Willard and Dibbs.
What's up, fellas?
It's good.
So, in relation to your, but first of all, real quick, I think in 13 years from now, Anthony Edwards is sitting in Minnesota with 4 championship rings. I think the fans and everybody's going to want him to run it back too. So that buys you a lot of equity. But I digress. And to get back to your topics and that subject, I put my producer hat on a little bit. And I thought maybe you could do once a week a little segment called the Fringe 15, where you spend 15 minutes talking about a Bay Area sports topic that maybe doesn't get the spotlight or the shine that the big 3 do. Maybe it's Bay FC, maybe it's the new WNBA team, maybe it's any other, maybe it's Earthquakes, maybe it's Sharks, maybe it's a boxer, maybe it's something, just to spice it up and give a subject a little bit of a platform that doesn't normally get it.
Okay, so fun idea.
Great idea.
Oh, fun idea. Let me borrow a phrase that sometimes gets uttered in the back rooms of 95.7 The Game from a man that we call Matt Nahagian.
Look.
Okay?
Look.
I got an idea. The Fringe 15. Once a week, we spend 15 minutes talking about Wackadoodle Wednesday that nobody knows anything about. What do you think? Well, what does that do for us? What does it do for us? I mean, Telmo,
talk about the Quakes. I'm out.
I mean, first of all,
I like BFC.
Like 3/4 of the things you brought up, Telmo, I don't even know how the hell you and I would do 15 minutes on it. Let's start with, what the hell does anybody know about that?
What you know about Bay FC? Asisat Ashawala, star.
What'd you just say to me?
She's their star striker.
Okay.
Kutanaji, the left winger, got some pace on her.
These two in the mirror at home rehearsing Bay FC names
again,
just to flex.
I saw all I needed to see, and I see it every day, but I saw all I needed to see at about noon today when their jaws dropped open because the television had a stadium on it. They were like, look at that thing.
Yeah.
I'm like, have you ever seen the Giant Stadium? That's pretty beautiful, too. It's right down the damn street.
The Bernabeu?
Brand new.
Okay.
Yeah.
Also, Grandy interviewed the head coach of Bay FC. I guess manager is what you call him.
How'd it go?
Oh, it was great.
It was?
Yeah.
It was great.
Check it out wherever you get your podcast.
Wherever.
Odyssey app.
There it is.
Yeah.
Stadium looked like somebody stuck a straw in the side of it and then started to blow for about 3 hours. It was like they call that thing the big air mattress. That's what it looked like.
They got removable turf on that stadium.
Why did it excite you so much?
Brand new. Beautiful.
Yeah.
Pomp and circumstance. You said it.
The finals at Wembley. I didn't realize that this year.
June 1st.
The grand,
no English team there.
The grand old stadium, yeah. Dortmund and Real Madrid. Maybe we can have a watch party Willard for that one. It's a noon kick.
What channel's it on?
Saturday, June 1st.
June
CBS.
1st, yeah.
I'm busy.
I'm out.
You had to know the channel for that?
Yeah,
Exactly.
I did.
Exactly.
I did.
Well
Don't
done.
get CBS at home. Sorry.
ABC, I'm free, but CBS,
I'm out. Did you know that Wondolowski is called in?
It's probably Steven
I don't know.
Wondolowski.
Yeah, Wando in Palo Alto. What's up, Wando? What are you doing? Who are you?
Hey guys, it's just a fan of Wando, but I have been using this name to call up to this and other stations for some time, partly because of kind of what we're talking about here, just keeping the Quakes and giving them some share of mind with the rest of our sports fans. They definitely don't deserve us talking about them much for how they have performed since moving into Avaya, but and neither the Sharks. I'm a fan of both of those teams, season ticket holder at the Quakes. I watch everything. I mean, across the world, Champions League, domestic leagues, the marble races on YouTube, which I'd recommend anyone who's
Those are incredible, the marble races.
ESPN 88.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think we have a similar appreciation, and Mark for sure, but Dibs, I know you got some breaths and for your viewership, but I just wanted to say a couple of things.
What the hell did he just say to you?
Bread.
Stop.
He didn't say I have breasts.
What did he just... Wanda, what'd you just say to him?
I have bread.
You like watching
viewership.
Yeah, you just admitted, right, that your sports, you might have more depth in your 4, 5, 6, but I think Gibbs, from what I've always gathered, does have a little bit more of the sports breasts as far as this station's hosts go.
Sports breasts?
Anyways,
Suck it, Willard.
Yeah.
What? Let Wando cook.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead, Wando.
I just want to add, I did, the last caller or 2 callers ago's point, it's been interesting with, the Warriors, not the first time we haven't been deep in the playoffs in the last 10 years, but it is interesting. I have heard some national NBA conversation on this station, and that's interesting to hear when we usually are consumed by their own playoff run. But I do want to give a shout out to, I guess you guys are actually Bonte and Shasky had on, I think, a week or 2 ago and have had on in the past, but Justin Termini over at NBA Radio, he's just the very best if anyone does want to listen to that stuff more.
Wando, thank you very much, mainly for the sound clip that we now have for the rest of our lives.
Dibs has sports breadth. BREADTH.
That's not what I heard.
Yeah, I didn't hear that either time. One time you had breasts, and the other time you had sports breasts. I don't know if
you want to check the tape.
You need a sports bra for that.
You don't have the tape this fast.
Yeah, he does. That's great.
I know you got some breasts.
Yeah. I know what you said, Wando.
I'm down 23 pounds, Wando. I'm down at least 1 cup.
Well,
I know you got some breasts.
Yeah, listen.
It is borderline.
Anyway,
I love you, Wando. Just 5 seconds on this.
I don't argue, by the way, that you have more breadth.
Need a more emphasis on the D, am I right?
Yeah, seriously. Yeah. I know it's a phone call, but the letter D is available to
for
you.
your son, who I know loves YouTube, the 10-year-old, and for anybody out there who wants to waste 12 minutes of pure, unadulterated joy, marble races. They take marbles and they release them all at the same time, and they go through like a track, like it's
I bought those.
Formula One.
I bought those for him for Christmas one year.
This is an actual professional marble race videos.
Professionals?
Dude, these guys are...
Well, but listen,
no joke.
But that's kind of my point. We've all got stuff. Like, I want every
Marble
individual to
races.
think about that. We've all got stuff that we think is cool.
What's your stuff?
I mean, I could do a whole show on Trader Joe's.
I was thinking more sports and games.
Right?
But
I could do a whole show on Trader Joe's 5 days a week. No problem.
Yeah.
None problem.
Let me ask you one quick Trader Joe's question.
Go right ahead.
Why do they ring that damn bell? Is it when somebody writes a check?
No.
Because all of a sudden somebody's ringing the bell and it's like...
Usually ringing the bell means that you need they need the customer service person.
Oh, I thought somebody bought hey, you bought the item of the day. Ding! It's like, hey,
it's like the word of the day on Pee-wee's Playhouse.
Totally.
Ding!
Who knows?
I got a big tip. No, that's not what it is. It usually, because you can return anything at Trader Joe's. No questions asked. You just go over there to the little place over there on the side, and they'll be like, wave to me when you get to the checkout stand. And then you go to the checkout stand, and you're like, hey, I returned some sourdough bread that had mold on it. And they'll be like, ding! And the person will come over and comp your bread for you.
Gotcha.
It's incredible. Anyway, we're presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. We'll get some more calls to take on this, and I'm going to text Ramona Shelburn. We got to find out what the hell's going on Willard and Dibs.
Dibs, I know you got some breasts.
Hey, it's Willard.
And Dibs.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like open book.
Totally.
We can rock with that. Hey everybody, what's going on? If you haven't already, make sure you subscribe to Willard and Dibs on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find your favorite podcast. While you're there, make sure to check out the Morning Roast for a look at Klay to the Magic from an Orlando perspective with radio host Brandon Kravitz. Is Klay the Magic's top priority? Good God, there's a lot of smoke on this with a long way to go. I want to remind everybody that, there's literally no chance of an answer to this for 2 months.
Right. 53 days is the official countdown because you've got 23 more days in May, and then you got 30 in June. That's 53 days, and it all goes down on July 1, which is when it begins at about 1 o'clock. So 53 days and 22 hours. If we were going to have a countdown,
that's exciting.
We would set the countdown to Klay, so to speak, or the Klay clock, playing off the play clock. 53 days, Mark.
Good Lord.
It's going to be quite a march to get there to when July 1 hits and free agency can actually begin.
We're sitting here talking, and this is off of a social media conversation that Tim Kawakami got into after the Sharks got the number 1 overall pick last night. Long story short, how come you don't talk about the Sharks? And Tim's like, look, I can't comment on my employer, The Athletic, any of these outlets, and why they do what they do. But, if you're mad at me for lack of coverage, then you are. And we get this stuff all the time too. And all I would say to people is if you love something that doesn't get the coverage that you want for it, that just means that you like something that the masses largely don't. And there's nothing wrong with that.
Right.
I mean, you and I could do a whole show about golf.
Yes, we could.
You would probably really like that, in fact.
Yeah, there's actually more news going on today that the majority of you don't care about. Rory McIlroy has declined to take a seat on the Players Advisory Board.
Ooh.
Yeah, and there's all kinds of reasons why.
That's drama.
Wasn't there something about Liv allowing trades or something?
Yes, there was. I did see that headline.
It just,
which is the stupidest thing.
Didn't even know there were teams.
Yeah, there are teams.
I could do 4 hours on why the PGA Tour is broken beyond repair, but I'd be mostly talking to myself.
But you won't.
Exactly.
But you won't.
I'm out.
Yeah. Yeah,
it's
absolutely.
not narrowcasting.
Exactly. Thank you, Lucas. Don't steal.
I watched.
Throwback.
I watched another episode of. I watched another episode of Full Swing the other night.
Okay.
I'm going super slow. I'm only on episode 4. It was what's his name?
What year are you in? 2020 still?
What are you talking about?
No, when it's happening.
Number 4.
No, last year.
Oh,
this season.
Justin
Thomas?
This season, episode 4 of this season. Smart, whatever. Anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah. What? Tom Kim? Did you watch
That
it?
sounds about right. No, I'm not in on Full Swing.
You're not in on Full Swing?
I prefer to watch actual golf being played as opposed to shows about people playing golf.
I think you'd love it.
I might, yeah.
I think you'd love.
Plate's a little full, to be honest.
No, it's not.
Plate's very full.
It's not.
On any given day,
Listen
you've got
to all this stuff.
You got hockey playoffs. You got the NBA playoffs.
You're not
you got
grinding
Major
on the
League Baseball.
hockey playoffs. You're not.
You got the Wells Fargo starting tomorrow.
You're not.
I'm grinding on the
You're
hockey
not.
playoffs.
My gosh, no.
That one team that has the guy with the stick in his hand.
Crazy comeback by the Avs last night.
3
Am I
combined
right?
overtimes
What
last
time?
night.
What
3.
time? What time does she go to bed? Be
She?
real with me. She. Yes. What time
Meaning
does she go
baby
to bed?
girl?
Yes.
About 8:15.
Oh my God.
After bath time and story time.
You got 4 hours of television to watch.
Are you kidding me? You're
I
up
know.
till midnight?
Yeah.
If I make it to 10 and then, you got to clean up because the house is an absolute tornado after the baby gets through with it. I'm in bed at 10:30, Coach.
All right. You got all kinds of time. My God, you only work 4 hours a day for crying out
Don't
loud.
say that out loud. You should see what I spin at home. Honey, I'm working right now. You're watching horse racing. Wow.
Let's go.
Bet on the 7th at Aqueduct. Let's work.
Apparently, Lucas has something for us, but Lucas, hold it. Hold it
If
for
it's anything like the last thing he had, I'm out.
Yeah, I know. This is big.
Thanasis.
This is big, Lucas, because this is your last chance. If this doesn't go well, we're never going to let you talk again.
Okay.
All right.
No pressure.
Adrian in San Jose. Hi, Adrian. What are you doing?
Hey, guys. I'm just driving home from work right now.
Perfect, man. What's up?
Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I know you guys, I'm a big Sharks fan. I grew up in the Bay Area. And I would love it if you guys can just talk about hockey a little bit more. I know a whole lot of people don't like to talk about it, but last night the Sharks got the first overall pick in their franchise history, so that's a pretty big deal. I mean, it's kind of like when the Warriors won the first championship back in 2014, 2015.
We did it live, Adrian. We were right there with it as it happened on the show.
All right, perfect. So here's the thing. The guy that they're going to pick, Macaline Celebrini,
yes,
already has Bay Area ties, so that guy's going to be a pretty big deal in the Bay Area because his dad apparently works for the Warriors.
Apparently.
So I hope you guys can talk about the Sharks a little bit more because we got both first overall pick and the 14th overall pick in this year's
So, Adrian,
draft.
14.
Adrian, here's how it works. And Adrian, thank you so much. This is like any other business. These are the realities. And I love when people do that. Why don't you guys talk about XYZ? Here's why, because we wouldn't be here if we did. That's just the reality of it. So if you want, this is chicken and the egg. And in media, this exists all the time. I teach this across the street at Academy of Art. We have this conversation all the time, okay? We go, why is there such trash on TV? The Real Housewives of Orange County. Kardashian times 12? Are you kidding me? Why is this on TV? What's the answer?
People watch it.
Because you watch it.
I know people who watch it.
You're in control.
I wish we wouldn't be watching it.
No, did y'all hear me now? You're in control. Not us. Not us. We're not sitting here being like, I'm Sepp Blatter, I'm the president of everybody, and I'm going to talk about what I want to talk about. Because if I talked about what I wanted to talk about, yeah, you're right. There would be plenty of Giants, Niners, and Warriors. And there would also be, like, how long do you cook your chicken on each side before you flip it?
Depends if you're barbecuing or cooking it in a pan.
That's a good
or
answer.
in the oven.
That's a good answer. But, like, I would love to talk about that.
Right.
I don't. We'd lose. We would lose.
You're out.
So if you want us to talk about Macklin Celebrini, you know who you need to call? Macklin Celebrini.
And his teammates.
Because if they become a big deal, then we're there.
Right.
That's what we do. We are ambulance chasers a little bit. We go where it's a big deal.
Right.
And if it's a little deal, we don't go.
And in 2016, when they went to the Stanley Cup Finals and took on the Pittsburgh Penguins, we all became Sharks fans and we all started talking about the Sharks. And Mark, you know I've been doing this in this market for a long time, 25 years or more. There was a long stretch of time when we didn't talk about the Golden State Warriors. Ever.
Correct.
And a guy by the name of Raymond Ritter, who was the PR director at the time, he used to bring the draft picks over to the studio to meet us and sign jerseys for us and have them sit in and all but beg us to talk about Ike Diagu and Patrick O'Brien because there was no buzz around the team. They were bad. They weren't very interesting. Nobody talked about them. Skip ahead to 2009 when they draft a neat little shooter out of Davidson, and then they got good and we believe in all the rest of it. And now we can't help but talk about them because they're interesting and people care about them.
There you go.
And that's how this works.
I mean, in fact, if I were a huge Sharks fan, there would be a piece of this that actually ticked me off. It actually ticked me off.
Steiny was talking about this earlier.
Okay. Got the first pick in the draft, got a generational talent, and who did every single media member in the whole Bay call for today for their shows and for interviews to the point where they had to deny all of them and simply do a press conference.
Right.
Who is it? Rick Celebrini of the Golden State Warriors. One of the reasons this is getting such play is not because all of us have watched YouTube highlights of Macklin Celebrini.
Right.
It's because he's Rick's kid.
Exactly. If his name was Macklin Jones, we wouldn't have gone live to the lottery. Nobody would have really cared.
Well, we would have because Kyle Shanahan would have drafted him.
Thank you.
Okay.
It would have been a mention yesterday. Hey, Sharks won the lottery.
Go Sharks.
Back to sleep.
Okay. By the way, all you Sharks fans, who do you want to hear from right now in this moment of celebration? In this moment of Celebrini, who do you want to hear from? The young kid is going to be a Shark. Let's go live to Chase Center.
Yeah, I got a call from Chris Paul last night. He was driving home with his wife and called me, heard the news, and got text from the other guys and talking to the guys this morning. It's actually really cool. Again, that's the beauty of this organization. It's just, players and coaches and staff. Everyone's so supportive and family oriented that it's been incredible, the support. Obviously Draymond has, I think, a really good connection with Macklin specifically and constantly asking about Mac, and I think they have a really good relationship.
First of all, we got an organization and an aboot in that comment, which is phenomenal. But I got to think, if you're a huge Sharks fan, it has to be a tiny bit triggering that the Sharks get the number 1 overall pick. There's a generational talent that they're definitely going to pick, and the entire Bay Area media goes, let's go find out what the Warriors think about it.
It's true.
Well, there you have it. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1, San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal first-class money market today. Let's go live to the other room to Lucas Alexander. I already forget the nickname I gave you yesterday. What was it?
League Pass Luke.
League Pass Luke.
And this works.
Ladies and gentlemen, live to League Pass Luke for this sports update.
There's no update. Actually, this is an update. You mentioned the Real Housewives.
Yes.
There was a connection in sports today and a little bit of news. You want to hear it?
It's funny you say that because during the break, I said to Mark, my worlds have collided.
They're colliding.
Because my wife, the lovely Supper, watches each and every installment of the Real Housewives, which means I also watch them. I watch sports on the laptop and sit with my lovely as she watches all this. And so I said to Mark, Lucas, my worlds have collided. Please explain.
Ipe Mizuhara, who we've spent plenty of shows talking about, that's Shohei Ohtani's former interpreter. It came out today that he apparently wired some of Shohei's money not only to the bookie, but also to a Real Housewives of Orange County star who is friends with the bookie. That person's name is Ryan Boyajian. I think I said that right.
Yeah. Ryan Boyajian. So Ryan is married to one of the housewives?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
There you go.
Jennifer Padranti.
Wait.
Orange County, not one of my favorite vehicles.
Which one do you like? Atlanta?
Potomac. They get after it a little bit.
There's a Potomac?
Oh, yeah.
A Real Housewives of the Potomac?
Correct. And
what the hell?
What's his face? Former NBA player. He and his wife are a part of it. You know who's also on one of them? The Beverly Hills one is Marcellus Wiley.
Oh, well, yes. She's not on there anymore, I don't think.
She was fresh on it this past year. She just debuted.
There was a whole thing. He went on social media and lambasted everybody about it.
So now they're back out. She made quite a splash in her first season.
Are these live or are they recorded?
No, they're recorded,
and then they're played
months in advance.
Months later.
Yeah.
So I think that, spoiler alert, I think it ends poorly.
Oh, I already saw the end of the season.
Okay.
And she did not appoint herself very well.
Yeah. Anyways, that wasn't the reason you came to me. Can I get back to?
We don't know why we came to you. We don't know why we came to you, and we really don't know why we came to you. But anyway, go ahead.
All right, so I have two stories of professional athletes changing the sport that they are trying to be professionals in.
Okay,
and I want to know what you think would be more impressive. Devin Funchess, you guys all probably remember, used to play for the Panthers, played 5 seasons, 4 seasons for the Panthers, 1 season for the Colts. Actually,
wide receiver.
Yes, wide receiver, went to Michigan, was a big name, played in the Super Bowl for the Panthers. He made his professional debut in Colombia last night for a team called the Storm Llaneros. So he is attempting to become, well, I guess he already has become a professional basketball player. He is 29, almost 30 years old. So that's story number one. Story number two is Monty Harrison, a former professional baseball player, played a couple games over a couple different years for the Angels and the Marlins and a couple different other teams. He is taking a different route and is going to walk on the University of Arkansas football team. He's going to play college football. He is 28 years old. So what do you think is more impressive, going from a professional baseball player to professional football player, or professional football player to a professional basketball player?
Okay, is this why this topic, like there's people on the sports networks arguing about this? J.J. Watt,
they know
right?
ball.
Yeah, they got into it about like who can go which direction from football to basketball or basketball to football.
That came first because Austin Rivers said he could get 30 NBA players go walk on a football field and I think start playing, and couldn't do it the other way around.
I think he's right. To me, the most impressive is if you're doing something else and then you go to basketball. I think that's the hardest transition. Remember, T.O. used to like flirt with that idea.
Right.
I'm going to go play in the NBA. Like football, the reason I say that is because there's so many different roles within football. You could just, you could be a lineman. There's a totally different skill set than being a wide receiver.
A basketball player doesn't have the body to be a lineman.
No, but my point is that, but maybe you're coming from a different sport. Basketball, for me, and this is not a catch-all, but for the most part, basketball players are probably the most coordinated athletes, the most athletic and coordinated athletes of the bunch. Therefore, I would argue the hardest to mimic or join from somewhere else.
That's tough to say because we've had football players who were also really good basketball players and could have been professional basketball players but chose football instead. I'm thinking Julius Peppers and Tony Gonzalez, to just name a couple from the past.
But could Tony Gonzalez have made it in the NBA?
Yeah, I think so.
We don't know.
Antonio Gates?
Yeah.
We don't know.
And what about Charlie Ward, a guy who did make it in the NBA, and he's a guy who was a good college football quarterback. So I don't know about a basketball player. Like everyone talks about LeBron. What position would LeBron play? Would he be a great tight end at 6'8"?
Yep.
He would get, as much as he has a phenomenal physique, I think that he would get pulverized in the NFL. He'd always have to change his body.
See, I think LeBron James is the type, he can do whatever he wants. LeBron James,
you saw the clips of Draymond Green trying to play tight end in the green and white game.
I get it.
Many years ago.
And look what Michael Jordan did when he tried to play baseball.
Yeah.
Like all of these things are acquired, unique skills.
I think Dave Winfield will be a good guest on this, Lucas.
They may or may not translate, but has there ever been a professional player in one sport who then joined the NBA afterward? We've watched Bo Jackson and Deion Sanders and, even on a lower level. Was it Drew Henson? Is that my guy that played third base?
Yeah.
And also was a quarterback. He was just kind of mediocre at both. But
Danny Ainge is a guy who went from baseball to basketball.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. Blue Jays to the Celtics.
Yep.
Okay.
I mean, we're going back now.
That's way back.
Yeah, we're going back 40 years now, but that's the only one I could think of. But it would take a very specialized athlete who chose to go the other direction first and then went on to go play basketball. Didn't Chris Weinke play baseball first and then he became a quarterback?
Chris Weinke.
He was that Florida State QB who was like 27 when he was a senior. I think he was 27.
I don't know that he didn't play professionally doing something else.
He played lower level baseball.
He did?
I'd have to Google it.
Yeah, but I don't think he didn't make the bigs, right?
I don't think so.
Chris Weinke. Yeah, he's 51 now. Chris
Who
Weinke
isn't?
51.
Right?
Yeah. I have an update too. I do. I have a sports update.
Okay.
Ramona Shelburn in 7 minutes.
Strong.
Okay.
I like it.
So I did not overpromise and underdeliver.
You came through.
I regular promised and regular delivered.
I saw you working over there.
Yeah.
Maybe she can give us some insight on the Golden State WNBA team name.
No doubt. No doubt.
Does she know and will she reveal? I don't know if she knows. Does anyone know?
Well.
Have they decided?
If anyone knows, she knows.
Right.
She can also give us insight on the buzz of Klay Thompson in Orlando.
True.
She can also give us insight on who's actually gettable for the Warriors. Brandon Ingram. By the way, is that what you mean, Luke, when you write on the screen a caller, quote, wants BI?
Yeah.
Does that mean Brandon Ingram?
Sure.
Okay. I just want to know what the hell you were talking about. Wants BI. Yeah, Brandon Ingram.
Okay.
Is he gettable? What is the Warriors' willingness to part with Jonathan Kaminga? I keep going, man, everyone's going back and forth on this. Everybody, right? We played the sound yesterday when Steiny's new boyfriend,
Brian Geltzeiler, Sirius XM.
and he was like,
Geltzy.
hard no, do not get rid of any of your young players. I heard Mark Spears making the rounds earlier, and he was like, they have to trade Kaminga. Like, this is Steph Curry's last 2 years potentially in a Warrior uniform. You got to go for it. There's no other way to do it other than getting somebody who's awesome right next to him. And the only way to get that person is Jonathan Kaminga.
You've been using the F word a lot, and I think it's perfect when it comes to the Kaminga conversation. And it's not the 4-letter one, it's the 3-letter one. Fit. Does Jonathan Kaminga fit? And that's a good question for Momo, because ultimately that for me is the breaking point on the conversation, because if he doesn't fit with the Golden State Warriors, then maybe he is a guy that you would look to trade, because I don't think you're going to change the way you play basketball with Steph Curry on your team.
By the way, do you want to know? I think I can go ahead and say this. I can go ahead and say this. Ramona was having coffee and was like, I can call in as soon as I'm done. She didn't tell me who she was having coffee with. She just did. She just told me who she was just having coffee with.
We'll let her say.
You want to let her say?
Yeah.
Can we guess?
Yeah. Why don't each of you have a guess, and then we'll tease the audience. Who do you think?
Tyronn Lue.
Tyronn Lue. Okay. Grandy. Don't say like Chip Kelly or something stupid. Like,
Well, she lives in L.A., Grandy, if that helps you.
Yeah,
Grandy's
not Chip
struggling.
Kelly.
Yeah.
Do you guys have a guess or not?
I'll
what do you
kill
got,
the dead
Lucas?
silence. I got the logo, Jerry West.
Jerry West. Okay, we got Ty Lue. We got Jerry West. Grandy?
Want me to guess for you?
I got nothing.
How about Darvin Ham?
What kind of an answer is that?
No chance, Darvin
What do you,
Ham.
what do you mean?
What else does he have to do?
Why would you tap out? What's the point?
He got
Just
nervous.
say a name.
It's all right.
Just say a name.
LeBron James.
LeBron James.
I mean, that's not a good
That
guess.
was not hard.
Was that so hard?
That was not hard.
That was
All right.
excruciatingly difficult.
Magic Johnson would have been a good guess, too.
Magic Johnson just tweeted that the Lakers have been eliminated from the playoffs.
Yeah.
We're sponsored by the Alameda County Probation Department, and we will see if Ramona is willing to reveal her sauces. Coming up next, is Klay actually going to Orlando? Who can the Warriors get? Is Kaminga on or off the table? These are the questions we are about to ask the great Ramona Shelburn next on Willard and Dibbs.
Want a career with
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, we're excited about this conversation for multiple reasons. Wow, what a tease. Who was Ramona Shelburn just having coffee with?
The guesses are in.
It's a great question.
Well, apparently there is a late ad in terms of either information or a guest. Let's go back to League Pass, Luke. What the hell's going on?
Well, I was asking Ramona. Well, I didn't really ask. She gave a hint. Apparently.
You spoke
But
to
I don't know who
her.
it
That's
was.
cheating.
Yeah, well,
okay.
I have to call the guest.
All right.
It's a Stanford person.
Uh-huh.
Oh.
So if Dibs wants to give one more guess,
One
we'll
more
allow
guess.
it.
Cameron Brink.
Okay, let's go.
Great
Let's
guess.
go. Let's go
Thank you.
live to ESPN's hoopsologist, Ramona Shelburn, our good friend Momo. Momo, please, who were you just having coffee with?
What your guesses were? What were your guesses?
Okay, they started with Grandy guessed LeBron James.
Yep.
And then you guessed
Ty Lue,
and Luke, your guess was
The logo, Jerry West.
the logo Jerry West.
But I didn't know Stanford.
Yeah. Have you ever had coffee with any of those people before?
Ty, not coffee, but I've met Ty before at something like that.
Yeah.
Or like events in LA and stuff.
Sure.
And then Jerry West. I guess I could have coffee with Jerry West if I wanted to. You know?
Win, yeah.
I don't think LeBron would.
No, he's a red wine guy. You'd have red wine with him.
And I'm like, he'll talk to us at a press conference, but he's not really a kind of schmoozy journalist anymore.
Yeah, fair enough. All right.
Yeah.
Here comes the big
Here's the reveal.
The big reveal. Ramona Shelburn. Who were you having coffee with?
Women's basketball coach at Stanford, Kate Pay.
Kate Pay, ladies and gentlemen,
Yeah.
Tara's successor, and so here we are. So how'd it go?
Context. All right, so they're in town. They're doing all the Stanford athletic department are here today in LA, schmoozing with some alumni. It's like the coaches swing through LA, and the football coach, the basketball coach, women's basketball, and I think Bernard Muir, the AD, is here, and we're having a very exclusive invite-only kind of dinner at a super billionaire person's house.
Wow.
In Beverly Hills. This is very Stanford, okay? And I think they probably just want money. That's probably why I'm inviting.
Well, sure. Sure.
How big a check can you write? But I'm like, yeah, I'll go to that person's house here in LA. Okay. Like some very, 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 he owns several sports teams. Put it that way, around the world.
Okay.
And so the athletic department, they just was like, hey, Kate's coming to this. I saw you were on the list tonight. Would you want to meet for coffee before? And I was like, yeah, of course, So yeah, we met up at Phil's here in Beverly Hills, which is, the Phil's coffee. We got them down here too. And I got my little mojito coffee that they do with the mint and all that good stuff. Yeah. So it was a nice little afternoon.
All right,
in the middle of the NBA playoffs.
Enjoy Stan Kroenke's house tonight. Enjoy that. That will be.
Stan's house.
Oh, damn. Kate Pay. Is it Kate Pay? No. Anyway, no. We can move on to the actual conversation now.
Yeah.
Hey, would you weigh in on all of the Klay Thompson and Orlando Magic chatter? What do you know?
I think that Klay should and will take any and all calls if he can, because, look, I think he wants to retire a Warrior. I think he wants to stay with the Warriors. That just feels, for him like at the right kind of ending. He's not a guy that's motivated by money, right? He's fine, but he's about respect and the role and a chance to win. And if I think because it's gotten to this point without him having done an extension, because he didn't exactly have a great season, right? I think he had ups and downs. He was turning around. And then, did we talk about the last game? Did we talk about the 0 for 10 yet? Is that something we can bring up? Because I was hard watching. I don't know if enough time has passed that we can discuss that yet.
Yep.
So was it 0 for 10? What did he finish?
Yes, 0 for 10. That's correct.
0 for 10. I'm like, I almost couldn't watch anymore after a while. I was like, this is so sad. To watch anybody go through that, right? Like, to watch any athlete go 0 for 10 like that in a big game. And so it was, I think he should listen. I think he should, because I think if he stays with the Warriors, it's going to be for a bit of a discount. He's not going to make as much as he would in Orlando or Philly or whatever team comes after him. I mean, I think his market is gonna they can pay him more, and they would probably offer him more. And then he obviously needs to see what the Warriors are going to discuss with him and what their plans are. I think the Warriors, where they really, anything and everything has to be on the table for them. With the way the season ended, with the length of time left on, in Steph's career, I mean, it's got to be something that they really, I think it's something they've really got to, look long and hard on. I'm sure Klay will wait until they figure things out. We'll probably have a better idea around the draft where they're going and what they're doing. But this is, he's got to listen, right? If you're him, and what if the Magic throw, $30 million at him a year? Like, he's got to listen to that.
Absolutely. And the other piece of it is for the Warriors to really get better, Klay would have to come in at a really small number, not a veteran minimum number, but small enough to where they could get additional help elsewhere. Yeah. How much does the ego part of it play into Klay? If he's making less than Draymond and Wiggins and Steph, would he be able to stomach that?
I think so. I think so. It's, Klay he played really well in that second unit, I think, because it was a good role for him. Like, he was getting open looks. The spacing was better. I think he really liked playing with Chris Paul when he was able to. And I think he embraced that role. But to me, Klay, if you know him, I mean, I don't purport to know him the way, the coaches do or anybody who's really close to him. But, from the guy that I've gotten to know over the years and having covered him and stuff, I think the way that they come at him, I think the way they approach him about whatever it is they're going to present to him, whether it's, the role that he would play, the contract that they would offer him, et cetera, I think that's going to matter almost more than whatever the number figure is.
That's interesting. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Ramona, here's the thing, and I don't know Klay, but I have sort of arrived at this gut feeling in watching the way things unfolded the last couple of years that Klay might almost want to leave based on very much so feeling kind of dissed by the organization with it, whether it be a contract offer, being moved to the bench. He had to have all these closed-door meetings with Steve Kerr at the beginning of the year that we know about. And my thought was, when he talks at the end of the year about figuring out what would be good for his mental health, I translate that as, if you stay with the Warriors, you're forever going to be compared to your former self, and he can't be that anymore. So do you think there's something in his mental side that almost wants to release that?
Okay, this is me psychoanalyzing. So for all the aggregators, I have to say this is me psychoanalyzing rather than reporting on him. Okay, a lot of people around the league have said I think he would benefit from a change of scenery. Right, like a lot of people when you talk and think and watch Klay Thompson. I also, though, I think that he really is a fighter, and I think he's really proud of the legacy he has with the Warriors. And so I think deep down, remember, he's a Kobe guy. Kobe stayed. Kobe stayed with the Lakers. He still ate first, and those teams were really bad at the end, but he stayed. And so I think, I know what you're saying about the mental health and the this and the that, but I think if they approach him with respect, with an admiration for what he's done with the organization, if they approach him like I'm talking ownership level, let's go to lunch, let's make him feel really good about, we appreciate everything you've done and your sacrifice. We understand, you'd be taking less here. Like, it's got to be on thick. Like, this is the same guy who, when he was not named one of the 75 best players of all time, really took that personally, really got upset. So there's a lot of pride that Klay has in himself and his game and his, appreciation for the role he's played over the years. And I think that the way that they approach him and whatever they're going to try to sell to him is paramount. I mean, it's everything in how they go about it. Do I think he wants a Stay Klay banner on the Chase Center? Probably not. It's maybe a little cheesy, right? Mark, you and I go back to the Dwight Howard days in LA, right? Stay 12, right? I don't know. Do they need a plane with that over the Bay Area? I don't know if you need to go that far, but like he needs to feel the love and he needs to feel the respect because you're probably asking him to take less if he stays. And so to me, it's that's paramount for him. And I think he's like the word that keeps coming into my head is pride. Like I think he's a very prideful man. Prideful about his accomplishments and his abilities, and I think he knows more than anybody what he can and can't do. Still, he's very self-aware. Whether or not he handles it the right way all the time, I think even he knows when he's not doing it right. Like he even admits it later, right? And so, like there's a lot of players at the end of their careers where they take a deal elsewhere for more money or whatever, like. Do you remember when like Tony Parker signed with Charlotte?
Right. Oh my God.
Random. There's just like a lot of these moments where like the player decides to leave because they don't have as big a role or they have more money elsewhere or whatever, and they almost never work out well. They almost never. Like no one's ever going to love you like the team that you had your best years with. Now you're going to be compared to that, but they're not going to love you like they did, elsewhere. He goes, what is he going to go to Orlando and they're going to love him? Not, come on. Like, it's just not the same as staying with the organization that you grew up in.
That's true. And the other part of it, though, from the Warriors' standpoint is if Klay does come back and you're not able to do anything else because his money is higher than the salary cap would allow and you want to stay out of the second apron, how does this team go about getting better and going from a 10 seed to actually being in the thick of it again?
Yeah, I mean, that's something they've got to figure out. And I think the last time I was on the show with you, I mentioned I think they'll go big game high. I still think that's the Warriors' ethos, right? Like that's how they roll. They always go big game hunting. And so let's see what they're able to pull off. They're going to have to get creative. They're going to have to work hard for it. I don't see any world in which they trot back out the same team and just hope it goes better. I think they make some changes and they try to get this team better because you just don't have a guy like Steph Curry on your team and a mediocre cast around him. You just don't do that.
Ramona Shelburn, ESPN, is with us here on 95.7 The Game, Willard and Dibbs. Okay, let's talk about big game hunting and how they go about doing it. To what level is Jonathan Kaminga on the table?
Not at all.
Really?
I think he's pretty much look, it's going to get complicated because of his extension talks and how much money they have. But I think they'll do everything they can to keep him. I mean, I don't think they want to even talk about him.
So then how do they go big game hunting? Like, what do they have to acquire the big game?
I think they have a pretty good set of assets. There's some other good young players on the team outside of Kaminga. Okay, they have draft picks. They have Wiggins. They have Gary Payton. They have a lot of options there. They have a lot of optionality and like decent contracts. And then there's also the blue chip, which is Chris Paul. That contract is very interesting for a lot of teams for a lot of reasons. Right now, the Warriors could certainly just keep him and take the savings themselves, but that's a great trade asset for a lot of teams.
Even the fact that he's just turned 39 and he's making $30 million, you think there's enough teams out there that would want to have the Chris Paul expiring deal, even though you're only going to get him for 26 minutes a night?
Oh, I'm not talking about trading him where he goes and plays someplace. Yeah, that's a non-guaranteed contract. That's like only a partial guarantee, right?
Correct.
So that's one of those contracts like you could trade for him and then just decline the option and save yourself a ton of money. That's why that's attractive.
Yep.
And then he would be free to sign wherever he wants.
What's it going to take to get Brandon Ingram? What do you think happens there?
That's a great question. I know that name is out there because New Orleans obviously wants to shake things up and yada yada yada. That might be a Kaminga question, right? Like they're gonna, if you're trading a star, you need to get a star back or somebody with star potential. I don't see them trading Kaminga, but maybe, they have plenty of draft picks. I don't think that's what they need, right? You need somebody who can grow into a star. So do they believe anybody fits that level? I don't know. There's other teams I think they're more well positioned to pry somebody out of there.
If you're talking about big game, would Kevin Durant fall under that category? Do you think he's going to be available for the big game hunting Joe Lacob and company?
I think anything in Phoenix is on the table, right, based on how bad they did this year compared to the expectations. I don't think they want to trade Kevin Durant. I don't think he wants to ask for a trade again. I think they'd rather make that work there, but that's a tricky situation there. So because of the second apron, because of the new cap rule. So without saying anything to get me aggregated, I think that's a name that everybody's going to bring up until they just say we're not trading him, because you can just do the math, right? And I think I don't think anybody would want to trade Booker. I mean, he's younger and really still on the climb, and then Beal has a no trade clause, so that's prohibitive for him. So that's there's only certain ways out of that for Phoenix, or they could just run it back in Phoenix. That's what they were positioned to do, is just run it back and say, okay, let's run it back and see if we do better when all our guys are healthy.
Ramona, do you have an MVP vote?
I do.
Who'd you vote for?
I voted for Jokic.
Do you know who won?
Jokic won.
What's that?
I assume Jokic is winning.
He did. We wanted to break that news to you. That just came down. Yeah.
Okay, just came down. Okay, I voted for Jokic. But you know what? I'll tell you my balance. I'm telling you. I voted Jokic won, and I really wanted to vote Shea too, but I ended up voting for Brunson second. I gave him a second place vote.
Oh.
Yeah, a little bit out of the box there, but I just was like, who is more valuable to his team? I mean, Shea was amazing in an amazing year, but I just wanted to recognize Brunson. I thought he had just an incredible season. And then, he's continuing to prove that. And then I did Shea third, and I think Luka fourth. And I think I voted Tatum fifth.
Okay. Right. All right. Well, you nailed it. Nikola Jokic.
To me, it was he had an amazing regular season. His stats are off the charts. He's, in Denver, up until the last day of the year was in first place in the West. I think Shea would have got a lot more. What was the vote count?
Oh, I didn't. All we've got so far, I don't have that yet. Just Jokic won. That's all we got.
I think that was coming out at 4:30, right? Or Eastern,
Yep.
Let's see. I'm looking at I just want to see if they what the counts are. Let me see if I can check it real quick. I'm interested to see. I'm interested to see how many people voted for Shea and for Luka. How did it actually break?
Ramona, while you're looking that up, since we're all sitting here talking about the Warriors and big game hunting, is there a way for you to handicap this? Who is that player who, or a couple of players who have the highest likelihood of the Warriors landing them?
Oh. You're just determined to get me aggregated, huh?
Yep.
Determined. You know what my Twitter feed will look like if I answer your questions directly over the next 3 days?
Just look for the MVP thing and then turn your phone off for the night.
Oh, yeah. Okay, great.
That'll work out.
I could not tag you if that would make you happier.
My Google alert for 3 days.
Yeah, we can just say that sources tell 95.7 the game. We don't need to tag you.
Look, I think, obviously I think they'll have a chance to make another case of LeBron at some point, right? They had that, they kicked the tires on that. I would have said Karl Towns, but I don't think Minnesota's going to do anything now.
Yep.
They're rolling. I think they might win it this year if they keep playing like this. There's other good names, like Ingram's obviously a name that people talk about. The Lauri Markkanen in Utah, right? There's a lot of names out there. Do they have the assets to get any of that done? Will those teams want to trade those players? I don't know. And they certainly will have competition. But to me, the most interesting thing is I don't think Milwaukee will do anything this year. I think they run that back and just hope people get healthy. But that's obviously a team that has a couple stars on it. That's an interesting team. Let's just put it that way, right? But I think Milwaukee runs it back this year, so that's probably a next year conversation if they continue to underachieve.
And other than that, like Paul George, just as a free agent, he's going to wind up going somewhere to a team that has a ton of money. He wouldn't be on the Warriors' radar, would he?
I mean, obviously they would need a player like that, but I don't see how they get him. That's hard. That's hard to do. You know? Like, everybody would like a Paul George type. He's really good. He's a wing, a 3-and-D guy, you know, who can also create and score 30 points for you. But, like, he's got to be, he's, I don't know how you do a sign and trade for him. I think that's got to be a free agent thing.
Ramona, what's your take on how smart it is to try to build a team this way? We all get the whole deal here. Steph's only got a little bit left and they want to maximize it. But if you look around the league, you watch what Minnesota's doing, Oklahoma City, like even the way the Warriors once upon a time came together. What's your take on team building through the draft and taking time versus trades and free agency?
I mean, everyone this year seems to be the ones who are winning this year are the ones who took their time, who have more of a team. You know, I remember covering the Lakers Nuggets, and it was like so obvious. Like the Nuggets have been together; they know where each other are going. They have such a camaraderie. Like there's nobody thinking they're going to fire the coach if they have a bad game. You know, like that kind of camaraderie is really important. And you know, you see the teams that are winning right now are the ones that have like a full team. They're not just 3 or 4 stars. There's depth and there's. What was I'm trying to remember. There was a bench stat for Philly. I think they scored 11 points. Their bench in that series. 11 points in your bench as an average. Like you're not going to win. I don't care how good Tyrese Maxey or Joel Embiid are. You know, like you can't win if you're getting nothing from your bench. If your third scorer does what Tobias Harris did in that series. Like same thing with the Lakers. Like they have 2 stars and sort of a third in D'Angelo or Austin, depending on who has a better game, but like they just didn't have enough. And now even look at Denver, they don't have enough against Minnesota. Minnesota's even deeper. Oklahoma City comes at you in waves, and like that's not even to mention all the draft picks they have that they can still try to trade into something bigger and better, right? So I think like team building right now is like you've got to draft and develop those players, because the only way to sort of build those teams and build somebody is like when you get Anthony Edwards on the first max contract, right? When you get all those players like that, the same way the Warriors did, right? You had the Steph Curry contract, and that's how they were able to go on that run. Is because Steph didn't make the giant supermax right away. They had that manageable contract, and they could get all those players in the door. So I think the era of what we saw in Phoenix this year, what we saw with LA, like they're cautionary tales.
No doubt about it. Ramona, great stuff. We are drafting all of the tweets right now, so just get ready.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
And the vote totals, Jokic got 79 of the I guess 99 first place votes.
For a second, Shea?
Yes. Shea second,
yes.
Luka third.
Luka third. Yeah, Brunson's all the way down at fifth.
Fifth.
Oh, he got fifth. Okay, good.
He got fifth.
What? Who was fourth there? Tatum?
Fourth was Giannis Antetokounmpo, future Warrior.
Really?
Yeah.
I wonder what would happen if...
I know. I mean, look, he had a great year, but they were such a disappointing team. It's hard to compare his season to other great Giannis years,
Yeah. Good thing for Nikola they didn't vote today, huh?
Oh, God.
I know.
That was a rough one to watch the other night.
Yeah.
I was like, what is happening?
I've never seen him look like that. And
they've lost their composure.
Totally.
Let's see if let's see what happens, but to me it's let's look at these first place votes. Shea got 15 first place votes.
Yes he did. Yes he did.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
More than I guess I'm only one of 3 people who gave him a second place vote for Brunson.
You're one of one, Ramona.
You agree with that, though? I feel good about that vote.
It looks even better now when you start looking at the way the playoffs are playing out. Ramona, you're the best. Thank you. Okay.
Yep.
Gone.
Yeah.
Wow. Luke, what, did you hang up on her like that? What's the matter with you?
Cold world.
That's Ramona.
She hung up on us.
No, she
Momo.
didn't. We're presented by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. That's a lot to chew on. and we will, and take your calls. What did you think about the names she threw out, the names she didn't throw out? She says Kaminga's off the table.
Right.
888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibs.
And it's Dan Dibley here.
let's talk about big game hunting and how they go about doing it. To what level is Jonathan Kaminga on the table?
Not at all.
Really?
I think he's pretty much, look, it's going to get complicated because of his extension talks and how much money they have. But I think they'll do everything they can to keep him. I don't think they want to even talk about him.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Hey!
Don't aggregate her.
You know what that would be?
It's an aggregation sensation is what it is.
Well, way to just hit it right out the gate.
You knew it was coming.
It's coming.
My cue at this point is, you know what that is?
You know what that is? You know what that is?
Yeah.
You got to say it right. You know what that is?
Exactly.
You know where the emphasis is. If you haven't already, make sure you subscribe to Willard and Dibs on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find your favorite podcast. While you're there, make sure to check out the Morning Roast for a look at Klay to the Magic from an Orlando perspective with radio host Brandon Kravitz. Is Klay the Magic's top priority? Guess what else you could do while you're there? Listen to Ramona Shelburn if you're just getting in your car. Did you leave work early? You're supposed to work for 10 more minutes. If you're just leaving work and you missed Ramona, okay, that I thought was an important 20-some-odd minute conversation that covered Klay and Kaminga and big names and how they get them and all of that, okay? So check out Ramona while you're there, too, if you missed it, because she said what you just heard and so much more. And I've heard from a ton of big-name NBA reporters who are like, how are you going to get anyone without Kaminga? And what interests me about Ramona, who I know is in the know, she seems to talk about this stuff as if she's always got this little wink-wink behind her eye. When it's like, Milwaukee's an interesting team. I'll leave it at that.
Right.
And you're like, and then she said, I think that's a next year conversation, not a this year.
Right. Phoenix has got to do something.
Phoenix has got it's all on the table with Phoenix.
Yep.
Kaminga is off the table. It's going to get complicated, but you can just hear that thing in her voice. It's going to get complicated, but, they're the Warriors, and this is what they do.
Who could possibly want Chris Paul in his $30 million contract? He doesn't have to play there.
She said everybody. And think about it now.
And yeah, she's right in terms of a team that just wants to take $30 million off their books. We'll take your 30. Chris, don't even bother coming here. It's like what Memphis did with Iguodala. You don't even have to come here. You're cut. You don't want to play here, you're cut. And if it's Chris Paul and $30 million, the team that acquires him, they'll call him right away and say, yeah, we're not sending you a plane ticket. You can go ahead and just be a free agent now.
That is very valuable.
Right.
That is very valuable to a lot of teams. And so, what could you get for that? Something.
Right. A team that's probably not going to be great and wants to take $30 million off their books and, get an asset back as well and load up for next year.
Interesting. Well, again, let's think of teams right now that could be, and you say a team that's not very good. I'd argue maybe it's a team that is kind of potentially good. I've thought the whole time, if you want to talk about Kevin Durant, to me, Chris Paul's in the picture for multiple reasons. Sure, he could play there. They like him there. He played there not that long ago. He's actually kind of what they're missing right now. They don't have a point guard. But forget that for a second. Phoenix is going to tell you they're going to run it back, and maybe they will. But if they don't, what do they need? Big time financial relief.
Right.
Chris Paul, that is very, very valuable because Phoenix needs to, if they're trading Kevin Durant, remember, they're not doing it because they're like, because we want to be really good this year. Well, if you want to be really good this year, you keep Kevin Durant. But if you're trading Kevin Durant, it's because you're like, this didn't work, and we need to find a way out of this cave that we just stuck ourselves in, and that's going to mean financial relief and draft picks. And these are things the Warriors have to offer.
Right.
Without touching Jonathan Kaminga.
Yeah, especially if it's Chris Paul and Wiggins and a pick, and Phoenix just outright cuts Chris Paul to save the $30 million, and they take the Warriors' first-round pick, or maybe it's a first and a couple of seconds, because as we know about Phoenix, the two things that they don't have are financial flexibility and draft capital. So if they can get draft capital from the Warriors and financial flexibility in the body of Chris Paul, who is instantly cut, and you save $30 million right there, that might be something Phoenix is interested in.
I mean, I just also keep thinking about it this way. There's all the names that we're not thinking about.
Of course.
When you say big game hunting and she says this is the Warrior way, and I have no doubt that they call Phoenix. I have no doubt that they will, talk to the Pelicans, although that was the one where she said that probably would take Kaminga. That's going to be a very, very competitive situation, trying to get Brandon Ingram out of New Orleans. Maybe they want to give him up, therefore the price goes down, but maybe the price goes back up because a lot of competition. You put a 26-year-old who scores 20 to 25 a game on the market, you're going to get a lot of phone calls. No doubt about that. So that one has that challenge. And then you start thinking about Jimmy Butler and LeBron and Giannis, and she even said, LeBron, they'll probably kick the tires again. But what about all the B pluses that are out there?
Yeah.
Who we're not even thinking about right now. I think there are a handful of those. It feels like there are a lot of teams right now that are either A, wanting to reboot financially, or B, like they really put forth the old college try and realized, oof, this didn't work. Like, how many teams right now in the NBA are looking at themselves going, this is working? How many?
Well, you got 8 that are still playing.
So
of those 8, I think they all feel like this is working pretty well. I don't think you can look at any of those 8 and think, this is smoke and mirrors. This thing's not viable.
Cleveland would be my one question.
Yes, because Donovan Mitchell maybe wants to go.
Maybe is on the move. So Cleveland would be sort of my one question there, but you're right.
Dallas answered the question of, can Kyrie and Luka play together and win together, even though I don't think they're going to win this series?
What if they get knocked out in 4? Are they still feeling great about exactly where they are? I don't know.
But the Kyrie to LA chatter has already started. If they lose that series, LA would, that's what I've heard.
I think LA would love Donovan Mitchell above anyone else. If they could have their pick. They could have their pick of an addition.
I wonder if LeBron wouldn't rather have Kyrie, knowing that he can win with Kyrie.
Can't win with Kyrie.
He's won with Kyrie.
A long time ago.
It sure was, but that's not how LeBron thinks. But anyway, as far as your question, how many teams look at it and go, yeah, this S is working.
Right.
It's probably about a dozen. Sacramento would look at what they're doing and think, yeah.
He went the wrong direction a little bit. And they're probably going to lose Malik Monk.
Right.
They got to reboot it. They got
a little bit of a reboot.
They got to tweak a little bit.
But they've got the majority of their quote unquote core. But your question, you look at Philadelphia, and that thing is everybody's going to be gone. Maxi's getting the max. It's going to be Maxi, Embiid, and 11 rookies.
I think the Pacers feel good about the direction, but is Siakam what? Now, did he get an extension, Siakam?
I thought he did.
He got the extension, right?
Yeah, they agreed to an extension once they traded for him.
So I think Indiana likes the direction. The Knicks love their direction. You got a few teams that are just in it right now. Boston, Minnesota, Oklahoma City, Denver. These teams are the competitors.
And I think there's some teams that are Milwaukee's pot committed on what they're doing.
Well, and they all got hurt. So I think that they've at least got an excuse. Orlando headed right direction. Dallas, I guess so.
Houston's heading, Houston's a team that is.
But they're years away. That's
maybe a year away. They made a nice big step this year.
Yeah, but
41-41.
Sure, but
that was a nice step.
But their goal next year would be playoffs, not contention.
Right.
Right.
But again, as far as teams that like what they have and what they're doing, they're not going to be a team that's looking to sell a piece.
No, but even the teams that finished in the playoffs, you know what I mean? We're talking about the Suns. They don't like it. The
Orlando
Pelicans
needs a piece.
Orlando needs a piece, but they're moving in the right direction. Yeah. They don't want to subtract. I'm looking at teams that may want to subtract. The Clippers could subtract. Suns, Lakers, Pelicans, maybe even the Kings. Sure, the Warriors, they're in that bucket as well. The Sixers, you mentioned them. Miami Heat, absolutely. You don't need more fingers than you've got to count the teams that feel like status quo works. So that means I think we're headed for an offseason of a whole lot of stuff moving and shaking around. And the Warriors get to be a part of that. And I think that there may be more people available than we even realize.
For sure.
Yeah.
And I was thinking about Chicago as a team that might be looking to kind of reboot it. And DeMar DeRozan's going to be a free agent. Zach LaVine's making $43 million.
Yep.
Does Chicago want to run it back with, Vucevic, Kobe White, good young player, and LaVine? Where are you if you're Chicago in the East? I don't think you're a real threat to do much of anything. So I don't know if Zach LaVine's a player that I know a lot of Warrior fans, and I saw the face you just made. He's a guy who can score, not a great defender, but that's the type of B-plus player. When you mention B-plus players, to me, that's one of the names that comes right up. DeJounte Murray is another one.
That one's more interesting to me. That one's more interesting to me than Zach LaVine.
But he's, again, a B-plus kind of a player.
Yeah, but that's fine. He's a good player.
Yeah.
He's a good player. I just think we may get to a spot like Guys in the Morning had an interesting conversation about Kyle Kuzma. He's in Washington.
Yep.
They just pulled a deal last year. Is that something that Wiggins plus something could net you? Like players like that who have been off the radar of these conversations could end up being the play for the Warriors, because she's right. They'll go big game hunting, but like the chances of them netting one, less than 50-50. I mean, she started that out by being, well, you kick the tires on LeBron again. Well, yeah, you do it. I doubt it. I doubt that he's leaving Los Angeles. Maybe I'm wrong.
Right. Kuzma's a very interesting one because of two main reasons. One, I like the fit as far as his ability to score and his length. Also, his contract, one of the only ones that's inverted.
Yeah. Oh.
25.6 this year, then 23.5, 21.5, 19.4.
Interesting.
Inverted contract.
I wonder why he structured it that way. He's not that. How old is he?
He's 28.
28.
$90 million deal over 4.
I mean, that's something you're starting to see a lot more of in sports, but it's usually for players that are moving well into their 30s.
Right.
Where it's like we can assume that when you turn 36, you're not going to be as good as you were when you were 30, when you're doing that long-term deal. Eric Hosmer had one of those deals with the Padres years ago.
22.2 a game for Kuzma this year.
I mean,
and an inverted deal.
It's not a horrible name.
And it's not an albatross.
Yeah.
I mean, he's owed $64 million over the next 3 years. That's peanuts in the association.
And I see, okay, back to the word you used a second ago, though. This is really, to me, this is super interesting. First off, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station, always live on the free Odyssey app. Twitch and YouTube powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal first-class money market today. If I am Mike Dunleavy and Steve Kerr and all of the dignitaries with the Golden State Warriors, and then we're going to the calls here in just a second. Vince, you'll be first up. Stay right where you are. If I'm them, I am calling a very high-powered meeting, and there will be one word on the board when Steph Curry and Draymond Green sit down in the room, because it's probably with the two of them and maybe only the two of them. And I say, okay, let's talk about fit.
Yeah.
That is our word of the offseason. Fit. You don't need to convince any of us that Jonathan Kaminga is good and young and exciting and bouncy. He's all of those things. Does he fit? Does Kyle Kuzma fit? Right? DeJounte Murray fit? Does LeBron James fit? Like, just think about the word. Oh, LeBron, he can fit in it. I know. But like, let's have a Steph Curry, LeBron conversation about on ball, off ball, like age, health, defense. Like, let's get smart people in the room and really, like, this is where I think Draymond is at his strength. You can all get mad at the technical fouls, but you can't get mad at the brain. Look at the big brain Andre.
Basketball savant.
Exactly. So sit down, let's have a video board, and tell us who you think fits the way you all need to play basketball. And I'd pay money to sit and listen to that conversation.
For sure. And you mentioned Kuzma and Murray just straight off the rip. Kuzma, for me, is a better version of Jonathan Kaminga. A guy who isn't great at shooting the three, is explosive to the rim, can get his own shot, and doesn't play... to say me ball is too harsh for both players, but he definitely needs to have the ball in order to score. Like Steph can work off the ball like no player we've seen since Reggie Miller.
I don't know if he screams basketball intelligence when he plays.
Right.
And actually, it's interesting that you just comped Kuzma and Kaminga.
He's a better, more experienced version of Kaminga.
But he's who I hope that Kaminga doesn't become. See, this is what I'm getting at.
Yeah, I get your point.
When we talk about the future of Jonathan Kaminga, you'll get a couple people at the end of the bar who go, dude, future star. And then the naysayer is Kyle Kuzma. Yeah, he might just be like good. He might be a B-level guy. He might be a guy who could score 20 points in the NBA a night, but is he ever going to affect winning? Can he ever really be a one? Like when I think
he can be a one on a 20-win team.
There you go. So when I think of the future of Jonathan Kaminga, if you told me right now he's destined to be Kyle Kuzma, I'd trade that guy so fast you wouldn't even be able to blink. Because that's not what you're hoping for. If you're hell-bent on an extension and keeping Jonathan Kaminga, it's because you believe he can become better than Kyle Kuzma.
Right, and that would mean that he develops a real outside shot. Because if you look at Kuzma over 7 years in the association, he's at 33.7% from three, and he shoots it 19 times a night. So if he came to Golden State, all right, Kyle, nice little run there in Washington where you went 14, 18, and 19 shots per game over your 3 years. How about we get back to your Laker days where you shot it 11 times a night? How's that feel, Kyle? Yeah. And I don't know if he would be able to adjust back to that. DeJounte Murray, on the other hand, is a guy who's averaging 6 assists a night, doesn't shoot it. I mean, he shoots it 19 times, but I think he could adjust more
good player
to being a passer and being a facilitator in the offense.
And what's his age? He's younger.
They're basically the same age.
Oh,
20, yeah. DeJounte is September of 96. Kuzma was born in July of 95. So Kuzma a year older.
Okay, 27. Murray's 27. All right.
Yep.
Vince in the city. Thank you for holding. Hey, Vince, what's up?
Hey, what's up, guys? I was the one who wanted to talk about Brandon Ingram, and thank you for bringing it up with Ramona Shelburn. That was cool to see what she had to think about it. I mean, that's a guy who I feel like when KD left, I felt like Brandon Ingram could have been a lesser version of KD, and he really could have still alleviated pressure off of Steph. I still think that he could do it, but now looking at contracts and money, I don't know how we would be able to get him. I do like the idea of trading Chris Paul and a pick because Chris Paul is dead money. I don't know if 20 minutes or so off the bench is going to get you into a deep playoff run, especially given he's always hurt every season. Like he was out, I forget how many games he was out, but he was out and Draymond were out at the same time, and it really, I think, messed up the chances in the games that we should have won but lost this year. And then I don't know, I mean, if Orlando wants Klay, is there a way that we can maybe get one of the Wagner brothers? I know he won't be on the roster, but one of the, however you say their last name, one of those twins or brothers.
Well, remember, if Klay goes to Orlando, Vince, it's not a trade. He just goes.
He's a free agent, but they're also pretty young. I feel like Chris Paul might be a good fit over there since he's a vet point guard, and you'd team him with Klay Thompson. They would play again together and then give them Banchero. But then we would get somebody who kind of fits a need for the Warriors in a big who can shoot and run the floor and space the floor to help Steph.
Yeah, I just, again, you're the only way you're getting something from Orlando is if you trade Chris Paul there. And if you trade Chris Paul there, it's probably, Vince, thanks, it's probably for financial relief more so than it is for Chris Paul. Like right now, he's scheduled a non-guaranteed $30 million for next year. Nobody wants to pay Chris Paul $30 million to play basketball next year. Nobody wants to do that. Somebody might want him on their team, but not for $30 million. So I don't see that as being a match. We can talk about what Ramona said about Klay here in just a second, but we do have a super chat, a $5 super chat. Is this Lon or Eon?
It's Ion, I believe.
Ion.
Cash me out one time.
Thank you, Ion, or whatever your name is. Says Kaminga is the perfect fit as long as he doesn't take more than 3 dribbles at a time. For a motion offense, he sure stops the ball a lot. That's my question. That is my question. And I don't think he's a traditional ball stopper. You see Jonathan do that more when it's out of necessity.
Right.
We got 9 left on the shot clock. Here's the ball. Hey, dude, you take it. And I get that. I think he's at his best in motion when he's in transition. Outside of that, it still takes work. And the reason I think it takes work, I keep going back to the same thing with him. Jonathan Kaminga becomes a superstar when he can hit a 3.
Yeah.
With consistency and off the dribble. Not just that slow set, everybody left me alone, Draymond Green looking 3 that he shoots right now. Sure, it goes in at an okay rate. But the problem is everybody knows he wants to drive. And so they sag off him, and he's able to get to the hoop, but he often gets there, and there's 3 defenders waiting for him. This happened a lot in the Sacramento game. And there's just nothing there. There's no way for him to finish. If things go well, he gets fouled and goes to the line. And he did a good job with that this year. But that's, to me, he becomes a superstar when he makes them come out on him at the 3-point line and then he flies by.
Right, and he gets the ability to go off the dribble when they come out and close out. 2 dribbles, get to the mid-range and score there, off the glass or straight up from the top of the circle or wherever. Right now, his ability to score is limited to alley-oops, putbacks, drives to the hoop, and the occasional 3. So you expect that from a player his age. He's only played 3 years, 4 years if you count his year in the G League. So he's got a lot of growth that he's still going to do, but little bit disappointing that his long-distance shot regressed this year.
Let's go to Jack in Pleasant Hill. Jack, what are you doing?
Yo, how's it going? It's my Friday, baby.
It is?
Yeah. I just got off my shift from Jack's Restaurant and Bar, actually.
Well, wait, you're Jack, so is it your restaurant?
I'm just a guy. I'm just some guy that works there.
Okay. I was going to say, because if they named it after you, then your weekend is whenever the hell you want it to be. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'd be calling from the freaking Cayman. No, I was calling to say these are my big points at the Warriors right now. Klay, thank you for everything. Get that money in Orlando. Thanks for the final audition versus the Kings in the play-in in front of Joe Lacob. That was all we needed. I really, really wish you the best. We love you, bro. Second thing, unless you can get LeBron James, you got to just set sail on the whole like old mega superstar thing. The torch is being passed from the old guys to the young guys in the league. Ant Edwards is shredding right now. Shea is shredding right now. You got to get someone that can keep up with that stuff. So I think you package up Kaminga because I don't think he's got like the sauce like those other guys I mentioned. Package him up. See if you can get like Mikal Bridges out of Brooklyn. Because that guy's a primary scorer, and then I think you still have like a championship roster around Steph. So that's my 2.5 cents right there.
Jack, thanks. Jack, that's somehow your bon voyage to Klay Thompson did not sound
very
sincere. Hey, Klay, we love you so much. Bye!
Hey, Klay, don't let the door hit you where the good Lord split you.
I thought what Ramona said about Klay was really interesting. I thought it was really interesting. Granny, do we have any of that? Do we have any?
I'm chopping it up now. Give me a couple minutes.
Yeah, no,
she
take your time.
She kind of played it on both sides a little bit because she talked about Klay's pride, and then at the same time she talked about Klay, taking less, being willing to put the pride aside and take less.
Said he's a Kobe guy.
Right, which I love to hear.
So that speaks to him.
But I don't believe that Kobe ever took less. I'd have to look at his contract breakdown. I remember in Kobe's last contract
he did not.
when he was Sir Jack It Up. Jack-a-lot.
I think it was 2 years and $48 million.
Which at the time was top of the market.
Yep.
And he proceeded to go out there and shoot the ball even when the other team had possession of it. He found a way to shoot. And, God love you, Kobe.
Well,
shoot the ball. They were bad.
Shoot your shot.
And people paid to watch him go out there and try to fill it up.
Of course. Well, and we also remember the last game as if all of them looked like that, when he scored 70 points. But
his last season was one of the least efficient years in the modern era of the association.
It's really fascinating because I painted the picture earlier this week. It's hard for Klay to stay because here he's going to be compared to his former self more than anywhere else. I think that's true. However, she also painted the picture of it's not like he's going to go somewhere else and be loved more. If you go somewhere else, you just like this dude that we signed to hit threes. You know what I mean? It's like, this is a bad comp because he's worn a bunch of jerseys, but it's like Chris Paul here. Anybody fall in love with him? Like you liked what he did, but you just looked at it in this like respectful sort of a way. Oh,
right.
Chris Paul, boy, I have a new appreciation for how Chris Paul can play basketball. Cool. All right, bye. No, you don't care about Chris Paul. You didn't fall in love. You didn't buy a jersey. Like there's none of that. So those are the things that are in play for Klay Thompson. Maybe you can get more money, maybe a little mental relief, but also a little more anonymity in Orlando or somewhere else. And I don't know if he wants that.
Right.
Like, it's not like he wants to, hey, everyone, look at me. But maybe Klay doesn't want to divorce himself from who he used to be because I think he really, really likes that guy. He's pretty impressed by him.
Right.
As we all are.
Yes, and there's a certain amount of comfort in familiarity, and you've spent your whole career here, and maybe it's not worth it to you to get an extra $7 million a year because it sounds to me, the more people we talk to and the more people I talk to offline, it seems like the Warriors' price is going to be low enough to where they can still squeeze in another guy in the mid-level. And if there is a team out there, as many have said, Bobby Marks and Eric Pincus and others, that his market could be up there near the $30 million a year mark. And if the Warriors are thinking more like, I'd rather pay you 18 or 19, and then we could squeeze in a mid-level on top of it. Hey, Klay, what do you think? That's a pretty big gulf between what he can take and what he might take.
Well, I was going to say another thing that she mentioned about Klay, but we suddenly have a better idea, courtesy of Mark Grandy. How about if we just let y'all hear it? This is a big chunk now. This isn't a sound clip. Here's 2.5 minutes from Ramona Shelburn, ESPN, specifically about the situation surrounding Klay Thompson.
A lot of people around the league have said, I think he would benefit from a change of scenery, right? Like a lot of people, when you talk and think and watch Klay Thompson. I also, though, I think that he really is a fighter, and I think he's really proud of the legacy he has with the Warriors. And so I think deep down, he's a Kobe guy. Kobe stayed. Kobe stayed with the Lakers. Like, he still ate first. I know teams were really bad at the end, but he stayed. And so I think if they approach him with respect, with an admiration for what he's done with the organization, if they approach him like ownership level, let's go to lunch, make him feel really good about, we appreciate everything you've done and your sacrifice. We understand, you'd be taking less here. Like, it's got to be on thick. Like, this is the same guy who, when he was not named one of the 75 best players of all time, like, really took that personally, really got upset. So there's a lot of pride that Klay has in himself and his game and his, appreciation for the role he's played over the years. And I think that, like, the way that they approach him and whatever they're going to try to sell to him is paramount. It's everything in how they go about it. Do I think he wants like a "Stay Klay" banner on the Chase Center? Probably not. It's maybe a little cheesy, right? Like, do they need a plane with that over the Bay Area? I don't know if you need to go that far, but like, he needs to feel the love and he needs to feel the respect because you're probably asking him to take less if he stays. And so, to me, that's paramount for him. Like, the word that keeps coming into my head is pride. like, I think he's a very prideful man, prideful about his accomplishments and his abilities. And I think he knows more than anybody what he can and can't do still. He's very self-aware, whether or not he handles it the right way all the time. I think even he knows when he's not doing it right, like he even admits it later, right? There's a lot of players at the end of their careers where they take a deal elsewhere for more money or whatever. Like, do you remember when, like, Tony Parker signed with Charlotte?
Right. Oh, my God.
So random. There's like a lot of these moments where, like, the player decides to leave because, they don't have as big a role or they have more money elsewhere or whatever. And they almost never work out well. They almost never, like, no one's ever going to love you like the team that you had your best years with. Now you're going to be compared to that, but they're not going to love you like they did, elsewhere. He goes, what is he going to go to Orlando and they're going to love him? Come on. Like, it's just not the same as staying with the organization that you grew up in.
So it's so interesting. It's not about money as much as role. So it's almost like, well, the Warriors need to, if they even want to, they say they do, they need to make a creative pitch to him. And it starts with, here's what we're going to offer you. That's not what you're going to want it to be, but here's why, and here's our vision, and make that less money feel respectful. I think it sounds to me like that's the play. In a way, it is like that. It's like, I know you want $30 million. We're going to offer you 18. Here's why that's a respectful thing, not a disrespectful thing. It's a respectful thing because, Klay, we can't afford you. We can't afford you. Like, it sort of isn't the right thing to do. But we love you so much. And you do offer us something that we need. You're one of the best shooters in the NBA, and we need shooting. And my God, we want you to finish your career here. And oh, by the way, we also want you to win. And the only way we can do that is by getting all of you guys some help. And the only way we can go get some help is if we can get you in here at a number that allows us to go do that. Who's with me?
This is so funny.
I mean,
I'm
just playing a role here.
I like your pitch, and it really is going to kind of sound like that, where it starts out with, Klay, it's 19-5, and we really value you coming off the bench, and 19-2, and we think that we can win with you. 18.75 is what we're going to be able to pay you, and if you think about it, Klay, if we can get you in for 18.2, we can get the help around you that we all know that you need. 2 years and 35, 17 and a half a year. What do you think, Klay? You could play with Steph and Draymond, $16 million a year. Veteran minimum. How about it, Klay? Sign right here. Are you in? You talk him all the way down with all that sweet whispering in his ear. But Ramona's, the way she portrayed it is right. It's really two things. On the one hand, we know you can get a lot more money somewhere else. And on this hand over here, the power of doing what Kobe did, your hero and your role model, being a one-team guy, staying with the big three, boating from Tiburon, Golden State Warrior for life, what that means for, like you've talked about, the legacy of anyone.
Totally.
Dirk Nowitzki as a one-team guy. Tony Parker was a Hornets.
Yeah.
Hakeem Olajuwon was a Raptors. And you could go all the way through Karl Malone and all the other legends who didn't do the one-team thing. There is value in that. So, yeah, you're going to take a $12, $13, $14 million haircut in the short term. But, Klay, think about what that means for your legacy.
I don't know, by the way. There was a time last year where he hated the idea, thought it was disrespectful coming off the bench. By the end of the year, listening to him talk, I don't know if he was being honest or not, but listening to him talk, he was like, no, I get it now. I get it. This is actually better for me. I just need to have fun. I just need to enjoy the remainder of my career.
Right.
And we want to have some, if they can convince him that, like, yeah, being a sixth man and gunning your face off and just coming in and hitting threes for 28 minutes a night and staying healthy, instead of doing 36 minutes a night, we're all staring at you, trying to create your own shot or whatever. Like, you know what I mean? That's the way to go. If they can convince him of that, there's a shot. There's a shot for this all to work. Now, listen, You know this. I'm no capologist.
Right.
We look at the numbers right now, and almost every time it's like, well, none of this makes sense. But I'm starting to arrive at a spot of where there's a will, there's a way.
Yeah.
And I know, right, apron, second apron, tax, we're getting under, we're not doing it for this kind of a team, that kind of a team. I just still only sort of believe them. I only sort of believe them. I think they're being genuine. I just think if the fancy thing comes walking into the room, Joe's going to still be ready to pay. I think he's going to be ready to pay if the right thing comes walking along. How can you in the same sentence be like, second apron, this is ridiculous, luxury tax, gotta get, we're not doing this for the 10 seed. 2 months ago, you were calling about LeBron. 2 months ago, you tried to get LeBron James.
Well, you were already over the second apron, so that would have been a short-term fix and then figured out in the offseason.
Maybe.
Yeah.
And by the way, she just said again, they're going to go kick the tires again. How are you going to have a conversation with LeBron James on one side of your face, and on the other side of your face, you're like, we gotta stop spending money. How are you going to do that?
I do think that the second apron is a hard line. And I think it's 95 to 100% chance that they stay below that because of all the penalties that go with being a repeater. But that number's darn near 200 million, right? It's north of 190. So there are things that you can do creatively. And the key to this is Klay comes in, if he stays at about 19 or 20, that allows you to use the mid-level. And if you can then use Chris Paul's contract somehow in a trade, then you can get a piece in here to actually improve your roster while keeping Klay at a decent number. It is possible.
Where there's a will, there's a way. I really do believe that. You've watched too many sports teams
especially
tell us.
This team.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
They turned KD, I'm leaving, and they turned him into D'Angelo Russell, which turned into Wiggins
and Kaminga.
And a title.
Yes.
So the guy was leaving, KD. You convinced him to sign and trade, which led to you being able to win another chip.
By the way, thank you for bringing that up because, I'd just like to say this to anyone who's called this radio station in the last year to rip the Warriors GM for being a dummy because he doesn't know how to get a tall person in here. Bob Myers, remember yesterday? Bob Myers set this team up for failure. Remember all those calls?
Yeah.
Can you please remember that for a second? They turned their angry departing star into someone who, A, helped them win a championship.
Two of them.
And another person who might be their only future big-time asset. Not bad.
Right.
Not bad. Skills and Vallejo on Willard and Dibs. Hi, Skills. What you doing?
What's up, Willard? What's up, Dibs? I am currently just chilling here at the crib and pretending to do my daughter's homework for her.
Nice.
Very good.
But anyway, the reason I called is because I remember when they brought in Steph Curry initially, when they let him sink or swim. He played like 80 games his rookie year. They brought in Klay Thompson, sat him for half a year. Then he was sink or swim. And if the Warriors aren't going to completely overhaul the roster, which I'm on record as supporting, then what I would like to see them do instead is at least try to get someone to take Wiggins' salary, let Kaminga sink or swim, give him at least a quarter of the season, let him play, see how he responds to that, because he did well last year when he didn't have Wiggins. He didn't have to look over his shoulder for Wiggins. And that's just what I wanted to say. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, Skills, thank you. I hear this from a lot of people, what Skills just said. And you'll never get a criticism from me for having this opinion. You're welcome to it. I get it. But my brain goes to the same place every time. And it's this. They're not doing that. I get it if you want them to. Can we just put the young people in there and see what they can do? I get it. But the answer is no.
It's going to be a no?
No.
From them?
No, that's going to be a no from them, dog. No, they can't do that. They can't do that because Steph Curry. And if you think that means the guy is holding the organization hostage, they disagree with you. I disagree with you. I don't think it's a hostage situation. I think he's a really good player. And they would like to put their best foot forward. They are not of the mind of, hey, let's try this and see what happens. That's not the tone. And put them in. Let's see. That's not where their head is. And I get that too. Like, they may be wrong, but they're going to die trying. Them's the ropes.
Right. And if you really want to look at it, last year they did go ahead and play the young guys. If you look at minutes played on the Golden State Warriors,
it's a good point.
Number 3 was a 20-year-old, and number 4 was a 21-year-old. They played more minutes than Wiggins, Paul, Green, and Looney. That was the Poughkeepsie kid and J.K. And a lot of that was because of injury, but also because Podziemski earned his minutes early on, and Kaminga turned out to be a real force for this team. So for anyone who says they didn't play the young guys, they actually did play the young guys. And if you look at the last 25 games of the year, TJD was among the top 6 in minutes played as well.
No doubt. No, it's a good point and worth talking about for a sec. I know why that thought is out there. It has felt that way in the past, and it did. Like, if there's one thing this year that felt like not Steve Kerr's best resume moment, it's not the Moody stuff. It's really not.
Oh, I thought that's what you were going to say.
No, I get it. I like him too. It was frustrating at times. He's admitted it. The thing that I thought ended up looking bad for Steve Kerr is that Jonathan Kaminga finally started getting big minutes after Twitter. Like, Twitter put Jonathan Kaminga into the game. Not Steve. If you're the head coach, you want to put him in, not Shams. But Jonathan was having a stop-start kind of a situation. There was that game in Portland where he was not in the, quote, not in the plan, not in the game plan. Then he got thrown in the second half, won them a basketball game, essentially by himself. And then there was another game where he got taken out down the stretch, and Shams came out with a tweet. Jonathan Kaminga has lost faith in Steve Kerr, lost faith in the Warriors staff as to being the one that can help him grow into the player he's going to be. And from that moment forward, Jonathan got a lot more minutes. That's not a good look.
Right. Even though it worked out when, coming off that game against Denver where he sat 18 minutes and Kaminga, I lost faith.
Yep.
And then next thing you know, he throws him in there for a ton of minutes. And, it was Detroit. Next night he played 35 and a half minutes. It's like, okay,
yep,
go crazy.
You're in.
And ever since then, and part of it was the Draymond injury, which, Steve is able to use that not as an excuse, but that definitely was something that propelled Kaminga to get more minutes as well. The fact that you didn't have Draymond for about a month.
Yeah. I just, but what you bring up is also really fair. There's moments like that Kaminga thing that I just detailed that sort of make people feel something was happening that wasn't happening. There's the Moody deal, in, out, out. And then there's Kaminga having to seemingly beg his way into minutes. And that has that sort of brought forward this thought that I think is in the minds of many in this fan base, going, boy, Steve just won't give the young people a shot. Meanwhile, Podziemski and Poughkeepsie Kid and Pozowski, they're running around getting huge minutes every night. And then TJD in the end as well.
Do you remember how Podziemski got his first real action?
I don't.
It was that Minnesota game early in the year where Steph was already out with a minor injury. Klay and Draymond get ejected early, and Steve's like, well, I have no one else to go to but Podziemski.
Right. That's right.
And then ever from that moment on, he was in the rotation.
Yep. And he also, like Steve has talked about this, I think Podziemski really impressed people behind the scenes. Like, we've gotten all the reports of the fact that this guy is super confident, backs down from no one, right? Like, you're a rookie and you come in and you in practice, you tell Draymond, hey, this is what we're doing. And people are like, damn, okay, this guy's got a little something here. So, yeah, maybe it was super wonky at times with the way it came together. the second half of the year, they did play. They played a ton. And we still have a lot of fans going,
Right.
we got to see what they can do. Turn the game on. They're doing it.
Grandy, I'm really glad you brought that back around because now when we think about it, that was November 14th, and here we are May 8th, and everybody, Minnesota, let's plan the parade. And Steiny was talking earlier about a guy by the name of Jaden McDaniels, and at the time, back in November, there wasn't a lot of buzz about Jaden McDaniels, yet he and Klay get tangled up. Here comes Draymond to grab Gobert. Chokosaurus, here we go. A minute 43 into the ball game. McDaniel's gone. Thompson gone. Green gone. Gobert, I can't breathe. You got to go to the Poughkeepsie kid. 39 minutes, 23 points later, the Warriors lose a gutsy in-season tournament game at home, 104-101. But when you look back at that now, it's like, it's a pretty good loss against maybe the eventual NBA champs. Think about what we think now about Minnesota versus at that moment, Mark.
I want to address your point, but you brought up my 3 least favorite words when put together.
In-season tournament.
Season tournament.
If that game wasn't an IST, there's no way Draymond chokes Gobert.
Are you ready to give me a green check on the idea that the in-season tournament was stupid?
You're getting I don't know what the emoji is when you like hold your chin and kind of look to the side. I'm not a big emoji guy.
Stupid.
The IST brought out fire.
Oh, did it now?
Why do you think McDaniels and Klay tangled at midcourt?
Why do you think the guy who won it got fired? How about that? That's the fire that got brought out by the in-season tournament. It was Darvin Ham's job.
You know what the problem with that was?
What was it, Dibs?
They peaked too soon.
Stupid.
Hashtag in-season tournament, am I right?
Listen, I'm going to call the NBA, and I'm like, I got your advertising motto. And we do that well out here. Hey, Giants baseball, nobody likes us. And, we got good mottos out here.
We do.
Yeah. Here's my new motto. And it's rare that the motto is a question, but some products do that. You know what I mean? Like, wasn't there something with Planters nuts once upon a time? Like, what's in a nut or what? Something like that. Sometimes it can be a question. Here's
what would you do with a Klondike bar?
There you go. What would you do with a Klondike bar? All right. In-season tournament. What's in it for us? That's my motto.
Glory.
Yeah, exactly. And
what? No. Fans. What's in it for us?
A banner and a parade. You know what is also an in-season tournament? We talked about it in the 3 o'clock hour. It's called the Champions League, Mark. The Champions League that we all watched today. Even you.
I watched it. I love it.
You're riveted by the 22 guys running around kicking a ball.
I love tight
Two
shirts.
guys using their hands.
Yeah, no, I love it when people get breathed on and then lay on the ground for 3.5 minutes. It's awesome.
It was 90 seconds, and he got hurt bad.
Oh, he did.
That is an in-season tournament.
The FA Cup, too. Oh, what
Thank
about
you.
the famous Carabao Cup?
In-season tournament, no doubt.
Yep. How about the Don't Care About Cup? That's what the NBA thinks should be called.
You know what's going to happen coming up here in about 8 years because they're always far behind? Major League Baseball's in-season tournament. It's coming.
Oh, my God.
The Twins and the Dodgers and the IST semis.
You know why the Lakers look so tired in the playoffs?
In-season tournament.
Because they had to play an 83rd game. 83-game season. Exhaustion took over. Come on, people.
They beat a damn good team in that in-season tournament championship.
Yep.
You remember?
Yep.
They're still alive.
The
Pacers.
The Indiana Pacers. And they beat the Pelicans right before that.
Pelicans able to go 5-0 against Sacramento, the Adorables.
5-0. Call my message board.
Thanks to the in-season tournament, they beat the Kings 5 times.
Nobody could ever go 5-0 again. Like, I lose my mind the second you say 5-0.
5-0.
5-0. Call my message phone. 1-800-DIBS. Anyway, stupid tournament. I did want to address your point. What was your point again?
My point was...
You brought up the in-season tournament. You were talking about
about pods, because Grandy mentioned how that was his coming out party.
Podolsky.
Yeah.
That was a fun game.
Poughkeepsie kid.
There he is.
Quality loss against the possibly eventual NBA champs.
Might have been a clutch game.
It was a clutch game.
There you go.
No doubt.
Another one of those damn clutch losses for the GSW Hoop.
And another blown lead as I'm looking at the box score.
Yeah, well, they do that well.
Yep.
All right. We're sponsored by the Alameda County Probation Department. 888-957-9570. We got a few more nuggets from Ramona. You Warrior fans are really going to want to hear. And time for your calls, too, on the way out the dough. 888-957-9570, Willard and Dibbs.
Want a career with purpose, great pay, outstanding benefits, and a promising future? The Alameda County Probation Department is seeking.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Wait, you did what? Doesn't that mean they get to keep it?
According to my last simulation.
You know what that is?
It's a simulation sensation, Mark, is what it is.
It's also a calculation sensation.
It sure is. There's a website called tankathon.com, and you can sim the lottery. You click sim lottery, and it goes, and it runs it for you. And I just did the sim. It's the simulator.
Well, what was this? How'd they go?
The Warriors.
Okay. All right.
The Warriors jumped up to 3.
And then they get to keep the pick.
Top 4 protected, baby.
Ooh.
San Antonio finished number 2.
Boy, listen, and I know that we're talking about a miracle.
4%.
But, boy, that would change the conversation, wouldn't it?
It sure would.
That would change the offseason a little bit.
More than a little bit.
Yeah.
Especially considering last year when you got Pajemski and TJD in one draft.
Late.
If you could replicate it and get 2 more usable players.
Pajemski was 21? Is it what pick was he? 19, 20, 21? Something
somewhere around 19.
Something.
Yeah.
And then TJD was what, 57? Traded in 57?
Yep.
Good Lord. That's a good draft, man.
Really good.
That's good. I mean, get
Pods was 19.
19. And he finished
57.
And to get 2 incredibly immediate usable players.
Right.
And one of them is 5th in the Rookie of the Year voting. I mean,
it's good stuff.
We've said already some good things about this year's draft, but that was top shelf considering the resources you had going in. Yeah, man. It was restaurant quality.
Yeah.
It really was.
Yummy.
Hey, Grandy, what are you doing in 12 minutes, you crazy camper?
I think we're going to lead up with Ramona. So good.
Yeah.
I thought
it's a win for you guys.
I thought you were going to lead with 5 minutes of Champions League talk myself.
It's a big W.
Yeah, I mean, the boss is listening.
Good point. Good point.
We have a boss?
Yeah. He's in the car right now listening.
Yeah. Hi, boss.
Shaking his fist at the radio.
I know. I heard him telepathically. He was like, play more Ramona.
Totally.
And so Grandy said, okay. and then so did I.
The word that keeps coming into my head is pride. Like, I think he's a very prideful man, prideful about his accomplishments and his abilities. And I think he knows more than anybody what he can and can't do still. He's very self-aware, whether or not he handles it the right way all the time. I think even he knows when he's not doing it right, like he even admits it later, right? There's a lot of players at the end of their careers where they take a deal elsewhere for more money or whatever. Like, do you remember when Tony Parker signed with Charlotte?
Right.
Oh my God.
So random. There's like a lot of these moments where the player decides to leave because they don't have as big a role or they have more money elsewhere or whatever, and they almost never work out well. They almost never, no one's ever going to love you like the team that you had your best years with. Now you're going to be compared to that, but they're not going to love you like they did elsewhere. He goes, what is he going to go to Orlando and they're going to love him? Come on. It's just not the same as staying with the organization that you grew up in.
Look, I'd love to see it. I really only have 2 goals when it comes to the whole Klay Thompson conversation, or 2 things that sort of speak to me, if you will. I would love for him to, I don't care what the number is, provided that it allows you to do some other things to get better. That's my own, I don't care what you pay him. I'd much rather Klay Thompson stays than goes. Plus, here's the other thing. If it's true that Klay Thompson staying means he turned down more money elsewhere, I always love that. I just always love that. I love that there's something else that speaks to a player in that situation, because I've always admitted that while I've never walked in these shoes, I've never been negotiating $100 million contracts before. Right. Not yet, but I've never done that before, so I don't know what would really speak to me, but I would think that when you're in your 30s and you've made, because what if you add in the off the court?
Let's just keep it on the court because I have that number.
Okay, fine, but you've made what, almost $200 million more. Quarter bill, keep going.
$268,700,000.
Okay.
So 268.7 on the floor.
That is just on the court. He's easily well over 300 million, maybe even 400 when you consider other avenues, revenue streams, etc. What I would think, if that were me, I would go into the late career contract talks with a whole different set of goals. And it actually sounds like Klay is speaking to that. What makes you happy?
Happy.
You don't need to ever worry about money ever again. Now, Brian Windhorst, LeBron James has made even more money than Klay Thompson, but his goal is to own an NBA team.
Right.
Therefore, every million still matters. But if Klay's goal is to put a hat on and go on a boat, well, dude, you're good. Just where you want to be, who do you want to play with, what city do you want to live in? I would think those would be the priorities. And yes, where are you loved?
Exactly. And I think that speaks to all of us in all of our lives, and especially I'll speak to it from my own standpoint as a 55-year-old man in the spot now where, I'm living in a spot that I like. I've got a wife and a baby and 2 older kids that I love and a job that I really enjoy. So could I go out and get another job, live in another community, do other things that would make more money, and would it make me happier? I don't know. I'm not willing to risk that. Right. So all of us have that choice to make, whether it's career, can you make more money? Well, maybe you have an extra long commute. Maybe you have to go work down in San Jose and you're commuting from Santa Rosa to make an extra $80,000 a year. Is it worth it to you to be in the car 3 hours a day longer to make that grind of a commute? So we all do what Klay Thompson's going to have to weigh, although we all do it in a different tax bracket, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's easy to say, for $268 million, I'd play for the vet men to stay here. I'm so happy. Well, it's easy to say when you're in a high ego business and you're used to making $500,000 per game.
I mean, look, it's like any dollar. There's always something attached to it. Always. I mean, look at the way you look at Live Golf.
Yeah.
I mean, there's something attached to that money. To you and to a lot of people.
Sure.
To a lot of people.
Dirty Saudi money.
Well, we don't need to go on this aside, but every dollar that anybody makes, like when you get a job offer, have you ever in the interview, as that paper gets put in front of you, do you ever stop before you sign and go, where's the money coming from?
Totally.
Where's the money coming from?
Look at any garment you're currently wearing.
There you go.
And let's go ahead and go head to toe on where it's made, by whom, and how much are those people paid.
Think of, and listen, this is not a political statement, but listen to this. We all know 2 men who have